Jiang Suanniu worked at an advertising company in Chang'an. Whether due to bad luck or some other reason, among the 6 designers at the company, only he and a fresh out-of-college female student were assigned to handle the most difficult clients. The other designers could easily get by downloading an image online or copying a previous year's design. But him? He insisted on working with inspiration, as if inspiration were an endless spring. In the boss's words, "You're my pillar, the most valued graduate I have. Top-tier professional skills, a founding member of the company. No one else gets the treatment you do." True, every year he stayed, he'd get an additional 0.5 company share. Where else could you find such a deal? Yeah, the year-end bonus was the only thing keeping his inner rage in check. "My lord, my big brother, my precious darling." The boss would say, "Let me do this, I'll hire another college girl, a campus beauty, and place her right beside you. It's not that your little brother doesn't care about your lifelong happiness, this one's all on you. Fresh graduates are pure-hearted, you should make your move. Don't worry, I'll screen them, no girlfriends allowed. Not even exes. Brother, the final interview is yours. Pick your own." And so, here she was, his current apprentice, a shy girl with a good figure. That night, the damned boss dumped yet another urgent project on him. Jiang Suanniu stayed late at the office with his apprentice. This poor kid, just like his younger self. Their relationship was practically romantic, minus the official label. They already had all the preludes of couple. He designed one proposal, she designed another, then let the client choose. No choice over time was routine. Among the 6 designers, only he earned the highest salary for both overtime and design, work nearly 20,000 yuan a month. In Chang'an, a pseudo-Chiron city, that was decent pay. Take his apprentice. For example, she started at 350 yuan her first month. Now, past probation, she earned 5,000 yuan, plus overtime around 8,000 total. "If I went South Guangzhou, Shanghai, Shenzhen, I might have a bigger future," Jiang muttered bitterly. "Next time some client points their finger in my face, I'll slap the design right onto that clueless bastard's face and head for the coast. Wherever they won't have me, someone else will." Hearing their supervisor grumble, the female apprentice laughed. "Master, you've said this at least 100 times in the 6 months I've been here. So why haven't you left yet? When you find a good job elsewhere, don't forget to take me with you. This boss and these clients are impossible. I'll follow you for life." Enough chattering. Design the proposal based on what I just said. I'll rest my head on the desk for a bit. I've been working late every day, lie so tired. A few more years. Once the mortgage is paid off, I'll start my own business. No more of this grind. But that nap would become his entire life. He fell asleep and never woke up in that world again. Instead, he awoke in another time, another space. What's going on? He opened his bleary eyes to a blinding white. Maybe he hadn't woken up fully. The office lights were too bright, the decor hospital-like white ceiling, white walls, even the desk a pale white. Fine, he'd sleep a bit more. But beside him, voices, men, women, old, young, chanted, "Zili, Zili." What the hell? What are you shouting? Zili? Is this about chestnuts? That dry goods shop owner downstairs selling chestnuts, running online and offline deals. Every night at 11 p.m., 10-minute flash sales at half price. Price increases every 10 minutes. Who eats chestnuts at midnight? A successful boss always has a group of women supporting him. All right, stop pushing me. I'm a director, after all. A quick nap isn't a crime. Could it be some heartless boss here for the design? Go drive your luxury car. Go chase your girls. What are you doing at the office in the middle of the night? Thinking back, I've worked hard all these years. I've got the car, the house, even the capital to chase girls. But where are the girls? Just this underdeveloped twig beside me? He opened his eyes, something was wrong. The light was dim, orange-yellow, and ghostly white figures swayed in the shadows. This bulb, it looked like the old 25 what kind from his childhood. Where had he seen this before? My God, it was a traditional morning garment he had seen as a child. Men, women, old, young, familiar, unfamiliar crowded around him. Most were strangers. Seeing him awake, one grabbed his hand. "Guawa, you must be strong. Your father just passed, not yet buried. How can you abandon us? Don't grieve too much at his fate. A man who eats the emperor's grain has a different lifespan." When you coughed up blood from crying, everyone panicked. He looked down. Sure enough, a faint bloodstain marked the white mourning robe. Probably no one had time to wipe it during the chaos. What? My father died? Suanniu struggled to stand, finding himself surrounded by strangers. He looked at his own clothes, a coarse white shaoshan, made of thick, old cotton cloth, a yellowish white like copper coins. Nothing like the disposable 7 or 15 yuan morning clothes he'd known in his past life. These were hand-sewn, reused. A family might own only a few sets. When one family had a funeral, the whole village would lend theirs. Washed and returned after use. Where am I? My child. You fainted from grief, coughed up blood. Don't scare your mother like this again. Only you and I remain in this family. If anything happens to you, how will this old woman survive?" An elderly woman clutched his hand, rubbing his face with her rough palm. Suanniu looked around carefully. He didn't recognize this place. A lush cave dwelling. A crowd weeping under a dim bulb. These must be his relatives. All wore mourning clothes. Then a wave of dizziness hit. The original host's memories flooded in. He quickly adapted. The original's name was Bao Zili. Bao Zili's father had just died. This good-for-nothing understood that with the head of the household gone, the one who earned for the family his easy life was over. That's why he coughed up blood from grief. Wait, that name sounded familiar. Wasn't it the same as that elderly 5 guarantees man from his rural hometown? Thinking harder, was from the same village. Over 50 years older, a generation above him. Bao Zili's life had been twisted, his fate harsh. As a child, Suanniu often threw stones at him, beat him with sticks. The old man would cry out in pain, while Suanniu and his little gang laughed hysterically. The man lived like a wandering ghost. He lived in a lush cave, the last in the village to do so. Others had filled theirs in for farming. His cave became the village's sole relic. While everyone else lived in tiled roof houses, he lived alone, helpless. Kids would stand on the cave roof, throwing dirt clods and spitting on him. They bullied him relentlessly. The old man couldn't curse properly, couldn't run. Like a sickly hen, his end was inevitable. Yet in his twilight years, at over 60, the man poisoned the village water reservoir. Nearly the entire village suffered varying degrees of poisoning. For the neighbors who'd hurt him most, he poisoned their water barrels, killing entire families. He carried a knife, and when a child beat him, he lured the boy close with candy, then stabbed him 6 times, each one deep, each one bloody. The boy died from his wounds. Afterward, people lamented. Who knew this lonely old man had such a vicious heart? Like a wolf, terrifying. No way. I've been reborn as this cruel, ruthless old man. Quick, find a way back. He looked left and right. No, it's impossible. Should I try hanging, pesticide, or headfirst into a wall? All too painful. Forget it. As a youth of the new era, I'm not that pathetic. If I can't go back, then I can't. Heaven is supreme. If heaven has placed me in this life, there must be a reason. Let's see how a youth of the new era can change this old man's fate step by step and save the entire village from that tragedy. Suanniu examined this body clean, strong. Though not used to labor, a rural kid had some strength. 19 years old, pretty good. Like restarting a game. The main character is ruined, so create a new account. Not many people get a second chance at life. If I can go back, fine. Going back means enduring that at company boss's skinflint like Zhou Beipa, forcing me to revise designs endlessly, never satisfied. I died at work. If the boss had any conscience, my parents from the last life might get some compensation. At least that would be a small, comfort me, final act of filial duty. For now, understanding my current situation and taking action is key. Bao Zili. Let Jiang Suanniu live your life for you. Chapter 2. Arranging the funeral. Observing his mother, frail and trembling as she carried a large white porcelain bowl filled with what was said to be calming brown sugar water. Bao Zili found himself parched, his lips cracked and dry. He would drink anything that was not poison. And whether the brown sugar water truly had a soothing effect was anyone's guess. At that moment, he resolved that he was here to repay a debt of gratitude. No longer concerned with the name Jiang Suanniu, that was a name from a past life. In this current existence, he had firmly embraced the name Bao Zili. The woman before him, aged 42, bore the marks of years spent in toil, her visage rapidly aging, and her hands as dry as the bark of an elm tree. Meanwhile, his younger sister, who had married into the family, was outside attending to guests, while 2 unmarried sisters remained indoors, foolishly following a group of women as they prepared vegetables and cooked meals. In the rural setting of that time, during joyous occasions, there were unscrupulous women who would pilfer from the host's belongings, necessitating vigilance from those of good character. Otherwise, come a month later, one would find their possessions significantly diminished. Everything from bowls and chopsticks to the very needles hanging on the wall could mysteriously disappear. When relatives and villagers came to pay their respects, Bao Zili and his 2 sisters knelt before the memorial altar, accepting the customary rites with 3 bows of gratitude. Such traditions prevailed in the countryside. Regardless of wealth, the deceased would find their rest in the earth, dictated by the scale of the arrangements made. Funerals were simpler to conduct than weddings. Without financial means, marrying was a daunting task. Which young woman would willingly choose a life of poverty? Unless, of course, love transcended the constraints of societal judgment. After consuming a bowl of brown sugar water, Bao Zili felt a warmth coursing through him, invigorating his spirit, and he rose to survey the household, seeking areas that required attention. The funeral arrangements were already well underway. With the most crucial element approaching, the following day would see the main event, the funeral banquet. The white event primarily revolved around the sacrificial slaughter of pigs, with the pig's head serving as tribute while the body would be offered to guests. In this era, large gatherings were favored, with a customary 8 dishes served in succession. The table would be set, and one platter of 8 dishes would be presented at a time, followed by steamed buns. Once the meal concluded, the day's main event would be deemed finished. On the third day, the focus would shift to inviting the entire village to bear the coffin to its final resting place. Originally, Bao Zili had 3 grandfathers, but during the lifetime of the original owner, his surrogate grandfathers had passed away one after another. Of the 3 elders, only Bao Zili's grandfather had married, while the other 2 had lived their lives afflicted by a bone disease caused by poor water quality and died without ever marrying. They devoted all their earnings to Bao Zili's grandfather, ensuring he could take a wife. The 2 elders led frugal lives, showering all their affection on the mischievous Bao Zili. His grandfather had initially hoped to have several children, intending to pass on family property to each of his 2 older brothers, yet fate was unkind, allowing him only one son, an indicator of the rarity of offspring in those times. Currently, the household was destitute. This funeral was funded by the pigs they had raised, and the grain harvested from the fields had been ground into flour. After the funeral, the family would still be burdened with approximately 200 yuan in external debts, compounded by the costs incurred for his father's medical treatment and the burial expenses of his 3 grandfathers, totaling around 600 yuan in debt. The villagers watched this family's plight with a mixture of amusement and pity, curious to see how this young rogue would navigate such a challenging predicament. As for borrowing money, there was nothing left to lend. All relatives have been exhausted for assistance, and the only support left is from Sister Bao Zili's in-laws. However, they hold little hope for this unambitious scoundrel, whose features are neither here nor there. Fortunately, as the Qingming festival approaches, the wild vegetables in the fields are nearing maturity. The shepherd's purse has turned green, and the locust flowers on the trees are about to bloom, bringing a glimmer of hope to the family. On the following day, the freshly steamed buns were brought out in baskets, and the morning's soup with bread turned into a fierce battle to consume the buns. An entire basketful was presented, leaving none behind upon their return. The eldest sister's composure was still lacking, as she muttered in the kitchen, "They are nothing but a bunch of pigs. No matter how many I receive, it is never enough." Due to the recent passing, numerous relatives assisted in steaming white buns for 4 days. Some offered words of comfort, stating that such occasions are meant for gathering and expressing gratitude to neighbors for their care. "Today, you are the protagonists," they said. "Take the morning sticks, follow the steward, and bow to welcome family and friends." Indeed, today was the day. Typically, an uncle and an elder brother would take charge, leading a group of relatives dressed in mourning attire, following the steward to greet the guests. Since Bao Zili's family had relocated, their clan in the area consisted solely of them, a small household with little influence. Only 4 or 5 relatives had arrived from their side, and they were not affluent, rendering them speechless. During such times, it was customary for friends and family to present white floral wreaths. The affluent would gift lavish wreaths brimming with white flowers, while those less fortunate would offer simple, handmade wreaths destined to perish in the flames at the grave, utterly valueless compared to the machine-made wreaths of the postmodern era. Those lacking funds would simply present a nominal gift of 2 yuan, while wealthier acquaintances might contribute up to 5 yuan. The entirety of this white funeral left little to no surplus, often resulting in a deficit, as every household experienced similar circumstances, enduring in silence. It was a cycle of mutual support. Today you dine at my home, tomorrow I dine at yours, an endless rotation of coexistence, witnessing and bearing the burdens together. One could merely bow their head and weep loudly to express their sorrow. As for matters of money, they remained as they were. A wooden coffin was prepared, with the key entrusted to the steward, who also managed the distribution of tobacco and alcohol. The cigarettes were soft-pack monkey on the tree, as they are known in the countryside. Initially, Bao Zili intended to purchase the cheaper Lanzhou cigarettes, but the steward advised against it for the sake of appearances, suggesting a larger purchase. The Lanzhou cigarettes would be served in the morning, while the soft-pack cigarettes would be reserved for the afternoon banquet, ensuring a respectable display. The alcohol was bulk sorghum liquor. A lively funeral unfolded, characterized by the tears and lamentations of the living bidding farewell to the deceased. The following day, Bao Zili's father was laid to rest in their wheat field, a site chosen with the guidance of a feng shui master. Although there were better locations available, they were on someone else's land and would incur costs beyond their means, leading to the selection of a suboptimal position, sunny and backed by a high mountain. Nestled beside a small wheat field, this land was regarded as the least desirable in the village. Even during droughts, the wheat barely grew past knee height, often making it impossible to harvest with a sickle. In the blink of an eye, a living person had transformed into a mound of earth. After 7 bustling days, once the neighbors departed and the friends and family finished tidying up and left, only the immediate family remained, staring at one another in bewilderment, pondering how to continue with their lives. Bao Zili's father passed away due to illness, having succumbed to a condition that the village doctor suggested was likely esophageal cancer, an affliction deemed untreatable regardless of the financial expenditure. This marked Bao Zili's inaugural night, spent alone in the desolate cave dwelling, situated at the center left of their home. The central space was occupied by his parents, while his 2 younger sisters resided in the cave to the right. The absence of a family member rendered the home starkly cold and empty. Bao Zili's sister, much like one fleeing from a plague, was summoned back by her husband under the pretext of weeding in the fields, apprehensive that a delay might lead to financial entanglements. Their mother prepared a pot of corn porridge, dense and akin to rice, compelling the youngest sister to stir it continuously in the hearth, reminiscent of the rural jest that porridge so thick could not be excavated with a hoe. When chopsticks were inserted, they remained upright. The accompanying dish consisted of pickled radish greens, which had begun to spoil. After the Qingming festival, as the cave gradually warmed, the pickled vegetables needed to be consumed to prevent further deterioration. The family rejoiced at the discovery of some fallen green chili peppers from the pickling jar, as they were deemed quite delectable, leading everyone to indulge in them, though their quantity was dwindling. At this juncture, the mother gazed at Zili and inquired softly, "Child, what are your plans? Speak freely. I am merely an ordinary rural woman without much foresight. The future of this family rests upon your shoulders. The burden of daily life now falls solely on you. With your father gone, it is you who must guide us toward a better existence." It was the year 1983, a time when opportunities for labor outside the home were scarce in rural Shaanxi, and small enterprises seemed equally lacking in prospects, leaving them with no choice but to cultivate their fields diligently. "Mother, here is my thought," Zili replied. "Currently, the primary labor force in our household consists of you and me, and we must not disperse our efforts too widely. We ought to invest our labor in more lucrative endeavors. With the same amount of toil, it is only reasonable that we aim for greater financial returns. Let us sell the rabbits. They are labor-intensive to maintain, yielding little profit, at most 5 yuan for one, and even less at the market. Instead, we should purchase a piglet from relatives or at the market. Pigs are relatively easy to care for. We can feed them with the water used for washing dishes and pots. In spring, we can supplement their diet with crushed wheat straw and the bran from our flour milling. Moreover, with the slaughtering of the larger pig, we will already have the necessary provisions for their upkeep, ensuring they are not left idle." Upon hearing her son's intentions, the mother felt a sense of responsibility emanating from him for the first time. Previously, during his father's lifetime, he would often wander out, returning home only after dark, leaving her unaware of his activities. Witnessing her son's newfound resolve brought her a measure of comfort, as she felt that her lifetime of toil had not been in vain. There is an old adage, the poor are never far from pigs, and the wealthy are never far from books. Originally, the pig was intended for sale. However, after a day had passed, there remained little of it, and they planned to sell it for some cash. Yet, in the village, no one offered them respect, claiming they could neither afford to buy nor eat. Ultimately, the mother managed to provide her brother with a portion of ham, which he reluctantly accepted, leaving them with 20 yuan and exclaiming that he had taken advantage of them. 1 pound costs merely 1 yuan, yet at the market, it can fetch nearly 20. Observing the gloomy expressions of those around him, Bao Zili confidently assured his mother and sisters, "Rest assured, I shall ensure a life of comfort for you. Soon, we shall dine on meat daily and reside in spacious houses." Upon hearing Zili's promise of a life in a grand house, his 2 sisters beamed with joy. Will it be like the only large house in the village? That house boasted pillars of blue bricks and walls of rammed earth, owned by a prosperous tractor driver who had constructed the village's sole grand abode. No, it It shall be even better. We will build our walls entirely of blue bricks and top them with cement slabs. Zili envisioned a bright future for their family. Chapter 3. The short spring of pig raising and land tilling. Zili was a man of action. The very next day coincided with the town's market day. He borrowed a bicycle from the village, loaded with leftover pork, and armed with a knife and a scale, he set off to sell the meat. In these times, converting goods into currency was the true measure of skill. Otherwise, unsold meat would have to be salted and stored, a process that rendered it tasteless. The challenges he faced in selling the meat are not pertinent to the theme of this novel and thus shall remain unmentioned, as they serve only to inflate the word count. Initially arriving early, Zili found the market sparsely populated. He approached each restaurant, explaining his situation. His father had passed, and he was selling the pork from their pig. As a result, one establishment purchased a small amount, each offering a low price of 1 yuan, totaling 30 yuan. The remaining portions were cut into smaller pieces and hawked throughout the market, accommodating the customers' requests for specific sizes. During this period, few were slaughtering pigs for sale, as such activities were primarily reserved for the pre-New Year festivities when the cold weather naturally preserved the meat. As the market day progressed, a small piece of pork remained unsold. Given that the commune had only recently been established, everyone was tightening their belts. Zili, however, meticulously cut the pork into manageable portions, unlike others who would not weigh less than 2 pounds. He wheeled his bicycle toward the flour mill, which was then operated by a handful of astute individuals. Farmers would bring their cleaned wheat to be ground, having the freedom to choose between white or red flour. Most would simply have their entire batch ground without distinction. Unlike later generations, who would store their wheat at the mill and redeem it using tickets, these people had little in reserve. With the encouragement of those around him, the transaction was successfully completed. Zili, through persistence, exchanged the remaining 3 pounds of pork for 2 bags of bran. The proprietor earned a commendable reputation for assisting the young man, while Zili obtained the bran, resulting in mutual satisfaction. As he departed, the owner repeatedly called out, "Young man, do not tell your elders that I tricked you. It was you who insisted on making the trade." At that time, people still valued their dignity to some extent. In their rural community, one could not afford to hurt feelings. Without looking back, Zili shouted, "Uncle, rest assured, I can manage my family's affairs. At worst, I may face a beating, but I will not implicate you. I can sell pork at the market, allowing myself to purchase a few items. This bit of bran shall serve as my excuse for indulging in a smoke." Unbeknownst to me, after my departure, the elderly gentleman at the mill remarked to those nearby that this boy would undoubtedly achieve great things in the future. He turned to the girl assisting him and inquired if she found the lad appealing. The girl responded, noting that he didn't even possess a new garment, declaring such a person was not worthy of marriage. Years later, that same girl married, only to lose her husband unexpectedly and find herself alone. Observing my flourishing success, she admired her late father's discerning eye, capable of recognizing potential even in humble beginnings. Cycling downhill, I returned home like a gust of wind. My mother had noodles simmering in the pot. With an apologetic smile, I addressed my mother and sister, saying, "I went to the market but didn't bring you anything. Look, this is the money I earned today." My mother, Shun Guilon, took the money, counting it meticulously. After a while, she noted that I was just 2 yuan shy of 50. She chided, "Child, did you not buy even a bowl of water? Or perhaps some sweet candy?" She had noticed that the money I brought home consisted solely of paper bills, with no coins. A bowl of cool water sold for a mere penny at the market, while a cup of tea cost 3. As the weather turned cool, there was no need to drink water. Our family lacked bottles, and I had forgotten to bring any water. I pleaded with the restaurant owner, flattering him with kind words, until he finally agreed to give me 3 empty wine bottles. In the future, we could use those bottles to carry water while we worked in the fields. Tethered with a rope, they proved quite useful. Years later, those empty wine bottles were replaced with soda bottles, which eventually transformed into military canteens. However, our family no longer tilled the land, and that iron canteen eventually became a mere keepsake, a decorative item. "My son, I feel as though you have changed so much that I barely recognize you. You seem unlike the child I once knew." Since the day he awoke after spitting blood, he had seemingly transformed into another person. A sudden pang of concern struck me. I wondered if it was my own inadequacies that had led the elderly to notice the change. In a village where everyone spoke the same dialect, it was effortless for me to communicate in our native accent. As I said, "Mother, Could it be that your memory has begun to falter? You no longer recognize your own child? Have the mountain spirits secretly swapped my essence? You gave birth to me. Such words make it sound as if I were adopted from outside. Tell me, what is different about me? Shen Guilin pondered for a long while, but could discern no difference. Unbeknownst to her, the person before her, while possessing the physical form of her former son, had undergone a complete metamorphosis in thought and spirit, akin to reincarnation. As long as you have changed for the better, that is all that matters. It is a blessing from our ancestors, ensuring our lineage continues. Your transformation brings the greatest fortune to your father and me. Mother, now is not the time for such discussions. We have 3 days until the next market. Let us begin digging the pig pen tomorrow. We will pile the manure in the field to decompose, and once it rains, we can spread it to cultivate vegetables. This year, we will plant corn in the larger portion of the land above the cave, leaving the rest for peppers and greens. With an abundance of vegetables, our meals will become lighter, allowing us to conserve a significant amount of grain. Clean up the manure and use wood ash to exterminate the insects in the empty pig pen. When the piglets return, they can directly enter the pen. Very well, I will heed your guidance. Mother, Shen Guilin, is an ordinary woman. Previously, it was father who organized the farm work, while she merely executed his directives. Sister, please come over and wash these 3 empty wine bottles, taking one for yourself and leaving one for mother. Starting tomorrow, we shall consciously block the entrance to the rabbit hutch, allowing them to roam within the pen. When the next episode arrives, we can sell all the rabbits. Brother, could you possibly keep 2 little rabbits for me? After raising them for so many years, I find it hard to part with them. The younger sister expressed her sentiments. Sister, I merely worry that you too will struggle. Young women your age, from families of better means, are attending middle and high school. It is my fault for being unsuccessful, forcing you to remain at home to support me. Brother, please do not speak like that. We are a family. As long as you lead us to a better life, it is more meaningful than any words. I understand your concern for our burdens, but we are not afraid of hard work. We will tend to the pigs and gather grass for the rabbits from dawn till dusk. Once the leaves on the mountains grow back, collecting grass will become quite manageable. Well, retaining 2 little rabbits may not serve much purpose. Instead, let us keep 4 rabbits, a pair of young ones and a pair of older ones. Housed separately in 2 huts. This way, we will have young rabbits today, and their future replacements will be advantageous. We must select the larger, healthier ones when choosing. Brother, your foresight is truly commendable. We shall follow your lead. The 2 younger sisters naturally regarded their brother as the head of the household. Such situations are quite common in rural areas, where sons take charge after their fathers pass. Generations have traversed this path. Ultimately, daughters are destined to marry and become part of another family. This is also why rural communities still desire to bear sons to carry on the family name. Chapter 4. Dividing the harvest among individuals. Bao Zili looked around and said, now that our family is gathered, I will hold a meeting. His gaze moved from Mother Shen Guilin to the eldest sister and then to the second sister, fixing his eyes on each for several moments, causing unease to settle in their hearts. The others were filled with confusion, wondering what he intended to discuss. It felt akin to a public denouncement in a cooperative, as if he were about to seize control of the family. Brother, please say what you wish. Your gaze frightens me, remarked one sister, likening it to their principal's scrutiny while identifying troublemakers among students. What is it that I wish to convey? I am contemplating the implementation of individual harvest quotas for our small family. More precisely, it involves allocating production to each person. Now that both of you have ceased your studies, you cannot afford to remain confined to the kitchen, as that would hinder your development. We cannot continue sharing a communal pot. Such an arrangement breeds a lack of accountability. We must assign profits to individual names, which will inspire us to work diligently. Please speak, brother. We are all ears, urged the youngest sister, eager at the prospect of receiving money. Why have I decided this? Because you 2 young ladies must begin preparing your dowries. You have reached the age to save some private funds for yourselves. I too have arrived at the age for marriage. We are all in a phase of expenditure. Upon hearing this, the second sister immediately covered her face and hid behind their mother. Mother, look at how my brother bullies us. He wishes to find a bride for himself and drags me and my sister out as shields. The mother set down her bowl and replied, in truth, your brother has a point. You 3 have reached the age for marriage, which is also why I find it difficult to sleep at night. Waking up before dawn to sweep the yard. Look at our home. It resembles a flood's aftermath. utterly devoid of anything to facilitate your weddings. Not only have we failed to amass a fortune, but we lack even the basics, with barely 200 or 300 yuan in cash. While our cave dwellings may be numerous, each is stark and empty, resembling a tethering post abandoned without livestock. Here's what we shall decide. The profits from the rabbits we raise will be divided equally between the eldest and the youngest sisters. Should the eldest marry, her share will cease, and the remainder will go to the youngest. For our pig farming venture, we will all contribute equally. The proceeds from the rabbits, regardless of amount, will count as your shares in purchasing pigs. We plan to buy 2 pigs, and each of you will hold 2 shares, making a total of 4 shares for the 2 of you. In simpler terms, there will be 10 shares in total, with the 2 of you holding 4, while your mother and I will each hold 3. Henceforth, the profits from the pigs will be distributed according to our respective shares. Any other income will be pooled together for future needs, such as purchasing materials to build a substantial brick house. The eldest sister glanced at her naive younger sibling, then at their mother, feeling as though her brother had transformed into a different person. Previously, he had been a carefree rogue, known for petty thefts in the village. How could he now speak in such academic terms, even invoking the concept of shares? He had abandoned his studies years ago and had not even graduated from junior high. How was it that he now spoke with such authority? Brother, do you truly stand by your words? The eldest sister challenged. Rest assured, this is our family's inaugural meeting regarding the household contract system, marking my first official gathering as the head of the family. This will lay the groundwork for our future endeavors. I am not so short-sighted as to dig pitfalls for you. Your responsibilities are to prepare meals and assist your mother and me with the farm work. Now let me share my plans. I intend to purchase piglets from Uncle Gao in the village. Regardless of whom we buy from, we can trust him. He is a familiar face in our community. I have heard that his piglets can be sold at the market within half a month. Bao Zili paused to gather his thoughts and took a sip of soup before continuing with his grand vision. Furthermore, the daily feeding of the pigs will be the responsibility of you 2 sisters. I must emphasize that while I, as the only male, can work outside, you 2 young ladies must either accompany each other or be accompanied by our mother. You cannot venture alone to the fields. I make this point clear. Both sisters shot him a glance, evidently grasping the underlying implication. Now that your brother has spoken, I too shall add a few words, their mother interjected. The young people in the village are not always virtuous. You must not allow their influence to tarnish your reputations, especially those idle souls who, lacking any skills, rely solely on their youthful appearances to utter sweet nothings, trailing after the girls. For instance, the companions of your brother in the past were always concocting misguided schemes, akin to Zhu Beiji dreaming of marrying a wife while indulging in peach pits. Mother, dear sister, I have contemplated this. Although I have reached the age for marriage and my 2 sisters are of similar age, I believe that waiting for another 35 years is not excessive. I am merely 19 this year, when I turn 24 and my sisters reach the age of 22. We will be of legal age to obtain a marriage certificate recognized by the state. Furthermore, we can utilize these 35 years to improve our family's living conditions. Constructing brick houses. Once we have established a stable lifestyle, our prospective partners will naturally be of a matching status. Given our current impoverished state, any partners we attract will likely be from even less fortunate backgrounds. Consider this. If I were to marry into a family that endures greater hardship, would we not be obliged to support her family as well? If my sister were to wed into a poorer household, enduring daily hunger and coming to us in tears, how would we sustain our own lives? Mother nodded in agreement and addressed her daughters. Although you may not prioritize the financial standing of your suitors, in this age of household division, each family's circumstances vary greatly day by day. Some rise early to collect cow dung for their fields, while their crops flourish. Yet at the very least, they must have enough to eat. A family cannot survive in perpetual hardship, living meal to meal. Upon hearing the term household division, Bao Zili was reminded of his grandfather's tales about the distribution of fertilizers in their commune. His grandfather had recounted how, during that time, some in their team mishandled the fertilizers, burning their crops, and subsequently discarded or buried what they received, as it was deemed worthless. Bao Zili asserted, I must emphasize this point. If any of you hear news about the fertilizer distribution, please inform our family so they can collect it. Fertilizer is invaluable, far superior to a cartload of cow dung. We will no longer need to gather dung from the roads. Perhaps in a few years, everyone will be scrambling to buy fertilizer with money. Brother, is fertilizer truly effective? No one in other households utilizes it. You will only know its merits once you try it. I plan to use a plot of land as a test field to demonstrate its advantages. You will soon understand the benefits of fertilizer. Currently, it is distributed for free, but such a valuable resource will eventually require payment. Mother regarded her son with the discerning gaze of experience, then glanced at her two daughters, pondering how these children seemed to possess physical growth but lacked wisdom, questioning how they would manage in the future. Additionally, I have decided not to plant corn this year in the terraced field in front of our home. Not plant. That is 1.5 acres of land. Not cultivating grain will significantly reduce our yield. An acre typically produces 2 bags of corn. Brother, have you truly considered this? Why would you abandon good land? If the land remains uncultivated, the commune will reclaim it, chastising us for neglecting our responsibilities, as though we are gluttons who do not cherish our grain. My thoughts are this: Mother, and you both, tend to the pigs and weed the wheat fields daily. I wish to utilize a cart to level this terraced field. I previously noticed that the village had distributed apple saplings, which remain unclaimed in the collective yard. I intend to collect 2 bundles, planting a row of apple trees in the center, while the remaining saplings will be placed in the ditch for watering and burying. They will be planted in the well-prepared terraced field next year, and I aim to acquire more to ensure a sufficient supply. This year, the land will be leveled, and next year we will plant another row of saplings. What are the plans for the edges of the field? A row of persimmon trees, which require no pruning or pesticide, are easy to nurture. Therefore, I seek your support for this plan. Not to mention, just look at the village's apple orchard. Each year it fetches a handsome price. Although no one is currently planting fruit trees in the village, that is merely because everyone struggles to have enough to eat. In a decade or so, people will begin to plant fruit trees. Well, we only have that one persimmon tree, allocated by the collective. The persimmons are sold out every year. Observe other households. They slice the damaged persimmons to make dried persimmon cakes, and the good ones are peeled and dried for consumption during the new year. Brother, will we be able to enjoy our own dried persimmon cakes come the new year? If you wish to taste them, go visit your little son-in-law. Bao Zili jested. The family is increasingly confident in Bao Zili's ability to build a brick house. Believing this child has turned over a new leaf. United in purpose, they set forth toward their grand brick home. Chapter 5. Safeguarding one's own finances. Bao Zili sat at the Kong, dining with his mother and 2 younger sisters, as the family continued their meeting. This was a successful assembly, laying the groundwork for their collective economic endeavors. Years later, this would become the origin of the mythical tales shared with the sisters' children. In recounting stories, they would say, "Your uncle, at just 19, sat beside the plate, exuding an air of youthful authority, with meticulous plans and clear thoughts. The policy of distributing resources to individuals will commence from tomorrow. Enough said. We are all in this together as a family. To affirm my commitment, I will request a starting fund for everyone. Do not underestimate its value. Each person will receive 1 yuan. Eldest sister, youngest sister. Here is 1 yuan each for your past contributions to the family. Mother, please withdraw the money and give each of them 1 yuan. Now that you all have funds, we shall manage our own finances moving forward. I have a few suggestions regarding the safekeeping of money. One must not keep all funds in a single location. If a thief were to find it, they could take everything, leaving you with no recourse. Additionally, do not hide money in a mouse's nest, or it may be carried away. Brother, following your advice, how should I safeguard my money? For instance, if you lock your money in a large box, the initial impression is that it is secure in a locked cabinet. However, I must point out that locks deter gentlemen, not rogues. You have all seen the household pliers, which can easily break open a lock. Skilled thieves can effortlessly open your cabinet with a piece of wire and even lock it back up upon leaving you none the wiser. Those who break in first search through every drawer. In this field, I am an expert. Some of my former associates are quite adept at this. As for you, my dear student, you tend to hide your money within the pages of your books. Over time, I have forgotten which book I placed it in. Upon hearing her brother's words, the younger sister felt as though he was covertly observing her stash of money from behind. Goodness, who would dare to let him into the cave now? It was akin to inviting a night owl into one's home. Their mother, Shen Guilin, bestowed 1 yuan upon her daughter, bringing the household's total to 50 yuan. A single yuan for each daughter was hardly excessive. It felt as if her son were merely playing house. Yet, upon reflection, she felt a sense of security with money in her pocket. She imagined her 2 daughters likely felt the same way, and her gaze upon her son deepened with understanding. Brother, are you serious? Are you really giving me and sister money? Of course, I am sincere. Don't you feel that holding money in your hands fills you with strength and vigor for farm work? My brother truly understands me. Do you comprehend the precautions I mentioned about hiding money? One must not store all funds in the same location. As the saying goes, do not place all your eggs in one basket. Naturally, it is prudent to secure the cabinet with a lock, but do not keep excessive amounts of money inside. If you wish to store money, it is advisable to distribute it across various pockets, perhaps sewing a bit into the lining for added security. Even a thief may occasionally fail to uncover it. Indeed, we have only received 1 yuan, yet your words suggest we ought to be saving tens of thousands. Will you be providing us with substantial sums in the future? Should our total income exceed 100 yuan by year's end, each of you will receive a reward of 1 yuan. If it surpasses 200, each will earn 2 yuan. If it exceeds 300, 3 yuan, and so forth. You may calculate it yourselves. Mother, I would like a key to lock my cabinet. There is but 1 cabinet in the house for both of you to store your clothes. How about this? Each of you can have a lock, and I will provide 1 key for each. If you are concerned, we could add 2 locks, and each of you could hold a key, requiring both to be present to open the cabinet. The younger sister's eyes flickered with understanding. The elder sister, being more mature, remarked, "Brother, with your elaborate plans, it's as if we are managing a vault. Why complicate things? I trust my sister. Let us stick with 1 lock. Having 2 keys will make it easier for us to access our clothes. Your logic implies that we should all trust one another within the family." Agreed. When we build our house, I will ask the carpenter to create 2 cabinets for you. At that time, the old cabinet will be mine. Tomorrow morning, after breakfast, we will visit Uncle Gao's to catch piglets. The following morning, after breakfast, the younger sister eagerly followed her brother towards Uncle Gao's home. A pair of piglets typically cost between 500 and 10 yuan. With 20 yuan tucked into her pocket for convenience, she arrived at Uncle Gao's cave and called out, "Uncle Gao, are you home? My sister and I have come to visit." "Why are you shouting? If you're here to visit, come down to the yard." "Have you eaten?" "I just finished my meal. Come and have something to eat. Your mother is quite efficient and has prepared your meal promptly." Although Uncle Gao greeted them in such a manner, a mere glance from him prompted his wife to swiftly clear the dishes, while the children, not having finished their meals, carried their bowls to the kitchen to continue eating, feigning completion. This reflects a bygone norm. After all, food was scarce in every household, and one could not afford to share with neighbors without reason. "How come you two are here? You usually don't visit," asked Uncle Gao. "Uncle, we came to smoke," was the reply. "We just came to see you." "Uncle, my brother has taken a liking to the piglets in your pen and has come to buy some." "Oh, so the god of wealth has graced us with his presence. I was wondering what all that chirping at the door was about this early in the morning." Uncle Gao mused. "Young lady, go fetch your Uncle Zhang and let him discuss the pig prices." In rural areas, conducting business face-to-face is often deemed inappropriate. An intermediary is required. The intermediary stands between both parties, negotiating until a mutually agreeable price is reached, often backed by their own reputation and credibility. If the proposed price is too high, the buyer will object. If too low, the seller will refuse. Uncle Zhang, known as a prominent trader at the market, entered and surveyed the piglets in the pen. He then engaged in a discreet exchange of gestures with Uncle Gao, comparing offers with a subtle flick of their sleeves. While Bao Zili had some familiarity with this method of pricing, he was not an expert, yet he could discern the value being suggested. Eventually, the price for a pair of piglets was settled at 25 yuan, as this was the family's first pair. However, Uncle Gao hesitated to part with them. The trader offered some persuasive words, explaining that this way, there would be no need to take them to the market, saving on feed and reducing worry. "We're all from the same village. The price should not be excessive. You, too, frequently sell piglets at the market and are aware of the current trends. Right now, prices are falling, and the best time to sell is after the wheat harvest. One must not blame the timing of the piglet's birth." He urged Uncle Gao to negotiate for a better price, emphasizing the significance of maintaining a good reputation for future transactions. The trader, Uncle Zhang, remained silent, realizing that they were all from the same village and that the young man might have to concede. Bao Zili, using his sleeve to communicate with Uncle Zhang, indicated that 8 yuan was his maximum offer. However, if they settled on that price, he requested 2 ropes to tie the pigs and asked Uncle Gao to prepare 100 jin of bran for them. Otherwise, he would face difficulties explaining the extra 2 yuan to his family, and it would become a source of ridicule in the village. Bran was not worth much, and the trader understood that the price could be adjusted by about 5 yuan, which was a fair deal. Let us each give a little, and find a way to accommodate one another. After some back and forth, Uncle Jiang regarded Bao Zili with newfound respect, acknowledging that this young man was no fool. His future success would depend on his own efforts and fortune. Well, the situation has been perfectly resolved. The younger sister carried bran in a tattered sack, while Bao Zili used another worn-out bag to transport 2 piglets. Sister, pour the bran into the granary, and then take these 2 sacks to Uncle Gao, he instructed. The younger sister, filled with joy, hurried off to Uncle Gao's house. Now that the elder brother was in charge, it was imperative for her to heed his words. This little sister was quite astute and naturally dared not defy her brother's wishes. She treated his words as if they were divine commands and swiftly dashed towards Uncle Gao's home. In a household, the eldest child is usually quite earnest. The second child balances between earnestness and cleverness, while the youngest is often the most cunning, small yet shrewd. The younger sister exemplified this dynamic. In her quest to stand out within the family and secure a place in her parents' eyes, she relished assisting and showcasing her capabilities. The piglets had been purchased with cash, much to the delight of both parties, though it was unfortunate that half a box of cigarettes had been lost. Mother Guilin found it odd that since her son had recovered from his blood vomiting, he had ceased smoking altogether. He used to smoke frequently at home, even rolling up the homegrown tobacco in his sister's homework papers. Yet now, despite having cigarettes in his pocket, he refrained from smoking. Was it that the cigarettes were unsatisfactory? Little did she know that the son before her was no longer the same. He had returned to repay a debt of gratitude. The 2 piglets, with their square snouts and elongated bodies, caught the eye of Uncle Jiang, the trader, who marveled at the boy's discerning taste in selecting piglets. He mused on how, at such a tender age, the boy could possess such keen insight. It seemed that with old Bao gone, little Bao had taken the helm, and brighter days were on the horizon. Bao Zili had acquired the skill of selecting pigs from watching mobile videos in his previous life. The pigs, with their square snouts and long bodies, resembled his usual method of selecting seeds and saplings, showcasing an energetic demeanor. In rural vernacular, it is said that those with longer waists and larger posteriors are capable of bearing offspring, and the same principle applies to pigs. If piglets grow too large, they become difficult to raise, as changes in feed and environment can lead to a few days of food refusal and weight loss. Mother took a piece of rope, fashioned from the tattered cloth strips my father had made, and I tied the pigs up. The little pigs grew accustomed to the rope. As they matured, they would become familiar with it. If they were not accustomed to it from a young age, they would resist it when older. There is a method to tying up piglets. The larger pigs are secured around the neck, while the smaller ones are tethered at the front legs, resembling suspenders worn by humans. The 2 front legs are tied together behind their backs, forming a shape akin to the crossed numeral 8. The pig pen had been cleaned just a couple of days prior, with a thick layer of ash spread over the floor. The 2 piglets entered this unfamiliar environment, sniffing about and exploring cautiously. Perhaps the history of wild boars being domesticated contributed to their timid disposition, instilling in them a genetic apprehension towards humans, perceiving all who moved, regardless of size, as potential masters of their fate. With the arrival of the pigs, the household felt a refreshing change in atmosphere. In winter, tossing a bundle of wheat straw or corn stalks into the pig pen would allow the pigs to burrow in, keeping warm, a traditional method of raising local and black pigs that, while rustic, proved effective. Bao Zili observed the scene and said to his mother, "Mom, I have taken the cart to level the land." His words were coming to fruition. Tears welled up in the eyes of Mother Guilin, lamenting the untimely departure of her late husband, who had left no legacy for their son, nor provided assistance in navigating the challenges of life. He had not even arranged for the monumental task of finding a bride for their son. Witnessing her son's resolute nature, the burden on her shoulders lightened, and a gentle smile graced her face. The tears that had not fallen moments before transformed into tears of joy, instilling in her a sense of hope that life could still forge ahead. With a son like this, she felt that all was sufficient. Chapter 6. Have the pigs been fed? The cart belonging to Bao Zili was constructed by a carpenter during his father's lifetime. The yoke was fashioned from sun-dried black locust wood, while the cart's body was made from peeled and dried poplar wood. If the poplar was not sufficiently dried, it was prone to infestation. In that era, it was customary to enlist carpenters to craft carts, as such vehicles represented an additional labor force, alleviating the need to carry burdens on one's shoulders. As Bao Zili pulled the cart, his mother followed behind. pushing it along as they maneuvered from the steep earthen courtyard to the terraced fields at the entrance. Shen Guilin gazed upon the expanse of yellow earth. Having lived through the era of agricultural cooperatives and irrigation projects, she held a deep-seated resentment towards the arduous task of leveling land. Who would want to spend their time moving soil from one place to another? Even now, without agricultural cooperatives, there was still work to be done in tree planting and provincial irrigation projects. Such hardships were not for the faint of heart. After a moment of contemplation, she inquired of her son, "Have you given it sufficient thought? This vast expanse of land, 1.5 acres, will take an indeterminate amount of time to level." "Mother, I have made up my mind. It may be exhausting now, but once this land is leveled, we can cultivate fruit trees and crops. This effort is for the long-term benefit of the land. Since this area is not included in the irrigation projects, if we do not take action ourselves, no one else will assist us. A year of toil will yield years of ease. Once the land is leveled, it will retain moisture, and we will no longer have to manage it. I will start leveling from that side, making progress to ensure we can plant corn across most of the area, while gradually leveling the higher sections." "Very well, as long as you are certain, I support you. This task of digging is labor-intensive, and it cannot be completed in a day or two. Work steadily and evenly. Mother, you and my sister can go weed the wheat field while I focus on leveling the land here, striving to plant the fruit trees as soon as possible. In a few days, we will irrigate and plant the row of fruit trees in the center, ensuring it does not interfere with the corn planting." Bao Zili established a leveling line, using a hoe to carve a line down the middle of the plot, marking a point for soil removal as he moved earth from high to low, establishing a reference point. Carefully, he peeled back the top layer of soil, pushing the cart slowly, always following the impression of the cart wheels to conserve energy. Thus began 3 months of labor. Originally, the task could have been completed in 3 months. However, due to the disruption of the wheat harvest, it extended to 5.5 months. Nearly half a year before the land was finally leveled. Meanwhile, his younger sister carried a small basket woven from strips of grass, gathering fodder for the pigs from the plot that Bao Zili had been leveling. The younger sister began to chide her brother, questioning who, like him, would squander their time digging in the dirt instead of assisting with the task of gathering fodder for the pigs. How could a mere child dare to reprimand her elder brother? He seemed to embody the essence of a slacker in an agricultural co-op. Rather than accompany their mother to the wheat fields in search of pig fodder, he idled at home, where one would find scant supply of such grass. He could scarcely collect a basketful in a day, and yet, even while tending to family tasks, he sought shortcuts. The young girl squinted at her brother, perplexed by his newfound propensity for verbal sparring, a stark contrast to his previous indifference towards her. Had he been possessed by some whimsical spirit? Upon having her thoughts laid bare, her cheeks flushed like ripe apples, as she trailed closely behind their mother, incessantly lamenting her brother's shortcomings. She boldly proclaimed that when she matured, she would take charge of the household, compelling her brother to labor under her authority. It was akin to a teacher querying their students about their aspirations, only to have a pupil respond with the desire to become a teacher, one who could impose discipline upon the teacher's own grandchildren. Their mother remained silent, recognizing that children often speak in haste and that such words should not be taken to heart. When she grew older and married, she would likely forget this jest. A harmonious family atmosphere thrives when each member is engaged in purposeful work, all striving towards a common goal. The family unit resembles the leader of a martial arts sect, who establishes a guiding principle, directing everyone's efforts toward contributing to a shared cause. It is not merely the acumen of Bao Zili that stands out, but rather his understanding that, for nearly a century onward, apples have been the cornerstone of their local economy. From the initial distribution of the free Qingguan apples by the state, to the later introduction of Huang Yuanshui apples, and eventually the emergence of the Hong Fuji variety, each cultivar has fulfilled the dreams of many aspiring to prosperity. Regrettably, they have yet to cultivate a brand as recognized as the apples of Jingning and Gansu, which benefit from the promotion of figures like Pan Shi. Consequently, their apples have followed the market trends, occasionally fetching prices as high as 25 yuan. With a steadfast belief in the future and a clear sense of direction, Bao Zili labored diligently in the fields. During breaks, he would return home to retrieve a bowl and thermos, pouring himself a drink, and eventually acquiring a canning jar in which he would keep tea leaves and orange powder, a habit cultivated from his labor and hydration routine. When one finds themselves uncertain about their future, It is crucial to ascertain whether the industry and product they engage with possess a viable market. Having retained memories from a past life, Bao Zili understood that apples were in high demand, which emboldened him to pursue this endeavor without hesitation. Later, as the Qingguan apples phased out of the market, Bao Zili convinced his mother to plant Hong Fuji apples in the fields designated for wheat. Naturally, the state ceased to provide free saplings, offering substantial subsidies instead. While individuals contributed a modest sum, at that time, the apple saplings cost 0.25 yuan each. As new phenomena emerge, they can coalesce into a significant trend, shaping a market. Their county now boasted a variety of tree saplings, including peach, apple, and pear trees, which established wholesale bases during the spring and autumn seasons. Once a market is established, people congregate like iron filings drawn to a magnet, gradually forming an economic tide. At this juncture, the elder sister returned. Having gathered the pig fodder, seeing her brother's unwavering confidence, she inquired, "Brother, how can you be so certain that apples will hold value in the future?" She paused for a moment and posed a question of her own. "When you have enough food to eat, what do you think about?" As a girl, her thoughts naturally drifted towards purchasing new clothes. In contrast, boys often contemplated indulging in meat, smoking, and drinking. She reflected on the prospect that once everyone had sufficient food and disposable income, would they not consider buying apples? After all, apples are still a rarity, not found in every household. "Brother, your reasoning is quite thorough," she acknowledged. He replied, "Sister, you possess a commendable honesty, yet you lack the sharpness of insight. While you have your own opinions, you struggle to seize opportunities and recognize potential ventures. In the future, take time to ponder before making decisions. I may not always be by your side, and when you marry, you will need to take charge of your household." A woman with foresight can greatly contribute to her family's prosperity. Conversely, if one's vision is limited, they may only manage a mundane existence, relying solely on their husband and unable to sustain a household independently. If your future husband is capable, then perhaps it will suffice. Otherwise, life could become quite challenging. "Oh, I thought you returned home seeking delicious food, but instead, you are here idling with your brother. Have you fed the pigs? Have you fed the rabbits?" The younger sister, adopting a tone of a little adult, chastised her sister and, by extension, her brother, feeling a sense of accomplishment as she reclaimed her morning dignity. "You brought back a small basket. It took you so long to return, yet you criticize others? With 2 hands, how could you be so slow? Brother, are you deceiving us with tales of living in a grand house? I considered that our family lacks the income to afford such a dwelling. When did you become so astute? Why did I only allocate shares of the rabbits and pigs to you and your sister? It is because we are saving other income for the purpose of building that grand house. For instance, the income from grain and future apple sales, as well as our plans to raise cattle, all of which will yield profits. In due time, I will check if the local brick factory is hiring. If they are, I shall work there. All these avenues will generate income. I cannot see any of that income yet. Brother, do not tantalize me with dreams." She clarified, "I intend to reside in that house, but I cannot use my shares from raising pigs and rabbits to fund it." "Look at our little money-conscious girl," he remarked. Just moments ago, she claimed the notion of building a grand house was a deception, yet now she refuses to part with her meager savings. "You must honor your word and not deceive us, just as our parents did when they promised us red envelopes during the new year, only to say by the second day that they were saving it for us. Every year, they spent our red envelope money, and when we approached them for it, they would argue that it was never truly ours. It is always our money that they spent, making no distinction between giving and taking back. I would prefer a piece of paper as it is tangible. At least it would not be taken away by our parents." Upon hearing this, Bao Zili and the older sister burst into laughter, realizing that this little girl had learned her lesson, which explained her newfound cleverness. "Stop talking. If you continue, I will lose the strength to dig. Go feed the pigs while your sister prepares the meal, or perhaps you shall cook while she tends to the pigs. I shall take on the culinary duties, while my sister cares for the swine. Alas, I have erred. It is I who will feed the pigs while my sister engages in cooking." The little girl dashed towards the pig pen like a gust of wind. Observing the diligent and unpretentious elder sister alongside the clever and endearing younger sister, Bao Zili made a silent vow within his heart to manage this household with utmost care, ensuring they would lead prosperous lives, free from the woes of poverty and hunger. He also aspired to guide them along the path to affluence, imparting to them the wisdom of financial acumen. Chapter 7. The rabbit exchanges for a goat. Having been part of this family for nearly 3 months, Bao Zili refrained from foolishly inquiring about the year upon his arrival, fearing he might be thought to suffer from amnesia or to be possessed. Through careful observation, he discerned that the year was 1983, a time brimming with opportunities, marking the onset of wealth accumulation in their hometown and a growing disparity between the affluent and the impoverished. Bao Zili did not possess any extraordinary abilities. Unlike the protagonists often depicted in novels who could magically enhance crop yields or infuse them with myriad organic elements beneficial to human health, he did not harbor an entire library within his mind, nor carry a miniature world within his being. What he possessed was merely his life experience and the accumulated wisdom of years. To illustrate, one might say that in a family with elders, there is an old adage: an elder in the family is like a treasure. Many elders may struggle with physical limitations, yet they can serve as strategists, guiding the family towards success by formulating significant plans and strategies. Bao Zili embodied the essence of a sage from another realm. His growth and insights, along with his life experiences, distinguished him from those around him. Farming, in his view, was not merely about the annual harvest of wheat and corn. It was about cultivating understanding and skills. Such crops could sustain a family, but could not lead to wealth. In the 1980s, this reality was not yet evident. But as the 1990s approached, an increasing number of individuals began to seek employment away from home, indicating that the land could not fulfill all their aspirations and dreams. The yellow earth could yield wheat, corn, soybeans, and sorghum, yet it could not produce entrepreneurs, business owners, or elite figures of the era. Standing on the edge of the terraced fields, Bao Zili gazed upon the yellow earth mountains below and across from him. This region was known as the Lus Plateau, specifically the Lus Flatlands, where the terrain starkly contrasted with that of the south. The inhabitants of the Lus Plateau lived atop the mountains, while those from the south resided below. Thus, southerners cherished climbing mountains to gain a broader perspective, while those from the Lus Plateau preferred the waters and greenery found at the foot of the hills. From the summit, Bao Zili proclaimed, "I have returned. I have returned." Tears welled in his eyes, reminiscent of the heartfelt introduction delivered by Liu Dehua before his moving song Lonely Star's Tears in the era of short videos, a moment that could stir one's emotions profoundly. He remained ever devoted to this yellow land, forever unable to forget it in his dreams, a haunting presence in his thoughts. "Where are you?" echoed a voice from the opposing mountain. "I am here, where are you? I am here, where are you?" The grand ditch before the door resembled a massive trench carved by a great flood, with the slopes on either side akin to two sturdy legs. Shouting from this mountainside formed a resonant echo across to the other side. The response from the mountain across was rather faint. Bao Zili, with a high spirit, was engaged in the echo wall game. The villagers referred to the opposite mountain as Echo Cliff. Suddenly, a voice emerged from behind. "So you are here slacking off? I shall tell mother when I return home. She even asked me to call you for dinner. Seeing you loafing about, I almost wished to close the door and finish the meal by myself." Without needing to turn around, Bao Zili knew it was his little sister, whose words were sharp and unrelenting. With the same flour, the shrewd and skillful village women could transform simple ingredients into various delicacies. For instance, today they had mixed dumplings, and tomorrow it would be cold noodles. Those women devoid of ambition would only steam buns and roll noodles, preparing the same meal day after day until they themselves lost their appetite, leaving the entire family grumbling in discontent. Today, his mother prepared white and red bread, a popular dish known as bao bao mian. She made a soup with wild shepherd's purse and added a beaten egg. A pot of soup, with a sprinkle of egg flour in each bowl, was enhanced by chili and oil, whetting the appetite. After finishing the bao bao mian, Zili savored a hearty bowl of noodle soup and gradually made his way out of the cave dwelling, sitting by the ground, contemplating the land he would cultivate in the future, his heart brimming with an overwhelming sense of achievement and joy. At that moment, he heard a child weeping as they ran past the entrance of their cave. Drawing from the original owner's memories, Bao Zili recognized the child. He was the neighbor's son, named Hainyo. Perhaps due to the lack of education in that era, even the names like Dog Egg and Hainyo were easily pronounced, and many would remain unaltered, etched onto identification cards and household registration books. Soon, he saw an adult from their family carrying a goat back home. They owned only one goat, which the child would take to the mountains to graze, saving some green fodder. Throughout the winter, the goat's diet consisted solely of leaves and corn stalks. The kid had not yet been weaned, being just over a month old. Now that the adult goat was in trouble, the kid would also be hard to care for. Initially, this goat was meant for Hainyo's mother to provide goat's milk, as she had given birth to her third child, and, with age, her milk supply dwindled. They had purchased the goat to nourish the infant and for the adults to consume. Now, the child was 3 years old and no longer required goat's milk. So the goat remained at home. Each year, producing a litter of kids was a decent source of income. They raised the goat much like a pig, taking it to graze on the mountains whenever they had time, requiring minimal feed, only investing time in its care. Bao Zili ran over to observe the commotion at Hainyo's home, where a crowd had gathered around the yard. Someone had whispered to Hainyo, "Are you hoping for some goat meat? Have you done this to the goat?" Hainyo chased after the adult with a stick meant for herding goats, shouting, "It was clearly a snake bite. How could I have harmed it? You're an adult. Your words are nothing but nonsense and harm. My parents didn't hit me. Are you unhappy for some reason?" As the goat's condition worsened, its body turned cold. Hainyo recounted that when his parents had just left, the goat had still cried out in pain a few times. This small mountain village had peculiar terrain, while the surrounding counties and towns were devoid of venomous snakes. They were ironically plagued by them. Not long after the Qingming festival, venomous snakes began to bask in the sun, leaving one to wonder where the sheep had wandered off to graze, only to be bitten by a serpent. Typically, snakes inhabit dark, damp places rich in water and vegetation. As spring revealed its tender green grass, a child, having untied the rope, permitted the sheep to graze freely while he sat on the hillside watching. Suddenly, he heard the bleating of the sheep and rushed down the hill, discovering a snake coiling around the sheep's leg like a sticky candy. In a panic, the child struck the snake with a stick. Frightened, he hurried home to call for his parents. The mother of the black cow lamented, "What shall we do now? These 2 lambs were born not long ago and are still unaccustomed to grazing. They may not survive." The onlookers offered suggestions. Why not take them to the market? Especially when wealthy children pass by, let their parents spend money on a toy for them. The father of the black cow retorted, "Is that truly your suggestion? Who among the people today has spare change to care for such creatures? They wouldn't even spare a coin for a fried dough twist for their children, let alone buy a sheep. A single lamb costs around 10 yuan, while a larger one is 20, and a medium-sized sheep is 30. Besides, raising them is quite challenging." He spoke the truth. The milk bottle used for feeding the child could indeed serve to nurture the lambs. Bao Zili joked, "Indeed, you need not be upset. Being angry serves no purpose. My cave is empty. If you wish, I shall take these 2 lambs home for my sister to play with. She is not attending school and spends her days idly at home." In this era, where county restaurants are not hiring and no one dares to seek work outside, people can only farm at home. Girls learn to cook and sew, engaging in needlework and similar tasks. Moreover, the villagers are well aware that Bao Zili's younger sister is spoiled, quick-tongued, and even quicker to insult, akin to a little tyrant at home. "Well, name your price. We can make it happen now." "Goodness, do I look like someone wealthy?" Bao Zili replied. "If you are truly willing, let us agree on a price. I will sell my rabbits at the market next time and bring you the money. Just help me care for them for a few days." At this moment, a member of the gathering chimed in, "Why not simply trade rabbits for sheep? The more you can negotiate, the better. We are all from the same village. If the meat spoils, it will be cooked in the same pot." Someone nearby laughed. "Hurry back, Zili. Trading 20 rabbits for 2 little goats is clearly a loss for you." Bao Zili chuckled, "I truly dislike raising rabbits. They consume too much. I prefer sheep. I am not afraid of being deceived. As long as my uncle agrees, I will promptly bring the sheep home." The parents of the black cow, who were skinning the sheep while assisting nearby, noticed this foolish boy's earnestness and began to provoke him. "Uncle will give them to you right now. Take these 2 sheep away from my sight. It is quite bothersome." Bao Zili indeed took the ropes and led the sheep away. "Is this real? Has someone truly taken this jest seriously?" remarked the group of onlookers. "Hey, black cow's father, hurry and bring out your tobacco leaves for someone to roll a cigarette. Look how you've resolved this situation." To avoid the possibility of bringing sheep to the market without any buyers, one must question whether they could sustain themselves if sold. Even if there are buyers, the feasibility of sustaining them is debatable. Should they fail to thrive, one would be obliged to refund the purchase. Considering rabbits priced at 3 yuan each, 20 or more would amount to 40 to 50 yuan. Even if you raise them to maturity, akin to the larger sheep you have skinned, it would yield merely around 80 yuan. These 2 small lambs are worth less than 10 yuan. You have certainly made a considerable profit. Before long, Bao Zili returned with 2 ropes in hand. Upon entering, he called out to Hainyo's parents, saying, "Uncle, come to my house to catch some rabbits." Hainyo's father exchanged a knowing glance with his wife. "You go ahead. Women are more agreeable. What if I encounter Bao Zili's mother and she accuses me of deceiving children?" Women, it seems, are easier to negotiate with. Hainyo's mother arrived at Zili's home with a basket. Upon entering the yard, she greeted Zili's mother, Shunguolan, saying, "Sister, I've come to see you. Your child insists on trading our little lambs for rabbits. If you're willing, I'll catch the rabbits. If not, I'll take my lambs home. It's as simple as that. My child has spoken, and I cannot allow them to lose face. He's soon to marry. A promise must be kept." Prior to Hainyo's mother entering the yard, Bao Zili had instructed his 2 younger sisters to select a pair of old rabbits and another pair of medium-sized ones. According to his sisters, these 4 rabbits were to be kept for breeding. Hainyo's mother began counting, and to her delight, she counted a total of 23 rabbits. Her heart brimmed with joy as she inwardly chastised, "This foolish boy from the Bao family is easily deceived." It took her 5 trips with the basket to collect all the rabbits, and her excitement was akin to finding money. Seeing his wife return with a substantial number of rabbits, Hainyo's father finally smiled. Upon learning that 8 of the rabbits were large while the rest were medium-sized, his expression brightened further. Regardless of their size, all were accounted for as small rabbits, yielding nearly 50 yuan at 3 yuan each. He realized he had made a profit of approximately 20 yuan. Unfortunately, their large goat had been bitten by a snake. Otherwise, the earnings would have been greater. Hainyo's mother, leading Hainyo with the basket, set off to the fields to gather fodder for the rabbits. After all, what would they do if their own rabbits went hungry that night? Meanwhile, Hainyo's father began enclosing the goat pen with wooden stakes and boards to convert it into a rabbit hutch. Standing opposite Bao Zili, the younger sister, hands behind her back, questioned him. "Hey, elder brother, can you explain this situation? We traded valuable rabbits for these 2 uncertain lambs. Do you think this trade was wise? If it weren't for Hainyo's mother's age, I would suspect she employed some charm to persuade you. Financially, we have certainly lost a great deal. Had we taken this brood of rabbits to market, they would have been worth far more than these 2 lambs. What prompted you to make this decision? Was it charm?" Chapter 8. Discussing the prospects of sheep farming with my sister, the younger sister, hands on her hips, noticed her brother's silence and felt vindicated. Changing her stance, she prepared to deliver a judgment upon this familial transgressor, adopting an authoritative tone. "Well, did I not speak the truth? How could you be such a wastrel? It seems that you are not particularly concerned about the rabbits that are not yours, are you?" The younger sister gazed at her brother with a hint of perplexity. The brother she held in high regard was certainly not one to suffer losses easily. Take, for instance, that incident at Uncle Gao's house when they went to catch piglets. He insisted on a price increase, suggesting they would provide an additional 100 jin of bran, as if the extra money spent was simply for purchasing bran. She mused. If even the little sister understood that over 20 rabbits were worth more than 2 lambs, why was her intelligent brother oblivious to this? Could he possibly have ulterior motives? Their mother, Shunguolan, observed her 3 children and thought to herself that it seemed her 2 daughters would need to be educated further, as their thoughts diverged significantly from their brothers. One was perched atop a mountain, while the others were at the foot and halfway up. Fortunately, the child destined to establish their own household stood at the summit. Bao Zili addressed his 2 younger sisters, asking, "Do you believe this business venture of mine is a losing proposition?" The younger sister turned to her elder sibling and scoffed, "Brother isn't foolish. Why would he engage in a losing deal?" Bao Zili began to explain, "If these 20-plus rabbits are raised until next year, just calculate their worth. Even if we assume each rabbit is a female capable of producing 6 offspring, we could end up with over 100 rabbits, valued at approximately 200 yuan. Not accounting for those that may not survive. Consider the amount of fodder required for over 100 rabbits. Can you manage that? As for the 2 lambs, both are female. If nurtured properly, they could conceive in half a year. After a year, we would have 6 sheep. If raised well, each sheep could fetch around 80 yuan. 6 sheep would yield over 400 to 500 yuan. Now, which is more labor-intensive and yields quicker results, raising rabbits for 2 years or raising sheep?" The younger sister meticulously counted on her fingers and realized her brother's words held merit. Yet, she stubbornly retorted, "That still doesn't justify it. Clearly, you are in the wrong. Why is it that we end up appearing unreasonable?" She turned to her sister. "Don't you think there is something amiss here? Is our brother attempting to deceive us?" I can't shake the feeling that something isn't right. Her brother had previously mentioned selling the rabbits to purchase pigs. Now, with the pigs being sold for pork, they had exchanged their rabbits for 2 goats. How would the future profits be divided? Indeed, my sister, we must discuss how to share the profits. The younger sister remarked. Given that the sheep will yield greater returns, we will need to jointly care for them. Each of you will take 2 shares, totaling 4 shares for the 2 of you. Mother and I will hold the remaining 6 shares. Our 6 shares will be saved for building a house, while your 4 shares will serve as your little treasury. However, from the profits of raising the sheep, you must set aside a small portion for purchasing the glass and curtains you desire. Bao Zili began to guide his younger sisters on saving and spending wisely. Sister, do you think what he said about the 2 shares is excessive? Each of us would receive 2 shares, which indeed seems ample. Otherwise, how could we refer to him as brother? The larger the pie, the greater the share. It's a principle found in molecular science, something you would have learned in elementary school. However, the elder sister remained skeptical. Yet, I can't shake the feeling that something is amiss. It seems as though I have been deceived. Younger sister, what do you sense is incorrect? I understand now. My brother contributed not a single penny. Yet he expects to claim 60%, does he not? Suddenly, it dawned upon me that he is waiting for us here. What a clever lad, only now realizing this. Fear not. In a year or 2, you will comprehend that raising sheep is far more profitable than tending to rabbits. This was my idea. I hold a stake without monetary investment, relying instead on intellect and ingenuity to generate profit. Why is it that so many in our village struggle to earn money? It is because they labor diligently but fail to engage their minds. Observing my sister, I felt both exasperated and amused. With such intelligence, she must not be deceived by other men in the future. How advantageous, is it not? As you have said, sheep graze on grass without the need for feed. They grow larger, sold by weight. Rabbits, too, are sold by weight, yet they have a higher mortality rate. Although they produce more offspring annually, they consume a considerable amount of grass, resulting in less meat yield, and their market price is lower. While working in the fields, I can simply tether the sheep to the edge of the land. When busy, you and your sister can tie the sheep at the roadside in front of your home, or each of you can lead one to graze. You may also gather more grass to feed them in the enclosure at home. My sister painted a bright future for sheep farming. Moreover, sheep manure serves as excellent fertilizer. A cartload of sheep dung surpasses the efficacy of a cartload of pig or cow dung. In the future, when we apply sheep manure to our fields, you will witness the quality of our wheat flourish. Brother, since you believe sheep farming is so beneficial, why did the He family's black cow agree to trade these 2 lambs for rabbits? Perhaps they are swayed by immediate profits. At present, our 20+ rabbits are worth more than these 2 lambs. Additionally, they have experience with sheep and understand the hardships of raising them. Thus, they covet what they do not possess while undervaluing what they have. Brother, we have acquired the sheep, yet we lack a place to tether them. Our cave dwellings are numerous, but tethering the sheep in the living quarters would create an unbearable stench. After inspecting our options, I found one cave used for storing firewood that could be vacated. However, leaving firewood in a cave would appear rather untidy. Let us construct another cave. We shall dig a smaller one to serve as a toilet, clearing out the current toilet and using wooden stakes to tether the lambs. This small cave will eventually grow deeper and higher. We will place the newly constructed toilet adjacent to the sheep pen and dig another smaller toilet. Without further ado, I began excavating a cave 1 meter high. The initial half meter was the most challenging due to the dry soil, but as I dug deeper, I encountered moist earth, making the task increasingly effortless. After digging nearly a meter deep, I sat down to rest, as twilight descended and sparrows settled on the wild sour jujube branches above, chattering about their discoveries of insects throughout the day. The following day, I made more progress, using a cart to transport the soil to the ravine in front of the door, leaving a small mound for bedding in the pig and rabbit pens. The soil for the sheep pen was used as I excavated. The yellow loam cave has its advantages. It may lack many resources, but it is never short of yellow earth. I instructed my mother to fashion a curtain from corn stalks for my 2 sisters. When one goes to the lavatory, they draw the curtain down, and when not in use, they bind it with a string. Concurrently, Bao Zili expressed his intention to construct a small toilet near his well-tended terraced fields adjacent to the cave dwelling, suggesting that when the opportunity arises and time permits, it would be convenient to use the facilities by the fields. The excrement would not require removal. It could simply be scattered directly onto the ground. Eventually, The lavatory in the courtyard became less utilized, with the entire family opting to relieve themselves outdoors in the expansive fields, where the air was fresh and the view was unobstructed. In the evenings, Bao Zili would light an oil lamp and sweep the kong, as sometimes insects or scorpions would hide beneath the blankets, posing a risk of bites. There were even instances where snakes would take refuge on the kong, leading to frightful encounters. After undressing and extinguishing the lamp, he would open his eyes to contemplate various matters. In rural households, to conserve a few drops of kerosene, lighting lamps at night was often avoided. With the advent of lighters, it became apparent that they were a more economical choice than matches. After the passing of his father, the family estate was entrusted to him. Following his rebirth, he acquired 2 piglets and 2 lambs and planned to plant apple trees on the 15 acres of land in front of his home. Everything was aligning with his aspirations, marking the beginning of a promising life. The previous occupant, Bao Zili, was indolent and carefree. Once his 2 sisters were married off, he and his wife lived in poverty. Tragically, his wife succumbed to illness due to lack of funds for treatment. His son met an untimely demise, and his daughter died from excessive bleeding after giving birth to her 3rd child. Left alone, he was engulfed in desolation. Reflecting on the dismal fate of the original protagonist in his twilight years, Bao Zili sought to alter the course of his predecessor's life and change his destiny. He resolved never to resort to poisoning neighbors, resulting in familial tragedies, nor to inflict harm upon innocent children. Such a tragic conclusion was to be avoided at all costs. Upon awakening the following morning, Bao Zili began his search for unused old milk bottles, scouring the village. Although they were old, others were reluctant to part with them for fear of using them for their children. With no other option, he used a small basin to mix bran with a pinch of salt to feed the lambs. These lambs, akin to children, could thrive easily with attentive care. Both lambs appeared healthy, showing no signs of diarrhea or illness, and their outward appearance reflected vitality. When selecting chicks in the rural setting, one would avoid those with drooping wings and closed eyes, as such specimens were bound to perish. Similarly, when choosing lambs, it was ideal to find those with firm tails, clear eyes devoid of discharge, and an energetic demeanor. Much like humans, an individual who appears frail is often in poor health. Even the elderly in the village select the best produce from their gardens. Observing 2 chickens in the yard, a rooster and a hen, one cannot help but find humor in the situation. The intention behind raising chickens is to procure eggs, yet these 2 fowl consume bran daily and scavenge for insects in the fields. They have laid few eggs, instead consuming a significant portion of their feed. The amount of feed consumed by these 2 chickens in a year could sustain a pig, making the investment seem unwise. Mother, why don't we just slaughter one of these chickens for dinner? They seem rather old, and keeping them serves little purpose. Very well, if you wish to have meat, then let it be so. Which one shall we kill first? Let us take the life of this hen, for she lays no eggs. What purpose does she serve? The rooster, however, crows to awaken us each morning. It has been quite some time since we contemplated acquiring a watch for the household. We cannot rely on the crowing of a rooster to keep time. Observing the moon and the sun provides no precision. Perhaps we should procure an electronic watch to place in the home, though it should not be worn, as such items are prone to damage. In the next episode, I shall take this rooster to the market to sell. If successful, I will spend 3 yuan at the cooperative store to purchase a watch. Upon hearing that her brother intends to slaughter the chicken, the sister rushes over, inquiring when the deed will be done, eager to prepare hot water. Tomorrow morning, I reply. Having already eaten breakfast today, we shall rise early to boil a pot of water for the chicken. In the afternoon, we will enjoy a noodle soup made from the chicken. Since our father's passing, Bao Zili has taken to fetching water from the mountain stream using a bucket. Each day, he makes 2 trips, once in the morning and once in the evening. He particularly cherishes the rainy days, when he can stretch plastic sheets to collect rainwater in the yard. This harvested rainwater is stored in a barrel, serving for cooking noodles, washing clothes, and doing dishes. The spring water from the stream is reserved for boiling and stored in a thermos for drinking. Occasionally, when the supply runs low, the rainwater can also be boiled and consumed. Tomorrow, we will require a barrel of water for the chicken. What a wasteful endeavor. The 2 lambs still need their share, and the pigs at home must also be watered, consuming a whole load daily. At this time, villagers with available labor are digging water cisterns in their yards or fields. Especially during the summer and autumn, when rain is abundant, the stored water lasts a long time, providing a vital resource for daily life and feeding livestock. I observe the pond in front of our home, designated for water storage, yet it is unsuitable for consumption. The sun bakes the frogs in its depths, turning the water green. In contrast, the water in the cistern remains clear and untainted. Perhaps in a few years, we should consider digging a cistern for our family. However, reflecting on the necessity of constructing a large tiled house in the residential area, if we dig a cistern now, we may not be able to transfer it to the new yard. Therefore, it may be best to invest in a cart with an iron barrel to transport water. A large iron barrel costs only 0.6 yuan and can carry 6 loads of water. At this moment, there is also running water available. A large iron barrel of water costs 0.6 yuan, while a load of water is merely 0.05 yuan. People typically resort to running water only when their usage is substantial or finances are ample. Otherwise, they gather free river or spring water from the streams. As I gaze upon the 2 piglets and the 2 lambs, I recognize that we are still in the initial investment phase, with no profits in sight, at least for the next 6 months. If I wish to earn some money, where should I turn? Bao Zili finds himself deep in thought. Chapter 9. Finding ways to earn money. The early stages of entrepreneurship are often the most challenging, particularly for those starting from scratch. Bao Zili contemplates the current state of his family. Without any output, how will they sustain their future? During mealtime, he convenes a family meeting, suggesting that if anyone hears of someone in the village buying goods, they should inform him so he can decide whether to sell or not. In these times, not even a scrap collector can be found, and even if there were, our household possesses little of value to sell. On that day, my younger sister, with a clever glint in her eyes, rushed back to say, "Brother, Uncle Li from the village is purchasing wood for the coal mine, stating that only logs as thick as a man's arm will suffice. What can such wood possibly do? Akin to a hoe handle." Bao Zili promptly hurried to Uncle Li's residence to inquire, and indeed, he was in need of such wood. Bao Zili expressed his intention to sell the locust and miscellaneous trees in front of his house, suggesting that if the buyer was interested, they could come to saw the wood themselves. Uncle Li also reached out to others, all of whom preferred to measure and cut the wood themselves, resulting in a higher price. Bao Zili remarked that his trees were alive, not dead timber, fearing that if they were cut down, they would go unsold, leading to a waste of resources. Consequently, 3 days later, the coal mine personnel arrived at their home, sawing down all the desirable wood, filling more than half a tractor trailer. They settled the payment on the spot, amounting to nearly 300 yuan. The neighbors questioned the child's judgment, lamenting, "Why sell perfectly good timber now when it could yield a handsome profit in a few years? Are you not killing the goose that lays the golden eggs?" Unable to wait for the trees to mature, while the neighbors expressed their concerns, even the village had approached, asking, "Why have you cut down the trees in front of your house? Although they belong to your private forest, it is indeed a pity." Bao Zili replied truthfully, "We have no cash left. Life has become unbearable. I sought to borrow money, but due to my young age, no one would lend to me." The village head sighed. "You have borne much hardship, my child. As long as you build this platform, life will gradually improve. Your lambs will grow and bear young, and your pigs will grow large enough to sell. Take your time." That afternoon, Bao Zili unusually ate little, consuming only half a bowl of noodles and 3 bowls of broth, pacing around the courtyard alone. His mother, Shun Guilan, watched her son with a heavy heart, shedding tears while washing dishes in the kitchen. She lamented, "It's all because your father passed away too soon. The child has had to take charge at such a young age without guidance. Previously, he was a misfit in the village, and I had given up hope for him. Now that he seeks to amend his ways, there is no one to teach him, and I cannot impart any wisdom. He must navigate this path alone." After pacing for a while and sketching ideas, Bao Zili again took up his tools to excavate a cave. His mother, feeling sympathetic, asked, "Why are you digging another cave, my child?" He replied, "Mother, I wish to dig another cave for future use. I plan to raise 2 litters of pigs. If life improves, I aspire to rear 6 pigs, 2 in each litter. 1 cave cannot accommodate them all. I need 2 caves, so I must take advantage of this free time to excavate them." In recent days, Bao Zili had been resting on the Kong. The labor of leveling the ground was indeed exhausting. It was his first experience with such demanding work. His sister returned again, reporting that a household in the village wished to make a coffin for their father, but found the suitable boards too expensive. She mentioned that the family bore the surname Zhu, the former village head. Bao Zili rushed to inquire about the type of wood they desired. He mentioned that the paulownia tree above their cave, planted by his grandfather, had grown for many years and was quite thick, nearly too large for a person to embrace with outstretched arms. He asked if they might be interested. The old village head responded, "I am quite robust. I can consume 2 buns in one meal and can wait. Have the child come to inspect the tree and find an intermediary to discuss the price." On that very day, 2 towering catalpa trees were finalized for sale at 60 yuan each. These trees, towering over 6 meters, significantly surpassed the height of 2 ordinary tree trunks. The following morning, the venerable village elder arrived with a crew to personally fell the trees. It was agreed that all the trunks would be taken away, leaving the treetops behind for Bao Zili's family to use as firewood. At that moment, there were no crops in the fields, making the task of clearing the area rather effortless. In truth, the price for the timber was neither excessively high nor low. It was quite reasonable. Should the wood be processed into paulownia boards, the value could potentially double, transforming a 100 yuan item into something worth 400. If crafted into furniture, the worth would exceed 300 yuan. The 2 catalpa trees, valued at 120 yuan, were insufficient for constructing a house. At that time, preparing around 1,000 yuan for materials and labor was essential. Including doors, windows, and steel reinforcements, the total would amount to 1,100 yuan, covering the cost of 3 rooms. The expenses for the remaining materials for the 3 brick and tile houses could be deferred. Bao Zili had saved 200 yuan, divided into 2 deposit slips, which he entrusted to the credit cooperative. One slip was kept close to his mother, while he retained the other. He exchanged 20 yuan for small change to cover household expenses. However, before the warmth of their fortune could settle in, his elder sister arrived, her countenance drawn, informing their mother that her mother-in-law demanded repayment of a family debt. Alas, barely having sold the trees, the creditors arrived, and from among the closest kin no less. With no other recourse, he relinquished the entire 200 yuan, managing to send her away after much persuasion. It seemed disheartening that his sister, once married, had turned her allegiance to her in-laws. The day was overcast, and Bao Zili took his 2 younger sisters to the mountains, carrying a burlap sack. He instructed them to search for Sichuan pepper saplings in the shaded slopes, also advising them to call him if they stumbled upon any walnut tree saplings. As they commenced their digging, the saplings on the mountain were unclaimed and could be harvested freely. Initially, they intended to dig up persimmon trees, but since those required wild grafting, they settled for a few wild saplings instead. They spread the burlap sack on the ground and carefully rolled up the thorny pepper seedlings, placing them within. Their home was located in the rural area of Xianyang, Shaanxi, known as the birthplace of Sichuan pepper, historically referred to as Qinjiao. When selecting wild saplings, it was crucial to choose branches that were thick and straight, as this particular variety yielded red pepper that matured early and was in high demand. Conversely, if the branches were soft and the bark thin, they were of the inferior variety, locally known as gojiao, which, although bountiful in blossoms, was generally unappealing to the villagers, leading to fewer being dug up. Ultimately, they unearthed 45 Sichuan pepper saplings, bundled them in the burlap sack, and secured them with rope. Carrying the sack, the sisters each held 2 or 3 walnut saplings and wild persimmon saplings in their hands. The walnut saplings could not be planted alongside apple saplings due to their incompatibility. Upon returning home, Bao Zili began digging holes, instructing his sister to fetch a shovel as he planted the walnut tree in front of their house. He then used wild sour jujube trees to create a protective barrier, as the thorns would deter small animals from approaching and disturbing the walnut saplings. At that moment, their mother emerged, saying, "Child, you are not yet 30 and unmarried. According to our rural customs, one cannot plant Sichuan pepper trees unless they are an elder. Our family has no elders left. If there were an elder over the age of 50, they could plant Sichuan pepper trees. There exists a legend surrounding the prickly ash tree, which holds that if one were to harvest it when its trunk reaches the girth of a neck, the individual who planted it would meet an untimely demise. Consequently, few in my hometown dare to cultivate the prickly ash, perhaps perceiving it as an omen of misfortune. Indeed, in the local dialect, the prickly ash is referred to as the flower that dies early, a homophone that likely instills apprehension among the villagers. Nevertheless, Bao Zili is aware that in 4 or 5 years, the prickly ash will appreciate in value, and he assures his mother, "Do not worry, mother. I possess a strong constitution. Allow me to plant it. Soon, the prickly ash will be worth a fortune, enabling you and my sister to adorn yourselves in fine clothing." His mother, Shen Guilin, unable to dissuade her son, relents, saying, "Very well, you 3 dig the holes, and I shall plant the trees." At nearly 50, By the time the prickly ash grows to the size of a bowl, I will be nearing 80, and I cannot be certain I will reach such an age. In our village, no one has ever lived to 80. Most pass away in their 60s or 70s. If I were to reach 80, I would consider it a blessing. Thus, the three children excavate the holes while their mother plants the trees. The youngest sister, clever and astute, supports the prickly ash saplings. As she observes her children laboring, tears stream down her cheeks, feeling helpless in her inability to contribute meaningfully to the family. Why is it that she, the mother, is not the one shaping their future, but rather her children? These tasks were originally the responsibility of their father, yet he now lies beneath the earth, a mere mound of dust. Why does she feel so powerless, incapable of even the simplest of tasks? Once a circle of saplings has been planted, spaced approximately 2 meters apart, the mother worries that they are too densely packed, fearing they will grow entwined. Bao Zili reassures her, "We are situated on dry, barren land. As long as half of them survive, it will be a success. Let us plant them this way." They also position 2 walnut trees at either end of the plot, ensuring they do not interfere with the apple trees. The villagers seem oblivious to the proper care of walnut trees. Those planted in abundance yield little fruit, while a sparse few cultivated in the yard flourish. Perhaps the scarcity of walnut trees allows for larger canopies, leading one to perceive a bountiful harvest. Did we sell these 2 paulownia trees for too little? He muses. When we build our house, we could use them for boards, saving on expenses. However, felling trees requires considerable strength, and hiring someone to convert the wood into planks incurs labor costs. Very well, if it is cheap, then so be it, he concludes. His mother remains silent. In a couple of years, when the time comes to construct their home, they will invite their uncle to fell the trees, subsequently drying the wood to fashion doors and windows. Bao Zili harbors another motive. Through the lens of his past life, he perceives that in 20 years, these trees will be worthless. What is valued at 60 yuan today may fetch only 202 decades, yet still remain unwanted. Thus, he seizes the opportunity to sell while prices are favorable. Otherwise, in 20 years, these trees, particularly the paulownia, which are prone to hollowing, may depreciate in value. Furthermore, in 20 years' time, aluminum alloy doors and windows will be all the rage, eventually giving way to trialloy materials. Seeing her son drenched in sweat, his mother tenderly advises, "Take your time. Agricultural work cannot be completed in a day or 2. The weather has turned gloomy these past few days, and rain is imminent. We should plant the Sichuan pepper trees before the rain. Once it falls, the survival rate will increase, ensuring that our efforts are not in vain. Moreover, this period is indeed an opportune time for planting trees. Should we miss it, we would have to wait another year. You tend to overthink everything, far more than your father ever did. However, my dear son, let me share something with you. Do you remember your uncle? The one from your maternal grandfather's side? He is the child brought into the family by your great-grandfather, who, after much longing, was finally blessed with a son. Consequently, he has lived apart from others for many years, creating a somewhat unusual situation. Thus, your relationship with this uncle lacks any true blood ties. Mother, why are you suddenly bringing this up? Bao Zili could not help but recall the impression from the original owner's memories. The uncle has a daughter afflicted with polio. Based on Bao Zili's understanding from his previous life, he had never wed this girl from his uncle's family. Your uncle sent a message yesterday, inquiring whether your father's words during his lifetime still held any weight. Mother understood the implications of the message. Your father had once jokingly suggested marrying his daughter to you. At that time, you were wandering around the village daily, and we were quite anxious, for no girl from neighboring villages seemed interested in you. Caught off guard, Bao Zili pondered for a moment before replying to his mother, "I will think it over tonight and get back to you tomorrow." Chapter 10. Earning money by buying a second-hand bicycle the following morning. Bao Zili rose from bed and took the cart to the terraced fields to push soil. In his school days, the first period began with running laps on the playground. Back then, running 5 or 6 laps felt exhausting. Now, having neglected physical exercise for quite some time, he decided to push soil as a means of fitness. Moreover, the Sichuan pepper trees had already been planted, the walnut trees had been harvested, and the apple trees needed to be picked as well, all before the rain arrived. The saplings were still at the village chief's home, and yesterday's events had left him feeling disoriented, muddling his priorities. He took the cart to the village chief's house and returned with 3 bundles of apple saplings. The chief mentioned that no one else wanted them, and Bao Zili volunteered to plant them on his own acre of land. Had the chief not intervened, he might have brought back even more bundles. The chief laughed, remarking that he was merely fetching firewood. He claimed that planting dozens more would not pose a problem. The chief noted that the required spacing should be 4 meters apart. With a 3-meter distance between each tree, any denser arrangement would hinder apple production. Having lived 2 lives, Bao Zili understood the nuances of apple trees, having seen them, tasted the fruit, and pruned them in the past. Upon returning with the apple trees, he descended into the pit cave and called for his sisters to assist him. One would dig the hole while the 2 sisters would plant the apple trees. They used a fine string to mark the rows with wooden stakes, then measured roughly, using a hoe to dig holes the size of wash basins for planting. He recalled during school on Arbor Day. The teacher required a hole measuring 1 cubic meter for planting a tree. Bao Zili felt such dimensions were unnecessary. Thus, he dug holes the size of wash basins, enlisting his sister's help while he also dug and planted the apple trees, finding the task somewhat cumbersome. At that moment, they lacked proper fruit tree pruning shears, and reluctantly, he fetched an old pair of scissors his mother used for cutting fabric, trimming the roots slightly to enhance water absorption and increase the survival rate of the saplings. A family somewhat carelessly planted a row of approximately 20 trees, spaced 1.5 meters apart, observing the remaining bundles of seedlings. Bao Zili sought a shaded spot to bury them and watered them a little. The chosen location was a vegetable patch along the edge of the yard, free from field mice, frequently irrigated, and where the presence of people deterred any potential rodent mischief. Just as the apple trees were freshly planted, the spring rains began to fall in a gentle, rhythmic patter. Spring rains are seldom accompanied by thunder. They descend quietly, as if a deity of the skies were scattering droplets from dark clouds. Initially, a few raindrops fell, gradually coalescing into a steady stream, until the world was enveloped in a uniform hue. In previous years, such heavy rains were rare, typically replaced by a fine drizzle. The morning rain and weiching merely served to dampen the dust. Perhaps this year, the heavens had shown favor, allowing Bao Zili's saplings to thoroughly quench their thirst for water. After arranging the cart, Bao Zili donned a straw hat and stretched out plastic sheeting to collect rainwater for household use. His mother had prepared the meal, and during lunch, she inquired about her son's reflections from the previous night. "Well, mother, when the weather clears, you should send a message with the market-goers, asking my uncle and a few others to come and fell the Polonia trees. We had originally planned to build a house, and these trees can be cut down and stored as planks for that purpose. Have my aunt bring her daughter over to cook, and perhaps we can meet and settle things if the opportunity allows." "Child," his mother gently admonished, "you are of an age where several young men in the village are already married. However, our family is modest, and I worry about delays. You are a boy, and with your father gone, you must make your own decisions. With your appearance, finding a suitable partner should not be a challenge. Do not settle for less, nor compromise your happiness for the sake of accommodating the circumstances of the Liu family." Bao Zili understood well. In his previous life, the former owner of this body had married the alluring Wang Shijuan, who later became lazy and, like the original owner, ultimately succumbed to illness due to lack of funds for treatment. Given the chance to be reborn, he was determined to seize this opportunity and avoid the mistakes of the past. Thus, he resolved to approach the matter of marriage differently, believing that a different choice would yield a different outcome, much like choosing a warrior, mage, or priest in a game determines the beginning of one's journey. The original owner did not marry Shijuan. Instead, she wed an ordinary man and led a mundane life. Yet, her 2 sons thrived. One joined the military, while the other became a doctor, living lives far more prosperous than that of the original Bao Zili. The Polonia trees your grandfather planted have yet to grow large enough to sell, and here you are, my little spendthrift, eager to sell everything. Since we are preparing to build a house, we should gather the materials and invite your uncles to help with the felling of these trees." After finishing his meal, the rain continued to fall, preventing him from going out. He took to digging at the entrance of the water outlet, where he began to excavate a small cave. His 2 younger sisters assisted by moving the soil aside. The younger sister, puzzled, asked, "Brother, why do you insist on working in the rain? You dig like a mouse every day. What are you doing?" "The excavation need only be slightly smaller. A depth of 1 meter would suffice, while 2 meters is unnecessary. I intend to use it to secure a dog. In the future, should I venture to the brick factory or other places to earn a living. I am concerned for the 3 of you at home. You are timid, and having a small dog would assist in watching over the house." My younger sister clapped her hands and remarked, "Brother, your thoughts are truly considerate. When I seek a husband, I shall aspire to find someone like you, someone who anticipates every need, meticulously plans, and dares to undertake any task. I responded, Ah, but I am not yet married. Do not dwell on such matters. With a tongue as quick as yours, it would be prudent to seek a man of integrity, for otherwise, life may not be harmonious. If you were to marry a capable man, with your frequent quarrels every few days, it would surely drive him to despair. Can you imagine returning to your mother's house in tears daily? Who could endure that? Brother, you sound like a fortune teller. I merely wish to convey a sentiment. Yet you have expounded at length. I am in no rush to marry. I shall wait until your grand tile house has aged a few years before I seek a spouse. By then, as our lives flourish, I shall naturally desire a match of equal standing, as you have advised. Recently, amidst the rain, a significant event unfolded in the village. Uncle Lee, the oil worker, was preparing to relocate his family, selling all their furniture at bargain prices. However, it seems that little was sold, according to my grandfather. Most items were ultimately given away to their own relatives. After much deliberation, Bao Zili finally set his sights on a well-maintained bicycle, wrapped in insulating tape and free of rust. He approached Uncle Lee and asked, Uncle, could you sell me this bicycle? And perhaps include the air pump as well? Uncle Lee, being an oil worker who had returned by car, was naturally constrained in what he could transport with his family on a tractor. He replied, Child, this new bicycle is priced at 160. Under these circumstances, I can offer it to you for 80. Uncle, your family is moving to a prosperous place. Surely you can let it go for less, perhaps 70 yuan? 75 yuan, you little rascal. Truth be told, the air pump is a gift. You need not pay for it. Bao Zili produced 100 yuan from his pocket. Uncle Lee chuckled. Ah, so you are small yet cunning, bringing all your money with you. I assumed you would return home for it. It appears you had set your sights on this bicycle long ago. Since you are so straightforward, I like your spirit. I believe you will become an extraordinary person. Let me extend you a favor and offer it for 70 yuan, keeping the extra 5 for yourself. Uncle, you are heading to the oil field. Perhaps you could arrange a job for your son. I am not even aware of where that oil field is located. I doubt I would be considered for a position, but if you have any advice or assistance in the future, I would be grateful. After a day and night of rain, the roads were naturally dry. Bao Zili returned, pushing the bicycle and the air pump secured on it. Upon entering the cave dwelling, I deliberately rang the bell on my bicycle a few times. My younger sister emerged, exclaiming, Brother, whose bicycle have you pilfered? Your thievery skills seem to have escalated, daring to bring home such a sizable item. Little girl, who are you mocking? Where could one possibly steal a bicycle? Nowadays, bicycles have 2 locks, and people hardly part with them, treating them with the same care as their wallets. This bicycle is mine, I replied. Brother, how much did this bicycle cost? I thought you were saving money to build a house. Why are you buying a bicycle instead? It must have cost a fortune. Mother, you should take control of my brother's finances. He must not squander it frivolously, or what will I have for my dowry when I marry? How shameless. This bicycle cost 80 yuan. Just kidding, it was 70. Quite a bargain, isn't it? But didn't you say new bicycles cost over 200? There are even those that exceed 300. My elder sister countered. I'm not sure about that. Uncle Lee mentioned he bought his for 160. And he sold this one to me for 70. Their family is moving to the oil field dormitory and will no longer need a bicycle, transitioning from farmers to city dwellers. Brother, why do you need a bicycle? I have my reasons. I then proceeded to measure with my sister's small ruler for her school registration, carrying a pile of old wooden planks, both 1 and 2 meters long, as I dashed out. Upon my return, I bore an odd object. It resembled a cabinet, but not quite. It was peculiar, akin to 2 wooden barrels strapped to a cow's back. I placed the strange 3-part box on the bicycle's rear seat, and it seemed rather functional. The top box opened to reveal many small compartments, while the 2 side boxes were empty, ideal for storing items. Brother, what do you intend to do with this peculiar box? It's a pity about those planks. I had Lou the carpenter craft this box for us, costing a mere 5 yuan for the labor. It serves as a shelf, similar to those found in department stores. Come now, peddlers typically carry their wares on shoulder poles. I have yet to see anyone ride a bicycle as a peddler. You haven't seen it yet, but you will. I plan to traverse the streets selling small goods. Is that permitted now? Be cautious not to be mistaken for a black market dealer. I've inquired, and it is permitted in the countryside now, and city dwellers can sell as well. However, be wary, as city folk can be quite unscrupulous. They may chase you away. Just look at the vendors selling ice pops and toys at the door. Peddlers appear every few days. Brother, with so many peddlers around, how will you compete? Silly girl. They walk on 2 legs, whereas I shall ride my bicycle, making travel far more convenient. Besides, I am cleverer than they are. Brother, do bring back plenty of candies. I want to sample each kind. Prepare your funds, and I shall sell them all to you. Stingy brother. I will inform my future sister-in-law of your miserly ways. Chapter 11. The little merchant's venture. Bao Zili observed the endearing younger sister before him. Sensing a touch of childlike innocence that prompted him to tease her, you ought to inform your future sister-in-law. She would undoubtedly assert that everything can be acquired with money and must be exchanged for it. After all, she and I are family. So she ought to be on my side. Silly girl, where is this future sister-in-law of yours? Perhaps you could help your brother find one? Even a classmate from elementary school would suffice. This way, you two would avoid quarrels in the future. What kind of trickery is this? It began as a complaint, yet has transformed into a matchmaking endeavor for the mischievous brother. Clearly, this older sibling is digging a pit for himself. No, this won't do. I cannot be deceived by him. The younger sister turned around and retorted, all right, I shall take care of this matter. There is a girl in our class who sustained an injury to her neck, always gazing upwards. She is known as looking up to the sky. She is still said to be tending sheep at home. How about that? I shall inform my brother. Well, you speak of a good family. She could assist you with household chores if she visits. However, if she is disabled, I regret to say you would have to care for her. The younger sister felt as though every word was tightly controlled by her brother. Perhaps it was best to concede defeat. Otherwise, she would eventually find herself at a loss for words. Before dawn, Bao Zili ventured into the county town to procure goods. A burlap sack secured to his bicycle. Prior to his departure, he had already inquired among the villagers. There exists a wholesale market in the county that specializes in assorted small items. The business is quite brisk, with nearby vendors purchasing supplies at that hour. He bought a few needles and threads, thimbles for rural women crafting shoe soles, black and white threads, and some scraps of fabric, including black velvet for shoe uppers and common white cloth. As it was his first time procuring goods, he purchased only a modest quantity, spending over 200 yuan on miscellaneous items. Upon returning home, he placed the goods on the kong. He fetched a basin of rainwater to wash a bag unlike any his sister had ever seen. What a thin bag. Is it durable? Where did it come from? It was gifted by the owner of the small store. He said this bag is lightweight, can be used as a pocket, and can be folded. It is a woven bag. The 2 smaller bags are made of snake skin, reportedly for carrying fertilizer. Such bags. I recall that some individuals wear garments fashioned from this material. Apparently, it is quite remarkable. The items offered by the wholesale shop must not hold much value. Bao Zili categorized all these items into boxes and covered them with a newly purchased square plastic sheet to protect them from the rain. Otherwise, his capital could be ruined. His mother, Shun Guilan, tugged at a thread, finding it to be quite sturdy. There was one type of thread that, perhaps due to its material or nearing expiration, snapped upon pulling. Such items were unsellable. The younger sister stood nearby, watching her brother with delight, likening him to a performer amusing himself with his possessions. After a while, she inquired, do you dare to call out and sell your wares while riding your bicycle? Will you blush and falter in front of strangers? What is there to fear? It is not deceitful. Every endeavor has its first time. Once you overcome that mental barrier, you shall be fine. Much like the new teacher who, during the first lesson, is drenched in perspiration, yet gradually becomes more at ease by the second or third class. The subsequent lessons unfold with the presence of the principal and other teachers without inciting any anxiety. Selling goods mirrors this sentiment. When one contemplates that their sales enable them to provide for their family, any feelings of embarrassment dissipate. As long as the prices are fair, it serves the community well and reflects goodwill. On the following day, as dawn broke, the rooster crowed thrice. Mother Shinguilan lit the kerosene lamp and began dressing. She then tidied the courtyard and prepared breakfast for her son. This meal was served 3 hours earlier than usual. Indeed, the younger sister, nestled in her blanket, remarked to her elder sister, clearly, there's favoritism towards the son. Those unaware might think a wealthy magnate is departing. What nonsense, replied the sister. This is our dear brother. If his goods fail to sell and he is robbed, it is a loss to our family, not merely to him. One must cultivate a generous heart. Only then will the world appear vast. Otherwise, a narrow mindset reduces life to a precarious tightrope. The elder sister admonished her thoughtless sibling. How can you utter such ominous words before our brother has even set out to sell? In their household, the custom dictates that once the Lunar New Year has passed, it is permissible to prepare porridge. Presently, Shun Guilin was cooking corn kernels, or rather, making cornmeal pancakes. Although labeled as cornmeal pancakes, half of the mixture was wheat flour. Otherwise, the cornmeal would not hold together. Bao Zili had chosen a route through a nearby village with a larger population, a place he was familiar with. This densely populated area boasted purchasing power. Since land reforms permitted households to cultivate independently, they now utilized renminbi for transactions, a shift from the previous reliance on grain coupons. Nowadays, one could raise pigs or chickens for monetary gain, and some even traded their surplus grain for cash, leading to frequent exchanges among villagers. A tangible reference point in the village is a large locust tree, often situated at the village's entrance or center, serving as a gathering place. As one traverses this area, a group of children and local families would invariably congregate, drawn to the spectacle as if witnessing a grand performance. I recall a tale circulating in the village about a traveling merchant. The gregarious vendor arrived at a household at the village's edge. Through mere conversation, he discerned that the woman of the house was illiterate. Rarely venturing onto the streets, she relied on neighbors to procure goods, often returning with complaints about their quality, which eventually led to a decline in assistance. Upon seeing the merchant, she expressed a desire to purchase thread for making cloth shoes. After some deliberation, the merchant declared, 3 yuan and 72 fun. He then added, "Dear lady, as an outsider, I carry no burdens. If you could spare me 2 of your buns, I shall offer you a discount." Ultimately, the woman acquired her desired items, the merchant received his payment, and both enjoyed sustenance. Despite her illiteracy, her storytelling and memory were commendable, and she recounted the incident to her neighbors, eliciting hearty laughter. Bao Zili had encountered many merchants in the village. Unlike those who appeared only once every 6 months or year, his ambition was to establish a lasting business grounded in integrity. Upon seeing the gathering of children, each was handed a piece of candy to enjoy. This tactic proved to be quite effective, as the mothers, noticing their children with sweets and at no cost, were somewhat inclined to lend their support. One inquired about the availability of black threads, while another asked for white threads. Additionally, there were requests for sewing needles, specifically size 1. At last, the business commenced. "How much for a pack of needles?" asked a young man. 3 cents per pack, came the reply, regardless of size. All were sold by the pack. "Young man, your hands are a bit rough," remarked one customer. "Old Foam, the peddler, sells a pack for 20 cents. I know that person," he added. Though it was not proper to speak of it, being my first venture into commerce, I wished to avoid drawing attention. "Look, these needles are in their original packaging. Now consider the quantity in the needles you purchased from Master Foam. I am also acquainted with him. In our village, he tends to divide a single item into several smaller portions for sale. While the prices are lower, the quantity is scant. If you believe that arrangement suits you, I could also separate this pack of needles and provide them to you at a slightly reduced price." In the village, the process of buying and selling revolves around the art of haggling, relishing the atmosphere it creates. Much like witnessing a trader negotiating prices between buyers and sellers at a market, outsiders may observe the heated exchanges, with spittle flying, almost to the point of conflict, thinking the transaction is doomed. Yet, those familiar with the nuances recognize this as a sign that a deal is imminent. An old adage states that it is the one inquiring about prices who is the true buyer, while those extolling the virtues of goods are mere passers-by. Traversing from one end of the village to the other, I hawked my wares, finally seeing some profit. In this era, one need not worry about counterfeit currency, as nobody possesses the skills to forge it. With no familiar contacts for procurement, I had to pay higher prices for my goods. Thus, selling them at double the cost still allowed for a profit, albeit modest. After some bargaining, the village uncles and aunts were left with only a small gain. Pausing by the roadside to rest, I took out my small notebook to record observations. The villagers often inquired about various items, including time, place, and the types of goods most frequently traded. This would aid me in future procurement. Echoing the adage my teacher once shared, a poor memory is better than a bad pen. Over time, it is indeed more practical to document information, facilitating organization. As I passed through the town, I recalled a previous conversation with my mother regarding the purchase of an electronic watch. I spotted a light blue strap priced at 25 yuan. Reflecting on the profits of a day, I realized I could afford only a few watches. Should I inquire about the supply channels for this watch? I could later procure some for resale in the village. My greatest advantage over others is my dual experience and understanding of economic trends, consumer behavior, and the rise in prices. Upon returning home after dark, my younger sister approached me, eager to report. Villagers heard from someone that you have become a small vendor, and they all came to our house to see. We even managed to sell a few of the needles and threads you left at home. I pondered that, at this time, there were no packaged salts or alkalis. Everything was sold by weight in the town. If bulk or packaged goods became available in the future, I could open a small retail shop at home, akin to a convenience store. Currently, the consumption level in my village remains relatively primitive, lacking the custom where children seek a few bills from adults to purchase snacks at local shops. Reflecting on this, time seems to drag interminably. The advent of motorcycles, cars, computers, and internet cafes remains an uncertain prospect. The general populace's purchasing power has yet to be developed, and my most formidable competition consists of those elderly vendors who traverse the village with their burdens. The once renowned vendor, Foam, reportedly carried his goods during the era of agricultural cooperatives, remaining unmarried throughout his life. It is said that he amassed considerable wealth, yet squandered it on tumultuous romantic entanglements. Later, he adopted a pair of foster children, who, upon his passing, did not expand his modest shop, but instead returned home to till the land. As for what transpired thereafter, I have heard little and have not taken a keen interest. It is likely that little prosperity followed. In this life, I am determined to surpass Foam in my endeavors. A true gentleman knows what to pursue and what to eschew. The wealth I earn shall not be squandered on frivolous pursuits or indulgences like drinking and smoking. My foremost priority is to fulfill the promise of a substantial house for my parents and sister. The venture I have embarked upon requires time and effort to nurture and develop. Presently, apple trees take at least 3 years to mature, and it requires 5 years for them to bear fruit abundantly. In an age where fertilizers have yet to be widely adopted, discussing yields seems futile. The Sichuan pepper trees are merely a secondary endeavor. The 2 piglets will take at least 6 months to reach market weight, and without adequate feed and coarse grains. It is common for many to raise pigs for a year. The 2 lambs are intended for breeding and cannot be sold. They serve as the foundation for the flock's growth. As for the 4 rabbits, let us consider them mere pets for my little sister. The economic return on rabbits is minimal, and currently, monetary gain is quite elusive. Observing and pondering, one cannot help but feel that time passes slowly. My plans and expected returns are far from ideal. Unlike my past experiences with joyous farms, where a mere click of the mouse resolved everything upon waking, some urban children mistakenly believe that cattle and sheep sprout from the ground. There are even those who question why we, living in the countryside with ample land, do not cultivate vast fields of spinach and chives. When open fields allow for extensive cultivation, so too can others. Consider the price and the corresponding returns. Many endeavors appear deceptively simple, akin to copy-pasting, yet they demand time and effort to realize. A thought might take 10 minutes, an evening, or even a month to conceive. But actualizing it, given the current circumstances, is measured in half years or years. As the old farmers and my grandfather's generation often remark, they spend their lives solely tending to cattle or cultivating wheat, indeed mastering only 1 or 2 skills throughout their existence. The challenge lies in how to fully present the knowledge and experiences from my previous life to my family, a task that requires considerable mental exertion. The next time you venture into town for supplies, consider purchasing an encyclopedia on planting and breeding. At the very least, it will provide you with a semblance of knowledge to prevent your family from suspecting your credibility. After all, who would willingly accept that their child is not their biological offspring? The very notion of another soul inhabiting their child's body is quite absurd. Chapter 12. Uncle arrives with his daughter to harvest timber. With the experience of his first day of selling, Bao Zili felt an exhilarating sense of enthusiasm, believing that his entrepreneurial journey had finally commenced. Today, he traversed the plains near his grandmother's home, only vaguely familiar with the route, often inquiring about directions as he walked through various villages. As he sold his wares more frequently, he gleaned a vital lesson: the importance of a sweet tongue and a warm smile. Addressing the women as auntie and the men as uncle or grandpa garnered goodwill. In rural areas, it is said that one should not strike a smiling face, and politeness is generally appreciated. However, it is crucial to avoid calling an older sister auntie, as this could lead to scorn or reproach. During this time, women typically did not wear makeup, and few used lotions or soaps. The items that sold quickly included pieces of old cotton cloth and white, sturdy fabric, easily measured and cut with scissors. Footwear also fared well. During spring, some women would sew new shoes for their children. The soles were made from old cotton or white fabric, while the uppers were crafted from black velvet, both of which were in high demand. While there was some interest in fabric scraps, the demand was not substantial enough to warrant a significant investment. Riding his bicycle felt like a gust of wind, swiftly moving from one village to another. In these simpler times, people were generally more genuine, with few local bullies or thugs to contend with. When encountering fellow vendors, a nod and a smile sufficed. It was best not to linger behind them or walk closely together unless they shared a strong rapport. If there was an instant connection, they might travel together to sell their goods, regardless of whether in times of poverty or in later, more prosperous eras. Money from women and children was relatively easy to earn. Bao Zili discovered that his wholesale bundles of fabric, whether packaged or loose, sold briskly, ranging from 1 to 3 yuan each. He adjusted his pricing accordingly. If an item sold well, he would raise the price, and if it did not, he would lower it. Essentially, what was deemed good in one village could be portrayed as subpar in the next, emphasizing durability and resilience. Hair ties were also in demand, priced at 2 mao for 6 or 20. Young girls often adorned them with red or green threads, lending an air of sophistication. Bao Zili recognized this trend and procured some thicker hair ties wrapped in string, which were particularly popular at 10 cents for 2. Additionally, elastic bands for children's pants were sold at 50 cents per meter, typically purchased in lengths of 2 to 3 meters by nearly every family. On the other hand, men primarily sought chicken intestines for use in rickshaw valve cores, which yielded minimal profit as they often bought these in town. As for cigarettes, he had no license to sell them and found the profit margins negligible, opting not to stock them. Most rural individuals, young or old, tended to smoke homegrown tobacco, rolled in paper, while only those with jobs or engaging in petty thievery purchased commercial cigarettes. After a day of labor, I found that the only remaining sip of cooled boiled water in my jar was nearly gone, and I had finished the corn cakes I had brought along. Riding my bicycle, I hurried to the village as dusk approached, and soon I spotted my mother and a group of people waiting for me at the cave dwelling. It was not my first outing, so I wondered why such a fuss was being made. From a distance, I saw my little sister darting towards me like an eagle, whispering to me, "Look who has come, your little wife has come to see you." I quickly took out some candy and gave her a piece to silence her chatter. To my astonishment, my uncle and aunt had also arrived, with my cousin peeking out from behind them. I hastily parked my bicycle, offered a cigarette to my uncle, and inquired, "What brings you here so soon? Your little boss nephew has spoken. How could we not rush here? We've been living quite well and arrived before breakfast, even managing to share a meal with your family." They had set off at dawn, traversing the ditches, and had already felled 2 paulownia trees, cutting them down to their tops. "Your sister and cousin have chopped them into firewood," my uncle added. He wanted to know how many of the paulownia trees I intended to cut down. As my mother mentioned, I had not provided a precise count. "I plan to build 4 large tile-roofed rooms," I replied. "Could you tell me how many doors and windows I would need?" Understanding the layout, I noted that the central room would require a main entrance with 4 smaller doors, while the other rooms could suffice with single doors. This amounted to 7 doors, and if I included a suite, that would add another. Thus, we would need 8 doors in total. The paulownia tree in front of my house was quite thick. I could manage to fell 3 at most, and I would take down another tomorrow. "All right," my uncle said, resting as he worked. "There's no rush. We must be cautious while laboring. As for the other trees, I will inquire around the village in the coming days to see who might be interested in buying them." Why the sudden desire to sell trees? "Those 15 large paulownia trees were left to you by your grandfather," he continued. "Your mother mentioned you have already sold the 2 largest. After some calculations, I realized that if we sold 3 trees and then 2 more, we would have 10 remaining. My intention was to settle the debts my father owed and those that I had incurred, ensuring that our neighbors could live without constant worry. Those willing to lend me money are trustworthy individuals, and among them are those who have borrowed from your family. I plan to repay them." "Very well. Let it be as you say." Hearing that my nephew intended to repay his debts brought a smile to my uncle's face. The gathering watched as I dined, feeling that this young man was making progress, supporting the family business, raising pigs and sheep, planting apple trees, and now embarking on a venture as a small vendor. It seemed the future held promise. My gaze inadvertently drifted towards my uncle's daughter, Shen Xiujuan. who shyly retreated into the shadow of the kerosene lamp in the corner of the Kong. Not long after our meal began, someone shouted from above the cave dwelling. Has Zili returned? It's your neighbor, Old Lu. I welcomed him inside. Old Lu inquired, are you planning to fell all those Polonia trees? Would you consider selling a few? Some people have asked me to inquire on their behalf. Uncle Lu, our family has accumulated considerable debts over the years. And in my quest to settle them, I have resorted to this means of generating funds. If someone expresses interest, I am willing to sell. I could part with everything. We have approximately 10 Polonia trees to sell, yet our family only requires 3. Uncle Lu, puffing on his pipe, tapped it against the edge of the Kong and remarked, someone has asked me about this. Our family is also interested in a few trees. I will give you an answer by tomorrow morning. The price will be negotiated on site, and payment will be made immediately and transparently. We will deliberate overnight to see who else might want a few trees. After breakfast tomorrow, we can settle the arrangements. We only require the trunks of the trees. You may keep the tops for firewood. Well, if we do not need the treetops. I am merely hoping to reduce the price a bit, while also fostering goodwill. In this day and age, the mountain is abundant with honey locust trees. Every year, the village organizes efforts to trim them, and as long as one is diligent, firewood will never be in short supply. My younger sister lamented, brother, if you sell all the Polonia trees, we have already cut a large pile of treetops with nowhere to stack them. Just pile them neatly beside the firewood, I replied. Make the stack 3 meters long and 5 meters wide. If you arrange it tidily, I cannot believe you lack space. You need only ensure it does not interfere with farming. Alas, our boss has spoken again. How much merchandise have you sold? So far, someone has only had a single candy. My sister's tone dripped with sarcasm as she sought her share. All right, tomorrow I will not sell goods. I will head to the county to wholesale more. The inventory is insufficient. I will procure some food items for you at the county. In a few days, there will be a market in town. If there are no opportunities to sell, I will traverse the streets, and if the chance arises, I will endeavor to sell at the market, where the crowd will surely yield better sales. At dawn the following morning, Uncle Lu arrived with several neighbors to finalize the tree sale. Before breakfast, they had already reached a consensus. The previous pricing had been established. The largest tree priced at 60 yuan, 2 trees sold for 120 yuan, with their bids not exceeding 60 yuan. Bids generally range from 40 to 50 yuan, with the highest reaching 530 yuan. The least desirable tree, which grew somewhat askew, fetched 30 yuan. All in all, the 10 trees sold for approximately 400 yuan. Upon receiving the payment, they promptly began felling the trees, each accompanied by their own crew. They feared that with time, circumstances might change, and this young man might renege on the deal. Indeed, the price offered was rather low, revealing his inexperience, while the adults present hesitated to intervene, inadvertently leading him astray. That morning, I, Bao Zili, accomplished nothing but repaid debts with my younger sister, addressing the 600 yuan owed. We cleared some smaller debts entirely and made partial payments on the larger ones, expressing our gratitude for their assistance and assuring them that once our financial situation improved, we would repay them fully. Of course, we settled our debts with our 2 uncles without hesitation. Ultimately, we reached my sister's home. She had not yet heard about my tree sale. Upon seeing us empty-handed, she offered no warm reception. It was I who presented 100 yuan to my brother-in-law and the 2 elders, conveying my gratitude for their support over the years. I promised that once our lives improved, I would repay them the remaining amount. Amidst my brother-in-law's family expressing their regrets, I rode my bicycle home with my younger sister. Along the way, she voiced her dissatisfaction, saying, "Why does it seem like our sister has changed completely since her marriage? In my future quest for a suitable family, I would certainly refrain from associating with such ungrateful individuals. Is it merely a matter of borrowing their money? They act as if one were asking for their very life." Bao Zili remarked, "This cannot be blamed on others. Our family has not rendered any assistance to them. Over the years, we have inadvertently burdened my sister, rendering her incapable of thriving in her marital home. The debts remaining consist of 2 portions. One is the leftover 1,000 owed by my sister's family, and the other is a mere 100 owed to another family, leaving an outstanding 200 that remains unpaid." Bao Zili utilized the remaining few hundred coins to procure goods. "Brother, the bicycle is truly comfortable to ride. I, too, wish to purchase one when I have the means," said the younger sibling. "Wait until your rabbits grow, sell them, and save enough money before buying a bicycle." "No, I do not wish to use my own money to buy a bicycle. You no longer need this old one. Return it to me. Buy yourself a new one. I am content to ride the old bicycle. My future husband will provide me with a new one." The child demonstrated a certain shrewdness. The two siblings had no inkling that just days later, upon learning that her brother had sold 10 Polonia trees, the elder sister rushed home to lament, "Are we truly siblings? Why has he settled debts for others while leaving our own 1,000 unresolved? Why is he unwilling to repay us?" Such idle gossip could only emanate from an elder sister. Upon returning home, their uncle remarked, "The remaining Polonia tree has been felled. The planks vary in thickness. One type is 2 centimeters thick, suitable for door frames, while another is 1 centimeter thick, appropriate for door panels. Additionally, the door frames must be crafted from different wood, as Polonia is too soft for this purpose." They observed 2 types of trees outside. One was the Chinese locust, and the other the black locust. They were inclined towards the Chinese locust, though the black locust was also acceptable. "Which do you prefer?" asked the uncle. Bao Zili replied, "Let it be the Chinese locust and 3 black locusts as well. It is prudent to prepare more." The uncle responded, "The black locust can be gathered in greater quantity. This way, it can be utilized for roofing materials. It is best to dry them out a year or 2 in advance. Otherwise, damp wood is prone to warping and insect infestation." Originally, Bao Zili had envisioned erecting a single-story house with a floor above. However, lacking any such flooring material, they would have to resort to wood instead, adhering to local customs, for one cannot afford to be overly particular in times of modest means. Bao Zili returned just in time for breakfast at home. In truth, their mother, Guilon, did not anticipate her eldest daughter could provide sustenance for her son and youngest daughter. After all these years, their family circumstances had not improved, and in the eyes of her eldest daughter, she had become a mere burden, hindering her ability to hold her head high in her marital home. Each time they sought her out, it was solely for the purpose of borrowing money, as if there were no other matters to discuss. If blame were to be assigned, it would fall upon this mother who lacked the means to assist her daughter. Had the maternal family been affluent and influential, the daughter could have lived with dignity in her marital home. After breakfast, the uncle, along with the mother and aunt, busied themselves with the tree-felling task, while Bao Zili rode his bicycle to the county town to procure goods. The younger sister insisted on accompanying him, declaring that she had never ventured to the small county town and was unaware of its distance. Bao Zili cautioned her, while in the county town, "Do not wander aimlessly. Be wary of human traffickers who might abduct you, selling you off to distant mountains as a naive young bride. If that were to happen, our family would never be able to rescue you." The younger sister repeatedly assured her brother of her obedience, standing beside his bicycle to assist him in watching over the vehicle and the goods. Upon hearing this, Bao Zili agreed. The two rode their bicycles through a shortcut, pushing them along a mountainous path for 4 miles before reaching the asphalt road, where they continued for another 10 miles into the county town. In order to expand their sources of goods, they inquired with numerous shopkeepers about the locations of various small items. Most were only willing to sell for cash, while some had been in business long enough that others would owe them debts. This time, they would settle half the previous debt now and leave the other half for the next visit. With his sister helping to watch the stall, Bao Zili felt considerably more at ease. This time, he returned with 2 snakeskin bags while his sister sat curled up on the front crossbar of the bicycle. "Brother, I didn't realize the county town was so fascinating. Although the streets are filled with cold dust, the people are quite warm-hearted. They ask if you want to eat something and compliment you on your looks, saying I'm pretty too. Huh, don't listen to those small shopkeepers' flattery. We didn't buy anything, so would they still compliment you? If they stop flattering you, it's because it doesn't cost them anything. Don't be swayed by their empty words." As soon as they entered the house, their mother, Guilon, pulled her son aside. "Come here. I need to ask you a few questions." She led Bao Zili outside the cave dwelling, walking a few meters until they reached the doorway, where she inquired, "What do you think of your cousin? Your aunt and uncle have asked me several times. I need to respond to them." Bao Zili replied, "Let us do this. I'll give you a definitive answer by tomorrow at the latest." Chapter 13. A marriage proposal. Following a correct answer to a math problem, Bao Zili entered the cave and called for his sister. "Go find your elementary school math textbook. Anyone will do. Also, bring over an eraser and a pencil." After a lengthy search, his sister produced a crumpled book, having not properly reviewed her studies for over a year. She was puzzled as to why her brother needed a math textbook. At that moment, Bao Zili called out to his cousin, "Cousin, you've been here for several days without us having a proper conversation. Let us go for a walk outside." His cousin, Xiujuan followed him out of the cave. As they walked along, Bao Zili introduced her to his surroundings. These are the apple trees I've planted. And there are some saplings buried elsewhere. If they don't survive by next year, I'll replant. Beside them are Sichuan pepper trees and a few walnut trees. You've seen the pigs and sheep we raise. Those are just the plans of an ordinary family, as most people raise them, so prices naturally don't rise. Although I am currently selling goods by pushing my bicycle, my future plan is to set up a stall on the street, ideally renting or buying a storefront. What do you think of such a life? I hadn't thought about it. Cousin, you're quite impressive. Do you understand why your aunt and uncle brought you here? What do you think of me? Quite good. Better than many idle young men in the village. You certainly know how to live well. Then let me be direct with you. I have a favorable impression of you as well. Since I plan to open a small shop, I need someone who can read and manage accounts. Your aunt and uncle mentioned you've studied for several years. Let us test you on the spot. This way, we can avoid any regrets later. This is a third-grade mathematics textbook. I casually flipped to a page of exercises and used an eraser to eliminate the answer, so you can respond to it. Then, I would like to solve 2 application problems for your review. This way, both language and mathematics can be considered as having been assessed. If I answer correctly, it will be deemed a success. If not, it is acceptable, as it allows us to gauge my capabilities. Xiujuan found this both novel and intriguing, leading her to significantly revise her perception of her cousin. Initially, she believed her cousin would overlook her due to her disability, as she walked with a slight limp. However, now, with her cousin testing her knowledge, she felt quite willing to engage. At least he was far superior to the ordinary individual, not judging her by appearances, nor pitying her, nor denying her opportunities. In contrast, girls in her village, similar to her situation, faced immediate rejections from potential suitors upon being mentioned by matchmakers, often without even a chance to meet. Xiujuan removed one of her shoes and sat on the ground, taking the textbook to begin answering the questions. Approximately 10 minutes later, she handed the book to her cousin. Bao Zili, having been influenced by both his past life and this one, could easily discern right from wrong in these elementary mathematics problems. Although his cousin calculated slowly and even made drafts in the book, she answered nearly all the questions correctly, save for one application problem that was not entirely accurate. It appeared that her uncle and aunt had not fabricated their claims. His cousin performed quite well, having completed the 4th grade at the village primary school. At that time, the village elementary schools typically catered from preschool up to the 4th grade. 5th and 6th grades, along with junior high school, were located in larger villages or towns. Meanwhile, in the background, a younger sister, resembling a little detective, observed her brother and cousin rise, promptly retreating towards the cave dwelling while tucking her head down, fearful that her brother might pull her little braid. As she ran, she exclaimed to her sister, I saw it. I saw it. Brother is in love. Brother and cousin are whispering on the ground, not allowing anyone to overhear. Upon returning home, Bao Zili addressed his mother, stating, Mother, I agree to this match. Please convey my response to uncle and aunt. As for the bride price, let it proceed as per the norm, ensuring no injustice is done to my cousin. I do not demand the finest, nor can it be too ordinary simply because we are relatives. A moderate arrangement will suffice. I will find a way to manage whatever our family can offer. Hearing her son's words and glancing at Xiujuan behind her, the mother instantly understood. This was truly a union of families, a fortuitous development, and far more reassuring than marrying an outsider. At that time, bride prices ranged from 600 to 2,000, typically requiring 5 to 10 silver dollars, resembling the circular coins bearing Yuan Shirkai's likeness. If such coins were unavailable, an equivalent value could be calculated at a rate of 60 to 80. Xinguilan called her brother and sister-in-law aside, saying, Your nephew has agreed. Let us choose a time to finalize the matter of the 2 children. His father passed away less than half a year ago, so I plan to arrange this for next year. Either at the beginning of the year or just before or after the new year would suffice to bring the bride home and conclude the marriage. Although rural customs can be quite intricate, as long as one offers paper money to the deceased at their grave and the family welcomes new members, it is generally a source of joy for all. Marriage customs also display a double standard. In such instances, the male party usually consents. However, if it were the female's relatives who had passed away, there might be a tendency to inflate the bride price. Generally, it is customary to wait a year, 2 years, or a maximum of 3 years. After 3 years, they found themselves devoid of excuses. Generally, It is not uncommon for couples to marry within a year. And at this juncture, there are more young women than men, allowing for a wide selection. The customary bride price remains modest, with rural families able to manage even on a tight budget. Very well then, let her mother accompany Xiujuan back tomorrow. The grass in the fields needs to be pulled, and the neighbors will watch over the household. Tomorrow, let them return first. Meanwhile, I shall join a few brothers to dismantle the boards and organize the timber that needs to be felled, planning to return in a few days. Upon hearing that his daughter's marriage has been settled, a father's strength is magnified as he works for his sister and nephew, all for the future of his daughter's family. This is akin to the allegiance of relatives to a newly ascended emperor post-dynastic change. Promises are exchanged for support and loyalty. The locust trees felled by the uncle are stacked beside the cave dwelling, which do not require covering, as they can naturally air dry without stripping the bark. The locust wood meant for boards requires the bark to be removed, divided into quarters for making door frames. The paulownia trees should be stood upright and pulled with ropes, gradually cut along the marked lines. The prepared boards should be leaned against the sunny wall of the cave dwelling to dry, left for about 6 months before being laid down, propped up from below, and stacked one by one in a well-ventilated space or the cave. Bao Zili is of little assistance, as he rides his bicycle with his box and belongings to the market. The marketplace is bustling, full of people with substantial purchasing power. He enlists his sister's help to watch over his stall while he surveys the street, observing which goods are selling swiftly and which are lagging behind. Taking note of what other vendors are offering and determining what he can stock, he meticulously records his findings in a small notebook, laying a solid data foundation for future purchases. Observing his sister again, he instructs her to roam the market, advising her not to wander too far and to identify what items attract the attention of young women. His sister, gleeful as a student released from school, scampers about the streets. An hour later, she returns with news for her brother: matches, candles, paper money for the deceased, twisted dough sticks, tofu, scallions, and garlic are all in demand. Even ropes, typically overlooked, are being bought by others for tying up cattle or other purposes. Bao Zili is pleasantly surprised by his sister's keen eye, recognizing the potential market for candles, matches, and ropes, especially as many in the countryside are somewhat mobility impaired and find it inconvenient to walk to the market. With his sister's assistance, sales have accelerated. Upon returning home to the cave, he counts the money in his possession, discovering nearly 500. This sum surpasses what they would earn from 2 years of farming. The current agricultural practices involve paying taxes, and after harvesting wheat, they must transport the finest grains to the granary for state requisition, leaving only about half of their original yield. At this time, the wheat is not fertilized, resulting in less plump grains and lower yields. As plowing is done with oxen while tractors are just beginning to gain popularity, Bao Zili has attended one market, and his stock is dwindling. Riding his bicycle to the county town to procure goods, the younger sister chose to stay home this time, having recently accompanied him on a similar journey and exhausted from the exertion. Observing his vigorous silhouette, she mused, "This money-driven individual seems oblivious to fatigue. Is it that men toil relentlessly to provide for their families?" Bao Zili then set about purchasing various vegetable seeds. At this juncture, most rural dwellers retained traditional seed varieties at home. Leeks, radishes, tomatoes, and eggplants were all preserved for planting. Bao Zili, while selling, also collected these vegetable seeds. The exchange was fluid, with seeds moving from the east to the west and vice versa, proving quite lucrative as he simultaneously bought and sold. He also took the opportunity to order a scale for himself. After all, it is impractical to rely solely on verbal estimations when weighing goods. In addition, he acquired several pairs of sandals and rain boots. At that time, rain boots were a rarity in the countryside, where most donned wooden clogs that left their feet damp during downpours. When it rained, hats fashioned from wheat straw adorned their heads, while plastic sheets served as makeshift raincoats, with fertilizer bags draped over them for added protection. Troubled by the limited space on his shelf, he devised a clever solution. He requested several woven bags from the suppliers he frequented. Bao Zili planned to return home and have his mother cut open the bags, sewing the two sides together to create a structure reminiscent of those seen on television, much like a book cover draped over the bicycle's crossbar. This would allow him to transport items that were less prone to being crushed. Furthermore, he instructed his mother to craft 2 large bags from the woven material to hang on the front of the bicycle, creating simple yet effective storage. The bicycle, resembling a sturdy ox, bore numerous goods as it ambled down the roads of each village. Although pushing the bicycle was not particularly strenuous, he found himself exerting considerable effort while ascending hills. He contemplated the day when motorcycles would become fashionable, envisioning the convenience of traversing the villages with ease. Suddenly, he chastised himself for being foolish, realizing that his thoughts had strayed. Why focus solely on changing transportation methods instead of considering a shift in the location of his business? Years later, around the 1990s, the town government initiated the construction of a row of commercial buildings for purchase or rent along the street. Most individuals opted to buy, while a few hesitated, fearing the stability of their ventures, only to later regret their decision as property prices surged, prompting them to acquire shops from the town government. Bao Zili reflected that this was roughly 7 or 8 years later. He resolved to diligently save money, lest he find himself unable to even glimpse those small commercial spaces. As he pondered the town government's late development of commercial properties, he recognized that the county town had begun its commercial expansion much earlier. Why not save diligently to invest directly in the county town? If one has the opportunity to venture into larger locales, there is little reason to settle for smaller ones. If one can reach first-tier cities, why not bypass second-tier cities? Why not aim for the pinnacle from the outset? This reminded him of the elderly villagers in his previous life, who, in their quest to save money, opted for inexpensive dentures at 6 yuan each, only to find themselves dissatisfied within a year or even half a year, eventually resorting to the town for higher quality replacements costing between 110 and 180 yuan per tooth. Originally, one could accomplish a task with a single sum of money, yet I found myself spending twice that amount. Doesn't this seem rather unjust? Contemplating the future prospect of purchasing a shop in the county town, I felt an invigorated sense of determination, pedaling my bicycle tirelessly towards home. Chapter 14. I no longer wished to farm during this period. I labored like a diligent little bee, engaging in the continuous cycle of purchasing and selling, much akin to the supermarket games children play in later years. I was perpetually busy, counting and saving money, recording transactions in a small notebook with a foolish grin. However, the good times were fleeting. My small business was about to come to a halt. Why, you may ask? Because the wheat harvesting season had arrived. In 1983, it was a time on the Lus Plateau when human labor was exchanged for sustenance. While resources were scarce, labor was abundant. A meal was all it took to secure help for numerous tasks. The phrase "one person, one sickle" became the hallmark of the era, where harvesting 2 acres of wheat in a day was deemed commendable, while achieving just 1 acre would invite ridicule. For men, the standard was at least 2 acres, and for women, 1 acre was considered quite normal. This marked the first summer harvest following my father's passing. Observing my mother, I felt a profound uncertainty about how to harvest the wheat. In my previous life, I had only participated in the harvest 2 or 3 times. As I was a scholar, cherished by my parents, and shielded from labor. Later, the advent of the combine harvester changed everything. Initially, the cost to harvest an acre was 20 yuan. At that time, the combine was not yet widespread, and manual harvesting commanded 30 yuan per acre. Eventually, as the practice became commonplace, the price for using a combine escalated from 20 to 30, and eventually to 50 yuan. Even now, the average cost for harvesting wheat on the Lus Plateau remains around 50 yuan, though some grain may fall to the ground. The efficiency of machinery far surpasses that of human labor, which could peak at 60 to 80 yuan per acre during the height of the season. Some would even pay 100 yuan for manual harvesting to secure a swift collection. In those days, villagers would travel in groups to areas like Qian County and Baoji to harvest wheat, where the crop ripened earlier. Prices of 60 yuan were commonplace, with 30 or 40 yuan occasionally offered, and even 70 or 80 yuan could yield a profit. During the harvest season, it felt as if this was the only time of year when everyone unanimously sought to earn a legitimate income. The annual wheat harvest became the earliest form of wage labor for that generation, mirroring the women who ventured to Xinjiang to pick cotton, and later, those who traveled to Hanqing to collect Sichuan pepper. Bold individuals began to venture out to explore the world beyond their own, reflecting meticulously on the original owner's memories. I realized this timid fellow had seldom engaged in field work, and his sister was far more adept at harvesting wheat than he. Thus, I resolved that after breakfast, I would have my sister prepare the dough and cut it, so that upon my return home in the afternoon, I could simply boil water for noodles. Our plan was to rise at 4 o'clock a.m., head to the fields by 5 o'clock a.m. to begin harvesting wheat, and return home for breakfast by 11 o'clock a.m. We would then take a break until around 4 or 5 p.m. before resuming our work. We would set out with a cart and return with a load of wheat. The time between 11 a.m. and 4 p.m. was reserved for hiring a tractor to thresh the wheat. At this juncture, oxen were also utilized for threshing. Yet the majority relied on tractors, which were more efficient and rapid. In an open area atop the kiln, colloquially referred to as the threshing ground, the wheat was spread out. Occasionally, inexperienced newcomers would drive tractors down the kiln, risking injury to themselves or others. Though such incidents were rare, perhaps occurring once every 8 to 10 years, often becoming the subject of laughter among the locals. The wheat had been harvested for 2 days, and that morning, a neighbor called out, announcing that guests had arrived at their home. Shin Guilin returned to host them. Discovering that her 2 brothers had come along with a non-blood relative, Shin Xiujuan's father, who had also come to discuss the engagement of his daughter. Shin Xiujuan was present as well, accompanied by her brother. Together, they commenced the collective effort of harvesting the wheat. In Bullied's village, each family was allotted 3 acres, while the remaining land was leased, allowing anyone wishing to cultivate more to do so by compensating the village with either money or grain. Their family, originally possessing land for 5 individuals, had a total of 15 acres, of which 12 acres were sown with wheat. With a team of 7 or 8 people, the 12 acres were harvested in merely 2 days. Using a cart, all the wheat was transported back within 3 days. Gazing at the stacks of wheat, Bao Zili lamented, "Mother, I no longer wish to farm next year. I have no desire to plant wheat." His mother retorted, "Child, if you do not farm, what will you eat? Why persist in such outdated thinking? Is it truly necessary to cultivate land to secure a meal? This year's wheat harvest has been exhausting. Let us plant only 6 acres next year and devote the rest to corn. Were it not for my uncle's assistance, I shudder to think how long we would have been occupied. All right, I shall heed your words, but do not utter such thoughts again. Speak of not farming, and be wary of your uncle's wrath." Observing his industrious 3 uncles, Bao Zili proposed a trip to the county town to purchase vegetables for a grand meal. Rising early, he ventured to the county town for provisions. Although it was June in the Gregorian calendar, the Lus Plateau offered little in the way of fresh vegetables, with only spinach, cilantro, and red-skinned radishes available, none suitable for a feast. The county boasted greenhouse vegetables transported from nearby regions, including peppers, eggplants, potatoes, tomatoes, cucumbers, and relatively fresh meats. Bao Zili purchased an abundance of each, his purchases neatly bundled for the return journey. He retraced his steps along the asphalt road, avoiding shortcuts. As he entered each village, he inquired if anyone wished to buy vegetables, weighing them as he walked and selling along the way. By the time he returned home, most of his original stock had been sold, leaving only a few items of lesser quality. Bao Zili understood that, at this time of year, those who had earned money from harvesting wheat were returning, ready to indulge in food and drink. He enlisted neighbors to help fashion the wheat straw into circular stacks resembling buns, as they planned to prepare a feast to reward their hard work. Everyone contributed, bringing a few vegetables to enhance the meal. Here, the tradition of exchanging wheat for food still thrived, as did the barter of corn for other items. Watermelons, cantaloupes, and apples could all be traded for wheat. Moreover, children would gather the wheat from the fields. Even the inferior grains could be exchanged, which merchants would then sell at grain stations, tirelessly counting their profits. Upon entering the house, his younger sister called out, "Elder brother, have you been slacking again? We have been busy at home, working fervently, while you've spent the entire day buying vegetables, not returning until dusk." Without any sloth, I ventured to the county town to procure vegetables, then returned along the main road, selling as I walked, ultimately disposing of all my wares. Shin Xiujuan's father, observing his clever little nephew, recognized his business acumen. A glance at the empty bags confirmed the boy's honesty, and upon inspecting the vegetable leaves, though stripped by others, such as the lotus leaves, he meticulously collected them to feed the rabbits, feeling assured that his daughter would not lead a life of hardship. He genuinely delighted in this son-in-law. Bao Zili instructed his sister to bring home the vegetables, including onions, vermicelli, and cabbage, which are particularly favored during the sweltering season. At this juncture, a neighbor, standing atop the cave dwelling, inquired if any vegetables remained, requesting to reserve a few, as the neighbors would assist during the wheat harvest. It was customary to prepare a lavish feast for them. Upon hearing of the available vegetables, a throng of people rushed over, akin to bandits invading a home. In the end, Only the least desirable vegetables were left for the Bao family, provoking an eye roll from his sister, who lamented the state of the vegetables as if they had been trampled by swine. Bao Zili glanced at the extra money in his hands and thought, never mind. I shall purchase more tomorrow. His uncle, witnessing Bao Zili's arduous labor, queried, are you making any profit from this? Bao Zili replied, after deducting costs. I earned 15 yuan today. A commendable lad. That 15 yuan is worth the equivalent of 2 days' wages for others harvesting wheat. As a laborer like me, I barely earn between 15 to 30 yuan a day. Uncle, I find farming to be quite strenuous and am disinclined to continue. If you wish to cultivate our land, feel free to take it. Currently, it is unfeasible to abandon farming, as the village will reclaim it. If you encounter any overwhelming tasks at the market, send a word, and we shall assist you in the fields. The village now has tractors. If you are willing to pay, they will till your land without the need for a hoe. Indeed, every year after the wheat harvest, a household in the village, in a bid to save costs, would gather everyone, young and old, to turn the soil with hoes. Repeating this when planting wheat, thus saving a considerable sum annually. In the Lus Plateau, for a significant period, poverty and barrenness were synonymous. Lives were traded for money. Sometimes, conflicts would erupt over a mere yuan, and even heinous acts could unfold over sums as small as 100 yuan. In these times, altercations were commonplace, and most people would seldom think of notifying the authorities, instead opting for the village chief to mediate. This underscores the immense value these individuals placed on land, which they regarded as more precious than gold. Come, would you care to join me in idleness? I can take you to the county town to assist me in pushing my bicycle, and we can borrow another bike to wholesale vegetables together, sharing the profits. Bao Zili began to entice his sister. I shall not go, it is too far. With a good brother like mine, I need not. The crowd erupted in laughter, envisioning the bright future of this little girl, unaware of the mischief she might bring to some young lad. Bao Zili continued to earn money while the others busied themselves with domestic agricultural tasks, allowing him, a robust laborer, to embark on his vegetable-selling venture. That day, Bao Zili, laden with 4 woven bags, nearly overwhelmed his bicycle and commenced his journey of selling vegetables upon that ridge. Indeed, this young man possesses a silver tongue and a charming demeanor, often accompanied by gifts of garlic. Many rural aunties enjoy purchasing vegetables from this new vendor, with some even inquiring, young man, once the wheat is harvested in a few days, will you come by to collect some thread? We are running low on supplies. As this way of life continued into the 5th day, others began to emulate him. However, Bao Zili had already established his integrity and built a sense of trust with the community. Nonetheless, he perceived the vegetable trade as a rather risky endeavor. Should the produce spoil, it would be lost, and the moisture evaporated swiftly under the sun's gaze. Contemplating this, he decided to cease his business, allowing others to profit instead. He resolved to gather the wheat from his home, dry it, and transport it via cart to fulfill the grain tax. It was prudent to settle the tax first and foremost. The other 2 uncles had returned home, leaving only Shun Xiujuan's father still present. As their wheat had ripened earlier and the grain tax had already been settled, their region was closer to Gansu and the land drier. At dawn, he and Bao Zili loaded the cart with 7 bags of wheat, aiming to deliver 696 pounds. The grain tax was calculated based on quality, and a pass through the windmill often resulted in a considerable reduction in weight. Should they fall short, they would need to compensate with cash. Thus, they endeavored to transport as much as possible, knowing that any excess could be brought back. At that time, money was a precious commodity, and few had any to spare. In later years, the grain station only accepted a portion of the harvest, with the remaining half requiring cash payment, an inexplicable decision. As the uncle observed Bao Zili tossing a woven bag onto the cart, he refrained from inquiring about its contents. With the oxen hitched to the cart, the uncle took the reins, and they soon found themselves on the asphalt road. Once on the smooth surface, they directed the younger sister to lead the oxen back home. Bao Zili and his uncle traversed 10 miles of asphalt road to the town to pay the grain tax. Upon arrival, they queued neatly, at which point Bao Zili produced a scale and the bag, calling out, "Come, come, we have fragrant cigarettes for sale, which you can purchase with cash or exchange for grain. We also have the latest lighters for just 50 cents each, a bargain indeed." Before long, the empty bag was filled with grain, as everyone had brought surplus supplies. The grain passing through the windmill was to be placed in another bag. At this juncture, a staff member approached, pulling Bao Zili aside to negotiate a lower price for his wheat, suggesting a trade of his grain for a lesser amount of theirs, allowing him to pocket a small profit. Bao Zili understood the implications. For every pound of his grain, he would receive merely 7 ounces in exchange. Thus, he would earn some money while the other party benefited as well. The staff member expressed a preference to avoid the hassle of handling grain and offered cash instead. At this moment, the market price for wheat stood at 35 cents, yet Bao Zili was offered a rate of 32 cents. The uncle observed this young man's adeptness as he transformed cigarettes and lighters into wheat, only to exchange the wheat for cash, a veritable sleight of hand. This individual was indeed remarkable. His daughter would be fortunate to have found such a partner for the latter half of her life. Chapter 15. The choice between a cave dwelling and a new house. Once Bao Zili had concluded his grain tax obligations, he was reluctant to return home. He turned to his uncle, saying, "Please rest in the cart while I take care of the grain." Bao Zili gathered the remaining grain from those who had passed through the windmill, engaging in transactions of varying prices, all in cash. After a series of such dealings, his pockets brimmed with grain like accumulating sand. He discreetly facilitated operations with the staff at the grain station. Such practices were commonplace each year. No one was surprised anymore. For in the end, everyone profited, leaving the question of who incurred losses shrouded in ambiguity. Upon witnessing Bao Zili conducting business while delivering his grain, his uncle sensed that this young man was extraordinary. Curious, he inquired, "Speak honestly, how much money do you currently possess?" "Why do you ask?" Bao Zili replied. The uncle expressed his intention to build a house for him, suggesting that if feasible, they could commence construction during the wheat harvest. "But uncle, I have not prepared anything yet," Bao Zili protested. "You foolish boy, who doesn't he have a few dry locust trees at home? Just mention buying them, and they will let you choose. All you need to do is secure the land for the residential plot with the village chief and the township. I will handle the rest." Initially, Bao Zili had planned to construct his house in the spring of the following year, but with his uncle's encouragement, he decided to expedite the project. Upon returning to the village, Bao Zili presented 2 packs of fine cigarettes to the old team leader, who cheerfully facilitated the process. Bao Zili drafted a land application for the chief to stamp and sign, and then sought approval from the township, which would finalize the matter. Previously, officials would measure the land themselves, but later, the authority was delegated to the village chief, who would take charge of the measurements with his team, merely needing to be informed of where to measure. After all, it was just a piece of land. As long as a meal and a red envelope were in place, everything would proceed smoothly. Remarkably, within 3 days, the land was secured, adjacent to the family with the tractor. This marked the second household in the residential area preparing to build, and onlookers recognized that Bao Zili's fortunes were improving. In rural customs, auspicious dates must be consulted for both joyous and solemn occasions. Bao Zili hired a feng shui master to select a favorable date and performed a firecracker ceremony for peace of mind. He instructed skilled craftsmen to begin drawing plans. And once finalized, they commenced with the foundation. The foundation was constructed by mixing lime with yellow earth, compacted meticulously with stone hammers. 2 layers of bricks were laid to complete the structure. Wealthier families often opted for 4 to 6 layers of bricks for added stability. During this period, green bricks were the norm, later giving way to red bricks. Local tractor owners were enlisted to transport bricks from the factory, paid by quantity, without provisions. Cement and sand were readily available from designated vendors. A simple request would suffice for delivery, with payment made upon receipt. Just as his uncle had predicted, all tasks proceeded swiftly. Before Qingming Festival, Bao Zili utilized sycamore wood and had a carpenter create doors at his home. Almost all operations commenced simultaneously. The residential plot became a flurry of activity, and rather than returning home, his uncle summoned 2 more uncles and their wives to assist, ensuring that meals and accommodations were provided. Bao Zili had arranged for the butcher to slaughter a pig he had raised for their feast. At this juncture, Bao Zili's family had raised 4 pigs. 2 of them were of a moderate size, while the other 2 were younger. When the house was finally completed and the beams were raised, firecrackers were set off and a feast was laid out. To the delight of those who came to lend a hand, the provisions were ample, demonstrating his astute business acumen. The young man sold half of the first pig and consumed the rest, mindful of the absence of refrigeration during the sweltering summer days. The second pig was treated similarly, with half consumed and half sold. At this time, a skilled laborer earned 19 yuan a day, while a less experienced worker earned merely 1.5 yuan. Only 2 laborers were hired. The rest were neighbors and relatives who came to assist, content with a hearty meal in lieu of wages. Constructing a house required expertise, thus necessitating payment. Each laborer received a packet of cigarettes daily, while the less experienced ones were exempt from this provision. Evidently, life was relatively favorable. The foundation was laid, and the walls took shape over the course of 20 days, with only a light rain that did not hinder progress or quality. Heavy rain, however, could jeopardize the integrity of the structure. Just as the roof was being completed and the green tiles arranged, a torrential downpour struck. The bricklayers and laborers hurried to secure the work site. Typically, families used wheat paste and mud for wall construction, but Bao Zili insisted on the use of cement, with an additional layer of putty on the exterior, promising that the walls would be painted white in a few years. The skilled laborers argued that such measures were unnecessary in rural settings, yet Bao Zili maintained that white walls would enhance lighting and save electricity, regardless of the electricity savings. Since the homeowner requested these specifications, the workers complied, relieved that their wages were calculated daily. More work meant more pay. This required a shift in technique, as they utilized sand and cement instead of wheat straw and loamy earth. Applying sand and cement to the walls and adding a layer of putty was rare in rural areas, and their experience with this technique was limited. However, the process was akin to traditional mud application, albeit with stricter standards. Otherwise, the resulting walls would be uneven and unsightly. Upon completion, the skilled workers expressed that this was the most satisfying job they had undertaken in years. Fortunately, this crew had employed similar methods when constructing a hospital, which equipped them with the necessary skills. Otherwise, they might have struggled. The amount of money earned was of little consequence. The primary concern was to maintain their craftsmanship and reputation, as a tarnished name would lead to fewer opportunities for future work. In truth, these skilled trades are relatively easy to learn, provided one is diligent, and in a few years, the use of cement and sand for wall finishing would become commonplace. Even now, in the surrounding countryside, it was not uncommon to see walls finished with cement and sand, though such practices had yet to be observed in their village. Additionally, Bao Zili instructed the skilled workers to construct a kong in each room, utilizing reinforced concrete slabs for the surface. The walls were to be adorned with decorative ceramic tiles, while the floor would be laid with bricks. He preferred not to use tiles, finding them too cold. A level surface of cement sufficed. What set Bao Zili apart from others was his decision to place the kong entrance outside the house rather than within. Although an interior placement would keep it dry during rainy weather, the external positioning ensured cleanliness. This alteration led many in the area to adopt the practice of placing the kong door on the exterior walls of their houses. Some discerning individuals even constructed a roof over the kong entrance using triangular supports to shield against rain while using the kong. Observing the collective effort of the community, Bao Zili finally watched as the 5-room tiled house was completed. Filled with immense joy, the additional rooms consist of 2 spaces, one designated as a storage room, while the other serves as a kitchen. The walls, however, remain unplanned and unconstructed for the time being. My uncle, seeking to engage Bao Zili in conversation, inquires, "Why are you not pleased with the house now that it's built?" Truth be told, the construction has entirely drained my finances. No worries. I have faith in you. If you're short on funds, I can lend you some from my own resources. Yet, I hesitated, questioning whether these houses merely serve as facades. What do you mean by that? He asked. These houses are quite decent and meant for habitation. Have you considered where my sheep, pigs, and dog will reside? The dog in question was a stray acquired from a neighbor. During these times, stray dogs could be caught easily without any cost. This little dog, having been with us for less than half a year, has grown adorably charming, dutifully tied at night in a small cave at the door, occasionally barking. What are your plans then? I pondered, suggesting we take our time and not rush. Let's keep them in the cave for now. We can stay in the rooms and eat there. In the future, we will have to carry water down to feed them. This is quite manageable. The area behind your house isn't heavily populated. You could exchange a piece of land with someone for a better one, without fearing loss. They have less than an acre remaining. You could trade for an acre and let them take a little advantage. Then, you can construct small shelters for the sheep and pigs behind the house, as there is ample space. Bao Zili, recalling experiences from previous lives, found my uncle's suggestion plausible, noting that many have done similarly in later times. Their home is situated at the edge of the land, and no one would object to what is done behind. Let's do this. I will guarantee a loan of 1,000 yuan for you to finish building the remaining parts of the house. Leave the cave empty. It's impractical for your family to be so scattered. I reassured him, I do have some funds, but I want to need them. If we're building, let us proceed. The construction crew is still here. Let them directly build the pigsty, sheep pen, and toilet. Having just finished a banquet, the villagers observed Bao Zili beginning his work, constructing small houses behind the large one. Some remarked that he was taking too ambitious a step, cautioning him to be wary of overreaching. Thanks to Bao Zili's initiative in erecting the large house, he set a precedent, inspiring several entrepreneurs in the village who recalled the awe they felt when Bao Zili first constructed a solid brick house. Indeed, his image peddling a bicycle showcased the allure of business. The small houses built by ordinary families, of course, could not compare to the aesthetically pleasing structures crafted by professionals. Furthermore, Bao Zili insisted on a robust foundation made entirely of bricks, rising solidly to the top, ensuring durability. The floors were also to be paved with bricks and smoothed with cement, impervious to the pigs digging. The toilet facilities were standardized with separate male and female accommodations, unlike many households that utilized a single pit latrine. During this period, constructing houses and hosting banquets proved relatively cost-effective. There was no loss in inviting neighbors to the feast. With contributions as modest as 2 yuan, friends and relatives would bring a red silk quilt cover, typically worth only 5 yuan, yet cherished. Sometimes, the abundance of quilts exceeds the capacity of the beams, leading them to hang precariously on ropes. It is often said that the more quilts one possesses, the greater one's prestige. However, in the eyes of Bao Zili, these quilts serve little purpose beyond their utility in sewing. What else could they possibly achieve? It would be more economical to spend merely 2 yuan. However, this 2 yuan is only temporarily gathered in one's household, as one must eventually return the favor to others who may need it. The customary monetary gifts have escalated from 1 yuan to 2, then 3, 5, and even 10 yuan, ultimately reaching 50 or 100 yuan. As the tide rises, so do the expectations. After the completion of the new house, it requires time to air out. Otherwise, the dampness becomes overwhelming. Bao Zili believes it would be best to move in after the second spring. His uncle cautiously inquired, "So you plan to move next year? Will your wedding be held in the new house or in the cave?" Bao Zili mused that the cave might be preferable, as it lacks the complexities of the new home. Turning to observe his uncle, he noted a flicker of disappointment in his eyes. Perhaps he felt that after all the effort to build the house for his nephew, a wedding there would elevate his own status. Yet, after contemplation, he reconciled with the idea. The house is here, and his sister has only this one child. If the child does not reside there, who else would? Ultimately, it will belong to this nephew and his daughter, so why fret over such transient matters? Moreover, how many fathers in the surrounding villages possess such discernment, ensuring their daughters marry a man capable of building a new home and providing a life of comfort? Many houses are still constructed with blue bricks and mud. His nephew's abode, however, is built entirely of solid blue bricks with whitewashed walls. This is truly a unique achievement. Prior to this, his brothers jested, urging him to treat them to drinks, celebrating the light in his eyes for having found a commendable match for his daughter. Were it not for blood ties, they might have attempted to disrupt the engagement, wishing for their own daughters to wed him. How amusing they are. His mother subtly hinted that a wedding in the new house would enhance their family's prestige, allowing them to hold their heads high. However, Bao Zili did not acquiesce. He felt that unearned fortune could lead to calamity. Elevating his family to prosperity overnight is not a prudent endeavor. He believes in a gradual ascent, and the new room is far too damp. Winter visits would render the space uninhabitable, with the fade of prestige overshadowing the true comforts of life. It is far cozier to reside in the earthen cave, where the wind and rain cannot intrude. If possible, he would choose to live in this cave for a lifetime, a legacy passed down from his grandfather. Stories of treasure, such as ancient coins discovered in these caves, linger in his memory. He yearns to uncover them if fate allows. Chapter 16. The groom's arrival. Shin Xiujuan's father observed his daughter, brimming with joy as she scurried about behind Bao Zili's 2 younger sisters. It struck him how she was blossoming into a young woman, truly embodying the phrase "a girl grows up too quickly." This was merely the beginning of discussions regarding the marriage. The two families had only exchanged a few words in private. Yet his daughter had already treated her cousin's home as her own, finding joy in labor there that she rarely experienced at home. Every day, My uncle assists Bao Zili in organizing items, intending to transport those that are no longer needed to the new house. However, upon reflection, he decides against it. Pondering the necessity of various items, he instead opts to clear the manure from the pen into the cave dwelling, making it easier for the cart to transport. Other matters can be addressed when they move to the new house. The dilapidated home may be worth a fortune, but it is best to wait until spring to assist them with the organization, as he himself is also at a loss. On this particular day, my uncle helped Bao Zili gather some wood, planning to return home the next day. At home, only the elderly matriarch remained, with his wife also present. Daily access to water was a challenge, as none of the families had running water yet. He provided some money for his brother to fetch water from the central pipe in the village, uncertain of how things were faring back home. It had been a while since any visitors had come to Bao Zili's house. Those who came were either there to buy or to borrow something. On this day, a flamboyantly dressed young woman entered. My uncle assumed she was there to purchase vegetables and informed the young girl that his nephew was not home, and they had not received any supplies lately, as Bao Zili mentioned that vegetables were only bought in bulk during winter when they were less likely to spoil. The girl remained silent for a moment before declaring, "I am not here to buy vegetables, nor am I interested in oil, salt, or vinegar. I have come to seek Bao Zili for some amusement." This was peculiar, for Bao Zili had not had any noteworthy acquaintances. His sister had mentioned that after their father's passing, he had severed ties with his former dubious friends, and no girls had visited since. What could this be about? He initially thought the girl might be a companion of Bao Zili's sister. Her boldness in stating her intent to seek Bao Zili was quite audacious. From a distance, a distinct fragrance of snowflake cream wafted through the air. In this era, those who could afford such luxuries typically came from well-to-do families. The girl had her hair tied back with a bright red ribbon, adorned with sheer fabric resembling window gauze, and wore a green silk scarf around her neck. Was she not aware that scarves were typically worn in spring? It was now harvest time, and the heat of summer was upon them. Why would she don a scarf in the early morning? Was she not concerned about heat rash? Upon hearing that Bao Zili was not home, the girl remarked, "Then I shall look for Bao Zili's sister instead." Why would a young lady, especially one of her age, be out so early instead of helping her mother with breakfast? Just then, a voice called from outside, prompting the younger sister to run out and exclaim, "Wang Shijuan, it has been years since you last visited our home. What brings you here today?" "I simply wanted to see your home, as I have heard from the villagers that your family is now living well, enjoying foods and items that we have never seen before, things that city folk use. I wanted to come for a visit." "What nonsense have you heard? Our family is still not as well off as yours. There is nothing worth seeing. Feel free to sit down, but I must tend to the rabbits. Otherwise, would you like to help me feed them?" "Absolutely. Little rabbits are so adorable. Let us throw some grass to them." "Why does it smell so foul? The rabbits I saw at others' homes were always clean. Why do yours smell so terrible?" "Just a bit of cleaning will suffice. Wait a moment while I fetch a broom to tidy up. My brother has left a pile of dirt here." "Oh dear. Does your brother dig in the rabbit pen every day? Surely he must smell quite unpleasant himself." Upon hearing this, the younger sister sensed something amiss. They say one should listen to the sounds of the gong to discern the truth in words. What brings this enchantress to our humble abode today? Surely, it cannot be anything good. I have previously heard whispers that this young lady adorns herself in extravagant attire, often mingling with boys around their card games. Now, it is said that a new craze has emerged in some village, mahjong, exquisitely beautiful like jade. As others play for winnings, this female sprite inserts herself into their midst, fluttering to the victor, affectionately calling them brother, and coaxing them for pocket change. The men, parting with trifles, may even take the liberty to brush her delicate hand or pinch her rosy cheek. Indeed, my brother sweats profusely and carries an odor, but what of it? Does your brother bathe? How often does he cleanse himself? My brother does not bathe. We, the folk of the Lust Plateau, seldom do. If diligent, one might wash in the river during summer, walking 5 miles down to the stream. If one is less industrious, a damp cloth suffices at home. If water is available, one might use a basin in the cave to wipe down. You are not a stranger here. Why do you persist with such mundane inquiries? Why does your brother neglect hygiene? The other boys carry a pleasant fragrance, adorned with floral lotions. What does your brother use to wash his face? He simply uses soap. Soap for his face, not a fragrant one. If fragrant soap is unavailable, we use regular soap. If no soap is present, then nothing at all. Is this not how everyone lives? We even wash our hair with laundry detergent. Why do you continually ask such questions? I do not believe it. When your brother returns, I shall confirm it with my own senses. But, Wang Shijuan, what is the true purpose of your visit today? You speak incessantly of my brother. Has he offended you in some way? Not quite. A girl has taken a liking to your brother, and I was sent to propose on her behalf. Forget it. My brother has no interest in any girl. He is already betrothed. Do you see? That is my cousin, the very one. In a few days, once the bride price is discussed, they shall wed after the new year. A person like you could hardly speak of good women. My brother has no desire. What if the girl I speak of is as beautiful as I? What? So you are proposing for yourself? It took me a while to realize. Dear sister, you are too lovely. My brother is not worthy of you. He has made it clear that his heart belongs to my cousin, and their affection is genuine. Which one is your cousin? Is she the unfamiliar woman from your family? Is she not a cripple? Though my brother may not be the most handsome, how could he possibly be attracted to such a person? I do not know. All I know is that my brother cherishes her, and she reciprocates his feelings. Perhaps it is simply a case of two mismatched souls finding each other. Little sister, let us negotiate a matter. Could you facilitate this connection for me? Once it comes to fruition, I shall reward you with a bag of my exquisite lotion. Behold, I shall procure for you a splendid new silk scarf of vibrant red. Truly beautiful. I have no interest in scarves. I possess several already. My brother specializes in selling such items, scarves, shawls, and even headscarves. He plans to sell denim next year too, claiming that as his capital grows, he will offer an even wider array of goods. I have no desire for such things. You are utterly foolish. I shall say no more. What benefits has that cripple offered you? I have promised you so many things, yet you remain silent, leaving me no choice but to seek out your brother. It is often said that a man must traverse mountains to pursue a woman, while a woman may only need to part a veil to pursue a man. I refuse to believe that I cannot confound him. When I eventually become your sister-in-law, you shall see. Humph. You little enchantress, who would want you as my sister-in-law? I have but one brother, and I shan't allow you to lead him astray. You prance about like a fairy, constantly mingling among men. My brother has no taste for tattered clothes, and you've already encountered numerous rebuffs. The enchantress swayed her hips as she departed, the green scarf around her neck tightened, and upon exiting the cave, she spat disdainfully. What a foul place this is. If I were to marry here, I would insist on living in a new house, for I refuse to dwell in this dilapidated cave. What is the matter, daughter? Why are you quarreling with her? What good is there in it? You know not what others say, yet you wish to play the peacemaker. If it weren't for your being my uncle, I would have scolded you. It is too much to bear. I have never encountered such disrespect in my life. But let us return to the matter at hand. You are not truly arguing on behalf of your daughter. What is wrong with this woman? What have I said that has enraged you so? This is the first time I have seen you vexed in your own home. That woman has a sharp tongue. Look how it has dimmed your uncle's countenance. Very well. Do you wish to hear the truth? Allow me to explain. That enchantress desires to be my brother's wife and wishes for me to cast your daughter away, offering me snowflake cream and a new scarf in return. What sort of person is she? Her mere presence irks me. She even claimed our home stinks, that our rabbits are less fragrant than others. She merely slathered on some snowflake cream. My brother insisted on giving it to me, but I refused. I merely wish for him to earn more and save diligently to repay his debts sooner rather than later. It is not that I cannot afford it. If it were not for the sake of this family, I would not be so incensed. Ah, so that is the crux of the matter. Well said. I shall join you in your ire. She resembles an enchantress and paints her face like a ghost. Yet your uncle, being somewhat at a loss for words, cannot articulate such sentiments. Had your aunt been present, she would surely have sent her packing. What audacity, to come and try to snatch away a son-in-law. I have seen many a suitor pursue a maiden, but to witness a woman chasing after a man is a rare sight indeed. It is utterly shameless. Indeed, in this day and age, it is commonplace for men to pursue women, yet it is seldom for women to pursue men. However, as simple folk from the countryside, both my sister and uncle cannot abide the flamboyance of Wang Shijuan. Do not mention this to my cousin, lest she become sullen. Her temperament is that of a perpetual victim. Can you believe that this enchantress dares to call our home foul, yet wishes to marry my brother? My brother even suggested marrying in the cave. He, the one who covets wealth, is no longer welcome at our door. Unbeknownst to the two, they had successfully repelled the enchantress in their first encounter, only to find her blocking their path once more, boldly declaring her affections. The night was pitch black. The summer breeze cool and crisp, reminiscent of the gentle zephyrs gliding over the lake. carrying the fresh scent of grass and freshly turned earth. Bao Zili hummed a tune, finding his bicycle much lighter to ride. Feeling a sense of fulfillment as he sold nearly all of his goods for the day, he would return home on his bicycle, brimming with excitement. From a distance, he spotted an individual at the village entrance, waving at him. Noticing that this person was clad in a floral white and red top and green trousers, reminiscent of the crops flourishing in the fields, the vibrant colors harmoniously intertwined, creating a refreshing visual delight. "Brother Zili, you're back. I've been waiting for you all afternoon," she called out. "Why were you waiting for me? Were you hoping to purchase something? I have silk scarves, wraps, socks, and even gloves for farm work," he inquired. "No, Brother Zili. My father wishes to find me a new husband." "Ah, splendid. When the wedding takes place, I shall attend the banquet and gift you a generous red envelope. Why do you seem unfazed by this news?" "My father wants to arrange a match, but I prefer to find someone myself." "Oh, you found someone? That is wonderful. You should simply have your father visit his family to propose. But you must agree first, Brother Zili. Only then can I go to your home to propose." "What? Propose at my home? I have no younger brother. I am already engaged." "Brother Zili, could you not perhaps reconsider your fiancée? She limps and cannot assist you with labor. She struggles to carry a bucket of water. Cooking is a challenge for her. Look at me. I'm lively and of similar height to you, far more attractive than she is. Wouldn't marrying me bring you honor? With your brand new house, we would stand out in our village and town. If you were to marry your cousin, think of how your new house would be paired with a difficult wife. It would be like a bowl of noodles marred by a single drop of rat droppings. Who could stomach it?" Zili was momentarily taken aback, only to realize that the individual before him was Wang Shijuan, the intended bride of his original self. It seemed that fate's design was inescapable. However, he was resolute in altering his destiny, ensuring this mistake would not be repeated. Moreover, this person was idle, solely focused on her appearance, and it was apparent that marrying her would lead to a tragic end due to illness and lack of funds for treatment. Despite her beauty, she was lacking in education, having only completed the 2nd grade of elementary school, and she despised the long walks to school. Instead, she remained at home, indulging in laziness, only able to prepare simple meals, lacking both the ingredients and the skills she should have learned from her mother. She did not even inherit her mother's talent for crafting paper-cut decorations, nor could she sew shoes or tailor clothes. After marrying Wang Shijuan, the original self relied on her mother for such tasks. Given a second chance in life, he vowed not to repeat the same errors. "I already have a fiancée, and I am set to marry by the end of the year. You should seek someone you truly like, someone who reciprocates your feelings. Can't you give me a chance?" "Absolutely not. In truth, if you explore a bit, you will find that many houses in our county are far more beautiful than mine. Others live in apartments, and everything you need is readily available in the county. If you wish for assistance in finding a handsome suitor, I can certainly help you find someone who is 10 times better than me. Could you explain why? Despite my beauty, you do not favor me and instead prefer her?" There were clearly 2 flowers, one in the sky and the other on the ground. "Why do you prefer the one below rather than the one above?" "The one in the sky is beyond reach, hence my affection for the one on the ground. To speak candidly, you have not received much education. Do not be deceived by my cousin's lack of beauty. She is a 4th grade graduate, proficient in reading and arithmetic, while you are merely a decorative vase. As for Wang Shijuan, she is not particularly knowledgeable and lacks proficiency in mathematics. However, Bao Zili has a vague recollection of her, as he once heard his grandfather mention that Bao Zili and his father were of the same generation, and the beautiful bride he married was merely a flower pillow, unable to even write her own name fluently, let alone the name of her child. Very well, just you wait. One day, I shall certainly bring home a man who surpasses you, perhaps one who is 10 times better." Unbeknownst to Bao Zili, he has unwittingly established a formidable adversary in his life. This woman, despite her average intellect, would pose numerous challenges on Bao Zili's path to prosperity, leveraging her beauty to complicate matters. Perhaps it was the mere fluttering of Bao Zili's wings that altered the trajectory of the original life significantly. Many events that should not have unfolded would indeed come to pass in the years to follow. Chapter 17. Engagement. Amidst the wheat seeds, Bao Zili wheeled his bicycle out of the courtyard. The uneven dirt road caused the bicycle to rattle, and his family heard the sound from afar. His younger sister rushed out to inquire, "Brother, how much did you earn today?" Seeing this little money enthusiast, Bao Zili felt reluctant to deceive her, replying, "Only around 20 or 30. "Is it 20 or 30? Why are you asking so many questions? The family matriarch urged. Hurry up and prepare a meal for your brother. I'm hungry. His uncle, being experienced, noticed Bao Zili's gloomy expression and asked, Did business not go well today? Did someone bully you? We are not from that village. It's best to let things slide and avoid disputes. A few kind words can go a long way. We are here to earn money, and we will need to return to that village, so let us not create any unpleasantness. No, Bao Zili turned to glance around. Not seeing his cousin, he continued, It's something else. What is it? Speak up, and I can help you analyze it. After all, I am older and have experienced much. I've caught the attention of an enchantress who asked me at the village entrance if I liked her. She wishes to propose to me. What? Did she come to our house today, and then waylay you on the road? At the village entrance? Perhaps tomorrow. You should have your mother wait for you there. I can't believe this woman is so shameless. How could she pursue another's husband? Ah, she did visit today? Bao Zili was equally astonished, realizing how persistent Wang Shijuan was. Based on his past life experiences, he had been the one pursuing Wang Shijuan, yet in this life, she was the one taking the initiative. Could it be that his arrival in this world had altered certain events? Let your sister inform you about it. His uncle found himself in a dilemma, unable to decide whether to speak or remain silent, ultimately leaving it to the parties involved to clarify. His younger sister, already standing by the Kong with a tray, had overheard some of the conversation and promptly recounted the events with unrestrained candor. In conclusion, I expressed my demands, brother. Today I have driven away that mischievous spirit for you, so I request a package of snowflower cream and a new style of silk scarf in return. Tomorrow, I shall ensure her downfall. She dared to speak ill of our family, claiming our home is unworthy. She wishes to marry you and reside in the grand house, as if she were some kingly creature, dreaming lofty dreams. Well, her intentions at the village entrance were similar. However, I declined her proposition and advised her to find a way to marry someone in the city, for the homes there are superior to ours, and life in the city will undoubtedly be better. The city dwellers possess respectable jobs with higher wages. Brother, have you lost your senses? She has been bullying our family, and yet you contemplate introducing her to suitors for a city marriage? I would rather see her wed to a mountain fool. What nonsense! You question whether you have feelings for her, wishing for her to relocate to the city? I have no desire to move there myself. What mischief would she bring upon others? If she were to prosper more than everyone else, who would advocate for us? Bao Zili silently consumed his noodles, observing Shin Xiujuan standing foolishly at the door, neither entering nor exiting. Once the meal concluded, Bao Zili addressed his uncle. Uncle, since this matter is settled and you are hesitant to speak, allow me to take the lead. We shall sow the wheat and secure our living arrangements. And then we should find 2 matchmakers to set a date, whether before or after the new year. In any case, it is preferable to finalize the marriage before the new year to avoid prolonged delays and unnecessary complications. Very well, the uncle replied, acknowledging Bao Zili's maturity and independence. Let us conduct the ceremony in the cave dwelling, and you can move to the new house in the spring, once the weather warms and after the 2nd day of the 2nd lunar month. As someone who has experienced such matters, he understood the inherent dangers. When a woman is determined to pursue a man wholeheartedly, she possesses countless methods at her disposal, the most direct being to tarnish his reputation. In this era, society is particularly sensitive to crimes of assault and misconduct. Should that girl be reckless, it could ruin his future. One fears she might resort to desperate measures. At times, individuals will go to any lengths to obtain what they desire. I recall a woman from the agricultural collective in their village, who, after her husband's death, struggled to raise 3 children and ultimately made grave mistakes out of desperation for sustenance. She did not remarry while living with her mother-in-law, as no one wished to take in a woman with dependents. Yet, a bachelor in the village found her appealing. Night after night, he called her name, and together they would sneak into the collective's alfalfa and cornfields to pilfer crops. Her mother-in-law, having seen the world, could only turn a blind eye, consenting each time. Eventually, as it became impossible to conceal the truth, the woman's pregnancy became evident, prompting her mother-in-law to agree to let the bachelor join their family. This incident created quite the stir in the village at the time. However, the community ultimately forgave them. In those years, people would do anything to fill their stomachs. And no one blamed the woman or her mother-in-law. They simply recognized that the circumstances had ensnared them. With a lit cigarette in hand, I took several deep puffs and tapped it against the edge of the Kong. My uncle remarked, "Let us eat our fill and retire early. I shall join you in slumber." He shared a room with Bao Zili. Deep down, he felt troubled, having sought a suitable match for his daughter. What transpired was akin to a savory bun being eyed by a dog. How could this be acceptable? What sort of predicament is this? They say, when a family has a daughter, 100 families seek her, but while the girl is indeed beautiful, the boy's family is too affluent, drawing unwanted attention. It appears that such fortune is not easily attained. The following day, after breakfast, my uncle prepared to return home with his daughter. Bao Zili had packed 4 packets of cigarettes for him, offering one each to the 2 uncles who had assisted him, along with 2 packets of snowflake cream and 2 silk scarves for his cousin, Jiang Suanniu. He gathered an assortment of useful items from his supplies for her, including thimbles, thread, and needles, to spare his aunt the trouble of purchasing them outside, especially since she had lent him considerable help during the construction of his house. Perhaps Wang Shijuan, despite her physical maturation, had yet to reach the stage of reckless abandon in her thoughts. After her confession was met with rejection, she vanished from Bao Zili's life for a time. Meanwhile, he began instructing his mother to hire a tractor for plowing, paying cash directly. Upon learning of the cash payment, the tractor driver inquired if there were more fields available, declaring that he would take on any land as long as it was paid for in cash. This illustrates the value of cash in that era. Plowing an acre for 25 yuan was no trivial expense. Few in the village could afford it. And there were murmurs that tractor-plowed fields were too compacted for crops to thrive in the following year. Most preferred oxen for plowing, which cost only 20 yuan per acre, a saving of 5 yuan, which could purchase a significant quantity of salt, with the crops struggling to flourish. Bao Zili pondered the whereabouts of fertilizers. During this period, he slowed down the sale of small items, finding the profits less appealing, and began wandering around the county town, inquiring where fertilizers might be available. Guided by a knowledgeable individual, he located the agricultural technology station. At that time, both the livestock and agricultural stations were quite sought after, while departments like the epidemic prevention station were frequently engaged by the common folk, especially the grain station. Upon explaining his intentions, the person in charge said, "Young man, I see you are earnest in your endeavors. Here's the deal. I happen to have someone looking to promote a batch of fertilizers. If you pay a deposit, we can arrange for a tractor to transport a load back for you to sell. If all goes well, they will contact you directly in the future, and I will take a small commission, leaving most of the profits for you." Bao Zili procured a tractor in the county town and transported a load of fertilizers to his new home. However, a minor complication arose regarding trust. To assure others of his credibility, he brought the head of the agricultural station to the wholesale market, where the store owners he frequently dealt with repeatedly affirmed that he was reliable, with no issues regarding payments. Moreover, Bao Zili took the person in charge to visit his rural home, entrusting the tractor driver with the responsibility of returning him, and generously rewarding the driver with an additional pack of cigarettes. This was to prevent any misunderstandings, as he had only paid a portion of the deposit. Fearing that others might think he was attempting to deceive them, the fertilizer was hastily placed in the new house, with bricks laid on the ground covered by wooden boards to prevent moisture. Although the fertilizer was in plastic bags, it was deemed safer to avoid direct contact with the floor. At this point, Bao Zili pondered who might come to see it. He decided to invite himself over, considering it a trivial matter, although he felt the night would be a bit chilly. During the day, however, he opted to call his uncle, Shun Xiujuan's father, as they were nearly family now, and it wouldn't be an inconvenience to seek his assistance. The following day, Bao Zili brought some goods to his uncle's village and discussed the matter with him. His uncle replied that he would come over in a few days. Consequently, Bao Zili summoned workers to begin installing the glass in the rooms, while he asked his mother to stoke the calm, believing it would be better to warm it up. At this time, they needed to bring some firewood up, as the fertilizer was unloaded in his mother's room, and his uncle would also be staying in the main house. This was because they intended to reserve that room for new furniture once the new house was completed. Bao Zili only occasionally ventured into small trading during favorable weather, dedicating most of his time to promoting fertilizer. He distributed several bags of fertilizer to his uncles, asking them to trial it first, thereby promoting it among relatives and friends. Some villagers had previously used fertilizer but found it expensive. Thus, Bao Zili proposed a deferred payment plan, allowing them to pay after the wheat harvest next year. Encouraged by a few daring families, they also purchased compound fertilizer and urea, trusting Bao Zili's assurances that payment could be postponed. The compound fertilizer was priced at 30 yuan per bag, while urea cost 25 yuan. Given the value of money at that time, they believed that if the yield improved, they would not need to transport as much manure next year, as their supply was indeed insufficient for spreading a thin layer in the fields. Utilizing the knowledge he had acquired in the past, Bao Zili instructed others on the proper application of fertilizer, emphasizing the importance of spreading it evenly. When his uncle witnessed his nephew embarking on the fertilizer business, he felt an overwhelming urge to marry off his daughter that very day. This nephew was full of surprises, and at this rate, not only would the village girls be vying for such a promising son-in-law, but even discerning families from the countryside would be seeking him for their daughters. It seemed uncertain whether his daughter could indeed marry into such a family. Alas, it is often said that one should choose a son-in-law from a distinguished family. However, such esteemed families, particularly those with capable sons-in-law, can also be a source of anxiety, as they tend to attract bold and questionable women. Chapter 18. The first year of selling 3 tractor loads of fertilizer is indeed seasonal. In the year 1983, Bao Zili was the first in their village to venture into this new territory. The ultimate goal was to demonstrate how others could benefit from using this fertilizer, ensuring that they experienced a significant increase in grain yield, thereby expanding the future market for fertilizer. His uncle's household had already been served. Through the connections of his uncle, he managed to procure several bags of fertilizer on credit from their village. Most of the affluent individuals contributed a portion of the payment. Though none fully settled their debts, they simply felt sympathy for the young man. People from neighboring villages also provided some assistance. Subsequently, Bao Zili personally visited those who purchased the fertilizer to offer guidance, advising them on which types could be used in conjunction and which should not be mixed. In front of the villagers, he demonstrated and instructed them, which helped in selling a portion of the fertilizer. However, looking back, although the fertilizer was sold, the returns came in the form of wheat, corn, and bran. Some families exchanged these goods for fertilizer, prompted by Bao Zili's persistent promotion. People were generally curious about new things. Moreover, in the previous years, some villagers had received free fertilizer but chose not to use it, preferring the manure from their own livestock. Observing his nephew, the uncle noted that this young man was capable of hard work. Seeing that his nephew had not recovered much money but instead returned with a pile of goods left him both amused and bewildered. He wondered how such a clever boy could have acted so foolishly this time. Bao Zili smiled and explained that to make others aware of the benefits of fertilizer, it was essential to encourage widespread use and compare it with the untreated plots. In the village, there was a customary practice of offering free samples of watermelon to potential buyers. Similarly, with fertilizer, which cost significantly more than a large watermelon, one could not afford to give it away for free, but offering some incentives would make it more accessible and appealing. After all, no matter how good a product is, if it remains unsold and piled up, it holds no value. Thus, Bao Zili busied himself, tirelessly arranging for 3 tractor loads of fertilizer. The head of the agricultural machinery station remarked, "Young man, to start off this large is impressive. Who knows, you may sell even more in the future, so be mentally prepared. Big businesses are not easy to manage, and once you establish a market, others may choose to act as agents like you. You must find ways to secure the entire market and ensure they purchase solely from you, avoiding other agents. This is crucial. Do not let others benefit from your hard work." Bao Zili conducted trials on his own land for others to observe, using a cart to spread fertilizer across the fields, followed by a tractor for plowing and sowing. A crowd gathered to witness this seemingly foolish act of spreading fertilizer, perceiving it as throwing money away, as he did not use any manure for planting wheat. However, it appeared genuine and not deceitful. Within half a year, Bao Zili had managed to construct a large tiled house for his family. A person who could orchestrate such endeavors would hardly engage in foolish actions. After witnessing Bao Zili's demonstration on his own land, villagers began to purchase additional bags of fertilizer, realizing that applying a bag of fertilizer was far more efficient than hauling and spreading manure. They reasoned that if the yield from the fertilized land did not surpass that of the manure-treated plots the following year, they could simply refrain from purchasing it again. After all, one could only be fooled once. Many individuals, harboring such thoughts, decided to buy a bit more. Bao Zili has recently sold a total of 3 tractors worth of fertilizers. After accounting for a portion exchanged for wheat and corn, some individuals, believing that their corn might appreciate in value, opted to pay in cash, resulting in minimal profit, approximately 2,000 yuan. This amount, while slightly superior to his previous small-scale trades, is still modest. However, as the season has passed and the doors have closed, he sent his uncle back home and returned to his original trade of selling goods. Many people, having not seen him in a long time, inquired when he would be bringing in new and exciting items. With the wheat sown and the weather turning cooler, it is the ideal time to sell silk scarves and woolen shawls, as well as gloves that have recently become popular among elementary school students. At this time, children prefer to wear newly purchased gloves, believing them to be far more attractive than those handmade from cotton by their mothers. In the countryside, the majority of protective hand coverings consist of the sleeves of a cotton-padded jacket, approximately 20 centimeters long, which can be inserted into the jacket's sleeves for added warmth. In the past few days, after selling his goods, Bao Zili wandered the streets of the town and identified two potential references. One is the grain station warehouse, which is still operational for this year, but will become obsolete in about a decade. The other is the cooperative's warehouse, which can be rented for a fee, as many buildings in the town currently stand vacant due to a lack of business. The street in town is adjacent to an asphalt road, well-connected and accessible for villagers from any direction, including those who can drive tractors. However, his village is somewhat remote. Ordinary individuals would rather not travel such a distance when they could easily go to the county seat, where fertilizers are also available. Why venture to his village when the county offers the same? In the rural mindset, some individuals would prefer to travel further rather than allow others, particularly nearby villagers, to profit at their expense. They feel that doing so merely enriches others with their hard-earned money. It is acceptable for distant individuals to prosper, as they perceive it to be a matter of intelligence. However, witnessing the prosperity of those nearby, especially when it is achieved through their own efforts, breeds jealousy. Bao Zili silently vowed to himself that before the summer of next year, he must secure several rooms in the cooperative's warehouse. Otherwise, his business expansion will remain stunted. For now, he continues to diligently save capital, tirelessly stashing away money like a little hamster hoarding food. Winter in the northern region is relatively tranquil. After a year of toil, people enjoy wandering the market. They carry baskets filled with eggs laid by their hens or persimmons plucked from their trees. These persimmons, stored in a cool place, have ripened by this time and are brought to the market for sale. Alternatively, they sell dried tobacco for extra cash. During this season, people are less focused on making money and more inclined to enjoy the social atmosphere of the market, reconnecting with friends and family they haven't seen in years, as the market serves as a common gathering place. Occasionally, some individuals even choose the market as a venue for arranged encounters, stealing glances at one another from a distance. Elderly couples, hand in hand, lament that they have not seen each other in years, uncertain of when they will meet again, possibly not realizing that time has buried them up to their necks in the earth. The scene is imbued with profound sadness. In places bustling with activity, commerce inevitably flourishes. Bao Zili no longer ventures into every village to sell goods, finding the returns to be meager and the profits insufficient. Moreover, the number of individuals emulating his approach has increased, leading him to conclude that earning money at the market is more lucrative. Engaging in hurried transactions is not a sustainable business model. He frequents the local market in his township, the neighboring one, and another market in a different town, pedaling his bicycle daily, weather permitting. When fortune smiles upon him, he may indulge in a snack of fried dough twists or a bowl of stir-fried noodles at the market. As the new year approaches, astute entrepreneurs begin wholesale purchases of sunflower seeds, peanuts, and candies, stocking up for the festivities to sell at the market. Some venture to Xi'an or other locations to wholesale New Year paintings or decorative plastic wall hangings, which are also quite popular. Lanterns for the Lantern Festival are set to hit the market shortly after the Spring Festival, and this business thrives as well. However, Bao Zili has no intention of entering this trade. He perceives these items as overly festive and worries they will be unsellable post-holiday, merely accumulating in his possession. He believes it is wiser for others to profit, as one cannot dominate every trade. Instead, Bao Zili focuses on traversing villages and townships, assessing the terrain and identifying regions with extensive agricultural activities or potential for fruit tree cultivation. The promotion of fertilizers would be easier in areas where fruit trees are planted. At this time, every village has collective orchards, tended by dedicated individuals who prune branches during winter. The branches are often collected by villagers for firewood. By establishing rapport with these contractors, he can significantly increase fertilizer sales. The collective economy remains robust, with some older orchards being privately contracted. producing canned goods, or transporting fruits elsewhere. However, many of these enterprises eventually faltered due to orchard decline and unsuccessful canning operations. Bao Zili realizes that making money alone can be a slow endeavor. At his uncle's home, soon-to-be-married Shun Xiujuan's household, he sets up a point of sale, allowing them to retail daily necessities like large bags of salt and alkali, sharing a portion of the profits. This arrangement frees him from visiting that village, enabling him to allocate his time to other pursuits. Regarding next year's fertilizer sales in the township, he envisions his uncle, who will soon become his father-in-law, as a steady presence in town to handle financial transactions while he promotes fertilizers in each village. Life will gradually improve as long as one remains vigilant for opportunities. There is always a venture that will suit one's abilities. Chapter 19. The second power connection. While Bao Zili busies himself with earning, the villagers begin to spend. How should I describe it? It is akin to a community that, with an abundance of leisure, embarks on initiatives for public welfare. Do you recall the orange bulb in Bao Zili's home when he first traversed into this world? At that time, their household had electricity. Why then did they resort to kerosene lamps later? The explanation is lengthy. Unstable voltage and instances of electricity theft plagued them. Each household's wiring was a patchwork of connections, extending from their cave dwelling to the next. The quality of wire varied significantly, often twisted together, and a gust of wind could dislodge them, with electricians rarely available to intervene. This situation posed considerable danger, requiring bamboo poles to hoist wires higher or a young man to climb up and secure them. If one cannot climb adeptly, a fall would result in a descent into the cave dwelling, a staggering height of over 10 meters, rendering the wooden utility poles unapproachable for many. At this juncture, numerous households chose to disregard the matter altogether. The absence of affordable kerosene lamps, coupled with the monthly electricity bill ranging from 5 to 10 yuan, was deemed too cumbersome, leading to a focus on conserving energy. In this scenario, the lack of lighting seemed advantageous, as the villagers lacked televisions and refrigerators, residing in cave homes where lighting was merely a secondary concern. Perhaps, as the harvest had just concluded and the new year approached, villagers observed that neighboring communities enjoyed reliable electricity, which illuminated far better than kerosene lamps. This prompted discussions within the village regarding the complete replacement of the wooden poles with new ones. Subsequently, electricians were tasked with uniformly connecting the low-voltage lines to individual homes. In his recollections, Bao Zili had previously experienced the village's periodic upgrades of wiring every decade, culminating in the eventual installation of cement poles. Presently, Bao Zili faced a dual dilemma, whether to extend electricity to his new home or to the cave dwelling, as his residence was strategically positioned between the two. When neighbors inquired about his decision, he realized that connecting to the cave dwelling would incur costs for both the pole and the wiring. Conversely, if he refrained from extending the line, nearby households would collaborate to purchase their own poles and wires. This stipulation implied that Bao Zili's family would be prohibited from connecting electricity to the cave dwelling. Initially, Bao Zili had intended to facilitate electricity for both residences, but upon reflection, particularly considering his mother and younger sister's sentiments regarding the extravagance of dual expenses, he concluded that it would be wiser to allocate those funds towards a more festive New Year celebration. Resolutely, he informed his mother of his decision to choose an auspicious day to relocate from the cave dwelling to the new home, thereby liberating himself from this predicament. They would forego extending electricity to the cave, relying instead on a few days of kerosene lamps, leaving the neighbors to manage as they saw fit. Observing the completion of their new home, the neighbors seemed eager to collaborate on the electricity installation, yet they would not permit him to independently extend the line, revealing the complexities of rural life. Amidst this turmoil, Shun Xiujuan's father and brother were summoned, along with Bao Zili's two maternal uncles, resulting in a flurry of activity surrounding the move. The new home had already seen the installation of windows, and the Kong, a traditional heated bed, was prepared, with his mother having stoked the fires in all 4 rooms. To conserve firewood, they opted to heat only 3 rooms for the time being, allowing his younger sisters to share a space, with plans to reorganize once spring arrived. The 2 young women reluctantly agreed, leaving one room temporarily designated as a guest quarters. A customary practice dictated that the kitchen items should be the first to be moved during a relocation. It was essential to establish the stove deity in place, followed by assembling the stove, thereby ensuring that cooking commenced on the very first day. The kitchen had been prearranged by a craftsman, requiring only the pots to be shifted into position, the bottoms cleaned, and a fire ignited. The focal point of the move was the water jars. Bao Zili's family possessed 4 jars, 1 large and 3 smaller ones. The smallest jar was designated for pickling vegetables during winter and storing water in summer. At that moment, the jars were filled with pickled cabbage, which they transferred into several basins before carefully relocating the empty jars to the new home, where the pickled cabbage would be stored anew. After relocating the water tank, a collective sigh of relief escaped the crowd. The remaining tasks seemed trivial in comparison. Next, they contemplated moving the wooden planks meant for storing grain, but decided to leave them in the cave for future firewood. Ultimately, they carried them to the sheepfold to store hay for the pigs. Faced with the question of what else needed moving, the group felt disheartened. The stark contrast between the pristine white house and the dark, shabby items was jarring, akin to a beautiful maiden clad in tattered rags, an awkward sight indeed. The workbench was constructed from bricks and cement, providing a sturdy foundation upon which the countertop could rest. The carpenter had reinforced the workbench when crafting the doors and windows, ensuring it was robust. Utensils were meticulously organized, and once that was complete, it was time to tackle the firewood. They spent an entire day transporting firewood of various lengths, meant for cooking, heating, and other uses, leaving everyone covered in dust and grime. They remarked on the value of their old possessions, which, although appearing useless and cumbersome to move, were too precious to discard. The sheep, pigs, and dogs all settled into their new abode. The old cave was left with only the door frame and panels. The group assisted in piling up the unwanted, broken wood behind the new house. The old cave was now so clean it could be described as if washed with water. If left behind, neighbors might take liberties and help themselves to what was yours. Regarding the door panels, the uncle suggested dismantling them all, but they decided against it, feeling they might still have some use. Having moved into the new home, the electrician began wiring the house. In less than an hour, he had completed the task, ensuring that each room was equipped with the newly purchased wiring. The power strips used were from a reputable brand, as he believed thicker wires and sturdier sockets would withstand frequent use. While the benefits were not immediately apparent, in the future, with devices like phones, televisions, and refrigerators needing charging, the demand for sockets would become evident. As a time traveler, he was aware that such conveniences would soon be commonplace. Upon finishing the wiring, the electrician exhaled in relief, bemused by the number of outlets required. The kitchen alone had several sockets. There were outlets at the bed's head and in the stove area. When asked about the reason, others explained they were for a future blower. Yet, few people used blowers nowadays. Why would one need such a device? Moreover, grounding wires were seldom utilized, and they argued that everyone managed fine without them. When the electrician discovered a faucet in the stove area, he inquired how it had been installed. They explained that it had been set up before the house was built to avoid future complications. Although it was non-functional for now, merely a decorative feature, the electrician chuckled, acknowledging the foresight of the young man. With the house established, preparations began for Bao Zili's wedding. Initially, according to the wishes of his uncle and mother, the wedding was to take place after the spring festival, as they believed they could save on meat and materials post-holiday. During the festival, everyone indulged in meat. And once the festivities concluded, when neighbors visited, they would consume less, thus saving some money. However, Bao Zili preferred to marry before the new year, ensuring that all matters were settled, allowing for a joyous celebration, followed by visiting relatives and exchanging gifts. As for the villagers, they could hardly consume much, and thus could not save several hundred yuan. Never mind, let us settle this before the new year. Ultimately, everyone agreed that if the wedding were to take place after the new year, it would save some money. But they believed it would be more convenient for the young couple to marry first, allowing them to visit relatives and exchange gifts afterward. At this juncture, preparations began to multiply. The groom's family needed to sew 2 new quilts, using fresh cotton, pristine white fabric, and silk for the quilt cover. These would be displayed for others to see and ultimately utilized. The preferred size for these quilts was 2 by 3 meters, akin to the modern-day double quilt. However, the mother found such large quilts rare. She had sourced the fabric in the county town. Traditionally, the quilts sewn were no wider than 1.5 to 1.8 meters, and a 2-meter quilt was unheard of. It seemed this child was presenting quite the challenge. Moreover, they needed to find a woman who had never been divorced, had not remarried, was blessed with children, and whose husband was still alive to assist in sewing the quilts. Bao Zili's mother was unable to lend a hand, So she enlisted help from a local woman and her aunt, who collaborated to sew 2 quilts and 1 mattress. They also needed to procure a new mattress cover for the heated bed. Bao Zili initially planned to buy 4 mattress covers, but his mother deemed it wasteful to replace the old ones on her bed, suggesting they could utilize cardboard boxes instead for her 2 daughters' beds. The 2 younger sisters were quite understanding, stating that new cardboard boxes would suffice, and they were thrilled to have their own rooms. What initially seemed like mere boasting from their brother turned into reality in less than a year. It was indeed fortuitous. There was no need to purchase mattress covers now, and they could wait until the family's finances improved. Bao Zili silently agreed. He had also contemplated buying wool felt, which was handcrafted and quite warm. However, he deemed it unnecessary, believing it neither warm nor breathable. His mother conceded that it was fine, as they already had the mattress. On the day of the wedding in the new house, Bao Zili's uncle and the family of Shin Xiujuan were filled with joy, feeling that they had ultimately fulfilled their desires. Bao Zili wished to buy 2 stoves for the home, but his mother insisted that only 1 was necessary for the new house. After some consideration, Bao Zili decided to purchase a new stove for his mother's residence, where it could be used for cooking and boiling water. He also arranged for a tractor from the village to deliver a load of coal. At that time, coal was quite affordable, priced at 60 yuan per ton, unlike the future prices that soared to over 200, 400, or even 700 yuan per ton. His mother and sisters still chopped firewood for daily use, but would only add a few pieces of coal when cooking, feeling it was a prudent choice. Amused, Bao Zili remarked, "Why save that money? Is it worth it to burn firewood in the summer?" His mother replied that firewood was free from the mountains, while coal felt like burning money, causing the family to laugh together. During this period, rural communities prioritized frugality, with most individuals focused on saving rather than earning. There were tales of villagers living by the roadside, collecting coal pieces each morning in baskets or bags. They felt that gathering free coal was akin to finding money, and the others looked on with envy. Some individuals ride their bicycles in the morning to collect coal, only to turn around and find their bicycles stolen, leaving them in a state of bewildered amusement. After settling matters at home, 3 uncles accompanied by their aunt traversed 2 mountain ranges to return, as they too needed to prepare a dowry for Shin Xiujuan. The dowry included the making of 2 new cotton quilts, the purchase of a wash basin, and various other items. The more gifts they brought, the greater the monetary envelopes received on the wedding day. For every item the bride's family presented, the groom's side reciprocated with a red envelope. During this time, Bao Zili also needed to inform relatives of the wedding date and extend invitations for their attendance. In this era, it was customary to steam 2 white buns. This task was manageable for Bao Zili, as he had no elders to assist him. He could complete it himself by cycling for a few days. However, dealing with matters in his hometown proved more challenging. His ancestral home lay deep in the mountains. He managed to find someone knowledgeable about the area, and the 2 of them cycled there. The 2 pigs he was raising had grown significantly, and Bao Zili had also acquired 2 piglets, adhering to his strategy of maintaining a constant number of pigs. He planned to keep 1 large pig for his wedding and sell the other. The proceeds from the sale would be allocated for the wedding and the upcoming new year, and he promised each of his sisters a share of 20%. The pig was sold for 150 yuan, and after adding a yuan, each sister received 30 yuan. His 2 sisters joyfully remarked how wonderful it would be if all 4 pigs could be sold for money. The first 2 pigs had been slaughtered during house construction. Their domineering brother insisted that the money from selling half the meat was used for building the house, while their shares were allocated for hosting guests. The sisters, though frustrated, said nothing. Now, having sold one of the remaining 2 large pigs, each sister received 30 yuan, bringing them much happiness. Their brother assured them that the remaining meat would not be sold, but rather enjoyed during the New Year celebrations. The eldest sister remained silent, while the younger sister pondered, "Why does money have to turn into meat? Never mind. What do we need so much money for? Eating meat is more worthwhile." As preparations for the wedding continued, their mother suggested purchasing some wheat to grind into flour. Bao Zili replied that it was unnecessary to complicate matters and instead opted to hire a tractor to go to the county seat and purchase 10 bags of flour. He also took his 2 sisters and mother for a stroll around the county. He bought extra supplies that he usually procured, ensuring he would not need to make another trip for provisions. After treating the driver to a bowl of fried noodles and covering the transportation costs, he also gifted him a pack of cigarettes. The pleased driver remarked, "In the future, just call me for any work." Bao Zili jested, "I cannot afford your services." My small orders cannot sustain a businessman of your stature." At that moment, Bao Zili playfully addressed his two sisters. "Now that I am getting married, aren't you going to prepare something for me?" The younger sister chimed in. "Would the embroidered pillowcases I made count?" The elder sister added, "I crafted a door curtain for you." "How about buying a clothes rack for our brother?" suggested the younger sister. "Brother, just buy a few pounds of wire, and you can twist it into a rack at home. Why purchase a clothes hanger?" "Indeed, those clothes racks are quite expensive," the elder sister concurred, uniting with her younger sibling. "I am referring to the wooden clothes rack that rests on the ground, shaped like a lotus flower." "Brother, why not spend a couple of coins to purchase a wire rack that can be hung behind the door? Such a rack can also serve the purpose of hanging clothes. The one that sits on the floor is rather inconvenient and takes up space." Well, it seems I have been bested by these two younger sisters. They will surely become adept at managing their lives. Alas, it appears that the little money they possess is unlikely to be retrieved. Very well. This time it is not feasible. I shall have to wait until next time. Before marriage, I must take my wife, Jiang, to the county town to buy new clothes. Wedding attire, as well as seasonal garments, must be acquired. In these times, it is essential to procure several items. Life is busy, leaving little time to earn money. Chapter 20. The family busy around you as a farmer. There are few significant events in life. For previous generations, building cave dwellings and marrying were monumental milestones. For my generation, constructing houses and marrying are viewed as pivotal moments. For Bao Zili, the current pressing concern is to marry and continue the family lineage, ensuring the Bao family flourishes. Do not mock the farmer's narrow perspective. Sometimes, after traversing society, one realizes that life is often dictated by the fabricated worldviews, societal norms, and values imposed by others, only to comprehend, at the end of life, that existence boils down to mere sustenance and leisure. We may not shine as brightly as others. Rather, we are ordinary, continually learning to embrace our mediocrity. We adapt our childhood aspirations of becoming scientists or writers into the reality of being farmers or laborers. As time passes, one learns to eat when hungry, sleep when tired, marry when the time comes, and bear children when it is appropriate. Thus, the family has descendants, and the nation has hope. This realization came to Bao Zili after he succumbed to overwork in his previous life. In that existence, he prioritized earning money and acquiring a home, ultimately missing the opportunity to experience love during his youth. By the time he sought romance, suitable companions were already taken. His choices were limited to older divorced women, wealthy matrons, or unfortunate encounters with inexperienced university students. Life is such that one misstep leads to a cascade of missed opportunities, forever out of sync with the right timing. The house is newly constructed and lacks any renovations. At this point, the concept of furniture is virtually non-existent, as most people live on the edge of subsistence. In truth, Bao Zili has a preference for the grand double beds and modular furniture of future times, complete with sofas and coffee tables, yet none of these are available now. His uncle has suggested crafting a new cabinet for his cousin, which will be carried over later. Bao Zili has commissioned a carpenter to build a desk from timber. Beside the desk, there is a mirror, a combination of a writing desk and a dressing table, reminiscent of those from later times. However, he does not particularly enjoy writing or keeping accounts. His cousin is also not inclined to adorn herself, making a mirror atop the dressing table perfectly suitable. A dual-purpose cabinet is truly ideal. This arrangement is quite unique within the village. Naturally, the cabinet for the two younger sisters cannot be overlooked. At this time, the small cabinets in their new house seem somewhat incongruous. Under the sketches of Bao Zili's design, a wardrobe reminiscent of modern modular furniture was constructed for the room, featuring small drawers that could be locked, thus providing a secure place for money. The two younger sisters were immensely pleased. Their mother believed that Bao Zili should also craft a similar wardrobe for himself, considering it was his wedding. After all, it would be too late to create such a piece when his sisters marry in the future. Bao Zili suggested that he should first prioritize his sisters, asserting that boys should be raised with modest means, and he jested that once he earns money, he would buy something better, thus deflecting the conversation. He felt a long-lost warmth emanating from his family's affection. Spend as you wish. Eat well, as long as there is food at home. Buy new clothes with your wife in the county town, and when it comes to bedding, new quilts will be ready by the time of marriage. It seemed that all resources in the household were inclined towards him. Bao Zili found himself quite fond of this simple, methodical way of life. In his previous life, he had observed many classmates, both male and female, passionately in love during their youth, only to find themselves single past 30, with some even beyond 40, and by 50. They had abandoned the thought of marriage altogether. He often pondered their future plans. Did they expect the state to provide for them in their old age? Villagers visited Bao Zili's home like tourists at a zoo, marveling at the pristine white walls, the bright glass, the frosted glass, and the beautifully sewn quilts. They heard rumors of his creation of a double quilt, which sparked a sense of bashfulness. How could two people share a single quilt? The walls of Bao Zili's home were adorned with newly purchased comic-style murals, akin to a series of film stills that together formed a complete narrative. Additionally, there were cheerful images of plump children and the god of wealth painted on oiled paper, evoking envy among the villagers. It seemed that white walls were far more appealing than those made of yellow clay. In his mother's room, several bags of fertilizer remained. A small shop was established in the room of his younger sister, where she and her elder sister took turns overseeing the sales. A carpenter had conveniently constructed a shelf to display the goods by category. Ingeniously, Bao Zili had a fixed price tags, making it the only small shop within a 10-mile radius across several villages. At that time, it was common for people to walk 2 to 3 miles to purchase items. The shop's earnings were divided, with the elder and younger sisters each receiving a share, while the remaining funds were reinvested for expansion. The two sisters enjoyed the company of customers, yet they were particularly displeased with those who merely came to browse. As the wedding approached, approximately 2 weeks away, their mother urged Bao Zili to ride his bicycle to fetch Shin Xiujuan and then head to the county town to buy clothes. They were pressed for time and had not held an engagement ceremony. If they had, it would have required the girl to stay at the boys' home for several days. After purchasing the clothes, staying at home for a few days would signify the completion of that ritual. Early in the morning, Bao Zili went to his uncle's house to bring back Shin Xiujuan. After a day of rest at home, they set out the following day to the county town's clothing store. They purchased a red cotton jacket, along with outfits suitable for spring and summer. According to local customs, either the male or female side should have a family member accompany them while buying clothes. However, both families felt the children were old enough to choose for themselves. So they decided to let them pick whatever they liked, as long as they had the means. Bao Zili also bought himself a Zhongshan suit and stocked up on cotton and fabric. At that time, the trend was to wear cotton jackets and pants, which were comfortable and widely accepted. Additionally, they bought various fabrics to take home for his younger sisters and mother to sew clothes. Hand-sewn garments were still quite common, as sewing machines had yet to be introduced in their village. Bao Zili procured 2 sets of autumn attire, including thermal tops and bottoms, as well as undergarments for each family member. He found that the underwear made by his family felt somewhat constrictive and uncomfortable compared to the purchased ones. Upon returning home, they divided the purchases, and his 2 younger sisters hurriedly locked the clothes in a trunk while their mother scolded them for their extravagant spending. Yet her hands lingered over the new garments and fabrics, expressing her approval. After a couple of days, Xiujuan was sent back, along with the new cotton and fabric, urging his aunt to quickly sew Xiujuan's cotton jacket and pants in preparation for the wedding. Meanwhile, Bao Zili's own cotton jacket and new pants also needed to be completed. It felt as if they were dressing the two of them to resemble the charming young performers on the stage, observing their future together. This was the greatest wish of the older generation. As for the new combs, scissors, soap, and wash basins they had purchased, they were not to be used until the wedding day. All these items, necessary or not, had to be procured as a matter of principle. Bao Zili couldn't help but feel a sense of nostalgia, reminiscent of Yuan Chun's homecoming for a family visit. Although it was not as elaborate, it still left him feeling somewhat dizzy. In his business travels to various villages, he had never encountered such taxing preparations. His mother, understanding her son's happiness tinged with a hint of worry, sought to comfort him. "What troubles you? You should be joyous about your marriage. It was your choice." As he once declared, "Do not harbor regrets now. A man must stand by his words." Bao Zili replied, "It's just that I feel like I've been spending a lot lately without earning much in return." His mother reassured him, "Do not overthink it. Some have wealth, while others may have nothing. What good is wealth without companionship?" Having lived 2 lifetimes, Bao Zili reflected on his past, where he had struggled tirelessly only to end up with nothing, feeling a sense of gratitude for his mother's wisdom. In his previous life, several villagers had died in accidents and received compensation. Some of it had been allocated for their children, while others had been squandered by wives who remarried, leaving their children to suffer. Ultimately, It was apparent that life itself was the most valuable possession. What use was wealth if one no longer existed? Their neighbor, Grandma Li, known for her eloquence, entered and, after surveying the surroundings, grasped Bao Zili's hand, proclaiming, "Old Bao has chosen a fine child." At that time, Old Bao had just passed away, and everyone was concerned about your family's well-being, fearing that life would become difficult. Now, witnessing the flourishing of your family business and the imminent arrival of marriage and children, Old Bao can rest in peace beneath the earth. Bao Zili, with tears welling in his eyes, hastily offered a cigarette to Aunt Li. Though few rural women smoke, this particular aunt indulges in both tobacco and spirits. Later, her nurtured son ascended to the position of village leader, and his grandson ultimately became a small business owner, both esteemed families within the village. Well, enough of that. It's time to focus on happier thoughts and tidy up the home. It's essential to organize everything and adjust one's mood in preparation for the wedding. After the marriage, the pursuit of prosperity will commence. Previously, earning a living was a solitary endeavor, but soon it will be a joint effort with my wife, Xiaojuan. Having a partner will allow us to leverage her strengths. At the very least, Xiaojuan will be indispensable for managing accounts, as she is someone I wholeheartedly trust. Keep pushing forward, Bao Zili. Look ahead and embrace all that is beautiful. Marriage, parenthood, and the diligent pursuit of wealth will enable me to shape this life according to my ideals. No longer will I toil merely for the sake of work. Life should not be reduced to mere labor, devoid of enjoyment and happiness. Onward, towards a life filled with joy. Chapter 21. The wedding night, whether one is waiting in anticipation or feeling the weight of time, the days meander slowly towards you. Bao Zili is about to marry. The courtyard has been excavated, and wooden supports have been erected, adorned with colorful fabrics. In those days, there were no rental services for utensils. 30 years later, with a simple phone call, a complete catering service could be summoned, making life so much easier. The villagers joyfully organized a wedding for Bao Zili, the first prosperous young man in the village. On the eve of the wedding, chefs were hired to prepare the first meal as a gesture of gratitude to friends, family, and neighbors. As for the following day, everything proceeded smoothly, and we shall omit the details of how to entertain the guests, as they resemble the customs depicted in dramas and novels. Let us instead focus on the lively festivities of the wedding night. The merriment commenced in the afternoon, with villagers adorning Bao Zili's mother in makeup and traditional attire, parading around the courtyard. Since Bao Zili's father had passed away, he would have also participated had he been alive. Villagers delight in playful antics involving the groom and the bride, enjoying the lively banter between generations, which is always a spectacle to behold. With ashes from the bottom of pots used to paint eyebrows and faces, and red paper for coloring, the scene was more vibrant than the annual traditional performances. Just as the tractor returned from dropping off the bride's family, the villagers pushed the groom and bride into their new chamber, setting the stage for the evening's entertainment. "Light a cigarette for the groom," someone called. The new bride lit one, and the man extinguished the match with a puff before reigniting it, engaging in this playful ritual with tireless enthusiasm. Until he had lit it 45 times, the game persisted. There was an underlying suggestive tone to their playful antics. "Whoever has apples, go find one." At that moment, apples were still a rare commodity. In the modern era, a ritual akin to enticing a couple with an apple has emerged, where a piece of meat is suspended by a string for them to bite. Some even resort to tying a bun between two individuals, compelling them to take a bite with their mouths. Unbeknownst to them, someone discreetly nudges from behind, causing the bride and groom to occasionally bump heads, or perhaps even inadvertently bite each other's lips, prompting hearty laughter from the onlookers. As for the children, adults usher them away, declaring it inappropriate for their eyes. A piece of candy is offered to entice the little ones outside, only for the bride to seize a handful, leading the children to scamper away, only to return shortly, clamoring for more sweets. It seems that during this time, candies were a rarity, treasured and preserved in pockets. Unlike in 2 or 3 decades hence when children would hardly indulge in sweets, even shunning chewing gum, save for the occasional cotton candy or lollipop. A classic game involves searching for the groom's belt, which is drawn out and then lowered around the groom's neck, allowing the bride to reach beneath his clothing to find it. In more playful spirits, the groom's belt might be hidden within the bride's coat, prompting the groom to search beneath her garments. Although this may appear somewhat crass, it was a popular pastime of the day, akin to the midnight screenings at cinemas or the peculiar tunes of northern Shaanxi, rich in flavor. Amidst these games, the thoughts of the groom, Bao Zili, drifted to the cost of a handful of candies or a box of matches, recalling that a pack of matches cost merely 50 cents, containing 10 boxes. Those particularly close to the couple often took delight in hiding the bride and groom's trousers, ensuring they would struggle to rise the following morning. As such, elders advised that they refrain from removing their clothing while sleeping. Furthermore, a customary practice dictated that on the first night, the windows and doors must remain open. However, in Bao Zili's new abode, this concern was largely unfounded, unless someone were to reach through the back window to pilfer garments. As the front window was situated far enough away to be easily noticed, Bao Zili, however, chose to close the door, feeling uneasy about sleeping without it secured. Typically, elders or more audacious individuals might stand in the corners eavesdropping. Yet there were whispers that those who listened in might be reincarnated as pigs or dogs in a future life, prompting some households to place a broom beneath the window as a substitute for this tradition. When villagers arrived, the groom would generally offer toasts while the bride distributed cigarettes. Once the villagers departed, they would tidy the bedding and sweep the floors before finally resting. This day was spent amidst the sweetness of love and the hustle and bustle of preparations, symbolizing the commencement of their blissful life together. A banquet was laid out. While the marriage certificate would be procured in due time, or perhaps a fabricated document would be created, adjusting the age accordingly. Registering for a marriage certificate was a rather simple affair. "Darling, let us retire for the night," she suggested. "Indeed, let us extinguish the lights and rest early. We have had a long day, and tomorrow we shall serve tea to your mother." On the Lus Plateau, particularly around the time of the Lunar New Year, the north wind howled fiercely, stirring the leaves and rattling the windows, creating an atmosphere that felt chilling. Bao Zili insisted on using 2 thick layers of curtain fabric, while the villagers typically settled for a single layer. Nevertheless, even this could not shield them from the biting wind seeping through the gaps in the ordinary glass, leaving them feeling quite cold. Under the shared quilt, both newlyweds, experiencing their first marriage, felt an overwhelming tension that rendered them speechless, drifting off into a tranquil slumber. As the midnight crowing of the rooster echoed, Bao Zili stirred slightly, awakening his bride, and the two engaged in the sacred rites of the night. Enveloped in a haze of shared intimacy, 3 days post-wedding marked the return to the bride's family. Bao Zili rode his bicycle, escorting his wife to her father's home, adhering to the stipulation of returning before dusk. By then, his mother-in-law had prepared a feast, ready as early as 2 o'clock in the afternoon. After their meal, Bao Zili carried his wife back on the bicycle, alongside a few old garments from her family home, hastening to return home. It was essential to stoke the calm, as after marriage, it would be deemed inappropriate for his mother to do so, a matter that could invite ridicule. With merely a week or so before the new year, Bao Zili ventured into the county town to procure a selection of goods, including candies, peanuts, and firecrackers, individual firecrackers and door guardian decorations among them. Unexpectedly, it was the 2-yuan poker sets and colorful playing cards that garnered the most attention. With the approach of the new year, rural residents found themselves with leisure time, gathering to play games either at home or in Bao Zili's courtyard. The dining table transformed into a communal space, covered with a burlap sack, as friends congregated to engage in merriment. As popularity surged, small items sold swiftly, candies and children's notebooks, as parents began preparing for their children's winter homework, encouraging them to study at home, aspire for success, and escape the confines of their rural existence to secure a civil service job, thus alleviating the burden of subsistence from the land. The pre-New Year market was notably more bustling than usual. Bao Zili borrowed a bicycle from his sister, with 2 of his younger sisters carrying some goods, and together, they set off to the market with their spouses, as the presence of numerous stalls demanded vigilant oversight. During this era, petty theft was commonplace. Some individuals would stealthily take items without payment when they thought no one was watching. As the market drew near, Bao Zili initially contemplated treating everyone to a bowl of fried noodles, but reconsidered, deeming it too extravagant for 4. Instead, he procured 3 bowls of hot water from a neighboring stall, sharing 1 bowl each with his sisters while he and his wife enjoyed the last. Afterward, they gathered their belongings and rode home. Upon returning, Bao Zili eagerly began counting his earnings. The gross profit from the market amounted to over 500 yuan, a staggering 2- to 3-fold increase compared to usual sales, with a significant portion of that being pure profit. From a contemporary perspective, He observed that their stall was rather under-equipped, as others utilized tractors or tricycles for transport. At that time, the bangbangche, a type of agricultural vehicle, was particularly in vogue in rural areas, aptly named for its bouncy ride reminiscent of a frog's leap. Bao Zili rallied his family, stating that relying solely on bicycles for transport had become cumbersome. He proposed gifting the bicycle to his sisters, who were now grown, and suggested acquiring a bangbangche for transporting goods. His mother inquired, "Is it truly necessary? How much does such a vehicle cost? It is imperative to make a purchase." After inquiring, it appears that a new vehicle costs over 6,000 yuan, while a second-hand one is around 3,000 yuan. However, many second-hand cars in rural areas are nearing obsolescence. Acquiring one would necessitate costly repairs, rendering the investment unprofitable. Thus, opting for a new vehicle seems more prudent. Can our family currently afford such an expenditure? My mother is reminded of the 888 yuan betrothal gift for my brother's wedding. My brother returned 88 yuan of the leftover change. With careful budgeting and perhaps a little assistance from relatives, it should be feasible. At this moment, Shen Xiujuan retrieved a small package from her pocket. "Mother, husband, this is the money I received as red envelopes and birthday money on the day of my wedding, totaling approximately 300 yuan. Please use it to buy the car." This birthday money serves as a woman's private savings, gifted by her family and supplemented by her husband's family, effectively becoming a woman's only legitimate financial reserve in her marital home. No one dares to covet it. Though some Navi women in rural areas have been deceived by their husbands, losing their savings. My mother looked on, concerned. "Daughter, this is your own money. Are you not worried he might lose it in business?" "Mother, if my husband suffers losses, then we shall endure the hardships together. If he profits, we shall enjoy the rewards together. I trust that if he incurs losses this time, he will certainly recoup them next time. Moreover, purchasing a small vehicle is a positive step towards establishing our household. It is not akin to gambling away money. Even if the business falters, the vehicle can always be sold." My younger sister observed the exchange, realizing no one paid her any mind. Her brother had given his old bicycle to their eldest sister, leaving her empty-handed. She inquired of her brother, "Can you drive a tricycle? If it goes off the road, we cannot lift it." "Do not worry. This is something easily learned. I am a genius at this. There is nothing I cannot master. You have seen me operating the tractor in the village, driving it to harvest wheat without issue. I am an experienced driver." In truth, in his previous life, Bao Zili possessed a driver's license and nearly a decade of driving experience. In these times, obtaining a license is rather straightforward, as long as one knows how to drive. One can pay 600 yuan and receive a license delivered to one's home, recognized by the state. This stands in stark contrast to 2 or 3 decades later, when one must physically attend a driving school and pass multiple tests, which can take some individuals 6 months or longer to complete. Some, following the driving school's advice, pay for a guaranteed pass, unsure whether their success comes from diligent study or mere luck. Nonetheless, the money is spent and the license is obtained, albeit in a haze of uncertainty. Bao Zili planned to go to the county town to purchase a vehicle after the Spring Festival, specifically after the 16th day. However, contemplating the potential earnings during the festive season made him reluctant to delay. Thus, he decided to seize the moment and go on the 3rd day. He invited his father-in-law and set off for the county town. At this time of year, there were indeed discounts available, as numerous salespeople were aggressively promoting their products to meet year-end sales targets. When the villagers saw Bao Zili returning with an agricultural tricycle, they expressed envy. For this vehicle could be used for various tasks, working in the fields, transporting wheat and corn home, or hauling manure to the fields. Furthermore, for daily activities such as market visits or attending local festivities, they would use the agricultural vehicle to travel to town, where a single ride would cost them 1 yuan, a rather steep fare. At this juncture, the means of transportation in rural areas, such as tractors and tricycles, are akin to the buses of urban settings. With the advent of the tricycle, families are imbued with renewed vigor, striving to achieve in a single year what others may toil for a decade, or even 2, to attain in prosperity. Chapter 22. Bonuses for the new year. The bustling activities of setting up stalls gradually diminish by the 29th day of the lunar month, as people complete their preparations for the new year. At this point, few venture out to the market to buy goods. With everything in order, the 30th day is dedicated to cooking pork and frying dough cakes, allowing for a more relaxed atmosphere. This marks the first year that Bao Zili celebrates the new year in his new home, and it also signifies his inaugural year as the head of the household. On New Year's Eve, after frying the dough cakes, the family gathers to prepare a dish and share a drink, reflecting on their achievements over the past year and planning for the tasks ahead. This moment serves as a guiding beacon for the family, akin to the conferences held by nations, from the smallest states to the grand United Nations, which convene for discussions and decisions. Having both slaughtered and sold 4 pigs, there remain 4 in the trough, along with 2 large sheep. The 2 small lambs have matured into adults, each expecting lambs of their own, due to arrive after the new year. Typically, a sheep gives birth to 2 lambs, which is more than sufficient. On rare occasions, there may be 1 or 3, but such instances are uncommon. In the meantime, the family has sold all the rabbits, as they have outgrown the age of play and now seek more lucrative ventures, rendering it unnecessary to squander time on such pursuits. Without needing Bao Zili's guidance, his 2 sisters have taken the initiative to sell the rabbits. They have learned to evaluate the worth of an endeavor based on its profitability. The demands of their new pursuits have left them with little time to tend to the rabbits, which cannot simply be abandoned in the mountains to become wild hares. The mountain hares have proliferated excessively, causing havoc to the crops, thus preventing any expansion of the wild hare population. On a broader scale, the family has constructed a house comprised of 5 rooms, a rare sight within the village. This grand structure, built entirely of bricks and tiles, has garnered admiration at local celebrations, not for its monetary value, but rather as a testament to the villagers' enduring connection to the land, which is yet to shift towards modernity, still rooted in the annual cycle of wheat cultivation. After all, having endured years of hunger, the fear of scarcity lingers. Through a year of collective effort, the family's house is complete, and a tricycle has been procured for agricultural purposes. Looking ahead to the following year, they plan to pursue both farming and commerce. Bao Zili begins to outline the tasks for the coming year. Next year, they intend to plant apple trees in the remaining 4 acres of land, which was left as a contiguous plot without precise measurement, situated adjacent to the terraced fields. The entire 4 acres will be cultivated with Qin Guan apple trees, a decision that is non-negotiable and must be executed by all. The spacing of the trees will be ample to facilitate future plowing by the tractor, ensuring sufficient room for maneuvering, given that the width of the tiller for larger tractors ranges from 80 centimeters to 1 meter. A spacing of at least 4 to 5 meters is deemed optimal. Later, they will measure the width of the allocated land precisely. Next year, the family will primarily focus on setting up stalls at the market, utilizing the tricycle to transport their goods to each market day, and they plan to acquire a folding bed as well. Their approach will be twofold, dividing into teams to set up stalls. Elder sister and younger sister set up a stall, while my wife and I establish another. The distance should not be too far, so that we can keep an eye on each other. In terms of profits, we shall divide them equally. My wife and I will take half, while the 2 of you will take the other half. Regarding the income from fertilizers, you 2 will not share in that. It is primarily for household expenses and family production endeavors. The total profit from our small shop will be divided into 3 shares, 1 for mother, 1 for you 2, and 1 for my wife and me. Let us now calculate this year's total income. I trust everyone knows how much money we currently possess. After accounting for the expenses of building our home and purchasing fertilizers, we are free from debts. At present, we have 600 yuan left. This amount excludes the expenses for the bumper cars, indicating that our family is debt-free. With no outstanding debts, our total profit stands at 600 yuan, which we will divide, splitting it into 3 shares. Each share amounts to 500 yuan, 500 for mother, 500 for the elder and younger sisters combined, and 500 for my wife and me, leaving us with 100 yuan remaining. This leftover 100 yuan will be allocated as rewards. During our initial family meeting, we established a system whereby reaching a total income of 1,000 yuan would yield a 10 yuan reward for each family member, and reaching 2,000 yuan would result in a 20 yuan reward per person, and so forth. This system shall now be implemented. Each of us will receive 500 yuan, from which we must deduct the new year's red envelopes. The total for the red envelopes is 200 yuan, 100 yuan for the elder sister, 100 yuan for the younger sister, 100 yuan for me, and 100 yuan for my wife. After final distribution, each person will retain 300 yuan. Mother will receive 300 yuan. The elder sister 150 yuan, the younger sister 150 yuan, myself 150 yuan, and my wife 150 yuan. Given that my wife has only recently joined our family, I will take her 150 yuan for other uses. To ensure fairness, I will exchange a small portion of the 150 yuan I have collected for 1 yuan notes, which will be used for purchasing gifts for relatives during the new year and for giving red envelopes to young children we encounter. Next year, my wife will be entitled to dividends just like everyone else, meaning she will also receive a share of the profits. Furthermore, when we have children who are old enough to contribute to farming, they will also be granted appropriate shares. If anyone has any opinions, now is the time to voice them. Child, do you still have any pocket money? In business, one must have capital, and the vehicle requires fuel as well. Do not deplete your own funds unnecessarily, for Mother's possession of such money serves little purpose. You need not give me too much. Keep some for yourself. There is no need to worry. The new clothes I purchased for you before the Spring Festival are set aside outside. We adhere to the tradition of not opening cabinets during the new year, so please wear your new clothes to present yourselves neatly and beautifully before others. Now, let us consider this. Brother, if the distribution of funds next year exceeds this year's, could we potentially create our own little treasury for discretionary allocation? As for next year, you reminded me well. This year, I will keep the money for you in pocket change. For next year, you too will need to contribute the money for the wardrobe. The total cost for the wardrobe, including labor and materials, is set at 260 yuan, which I believe is reasonable. You have seen the carpenter's work. His daily wage is 60 yuan, and the 2 wardrobes took 6 days to complete. Alas, it is entirely my fault. Had I remained silent, I would not have incurred a loss of 260 yuan next year. My younger sister, however, said nothing. She harbors her thoughts within, having matured significantly and seldom expressing her opinions. Compared to the other girls in the village, she feels quite content with her situation, as her brother now manages the household finances, unlike many girls who must beg their parents for even the money to purchase a handkerchief. With her brother distributing earnings, each of them is highly motivated to contribute labor and effort. Take, for instance, this year's sheep farming. Since my eldest brother decided to sell the rabbits, the profits from sheep have visibly increased. Although not a single sheep has been sold yet, our family remains optimistic about sheep rearing, believing that they grow rapidly and fetch a higher price. Even selling mutton proves more lucrative than rabbit meat, regardless of whether the animals are alive or slaughtered, as their value remains consistently high. Furthermore, my sister and I have recently joined our brother in business endeavors, and it feels as if money flows like a student's exercise book, page by page, irresistibly tempting. It resembles working at a bank, counting money daily, revealing the abundance of wealth around us. People at the market are eager to purchase items, such as autumn clothing priced at 8 yuan each, as if they were free. Toilet paper, sold for just 1 yuan a pack, also finds eager buyers. I once assumed those individuals resorted to using student notebooks and clumps of earth for hygiene. Yet it seems there are indeed people who use toilet paper. Even luxuries like canned apples and pears, priced at 1 yuan a bottle, are snatched up to be savored at home, some even reluctant to consume them after a year of storage. Our mother, Shen Guilon, interjected, since you all see the merit in earning money, naturally you should follow your brother's lead. You must heed his words henceforth. As for me, whatever your brother suggests, I will endeavor to execute, striving to accomplish our tasks. My skills are limited to preparing meals, tending to our pigs, sheep, chickens, and rabbits, and managing the work in the fields. Additionally, we must consider another matter, self-sufficiency. Look at you. You are married, and your sister is of a suitable age as well. If a suitable match presents itself, we should consider it, for it becomes increasingly difficult to find partners as one ages in the countryside. Bao Zili reflected on himself and his sister. He had just turned 20 this year, yet their marriage certificate remained unprocessed due to a lack of the necessary documentation. They merely held a banquet. His sister, at 18, seemed too young to be seeking a husband, but she merely nodded, refraining from contradicting their mother. As for girls, they must be properly matched. We cannot let her suffer, he thought. Mother, my sister has her own plans, he whispered confidentially at night. She intends to find someone more capable than our brother, lest she become the subject of ridicule from him and his wife. This seems somewhat challenging. However, many individuals surpass your brother in ability, though none appear to be from nearby villages. We may need to search in the county or larger towns. In the future, while conducting business, we may encounter others who share similar entrepreneurial aspirations. If we find someone suitable, we can invite them home for a meal and discuss matters further. Bao Zili had not anticipated that the criteria for selecting a match for his sister would be based on his own standards. If I had not traversed time, the original owner would undoubtedly not have been a reference for my sister. She would not have used that as her benchmark. However, my current achievements in the wealth I have generated have garnered admiration from all, and if this serves as a starting point, it seems that my sister's marriage may still be several years away, proving difficult to arrange. When the time and fate align, it may not necessarily hinge on wealth, but rather on her ability to find a suitable partner. Brother, hurry and eat. The dishes are nearly finished. Why is there still white wine at our home? It is delightful, as is the red wine. Both are truly enjoyable. Yet, I can only manage a sip of the white liquor, especially the red wine, which I long to indulge in. You should refrain from drinking it. Keep the white liquor for yourself, while we women shall enjoy the red wine. From the perspective of Bao Zi's family, their year has been filled with busyness and a sense of accomplishment. However, from the viewpoint of the villagers, it seems as though this family finds wealth with remarkable ease, as if picking it up from the ground. Each venture into prosperity has caught the attention of others. Some villagers marvel at how far-sighted this child is, concluding that they should simply follow his lead. Whatever he does, we shall do as well. This is the best approach. Just as you plant wheat, I will also plant wheat. If you grow corn, I will grow corn too. Surely, we will catch up eventually. Now he is planting apple trees. Next year, we might plant them on the nearby or poorer plots of land, or even on smaller parcels. I have faith that we can keep pace with this young lad. If he sells for 10,000, we can at least aim for 3,000, and that must suffice. Bao Zi does not realize the invisible wealth he has inadvertently created, stirring envy among the villagers. He serves as a model and a leader. Whatever he does, the villagers emulate. Without delving into specifics, several villagers plan to ride bicycles to become peddlers next year, while others intend to build wooden boxes to wholesale ice pops, a venture with low investment and high profit. Furthermore, a renowned craftsman in the village rides his bicycle adorned with 2 triangular red flags. His business requires no capital, relying solely on his skills. He performs technical work, such as castrating cattle, pigs, and sheep, charging fees ranging from 1 to 10 yuan, with costs increasing alongside the size of the animals. The community is keen to pursue wealth, no longer limited to mere farming. Additionally, a resourceful individual learned to repair bicycles while dismantling them and began setting up a stall in town during market days. Eventually, he became a well-known figure in the village for his financial success. During an interview about a parade in the county, he declared that his idol and guiding light was Bao Zi. All these transformations are inextricably linked to Bao Zi's leadership and exemplary influence. The community has absorbed his motivation for earning, consciously or unconsciously. After the New Year's Eve dinner, Bao Zi's family began to set off firecrackers. With only 2 households in the settlement, the area was quite open, amplifying the sound. The small fireworks that could be launched from hand brought great delight to the villagers, revealing that money could indeed be used for enjoyment, just like fireworks. Previously, they had only heard of money being thrown into water for sound. Now, they witnessed it soaring into the sky and making noise. This year, the village had no television sets, yet everyone felt content during the new year, grateful at least for food and clothing. As for the abundance or scarcity of wealth, the following year shall continue to cultivate good crops, engage in modest business ventures, and lead a life filled with happiness, contentment, and familial harmony, culminating in a joyous reunion. In this time, there are none of the burdens of laboring for others, no separations of spouses and children, nor the distractions of stock trading or fund investments. Instead, life unfolds in simplicity, with a sense of fulfillment that could score a perfect 100. Chapter 23. The financial gains of the new year during the first year of marriage. It is customary to visit relatives during the spring festival. Bao Zili and his wife, Jiang Suanniu, like 2 soaring eagles, navigate their 3-wheeled cart. After a hearty breakfast, they traverse the hills, making their rounds among relatives, completing their visits in a single day. For some reason, the visits seem to fly by, and no meals are shared. Instead, they exchange cigarettes and red envelopes. They are eager to head to the county seat to procure goods, preparing for a substantial endeavor during the spring festival. In the first year of marriage, the monetary gifts received typically exceed those given. Bao Zili and Jiang Suanniu have their own relatives, who, to avoid any awkwardness, bestow red envelopes upon them. Generally, when the bride visits the groom's relatives, they present her with a red envelope. Conversely, the groom receives one from the bride's relatives. symbolizing their first meeting and acknowledgement. At this time, the customary amounts tend to be modest, ranging from 1 to 10 yuan, with some families even gifting a pair of socks. In 30 years, this will evolve to a starting point of 50 or 100 yuan, a phenomenon Bao Zili has witnessed in his previous life. At the market, he would leave the cart at the entrance, while she would wait in the compartment until he finished unloading the goods, after which they would return home together in the driver's seat. Since Sun Xiujuan entered Bao Zili's life, he felt as though he had opened a door to a new world. She rarely cooked and did not conform to the traditional role of a woman tethered to the kitchen or the fields, as farming was not suited to her physical capabilities. Initially fearing discrimination for marrying her cousin, she was pleasantly surprised to find her husband cherishing her like a precious gem. Engaged in managing accounts, overseeing stalls, or collecting payments, she realized that as long as she acted swiftly and thought quickly, there was little difference between her and others. She discovered a lifestyle that did not solely rely on agriculture for sustenance. Whether her fortune lay in meeting her husband or his misfortune in marrying her remained uncertain. However, Sun Xiujuan has yet to comprehend her husband's initial intentions in choosing her. She once asked him, and he replied, "Does love require a reason?" Whether he liked her could be discerned from the tenderness and patience reflected in his eyes. As a woman with physical imperfections, she had never envisioned love. Merely securing a marriage felt sufficient. It is unclear whether fate has shown her compassion or if her husband fell for her at first sight. Life feels sweeter than honey since her cousin initiated a small convenience store in her family home. The income from her family seems to grow steadily, instilling her with confidence, straightening her posture, and enhancing their quality of life day by day. It turns out that money can transform a person's self-assurance and alter the fortune of an entire family. As a woman, Sun Xiujuan harbored a sense of inferiority, often lamenting the absence of her parents during her childhood illness, which ultimately resulted in her enduring the aftereffects of polio. In the past, she resigned herself to a life of despair, embracing a broken pot breaks mentality. However, after marrying her husband, a newfound sunshine illuminated her existence, compelling her to grasp that radiant light. She yearned to closely follow her cousin, assisting him diligently, aspiring to be a supportive spouse and a competent partner. Never before had she felt such disdain for her present self, nor had she ever resented her family for their neglect during her illness. Watching her husband load box after box onto the tricycle, she viewed him as a powerful idol. He provided her with a large black marker, instructing her to label each box with its contents, writing several names on the front, back, and sides to avoid the need for later searches. Her admiration for him began before their marriage and grew after, as she increasingly recognized his cleverness and methodical approach to tasks. "What are you daydreaming about? Hurry up and write. We must return home soon," he urged. As the tricycle brimmed with goods, the second partition was affixed, transforming it into a compact cargo hold. "Brother, why did you buy so many items this time? So many biscuits," she exclaimed. "These are essential for visiting relatives during the spring festival. We'll sell them in town, keeping some at home, and whatever remains can be brought back." From the third day of the Lunar New Year, 2 sales points were established, one in the neighboring town and another in their own. Her brother-in-law assigned the 2 younger sisters to handle the stall in their hometown, while he and his wife managed the one in the adjacent town. Given their familiarity with their own town, the sisters adeptly handled the stall. They transported the sisters and their stall back home via tricycle, quenching their thirst with bottled water and satisfying their hunger with instant noodles and biscuits. At that moment, the biscuits, once a childhood favorite, tasted delightfully sweet, evoking a sense of joy and nostalgia. Upon returning home, they counted the earnings and settled accounts. Sun Xiujuan collected all the money from the sale of biscuits and gifts, deducting the cost of goods purchased, and what remained was divided into 4 shares, 2 for the next purchase, 1 for each of her younger sisters, and 1 for herself and her cousin. The immediate accounting provided a sense of fulfillment akin to receiving a daily wage, infusing her with an inexplicable vigor, more invigorating than indulging in pork during the new year. After the accounts were settled, her brother-in-law commenced further training for the trio. "We must strive to attract customers. If words fail to persuade, offering a piece of candy to the children can be effective. Just a handful, aim for 3 or 4 pieces, avoiding a large handful to keep costs manageable. This candy is to entice the children. When the children are pleased, the adults are more likely to patronize us. Not just this time, but in the future as well." Moreover, the painted signs at each stall, marked as Bao's General Store, are designed to prevent others from impersonating us. Some may not recognize our faces, but we must establish a reputation for this business, paving the way for the possibility of opening a store in the town in the future. Now, we must begin nurturing our customer base, ideally, within 2 years. We should establish a store in town. If progress is slow, we may take 4 to 5 years to firmly establish ourselves. And once we have generated sufficient income and understand the market, we shall endeavor to venture into the county to amass greater wealth. Once we are financially stable, our culinary choices at home will revolve around our personal preferences, allowing us to prepare a variety of dishes for everyone, ensuring that my mother has a delightful selection of meals to plan for each day. We will prioritize purchasing fresh ingredients daily, and once our lives improve, we ought not to skimp on our nourishment. Brother, after we sell out the cookies and canned goods, will we consider wholesale vegetable sales? For the time being, vegetables are not on our agenda, as people are currently very frugal. They often forego meals and view a modest purchase of pork during the new year as a significant indulgence. The peak consumer season has not yet arrived. This year, I do not plan to sell vegetables. After we complete the sale of cookies and gifts, we will begin selling elementary school supplies such as notebooks and pens after the Lantern Festival, which is an opportune time. If we have unsold inventory, we will store it at our home and my father-in-law's convenience store. We no longer roam the streets and villages selling goods. I will not compete with the street vendors. We are setting up stalls at the market, relying on our tricycle as a means of transport. We must be vigilant to prevent anyone from taking items from our tricycle or damaging its brakes and other components, as it is our vehicle for earning a living. On the 16th day of the first lunar month, we will set up 6 stalls for our cooperative. We will bring my father-in-law, mother-in-law, and brother-in-law early on. Each stall will be positioned at the entrance of an elementary school. My wife and I will have a stall in town, while our 2 sisters will be stationed at the village elementary schools. I have repeatedly reminded them to avoid disputes and to pack up early, starting after 3 p.m. After 3 p.m. that day, we will gather our stalls and return home. We will then settle accounts, calculating the profits and costs for each stall. The net profit for each school in the village is estimated to be between 20 and 30 yuan, while our 2 stalls in town yield between 40 and 60 yuan. Those who can attend school in town typically come from affluent families with a certain level of consumption capacity. Indeed, the wealthy tend to gravitate towards major cities. This is not a mere conjecture. Families lacking financial means send their children to kindergarten and elementary school nearby, while those with resources can afford to send their children to distant 5th and 6th grades before advancing to junior high. This disparity in wealth and academic achievement influences the destinies of many, which partly explains the social stratification we observe. Here, Mom and Dad, this is the money we earn today. Please accept it. Brother, this is for you. I hand each person 10 yuan. How can we accept this? After helping you for a day, how can we take so much money? Dear child, in the past, when you helped us build our house and sell fertilizer, we did not show you proper gratitude. This time, please take it without hesitation. My brother's child needs to attend school, and you must purchase fertilizer for your fields. Many things require funding, so it is always wise to save a little more. If you are uneasy, you might consider safeguarding your brother's money. Thus, he would spend nothing on smoking and drinking, and would refrain from learning gambling from the local youth. Upon hearing this, my brother-in-law raised his head, his eyes darting about, pondering why this brother-in-law did not support him. No, next time he would summon his brother-in-law alone, keeping the earnings for himself without involving their parents in such dealings. On the 17th day of the Lunar New Year, the stall resumed operation. Generally, sales to students diminished on the 17th and 18th, yet these days were also intended to evaluate profits. Some children, upon returning to school, discovered that every class required assignments, yet lacked notebooks and had to purchase some from the nearby convenience store. The notebooks from the store were of poor quality. When ink was applied, it would smudge. After 3 days, business dwindled significantly, and competing with the convenience store for sales was no longer feasible. On the first day, profits were calculated based on daily interest, yielding 30 for that day. The profits from the subsequent 2 days were combined, and their total earnings were on par with the first day, though the overall returns for these 2 days fell short of the first. After packing up on the final day, I handed out 20 yuan each to my in-laws to transport them home. My brother-in-law was pleasantly surprised to find that he had effortlessly earned 10 yuan in just 2 days, feeling content with a total profit of 30 over 3 days. He believed that this brother-in-law had taken good care of their family. In the past 6 months, thanks to his guidance, their family's fortunes in the village had flourished. as had those of his cousins. Upon returning, he wondered how his short-sighted wife would respond. She often complained about assisting her sister's family daily. Yet her own family had neither offered financial assistance nor even a decent meal. The comparisons among people could be infuriating. He resolved to assert himself before this wife, tossing her 2 yuan to spend freely, aiming to astonish that wretched woman. Chapter 24, Selling Farming Tools. Come. Today one of you shall accompany me to the county for supplies, Bao Zili said to his 2 sisters. Brother, isn't sister-in-law going with you? Why do you need an extra person this time? I wish for you to experience the county. You have but this one opportunity. You 2 decide who will go. I will go, brother. Let my sister stay home to cook for us. The younger sister expressed her desire to visit the county, leaving everyone momentarily speechless. Then do not regret it. Your role in the county will be to assist me in carrying items. The younger sister did not dwell on it too long. Being a girl, she thought if she couldn't carry, she could at least supervise. Upon reaching the county, Bao Zili instructed his wife to remain in the vehicle while he and his sister entered to fetch supplies. They loaded the vehicle with various items: hand-pulled pears, small hoes, rakes, shovels, iron dog chains, ropes, saws, fabric scissors, and tree pruners. Nearly everything he could conceive that was available in the county, merging it with his observations from the future. Brother, why have you altered your business focus again? Previously, selling cookies seemed a way to earn money for the new year, then selling notebooks targeted students and parents. Now, selling agricultural tools. Are you aiming to profit from farmers? What does it mean to earn money from farmers? It signifies providing services for them. We are farmers ourselves, thus. It is about generating income for those who toil the land and offering them convenience. Have you noticed that the village blacksmith shop has not produced anything for years, and their prices are exorbitant? Some blacksmiths from outside the village come to process materials. Previously, it was said that the tools made by those outside blacksmiths were soft and not durable. We purchase higher quality items to bring back. And if others claim those items are subpar, we can exchange them. The proprietor insists that quality should not solely focus on aesthetics. It should also consider functionality and durability. Brother, how do you come up with such money-making ideas? It's all about selling goods. I observe that others sell the same item throughout the year, yet you cleverly vary your offerings according to festivals and seasons. That is quite impressive. Do not praise me too much. Let us load the purchased items onto the vehicle. Take your time. Be careful not to damage anything. Brother, you have acquired only the heads of the hoes. Why then do you also require wooden handles? Some individuals are inherently lazy. Although trees are plentiful around our homes for making hoe handles, we must also display a few samples at the stall. Let us buy 5 or 6 handles, crafting 2 or 3 samples, while the rest serve as stock for sale. If they do not sell, we can use them all as samples. After all, the wooden handles and heads are sold separately, each at a different price. Cousin, a few days ago, you had me sit in the vehicle to enjoy the cool breeze while you went to inquire about these items. Indeed, workbooks and gifts are time-sensitive and limited. These agricultural tools can be sold throughout the year. This is our sustainable business. As for the miscellaneous items sold on the streets, there is an oversupply now, leading to diminished profits. We can carry a few, and if it becomes unfeasible, I will reduce that portion. We must always offer something that others do not have. Unexpectedly, Bao Zili's business has flourished. The blacksmith in the village used to ride his bicycle daily to sell a few items. Once Bao Zili set up his stall, the blacksmith's enterprise was extinguished. In this era, Bao Zili is gradually transforming consumer perspectives step by step, leveraging his knowledge and understanding of the times from his previous life. Some guidance is proactive, while other advice is timely, helping them align with the new age. At the market, an elderly gentleman inquires of a young man, "How much for this hand saw?" "Sir, observe that this saw is made of steel. If you heat it with fire at home, it will serve you well. It is reasonably priced, merely the cost of 2 packs of cigarettes, 10 yuan. "Young man, you are asking too much. Lower the price a bit." "Sir, what do you propose?" In trade, there are buyers and sellers, and haggling is part of the process. 5 yuan. Your offer is rather harsh. I wouldn't even break even at that price. Please offer a bit more. 6 yuan. Sir, could you increase it slightly? How about 8 yuan? 8 yuan. I will add 2 more. Sir, how does a firm price of 7 yuan sound? I want to negotiate further. 7 yuan seems a bit high. It's only a couple of yuan more. Do you need anything else? I can give you a better deal. Please get me a dog leash. My pet's chain has broken. How much for this chain? The iron chain consists of 7 links, but I'll let you have it for 6. Young man, others sell it for 9. What type of goods are they offering at 9? Take a look at this one. Here's the deal. One for 10, and the other sells for 9, but I'll sell it to you for 8. Or both for 12. Additionally, I have some fruit candies. Take a handful for your little grandson to cheer him up at home. Young man, with your words. It would be hard for me to refuse. Let us proceed with that. Such haggling is a frequent occurrence. When a deal is successfully made, others see the value and follow suit. At that moment, everyone is eager to acquire what others hold. Interestingly, while men opt for hand saws, women lean towards scissors and awls. These bags have become quite popular now, all aimed at providing convenience to the public for profit. It's unwise to sell the same items as everyone else. That would be impractical and yield lower profits. Nowadays, the bags also include light bulbs. Some are inexpensive, others of standard quality, along with incandescent bulbs. The latter are seldom stocked. Despite their effectiveness, they are rather costly. The ordinary bulbs are 50 cents each, while these incandescent ones are at least $5 each, which could buy 10 of the former. However, this particular bulb is promoted to students and young adults, claimed to be gentle on the eyes with its white light. Occasionally, some purchase them. As for electric rods, they are currently quite trendy, though only a small segment of the population utilizes them in schools, where they are discouraged from purchasing them from state-run stores or sourcing them from the county. Only items that generate profit are stocked. If they don't, I must devise my own solutions. Farming tools, such as gloves, cotton gloves, and those made of line, are also in demand, and I've procured a few. The younger sister inquired, "Brother, now that you're making money, what do you wish to do?" "That is not to be spoken of. I shall tell you when I succeed. Come, I'll pick someone up on the way." "Who are you fetching?" "I'm going to my father-in-law's to bring my elder brother-in-law and my father-in-law over. I want to plant apple trees. The saplings are provided by the state, which is currently advocating for apple tree cultivation. Yet, some fail to see the potential and deem it unwise. While planting apple trees, I sold 6 mulberry trees from the terraced fields to the villagers, instructing them to cut them down immediately. The sale was somewhat undervalued. My father-in-law questioned why I insisted on selling them. I explained that no weeds should grow beside the apple trees, and the tall canopies would obstruct the apple's sunlight. If the apple trees were to grow and I sold the mulberry trees later, they might damage the apple trees. I aimed to have them cut down, leaving even the canopies behind, allowing them to be used for firewood or gifted to others. The purchasers were quite pleased. Those 6 mulberry trees fetched 300 yuan, providing another source of income. My father-in-law observed that his son-in-law seemed somewhat extravagant, as he quickly spent the money he earned. It is a dilemma. Had he been my own child, I would be uncertain whether to intervene. To intervene would be to risk raising a child who does not earn. To refrain would mean allowing him to sell everything valuable in the home. It is unfortunate about those mulberry trees, yet I chose not to provide any further explanation. The elder brother-in-law and the father-in-law are both exceptionally skilled laborers. Within a mere 3 days, they managed to plant apple trees across 4 acres, guided by string. Bao Zili employed a borrowed tricycle to transport iron buckets filled with water for irrigating the saplings. This was unprecedented in the local area. It was astonishing to witness the young man earnestly planting trees, even going so far as to pour water meant for human consumption onto the ground. This was no mere watering. It was akin to pouring money into the earth. This season, Bao Zili acquired pruning shears specifically designed for fruit trees, and he adeptly trimmed the roots, utilizing a homemade rooting powder. He prepared this rooting solution by crushing willow branches and soaking them in a bucket for a day and night. After the infusion was ready, he submerged the saplings in the mixture before planting them in the soil. As spring arrived, 80 of Bao Zili's saplings thrived. Out of every 10, 8 survived. Consequently, for those that did not flourish, he pruned the dead ones with his shears, and any that remained unviable would have to be replaced the following year. For the saplings that failed to take root that season, Bao Zili dug small holes nearby in preparation for new seedlings. "Let us plant the trees," he declared, inviting them to a restaurant for lamb soup as a celebration. Bao Zili drove his elder brother-in-law and father-in-law to the county town to enjoy the meal and procure supplies. After delivering them home, he left some goods for their small shop. Although the elder brother-in-law also ventured to the county for supplies, he found them to be rather costly and ultimately relied on Bao Zili for assistance, allowing him to focus on farming and selling produce. The elder brother-in-law remarked that some people are naturally suited for commerce, while he merely played a supporting role. Additionally, Bao Zili took the opportunity to provide some fertilizer for his father-in-law's family. Selling fertilizer posed some challenges, as others had to lift their carts up into the cave dwellings. requiring 2 people or 1 person to carry the bags inside. In contrast, it was much easier for Bao Zili, as he could bring the cart directly into the yard for loading. "Would you like to build a house?" Bao Zili inquired, offering to contribute funds for the construction. After pondering the situation, given that both of his sons were married yet still residing in the cave, his father-in-law resolved to commence the project that spring. With Bao Zili's assistance, they erected a house comprising 4 rooms, 1 for each son, 1 for the elder couple, and a storeroom, along with a kitchen for cooking. The 2 sons borrowed a bit from their father-in-law, while Bao Zili supplemented the finances. The monetary concerns were thus resolved, and the fertilizer could be stored in the yard or in the storeroom for sale. Naturally, Bao Zili was eager to lend a hand with the construction. Yet he had his own plans. He hired an additional laborer, stating that he would cover the costs, a promise he intended to keep. On the day the roof was completed, he gifted 20 yuan, prompting villagers to comment that the father-in-law had indeed secured an exceptional son-in-law, as such a generous gift was unprecedented in their community. Compared to the customary offerings of 1 or 2 yuan, this was a significant gesture. Observing that the construction of his father-in-law's home was complete, the family promptly moved in. The father-in-law assured them that dampness was of little concern, for the northern spring is typically cool and dry, and with a fire to warm the calm, it would suffice. In his father-in-law's home, Bao Zili took the initiative to pilot a project by placing several iron farming tools and advised him to pay attention to moisture prevention. If anyone expressed interest, they could sell them. If not, they were free to use them. Naturally, his father-in-law was reluctant to utilize them. Eventually, some of these tools were sold, while the remainder was stubbornly affixed with handles by Bao Zili, who then put them to use in the courtyard, declaring that they would no longer be sellable and that they should be kept for personal use. This was, in essence, a way of providing some benefit to his father-in-law as household. Why was Bao Zili so determined? He realized that the purchasing power in the town was rather low. Currently, he aspired to expand towards the county, hoping to rent or purchase a storefront, preferably one adjacent to the bus station. At this juncture, the real estate in the county had yet to develop, making it difficult to acquire a storefront. Thus, he aimed to rent a space to maximize his profits. Meanwhile, small wholesale shops in the county, particularly those in the wholesale market, seemed to be coasting along, earning effortlessly. Once one discovers a method for generating income, time appears insufficient. Chapter 25. My first experience as a coach during last year's spring festival. Bao Zili distributed 60 yuan to each family member, of which 50 yuan was their rightful share, while 10 yuan served as an annual labor reward for each, reflecting a total asset revenue of 1,000 yuan. Such a notion would have been unimaginable during his father's tenure. The family's overall income finally yielded a surplus, reminiscent of the chubby child riding a fish in traditional New Year paintings, symbolizing an abundance year after year. This feeling was truly delightful. In reality, Bao Zili's family had undergone a remarkable transformation. They had constructed a large house of solid bricks with 5 spacious rooms. Having a home signifies having a family. This has been a long-standing tradition in Chinese civilization for achieving wealth. In a few decades, the world Bao Zili would encounter would see people fervently pursuing home ownership as a mark of pride, akin to a century ago when pride lay in acquiring land to build homes, exemplified by the prestigious Qiao family compound in Hakatalu. A family's establishment of a stable and prosperous dwelling stands as a testament to its flourishing legacy. With 5 large rooms, along with the addition of a bathroom, pigsty, sheep pen, and dog kennel, Bao Zili's accomplishments were notable, rendering his family unique within the village. However, he remained humble, viewing these achievements merely as the initial stages of a game. Claiming wasteland, establishing a homestead, and launching a supermarket, there was still much to accomplish. For true success in life would only be attained through further expansion and acquisition of more territory. After planting apple trees and completing the house for his father-in-law, Bao Zili awaited their availability before inviting his father-in-law, elder brother-in-law, and 2 other uncles to begin constructing his own residence. At this point, dear readers, you might find yourselves a bit perplexed. This time, they were not undertaking any external projects, but rather those they could manage themselves. They planned to lay a concrete yard using cement, sand, and stones. If feasible, they would also reinforce it with steel bars. Although this practice was not common in the area, as it was deemed unnecessary, and bamboo frames were not utilized due to the local absence of bamboo. Bao Zili had witnessed sturdier roads in his previous life, which predominantly featured steel reinforcement. One might wonder why he would choose to spend money in such a manner. Uncle, I believe it would be prudent to pave the yard with cement, as it would eliminate the sight of bare earth. Furthermore, we aspire to place various items in the yard, such as wooden racks for storing fertilizers, facilitating business operations. During the summer, we could dry wheat, and in the autumn, corn, which would be considerably more convenient than dirt paths that turn to mud with the slightest rain. As long as your expenditures are judiciously allocated, we wholeheartedly support your endeavors. We are merely lending a hand, and we find joy in contributing to this work. Witnessing your success brings us immense happiness. Bao Zili procured 10 pounds of mutton and requested my mother to prepare flatbreads at home, intending to create a delightful mutton soup. This dish proved to be quite appetizing for everyone. The most challenging experience fell upon Bao Zili's younger sister, who initially refrained from eating mutton due to its strong flavor. However, after Bao Zili's skilled preparation, she discovered that the taste was not as overpowering, and she even enjoyed a generous bowl of mutton soup with some bread. Accompanied by pickled radish leaves and cabbage, the flavors melded beautifully, making the mutton soup quite delightful. Bao Zili felt he possessed no particular talent for labor. Together with his uncle, they mixed gravel and sand with a shovel, while his sister, mother, and other siblings transported the mixture. They utilized a battered iron basin to pour the mixture into the yard, where his uncle smoothed it out using a tool known as a mud scraper. As it neared drying, they stood on it to ensure a perfectly even surface for the yard. This task was completed in a single day, and the following day, they attended to the drainage system and the 6-meter-long path in front of the house. Fortunately, with many hands at work, tasks were swiftly accomplished. When the villagers witnessed Bao Zili's use of cement and gravel to pave the yard, they were astonished. It became evident that money could indeed be spent on such improvements. They marveled at how capable this child was, able to utilize funds in such a transformative manner. Additionally, the drainage ditch in front of Bao Zili's home was also reinforced with cement and gravel, extending nearly 4 meters to facilitate access. In Bao Zili's words, should there be road repairs in the future, his family would benefit from a solid connection, avoiding the inconvenience of dirt paths. Subsequent societal developments have validated Bao Zili's foresight in paving the yard and constructing roads with cement, as it ensured that, regardless of how heavy the rain, their shoes would remain mud-free. Indeed, these were lessons Bao Zili had witnessed in his previous life. His life philosophy emphasizes that items meant for use and enjoyment should be acquired as early as possible. Furthermore, a narrow stone path, 1 meter wide, was laid behind the house. Initially, his uncle suggested merely laying some bricks. However, Bao Zili noted that few bricks remained and insisted on establishing a proper pathway. As it was essential for daily family activities, this was the true road to prosperity that could not be compromised. Otherwise, traversing it on rainy days would become a challenge. The pigsty and sheep pen were already constructed with cement and sand, with bricks laid beneath the sheep pen, topped with a cement layer. With this new path, feeding the pigs and sheep would become significantly more convenient in the future. After everyone finished their tasks and returned home, Uncle was transported back by a tricycle. At this moment, Bao Zili insisted on bringing along his younger sister, who was puzzled by the request. During their return journey, Bao Zili began to teach her how to operate the tricycle, asserting that it was quite simple. He provided on-site instruction, demonstrating which part was the brake, how to start the engine, shift gears, and utilize the steering wheel. Upon reaching home, he summoned his older sister, younger sister, and his wife to witness the lesson. He proclaimed that whoever among the three learned the skill would be rewarded with 100 yuan. Really? Why does brother insist on offering 100 yuan? Questioned his younger sister. During the new year, a talented individual only received 160 yuan, and with the red envelope, it totaled 260. Is there no time limit? Of course, the sooner, the better. Generally, with average intelligence, one can master it within 3 to 7 days. Mastering it thoroughly is the ideal outcome, Bao Zili replied. Noticing her brother's serious demeanor, the younger sister observed as he magically produced 3 new helmets from his room, distributing one to each of them. It seemed her brother was indeed earnest. Brother, aren't you going to keep your driving license? Why do you want us to learn to drive? She inquired. If you all learn, I will have some help. In the future, when we tend to the fields, I will drive, which can be quite dangerous. On the village roads, you will take turns driving, which will benefit you in the long run. Eventually, you could drive a taxi, acquiring a skill that ensures you have a means of sustenance. What is a taxi? His wife, Shin Xiujuan, asked. It's a smaller green or yellow vehicle that runs on the roads, specifically designed to carry passengers. In a few decades, taxi drivers will be commonplace. Don't be misled by the current scarcity of taxis in larger areas. Places like Xi'an will have many. In the future, female drivers will also be quite common. I want to teach you the skills to earn money. If you don't engage in small businesses, or if they aren't profitable, at least driving a taxi can be lucrative, granting you the ability to live independently. To this end, Bao Zili meticulously instructed everyone on how to adjust the rearview mirrors, operate the left and right mirrors, maneuver the steering wheel, straighten it, reverse, park, and halt. Though tricycles are frequently used, Bao Zili plans to purchase a private car within the next decade, at which point he can teach these three how to drive it. Brother, this vehicle is quite challenging. Why does it seem to glide effortlessly in your hands? While in ours, it behaves like a serpent, causing us to lose control. That's because you shift gears too quickly. Next time, take it slow. Do not be afraid. It is straightforward, akin to a cart we pull ourselves. You must proceed cautiously and cultivate confidence. 9 out of 10 people can learn this. The only exception is someone who does not wish to learn. You must genuinely desire to master it. Think of the 100 yuan reward. This is money I have taken from our household income in advance. If you succeed, that 100 yuan will be yours. If you fail to learn, it will be given to someone else. I want to learn. I also want to learn. Cousin, can I manage to learn this? Is it inconvenient for me to drive? She asked. Dear, what are you worrying about? You merely have a slight issue with your left foot. You are not disabled. Others with disabilities can drive with prosthetics. So you will be fine. You can learn. We cannot simply hand over all our money to the 2 younger sisters. You must strive for that 100 yuan. I am eagerly awaiting the day you earn that sum to treat me to fried noodles and succulent beef at the noodle shop. You must learn this well. Very well. Cousin, I shall diligently study to earn that 100 yuan. Of course, the most perilous moment occurred when the spirited younger sister nearly crashed the car into the newly constructed family home, prompting everyone to exclaim, let's move to a different location. Off we go, to practice driving on the road, which is currently devoid of traffic. If you were to damage the new house, it would become a great source of laughter. After a week to a month of study and on-road training, all 3 individuals successfully completed their assessments, with one receiving the promised 100 yuan reward. In contrast, Shun Xiujuan, who had some issues with her legs, performed at an average level, not the most effortless, nor the most outstanding. The youngest sister, with her cautious demeanor, exhibited a timid approach to learning. All donned helmets as they sat in the car, with Bao Zili guiding the younger sister from the passenger seat. When the younger sister excitedly drove into town for the first time, she joyfully exclaimed to her brother, Brother, you can rest at home from now on. I shall drive to the market with my sister-in-law and sister. Her brother replied, I'm not one to rely on others. I envision a day when you all strive to support me. Eventually, I plan to rent a storefront in the county to conduct business, handing over the family's affairs to you and your sister. Will you both manage it well? Really, brother? Are we truly moving to the county to earn money? She inquired eagerly. Certainly, I calculated our total income yesterday, and we currently have 800 yuan. This year, to expand our venture, we will set aside 200 yuan for distribution. It has been less than 4 months, and the new year is still distant. We should aim to divide the assets. And if an opportunity arises to purchase or rent in the county, we must seize it to maximize our profits. Brother, this seems like a breach of agreement. You are withholding our total income for expansion. Even publicly traded companies do not withhold dividends for growth. What does this mean for our family? This is an investment for greater returns. Do you wish to withdraw the 260 yuan you received last year? He retorted. Enough said. Brother, you are correct. As long as you lead us to a better life in the county, I shall follow your guidance. Indeed, younger sister, do not think that our aspirations end with the county. Once we have sufficient funds, we shall even purchase a home in the provincial capital, and I will help you find a husband there. Brother, are you jesting? The provincial capital is Xi'an. Are we to reside there? Of course. While the Xi'an of today may not rival the glory of ancient Chang'an, it remains a city of renown. In the future, if the opportunity arises, we shall explore grand cities such as Sanya, Beijing, Shanghai, and Guangdong, or even travel abroad for adventure. Unbeknownst to the 3 women, they were captivated by the vision painted by Bao Zili. The world was indeed vast, extending far beyond the confines of their village, town, and county. Aside from these 3 locations, there are many more places they have yet to explore and witness. Chapter 26. The seed corn machine earned 3 0.000 yuan. The three women have nearly mastered the tricycle, and Bao Zili is once again devising plans for busyness. A man, especially one who takes charge, must possess foresight. At this juncture, he utilizes his tricycle to transport fertilizers from the county town to the village. Although negotiations with the grain station in town did not yield results, he successfully secured the cooperative warehouse, along with a room to serve as accommodations. At this time, his father-in-law has begun assisting in selling fertilizers in town. As the corn planting season commences, bringing forth opportunities for profit. This year, cultivating corn proves to be a relatively arduous task. Continuous wheat cultivation over 3 or 4 years has depleted the soil of essential nutrients. The rural populace remains unaware of this. They merely perceive the proliferation of weeds in the wheat fields every 3 to 4 years as a call for crop rotation. They resort to utilizing cornfields for planting, as corn yields a higher income. Corn ears are plentiful and bountiful, unlike wheat, which produces slender spikes. Typically, regions in the north lag behind those in the south. Bao Zili reminisces about a hand-operated corn planter from his memories. He scoured the entire county, but found none. He then asked a frequently collaborating agricultural tools vendor to scout in other regions and procure as many as possible, ideally over 100 at wholesale. Ultimately, he ventured to a neighboring town, close to the province of Xianying and near Xi'an. After exploring that town and the surrounding county, he finally encountered a corn machine resembling a pump. When planting corn, one first mixes compound fertilizer and urea to spread over the soil. Generally, compound fertilizer is applied first, followed by urea, which has a shorter efficacy period compared to the longer-lasting compound fertilizer. At this point, soil testing for nutrients is not conducted, as the only means available resembles test strips. Thus, one must change fertilizers annually. Urea is used to promote seedling growth, while compound fertilizer serves as the base fertilizer. Few farmers in the vicinity utilize chemical fertilizers. Bao Zili aims to promote their use, yet the road ahead is arduous. Last year, during wheat planting, he introduced a quantity of fertilizers, and this year, he effortlessly scatters fertilizers while planting corn. A group of envious neighbors also purchases some fertilizers. However, with only 2 or 3 bags available at home, and the entire village lacking substantial purchases, traveling to the county town seems unfeasible. Moreover, the prices he offers are not significantly higher than those in the county town. Observing Bao Zili utilizing the corn planter, it appears effortless as he merely punctures the turned soil, akin to a child teasing ants with a stick. Villagers flock to try the machine, and before long, a row has been planted at Bao Zili's home, with half an acre of land being trialed by the neighboring villagers. Everyone eagerly vies to use this machine for planting. After trying it, they unanimously express that it is significantly less labor-intensive. In contrast, traditional corn planting involves a hoe and a person carrying corn seeds. 2 individuals are required. One digs the holes while the other extracts 2 seeds from the bag and places them in the ground, all while using their feet to cover the seeds. At this time, the corn seeds predominantly come from the family's own reserves, as they have yet to purchase seeds, and the community remains unaccustomed to this practice. Bao Zili utilized the corn machine, efficiently managing to cultivate 4 acres of land with his family of 4 in a single day. When exhaustion set in for one, another would step in to operate the corn machine, moving in a straight line, with both men and women exerting equal effort to achieve identical agricultural results. In contrast, their neighbors in other towns were still reliant on traditional methods, planting corn directly in the soil without the benefit of plastic film, while Bao Zili employed a row spacing of 6,060. Moreover, after utilizing the corn machine, Bao Zili generously lent it to neighboring farmers, fostering a communal adaptation to this innovative agricultural tool, which gradually replaced the traditional hoe. Habits are cultivated over time, and the tendency of industrious individuals to become complacent is often a strategy employed by many entrepreneurs. Bao Zili took a portion of his corn to the market, allowing numerous spectators to try the corn machine on the spot. He assured them that if they were dissatisfied, they could return the tool for a refund. By demonstrating its use and teaching others how to operate it, he managed to sell 5 or 6 machines apiece. Initially, he sold only 1 or 2, but eventually, each machine yielded a profit of 5 or 6 yuan, proving to be more lucrative than ordinary small commodities. Thus, the corn machine gained popularity in the township, especially as many families grew more affluent and began to invest in agricultural tools. Consider that a hoe costs around 10 yuan. while a corn machine is priced between 20 to 30 yuan. Bao Zili's father-in-law sold fertilizers at the cooperative's warehouse, managing to sell dozens of bags daily. Bao Zili's business flourished. In his words, engaging in business yields quicker results than farming. He inadvertently enlisted his two uncles to assist him, facilitating a mutual exchange of selling fertilizers in town. Occasionally, he would have one uncle remain in town, making their combined efforts more effective. As Bao Zili remarked, since they would be idle at home, why not involve the next generation of his in-laws in the business, thereby instilling entrepreneurial skills from an early age? After all, business is more profitable than farming, allowing them to attain wealth sooner. Living in this underdeveloped era requires one to invest effort before reaping rewards. Unlike in later generations where apprenticeships in restaurants and barbershops come with salaries. In the county over the next 2 or 3 decades, the minimum apprentice wage would be around 700 or 800 yuan, with average wages ranging from 2,500 to 3,000 yuan. Through Bao Zili's diligent efforts, he expanded the sale of corn machines to several nearby towns, truly experiencing the vast opportunities present in rural areas, particularly in the development and introduction of modern agricultural tools. Notably, according to the records maintained by Shen Xiujuan, after a month of promotion, the net profit from the corn machines alone reached 3,000 yuan, with each machine yielding a profit of 5 to 10 yuan, leading to sales of approximately 3,000 to 5,000 units. In the realm of commerce, one must remain ahead of the curve, ensuring that others perceive their endeavors as a genuine service aimed at assisting them. Through the promotion efforts of Bao Zili, tools such as the hand-pulled plow for corn planting have become operable by a single individual. The hand-pulled plow alleviates the need for laborious digging, particularly benefiting robust men who can effortlessly maneuver the plow, accomplishing the turning of an acre of land in a single day. It evokes the image of an ox, and the appeal of the single-handed plow has captivated many, as it is deemed remarkably cost-effective. With this tool, one can cultivate a vegetable garden without the need for a hoe, merely gliding the plow across the soil, thus saving on tillage expenses. In the segment of single-handed plows, Bao Zili has calculated that profits from last year to this year have approached 10,000 yuan. Each procurement typically sells out within 2 or 3 markets, necessitating a new order. Now, the procurement requires 3 individuals, indicating that the business is expanding, which has become somewhat overwhelming for Bao Zili. At times, he intentionally inquires with his wife about hiring additional help, to which Shen Xiujuan responds with concerns regarding the wages, suggesting that it might be wiser to endure some hardship within the family. This notion of hardship instilled in Bao Zili a newfound direction. Why should he be able to pay others, but not provide for his own family? Thus, he decided to implement a system during procurement. Each time he takes his younger sister and her companions, he allocates 50 yuan from the total profits for their uniform expenses, with meals on the day being accounted separately. Consequently, as the frequency of procurement increased, the younger sister became less inclined to rush off. Whoever among the sisters desired to join would earn the 50 yuan, and everyone was content with this arrangement. Through this strategic maneuvering, Bao Zili and Shen Xiujuan successfully funneled profits legally and reasonably into their own pockets, a situation that was tacitly accepted by their family. Given the prevailing societal norms that favored sons over daughters, where all family assets were typically amassed for boys, the younger sisters were fortunate to have such an enlightened brother, and they voiced no objections. In fact, they had accumulated a substantial amount of personal savings. With the assistance of their brother, and each held savings certificates at the credit cooperative, complete with passwords. As the saying goes, cattle grow fat on night grass, and people prosper when they have money. It was heard that the brother-in-law provided financial support to the family with every procurement. Shen Xiujuan's 2 brothers were intrigued, particularly her younger brother, who, eager to join in, requested to accompany the sister's husband on his next venture. This arrangement allowed Bao Zili to afford his 2 younger sisters a respite. When his 2 brothers-in-law participated, they earned even greater wages, each receiving 100 yuan per day for their labor, as they were responsible for loading fertilizers and procuring farming tools. The physical demands of this work were considerable, and Bao Zili entrusted the loading and unloading tasks to his 2 brothers-in-law. They, in turn, were more than willing to bear this burden for their own little savings, as it allowed them to stand tall before their wives, unlike before when their voices were muted in the village under their father's management. Previously, they had saved money alongside their father, and their father-in-law turned a blind eye as long as the two brothers remained diligent. In these times, it was not common to work outside, and engaging in the labor of loading and unloading fertilizers for their brother-in-law was indeed hard-earned money, which their father-in-law tacitly approved of, recognizing the industriousness of the two young men. At this juncture, divorce was not in vogue. His two daughters-in-law were exceptionally filial, prudently saving a portion of the money their husbands brought home, stashing some away in the cupboard, while discreetly allowing their spouses to keep a little in their pockets. Life, after all, is about savoring pleasures, igniting the desire for enjoyment. The pursuit of wealth, in turn, kindles a yearning for money and material possessions. Desire, to a certain extent, embodies a form of greed, reflecting humanity's inclination towards the accumulation of assets and belongings. This phenomenon elucidates the widening chasm between the affluent and the impoverished. The rich fixate on wealth, while the poor are preoccupied with minimizing their labor and effort. Occasionally, they contemplate earning money but find themselves bereft of opportunities and environments conducive to financial gain. During the 1980s, the notion of seeking employment was almost unfathomable, as the legality of labor was scarcely acknowledged, and the idea of earning through the sale of one's labor was revolutionary. In those times, employment was primarily seasonal, with wealthier households hiring help during busy agricultural periods, such as during the harvest of corn and wheat. Laborers earned meager wages, often less than 10 yuan a day, a rate that had seen an increase. Previously, it could dip as low as 1 to 5 yuan, with meals provided by the households they assisted. Bao Zili proposed a strategy to his two brothers-in-law. They could each take a corn machine and offer their services to plant corn in various villages, charging a fee of 10 yuan for each acre. Should anyone deem the price exorbitant, they could adjust it between 5 and 10 yuan. Starting at 5 yuan garnered more clients, while those willing to pay 10 yuan were more selective. To his astonishment, a mere suggestion from Bao Zili illuminated their path. By the end of the spring season, each brother-in-law had earned 5 to 600 yuan, generously presenting Bao Zili with 30 yuan, a token of appreciation for his insightful advice. This amount covered the cost of the corn machines, which would henceforth belong to them. At that moment, Bao Zili reflected on the simplicity of earning money. Once one identifies the correct approach, wealth will undoubtedly flow. Chapter 27. The fully automated flour mill on a rainy day. Bao Zili and his family gathered for a meal indoors. He poured each person a glass of white wine and remarked, "Please enjoy your meal." After dining, "We shall linger at the table, as I have matters to discuss." His wife, Shin Xiujuan, was the first to sense that her husband's mood was somewhat amiss. Outside, the gentle rain fell steadily. In the northern spring, such rainfall is invaluable, akin to a farmer's blessing. Typically, spring brings sparse rain, while late summer and early autumn see an abundance. The arid climate of the Lus Plateau yields little precipitation. To beseech for rain, many elderly villagers flock to the Dragon King Temple or renowned shamans, lighting incense and praying fervently. Any method that brings rain is deemed effective. This tradition persists to this day. As for Bao Zili, he surmised that when the salt in the family salt box became slightly damp, it signaled the imminent arrival of rain. Perhaps the measurement technology of the past lacked the precision that we possess today. In those days, there were neither televisions nor mobile phones. People relied solely on their instincts to gauge whether the sky would bring rain. Those afflicted with rheumatism would often declare that rain was imminent when their legs ached. And they were remarkably accurate. Let us raise a glass, for I wish to share that our family's pace of earning has not kept up with that of others. As I observe, families in our vicinity are purchasing tractors for hauling bricks and raising numerous pigs. Some have even acquired coal trucks to transport coal from the nearby mines to our county. This business has flourished in recent years. Yet we seem to lack the talent and inclination to venture into transportation. As a devoted wife, Xiujuan naturally stands by her husband. At the onset of the meeting, she voiced her support. "Cousin, whatever you wish to express or pursue, I am behind you." With Xiujuan's declaration, the others had little choice but to remain silent. Even the two younger sisters, who thrive under their brother's guidance and protection, found it difficult to oppose him. As for their mother, Guilin, she has always been a woman of little opinion. Having recently moved into a new house due to her son's efforts, she had no objections. The youngest sister interjected, "Brother, just tell us what you wish to embark upon this time. We have grown accustomed to your repetitive discourse at these meetings. We know you are eager to spend money again and wish to involve everyone in your ventures, although all the family finances rest in your hands. Thus, I propose to purchase a flour mill and establish a milling business. However, our village is served by low-voltage lines, and we cannot bring in high-voltage lines. Where do you intend to set this up? I plan to rent another warehouse from the supply and marketing cooperative to open the milling shop. If situated in the town, villagers from surrounding areas can easily access it. Moreover, milling does not require us to brave the elements. Customers will come to us without the need for extensive promotion, bringing their grains for milling. But brother, the youngest sister countered, isn't there already a couple of flour mills in the town? How does your proposed mill differ from theirs? What competitive edge do you possess? As she frequently sets up a stall in the town, she is well acquainted with the local market. Those mills are antiquated machines, costing around 3,000 to 4,000 yuan, discarded by others. My intention is to acquire a fully automated model, which allows for the seamless processing of wheat into flour without the need for manual cleaning. This represents a significant advancement for future development. With this flour mill in operation, we would no longer need to attend every market. The endeavor is exhausting. Instead, we could establish a fixed stall in the town, selling fertilizers and flour, transforming our town into the foundation of our prosperity. The assembly rallied behind Bao Zili, recognizing his efforts in elevating the family from poverty to a position of relative affluence. He has become a notable figure not only in the town, but also within the entire village and its surroundings. Their happiness is palpable, and even if the flour mill does not flourish, the machine itself can be sold, ensuring that they would not incur total losses. In a game reminiscent of card playing, where one deceives the other, the conclusion invariably leads to conflict or a complete severance of relations. Those engaged in such trivial pursuits are often the least ambitious. With determination, Bao Zili took the initiative to establish contact with a manufacturer of flour milling machines in the county. Upon making the call, he found that the manufacturer was quite assertive, agreeing to send a representative for an inspection. Once Bao Zili had organized the warehouse and designated a suitable area, the representative arrived. Following their discussions, Bao Zili did not excessively haggle over the price. The representative confirmed via phone that the installation was feasible. Upon the arrival of the machine, Bao Zili promptly offered 20,000 yuan, stating that he would pay the remaining 16,000 after the installation and training were completed. He enlisted the help of skilled craftsmen to ensure that the warehouse floor was uniformly laid with cement, excavating the necessary pits. This particular warehouse was the largest, spanning 100 square meters. Bao Zili, possessing a strong capacity for learning, encouraged his two sisters, wife Xiaojuan, father-in-law, and elder brothers-in-law to learn alongside him. The representative, witnessing the family's unity, was taken aback. He had not anticipated such ambition from a seemingly impoverished area. Their fervent belief in the pursuit of wealth left him silently impressed. It was no wonder they frequently invited him to dine at restaurants for lamb palma, stir-fried noodles, and beer, seemingly unmindful of expenses. Initially assuming they would be frugal, he was pleasantly surprised by their generosity, which led him to sincerely assist them with numerous challenges. Having lived 2 lifetimes, Bao Zili understood that wealth is not saved, but earned. He has always been generous in matters of sustenance, ensuring that those who could aid him in his endeavors were well taken care of. With a need for support, he naturally treated his guests with utmost hospitality. Speaking of his uncle and father-in-law, although not bound by blood, Bao Zili had a fondness for this child. Observing the boy's remarkable potential, particularly in selling fertilizers, he felt increasingly optimistic about the child's future. Now, witnessing the young man acquire a fully automated flour milling machine filled Bao Zili's father-in-law with joy. He regarded his son-in-law as a diamond among stones, shimmering with brilliance. It was puzzling how his sister and brother-in-law, who were not particularly astute, could have such a remarkable son. Could it be that the ancestral graves of the Bao family were truly blessed? After 3 days of operation, Bao Zili had thoroughly mastered the intricacies of the flour milling machine. To announce the opening of his milling business, he affixed a notice at the entrance. In celebration of our grand opening, from the 15th to the 18th, all milling services are offered free of charge. This announcement is genuine and reliable. Nearby, several opportunistic individuals approached to inquire, and upon learning that there was no need to sift through the wheat, they hurried home to summon their wives and children, bringing 3 bags of wheat with them in a cart. Had it not been for the impending arrival of summer, they would have eagerly transported 10 bags, for the wheat flour stored during the summer months tends to attract pests. Bao Zili, contemplating the situation, believed that with guidance from sales representatives and repair technicians, He would have the opportunity to personally operate the new machinery and undergo a learning phase. In the initial days, he ground flour from wheat for both his father-in-law and his own household, but he could not possibly convert all his wheat into flour. Such an endeavor would leave them waiting until the distant future for sustenance. Thus, he devised a promotional offer for the grand opening, announcing free milling services. This infuriated the proprietors of the other 2 milling establishments, who resented this young upstart. Why could he not simply sell his fertilizers without meddling in the milling business? Why did he have to intrude upon their domain? Previously, Bao Zili had sold pork to the milling house, and now the owner's daughter, accompanied by her father, brought 2 bags of wheat to test Bao Zili's capabilities. To their astonishment, this young man had developed significantly over the year, effortlessly transforming the wheat into flour. The father and daughter were taken aback, pondering whether their own survival in the industry was still viable. The milling house owner remarked to Bao Zili, "You cannot continue this way. While you feast on meat, you must leave us some broth." Bao Zili reassured him, "Rest assured, uncle, I am well aware of the situation. Moving forward, you shall find your busiest days on market days, specifically on the 1st, 3rd, and 5th days of the month. I propose that, due to limited family manpower, milling will not occur on those days." The proprietor nodded in agreement, expressing his satisfaction. "That works well. As long as we draw a line, we can all prosper together." After 10 days of milling operations, true to Bao Zili's promise, a notice was affixed to the door stating that due to limited family resources, milling would not take place on the 1st, 3rd, and 5th days, while other times would remain unaffected. What is the rationale behind this? Why forego potential earnings? The crowd questioned Bao Zili. He explained that on market days, they would be too occupied to manage the milling, and he sought their understanding. Some suggested that on non-market days, they could mill elsewhere, expressing a preference for the new milling establishment which did not require wheat to be washed. Deep down, they resolved to return after their stalls were dismantled or on days without markets, to have their flour milled. This was precisely the outcome Bao Zili desired, as it fulfilled his commitments to competitors while simultaneously generating profit, truly a dual triumph. At this juncture, Bao Zili had settled his family in the town. When renting a house, he opted for 3 additional rooms, one designated as a kitchen, another as a bedroom, and the last for his 2 younger sisters. Shun Xiujuan diligently prepared meals daily for her father-in-law, her elder brother-in-law, Bao Zili, and the 2 sisters. The younger sister lamented to her brother, "Brother, we have just built a grand tiled house. Why must we reside in this ordinary, dilapidated dwelling in the town?" The dilapidated house suffered from a leaky roof during the rain, prompting Bao Zili to hire someone for repairs. The tiles were rearranged, and cement was applied to seal the leaks. Surprisingly, Bao Zili also had the public restroom renovated. Once neglected and deemed unusable, it has now been restored. His younger sister rolled her eyes and remarked, "Brother, you consistently play the role of the benevolent. In our family, spanning 3 generations, there has never been a true philanthropist. Why do you engage in such inexplicable acts of kindness? What purpose does renovating this public toilet serve? It reeks. Are you planning to store manure for crops?" Unexpectedly, Bao Zili had spoken to a nearby farmer, asking him to come daily to collect the manure, which the farmer readily agreed to. In these times, even fetching manure for the town government and school is a sought-after task, as it comes with remuneration and the benefit of transporting the manure back to one's own fields. Bao Zili, however, offered no payment, simply requesting that the farmer remove the manure. He used a tricycle to transport yellow soil outside, allowing anyone using the restroom to utilize it as a covering. His father-in-law, equally perplexed, inquired, "Child, could you explain the rationale behind renovating the public toilet? I don't understand. Is it truly as your sister suggests, that you have more money than you know what to do with?" Chapter 28. The empty wallet. Bao Zili observed the bewildered expressions of his 2 sisters, father-in-law, and wife, gesturing for silence before sitting down to elucidate. "Since we have settled here, we will inevitably need a restroom. This public toilet is merely 4 or 5 meters away. Initially, we are addressing our own needs. Additionally, public restrooms are typically utilized during market days. Previously, residents resolved their needs indiscriminately, either at the middle school, the town government, or restaurants. Now that we have established this public toilet, won't it attract everyone? It inadvertently serves as a form of advertisement. Others will come to know that we have a flour mill, sell fertilizers, and agricultural tools, correct? Once this public toilet was opened and renovated, we notice that our business has become more prosperous than before. This is a case of spending a small amount to achieve significant outcomes, akin to the effects of advertising. Some may hang banners or distribute flyers, yet none have achieved the impact we have. Brother, I've seen banners. What are these flyers you speak of? Bao Zili realized he had inadvertently referenced scenes from his previous life and quickly corrected himself. Flyers are the papers distributed during county lottery events. Those promotional sheets are called flyers. He swiftly changed the subject to prevent any suspicion from his family. What he did not disclose to them was that he had already negotiated with the head of the supply and marketing cooperative, arranging for the head's brother-in-law and sibling to each open a restaurant nearby. This way, they could utilize the warehouse, each claiming a room, thereby adding vibrancy to the courtyard and eliminating its emptiness. This undertaking was not something others dared to attempt. Only the head's brother-in-law was bold enough to take the first step. Furthermore, Bao Zili discussed with his father-in-law the need for him to return home to tend to the farm, while arranging for his brother-in-law's wife to come over and prepare the meals. The inhabitants of this place consume merely 2 meals a day, a tradition that endures to this day. As for daily expenses, it is all managed by Bao Zili. Furthermore, he is tasked with preparing 2 large baskets of steamed buns each morning to be sold on the street, accompanied by a pot of porridge which is offered free of charge alongside the buns priced at 50 cents each. His sister-in-law is also quite delighted, as she can set up her own stall, her culinary skills being adequate for the endeavor, though she remains non-committal regarding the complimentary porridge. The cold-dressed radish strips and spicy chili oil, along with green chilies, are available for 2 dimes, but the sales are scarce. Meanwhile, the buns, at 50 cents each, seem quite reasonable. However, upon returning, Bao Zili is informed that his pricing is too steep, as others sell steamed buns at 8 for 1 yuan. Should we consider lowering the price? After all, you are the proprietor, and it is your decision. Let us set the price for steamed buns at 4 for 1 yuan, while allowing customers to serve themselves with side dishes free of charge using chopsticks. As for what others sell, that is of no concern to you. You shall solely sell the buns with the side dishes, refraining from offering plain buns. Unexpectedly, Bao Zili's business shows little improvement, whereas his sister-in-law's venture becomes overwhelmingly busy. This is due to the absence of any breakfast establishments in the vicinity, with only cold noodles available during market days. On ordinary mornings, patrons must wait until after 10 o'clock to enjoy fried noodles at local eateries. During this time, students and returning travelers excitedly partake in breakfast at the town's sole breakfast stall. The inevitability of business expansion necessitates an increase in workforce. Ultimately, Bao Zili communicates with his father-in-law and invites his elder brother-in-law, arranging for them to share a rented space for accommodation. The 2 women engage in selling snacks daily, while the 2 brothers-in-law oversee the sale of fertilizers and agricultural tools, such as the single-handed plow and corn machines. Although the season has passed, some still purchase corn planters in anticipation of the next year. Rural folk, once they have amassed some wealth, tend to invest in farming tools and household goods. Thus, Bao Zili enlists his 2 sisters to convey a message to the villagers, inviting 10 young men to the town, offering them 30 yuan each per day. The following morning, 10 young men arrive, having cycled over, utilizing 5 bicycles to transport 5 of their number. Upon learning that meals are provided, they cheerfully arrive, only to discover that they are to lay bricks. The task is simple and manageable. Bao Zili informs them that work commences at 6 in the morning and concludes at 8 in the evening. Naturally, they are eager, for typical labor yields only 10 to 15 yuan per day, yet this offers 30 yuan with meals included. Truly, these are the children of their village who have prospered, not forgetting their roots. When the 10 arrived, there was nearly a scuffle, as several others sought to join them. After a heated exchange, tempers flared, as the 10 had pedaled ahead, eager to secure their positions. This marks yet another significant achievement for Bao Zili, as he has paved a 10-meter-wide stretch of road right in front of his home, specifically at the entrance to his black-tiled house and fertilizer warehouse, laying down a path measuring 10 meters long and 10 meters wide. In the realm of commerce, one must prioritize the needs of the customers. It is imperative that they do not find themselves mired in hardship upon arrival. Moreover, the Baozi vendor took the initiative to procure several bags of cement and sand, diligently repairing the entrance with these materials. This act incited the younger sister to exclaim in frustration that her brother was frivolously squandering money, which elicited a chorus of laughter from onlookers. On that particular day, the younger sister, along with Shun Xiujuan and the wives of her two uncles, prepared a sumptuous meal for everyone. They cooked a hearty feast, ensuring that no one left hungry, even going to a restaurant to purchase several pounds of pork. Upon witnessing the transformation of the courtyard, the warehouse supervisor approached Bao Zili, offering to finance the project and suggesting that he pave the entire yard, hinting at revitalizing the entire warehouse. He also invited the villagers to continue their labor. After 3 days of industrious effort, the villagers completed the paving of several hundred square meters with blue bricks. The neighbors returned home in high spirits, each earning 90 yuan. With meals provided, an exceptional opportunity in these times when labor was still undervalued and readily available. Typically, their daily wage amounted to merely 15 yuan. Bao Zili, however, chose to pay 30 yuan, not out of kinship, but in an effort to elevate the wage standards. Unbeknownst to him, this decision would later bring considerable challenges for those seeking work, as some were compelled to raise their asking prices to 20 or even 25 yuan. What Bao Zili unknowingly accomplished was a boon for the farmers of the entire township. After overseeing the completion of the brick paving, the warehouse supervisor partitioned the courtyard into smaller rooms, which were quickly rented out. Some individuals opened restaurants within, while others utilized the spaces as storage for goods, particularly those in the coffin business, who turned it into a lumber storage area. Notably, an astute elder, situated next to Bao Zili, established an agricultural technology station selling pesticides. Despite his limited funds, he did not compete with Bao Zili in the fertilizer trade. Meanwhile, Shun Xiujuan perused the financial records. Following this expansion of assets, their monetary reserves had dwindled to less than 6,000 yuan. Observing her troubled expression, Bao Zili reassured her, reminding her that previously, they had celebrated when their annual income reached 1,000 yuan. Now, they possessed 6,000 yuan. Furthermore, with their extensive premises, he assured her that profitability was on the horizon. Have you accounted for the income from the small shop at home and the fertilizer sales? He inquired. I have only included the earnings from our stall and the flour mill. Those two sources have yet to be accounted for, and my father has not settled the accounts yet. Call your father. He has returned home to tend to the grandchildren, which has drawn all 4 laborers from your family. Your parents are happily cultivating the land. In a few days, let us have your brothers bring over the accounts so we can reconcile them. We must ensure that the appropriate shares are distributed to them, lest prolonged delays lead to confusion or resentment. You see, it is in our nature to resist holding on to money. When we possess it, we yearn to invest in various ventures. This is the fundamental distinction between men and women. When women acquire wealth, they tend to save it, while men aspire to expand their enterprises and claim larger territories. Bao Zili began to survey his territory, which currently comprised 2 large warehouses and 4 small rooms for accommodation. His elder and younger brothers-in-law each occupied 1 room, while his 2 sisters-in-law shared another. He and his wife resided in a separate room. The communal kitchens served their collective needs, thus occupying 5 of the living quarters. The items for their stall were placed within the bedroom he shared with Shun Xiujuan. While the arrangement was not particularly problematic, he found the number of rooms somewhat excessive and wasteful, prompting a desire to optimize their use. However, despite his contemplation, no viable solutions emerged regarding how to utilize the vacant spaces effectively. In addition, Bao Zili commissioned the construction of several wooden tables and low stools, along with 2 larger tables and dozens of small benches. The onlookers were perplexed, questioning the sanity of the young man. With only a few paulownia trees available, he had utilized discarded planks from his father-in-law's home, insisting on using them without compensation. His father-in-law, amused, encouraged him to proceed since the family's livelihood relied heavily on this son-in-law's support. Once the tables were completed and painted, Bao Zili announced his intention to set up 3 tables for a small restaurant outside, positioning 2 square tables at the back entrance and providing 20 stools. As the spectators remained baffled, he initiated a series of clever strategies. He set the tables, poured tea, and invited some elderly individuals to play cards, thereby enhancing the ambience. This gesture was complimentary and sunlit. Initially hesitant, the seniors soon discovered that not only could they enjoy tea, but they could also purchase food, leading some to linger throughout the day, from dawn until dusk. Whether they won or lost, Bao Zili refrained from participating in the games, as it was typically the case that no winnings were reported, an arrangement to circumvent the local authorities' scrutiny. As the community observed the burgeoning popularity of his establishment, Each shopfront began to set up a table, inviting the elderly to join them for card games. Over time, Bao Zili's venue became the most frequented, primarily due to the extensive yard space available, which attracted crowds eager for social interaction. In contrast, the local youth gathered at the storefronts to gamble, inadvertently fostering an unsavory atmosphere that prompted several interventions from the authorities. It became evident to the community that simply setting up tables could indeed cultivate a vibrant clientele, and that business could be approached in such an innovative manner. Chapter 29. Employing labor for wheat harvesting. For those adept at making a profit, every season offers opportunities for wealth accumulation. Indeed, the bustling season for wheat harvesting had arrived. Bao Zili entrusted the town's business operations to his younger sister and wife, Jiang Suanniu, granting his elder brothers-in-law a respite should anyone arrive seeking fertilizers. He instructed them to carry it themselves, deducting a mere 50 cents from the price. He also ceased outdoor sales, urging everyone to prioritize the wheat harvest, with plans to return to earning once the grain was collected and the taxes paid. Regarding this year's wheat crop, Bao Zili felt optimistic. As the harvesting period coincided with warm weather, and his family owned only 5 acres of land, Bao Zili drove his tricycle, accompanied by his younger sister, to purchase 10 pounds of pork and some vegetables before returning home. Upon their arrival, they observed that several households in the village, which were short on labor, had already commenced harvesting wheat. The fields were a vibrant golden hue, bustling with activity, where laughter and joyous chatter filled the air. During this season, it is customary for the women who manage the household to adhere to certain traditions. The first pancake they make is invariably offered to the men working in the fields, and the first batch of noodles is reserved for those harvesting the crops, inviting them to taste their culinary creations. It is also essential that no empty winnowing baskets or brooms be placed in the center of the threshing ground. To avoid the risk of damaging the home's structure upon their return, these items must be stored neatly at the periphery of the threshing area. The wheat harvest season on the lush plateau of Shanbei is a bustling celebration, a fierce contest against the elements. Bao Zili made his rounds in the village, then approached a few families with ample labor resources, inquiring if they could send 5 individuals to harvest the 5 acres of wheat on his land, offering 10 yuan per acre. Additionally, he proposed an extra 2 yuan for help with loading the wheat onto the vehicle. He asked if anyone was available to start the following day. An elderly man, grasping Bao Zili's hand, earnestly requested, "Child, please entrust this work to our family. We shall ensure it is done to your satisfaction." At that time, the going rate for harvesting an acre was merely 8 yuan, with the highest pay reaching 10 yuan. Bao Zili replied, "Elder, I empathize with your situation. Let us do this. Your family will provide 3 workers, and I will ask the neighbors for 2 more. Together, the 5 of you can see if you can finish the work in a day without delaying your own wheat harvest, for that would weigh heavily on my conscience." In reality, a proficient laborer can harvest between 1 and 1.5 acres in a day. Bao Zili's request for assistance with loading was merely to use a pitchfork to transfer the wheat onto the tricycle, which could then be unloaded effortlessly at home, thus saving a considerable amount of time. The next morning, Bao Zili's younger sister and mother prepared steamed buns, stir-fried meat, and rice porridge for breakfast. In the afternoon, they made hand-pulled noodles accompanied by egg soup and stir-fried meat sauce. This fare was considered quite sumptuous in their village. The workers descended upon the 5 acres like ravenous wolves, swiftly cutting down the crops with their sickles. Bao Zili signaled to 2 of them to begin loading the wheat, but they struggled to keep pace with the speed of the harvesting. It seemed as though the wheat in their hands was no more than brushwood, requiring little effort to fell. By 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the wheat was fully harvested and loaded back to the homestead, where it was placed in the middle of the road. They were treated to a hearty meal, and after settling their wages, the 5 men left merrily for home. Bao Zili's family then commenced the threshing of the wheat. After a continuous 3-day effort, they managed to clear 4 batches of wheat from the chaff. This year, Bao Zili did not enlist the help of his father-in-law or his 2 uncles. Instead, he ventured to the county town under the pretense of wholesale vegetable shopping. However, upon returning home, his mother, Shun Guilon, was astonished to discover several peculiar red metal objects in the tricycle. "What on earth has this child wasted money on now?" was her first thought. He cannot have money in his pocket. The more he earns, the more he spends. Together with his wife, Jiang Suanniu, Bao Zili set off, and upon their return, half of the vegetables on their vehicle remained unsold. They unloaded 1 windmill at home and transported the other two to the ridge where his uncles resided, selling vegetables while keenly observing potential opportunities. He gifted one windmill to each of his two uncles and another to his father-in-law, claiming they were presents. The two families inquired about the price, but said nothing further. A gift is a gift. However, both families quietly resolved to bestow a generous red envelope upon Bao Zili when his child reached the full moon. Upon returning, Bao Zili received 2 barrels of canola oil from his uncles, which were pressed from their own homegrown rape seeds. His father-in-law also harvested numerous vegetables for him. Bao Zili humbly remarked that he was merely a seller of vegetables and did not require theirs. His father-in-law insisted that his vegetables were a heartfelt gesture, distinct from Bao Zili's own produce, declaring that if he did not accept them, he would take back the windmill as well. Bao Zili then demonstrated the use of the windmill to the 3 families. With a simple connection to electricity and a quick adjustment, it proved to be quite convenient. More so than usual, the windmill itself was merely a motor paired with 3 blades, lacking any advanced technology. The only variance was in size. Bao Zili believed that once everyone became accustomed to it, they would grow fond of the windmill. Observing the delight on their faces, he suddenly realized that this too was a business opportunity. He returned home and, accompanied by his younger sister and wife, traveled to the county town to wholesale windmills. Their tricycle was loaded with 30 windmills, securely tied down. The delighted shopkeeper remarked that this was his annual sales volume. They left 20 windmills at the town store, sent 5 to his father-in-law for consignment, and kept 5 for themselves. Remarkably, within 3 days, while he was enjoying a leisurely life of eating watermelon and drying wheat at home, his sister informed him through market-goers that the windmills were nearly sold out. Was everyone so affluent this year? Bao Zili wondered why people were snatching up such large items, expecting them only to buy a sickle or broom. The windmills were priced at 50 yuan each, yielding a profit of nearly 20 yuan. Since Bao Zili purchased in bulk, the shopkeeper provided them at a wholesale cost of 20 yuan. In truth, the shopkeeper's purchase price was around 15 yuan. The market was competitive, and without platforms like Taobao, everyone had to negotiate based on connections. Thus, Bao Zili hurried back to the county town for another 30 windmills, fearing he might overstock. Yet, within 5 days, when he checked the town, only 3 remained unsold. Frustrated, he chastised himself for not communicating sooner, questioning if one would wait until their water or flour was completely gone before seeking more. In an age before the prevalence of telephones, such situations were inconvenient. Once again, Bao Zili returned to the county town for 30 more windmills, doubting the local residents' eagerness. Ultimately, this experience revealed to him the local farmers' fervor for the wheat harvest. With a total of 90 windmills sold, he netted a profit of over 500 yuan. In recent days, Bao Zili has been preoccupied with earning a living in the village. What kind of money is he making? He assists his neighbors by transporting wheat with a tricycle, charging a modest fee of 2 yuan per load. Some families are so eager to fill their loads that they nearly overburden the vehicle. However, once he has earned a reasonable sum, Bao Zili claims to be too busy to continue. He has come to realize that the farmers can be quite ruthless, treating him as if he were a landlord to be denounced, eager to extract every last bit of labor from him. The paltry earnings from this wheat hauling are hardly worth the effort. He might as well devise alternative strategies. With some free time on his hands, Bao Zili began to wander around the village, observing the usage of windmills by those who had purchased them. In the home of his neighbor, Uncle Jiang, the son works in a brick factory, which demands production even during the busy farming season, with the promise of extra pay from the boss. This leaves only the elderly couple at home to manage the wheat harvest while their son returns at night to assist. The family works tirelessly through the night to cut the wheat, but they struggle with the threshing process. If the grains are not promptly cleaned, their quality deteriorates, and they risk sprouting if left too long. In a moment of exasperation, the son haggled and purchased a windmill from Bao Zili for 40 yuan, prompting his parents to chastise him for being wasteful. He retorted that it was his hard-earned money and that he merely wished to spare them from exhaustion. Once they became accustomed to the windmill, they discovered its remarkable efficiency. After the first pass, where the wind effectively separated the chaff and dirt from the wheat, they adjusted the wind strength slightly for a second pass. The result was immaculate grains, indistinguishable from those sold in stores. Naturally, after the first pass, they let the wheat dry on the threshing ground, waiting until it was sufficiently dried before proceeding with a second pass. If they rushed through a second pass, a third might be necessary, as some chaff tends to cling to the grains, and a gentle breeze may not suffice to remove it. Typically, families possess 5 to 6 acres of land, and in some cases, as much as 20 acres, given the volume of land they manage. They cannot spare the windmills for anyone outside their immediate family. This explains why Bao Zili managed to sell out his third shipment entirely. Furthermore, some villagers, upon noticing the high prices in the town, made a trip to the county city only to find prices exceeding 40 yuan. The savings were negligible, and the trip delayed their wheat harvest, leading them to purchase locally instead. When the villagers learned of this, they realized that prices in the town had not increased significantly, allowing them to negotiate prices down themselves. As news spread of those who had traveled to the county city to procure windmills, many saw convenience, with a considerable number opting to buy from the town instead. Harvesting wheat is akin to gathering gold. A sudden rain could ruin the crop, rendering a year's labor futile. Ultimately, spending a little extra for peace of mind seemed wise. Consequently, Bao Zili initially set the price at 50 yuan, offering his two sisters a rate of 40, insisting that he would not sell for less than 30. If anyone found the price too steep, he was willing to sweeten the deal with a shovel or a sickle. As Bao Zili's windmill business flourished, local shopkeepers in the town began to take notice. They ventured to the county city to acquire a few units, placing them outside their stores. However, this not only occupied valuable space, but also attracted fewer customers. Their prices were comparable to Bao Zili's. Yet without the added incentive of tools, potential buyers were less inclined to make a purchase. Moreover, the inhabitants of the 10 villages and 8 townships adhere to a singular belief. Once they purchase from a particular household, they remain loyal to that vendor. The quality is assured, and although the products may be identical, it appears they are steadfast in their brand loyalty. This motor has suffered damage, but Bao Zili has taken it to the county to be exchanged. During the procurement process, he also ensures that the vendor addresses any repairs, and with commendable after-sales service. The windmills from Bao Zili's establishment sell swiftly, gradually becoming the sole purveyor of windmills in the town. No one dares to venture into this trade. At least for the time being, there is no competition. Approximately 10 days later, Bao Zili returns to the county for another batch of windmills, as the locals have begun to appreciate their utility. When it is windy, it often signifies impending rain, making the windmills all the more desirable. Bao Zili ventures to surrounding towns and villages, selling an additional 60 units. His wife, Shun Xiujuan, sits in the passenger seat, counting the money. As Bao Zili unloads the windmills, their teamwork is seamless, reminiscent of the legendary cowherd and weaver girl. Observing this scene, a few jesting women chuckle and tease, "Young man, would you consider a new wife? Look, my daughter at home is still unmarried." Bao Zili responds with a smile, "Sister, I am already married. The lady beside me is my wife. If I were not married, I would certainly consider your daughter. For someone as beautiful as her deserves a partner even better than me." In this manner, he offends neither party, ensuring that both sides speak favorably, a principle Bao Zili upholds in his business dealings. How could a thriving business and a harmonious family be disrupted by an ordinary rural woman? His wife lacks for nothing, accompanying him through both tempest and tranquility in their entrepreneurial endeavors. How could he betray her trust? He calls out to her, "Darling, do not be upset. That sister was merely jesting." This incites laughter all around, revealing that the young man is indeed cautious of his wife. The windmills differ from vegetables. Although Bao Zili's cart also carries produce, the vegetables serve as a lure for customers, with higher quantities procured. The windmills, however, are fewer in number. Each trip to the county sees a greater supply of vegetables and fewer windmills, which contributes to his popularity in every village. Were he to sell only windmills, they would not be as well received as they currently are. As Bao Zili busies himself unloading the cart, he notices Shun Xiujuan crouched beside it, covering her mouth. Concerned that she might be suffering from heat exhaustion, he quickly retrieves a bottle of water for her. An experienced woman nearby chuckles, "Child, your wife is not overheated. If you're feeling fine, perhaps seek a doctor's opinion." Not overheated? What could be the matter? Has she fallen ill? Bao Zili checks Shun Xiujuan's forehead, and she reassures him, saying that a sip of water alleviates her discomfort. Upon arriving at a village, they learn of a reputable traditional Chinese medicine practitioner nearby, prompting them to consult him for a pulse diagnosis, to ensure that their hard-earned money does not come at the expense of her health, a situation that would indeed be counterproductive. Chapter 30. Am I truly so useless? This venerable physician learned his craft under a master and subsequently trained alongside barefoot doctors. His treatments are robust and precise, spanning a wide range of ailments, making him a well-regarded figure in the local community. His clinic is adorned with 2 cypress trees at the entrance. In the village, it is uncommon for people to be so particular about their surroundings, particularly when it comes to planting pine and cypress trees at their entrance. The cypress stands nearly 10 meters tall, with a trunk as thick as a man's arm. It is evident that the doctor's family values aesthetics. Bao Zili, accompanied by his wife, entered the house where the doctor was leisurely enjoying the coolness of the day. Upon seeing them, the doctor exclaimed, "Isn't this Bao's son? It has been many years since we last met. And this must be your wife. I remember attending your wedding. I never expected to see you so soon again." Indeed, the old physician was correct. People from the surrounding 10 miles sought to cultivate good relations with him. Over the years, they had established a network of mutual favors. "Who is feeling unwell?" the doctor inquired. Bao Zili replied, "Uncle, please check my wife's pulse. She is feeling ill today and has a queasy stomach." Shun Xiujuan interjected, "Is there something wrong with my health? Could it be that my childhood polio has resurfaced?" She vividly recalled the symptoms of polio, the fever and pain that had left an indelible mark on her life. The old doctor waved his hand dismissively and, after examining her pulse for a few minutes, said, "You are overthinking this, my dear. Since you have recovered from that ailment, it is highly unlikely to reoccur. Congratulations. You are expecting a child. Have you not been informed of the signs of pregnancy after being married for so long? Is that true?" "Really?" Bao Zili asked in astonishment. He then produced a pack of cigarettes from his pocket to offer the doctor, who waved them away, saying, "I no longer smoke. My throat has suffered from years of it. It has been said before, and my mother has mentioned it as well. I simply did not think of it until now. We have been busy harvesting wheat lately, and this child comes at an inconvenient time. Typically, people marry in winter or just before the spring festival, and signs of pregnancy appear shortly after the new year. Yet, here we are, in May, before any signs have manifested. You two are quite bold. The child is already over 2 months along. You must take care to ensure a stable pregnancy. During this time, it is advisable to refrain from sharing the same room." The doctor subtly advised, implying that they should avoid intimacy to maintain the pregnancy's stability. "Uncle, is there anything else we should be mindful of? Should I take any medication to support the pregnancy?" the wife inquired. The doctor shook his head, stating, "For your first child, it is best to avoid such medications unless absolutely necessary. Remember, medicine can be harmful. If all is well, you should return home and attend to your matters. I need to begin drying the wheat. Please do not disturb my rest, but do remember to invite me to the celebration when the child is a month old." Bao Zili went to the car and retrieved some fresh vegetables to gift to the old doctor before ushering his wife into the vehicle. The doctor observed that Bao Zili had indeed honed his skills over the years, thriving in business. It was said that the impressive row of 5 brick houses his family owned had been built from the profits of his endeavors, and the stall in town was quite substantial. It appeared that the Bao family was destined to produce a remarkable individual. "Cousin, why aren't you stopping the car? Over there, someone is waving to buy vegetables. Aren't you pregnant? I want to hurry back. Being pregnant does not mean you are in labor. There is no need to rush. Let us sell all the vegetables in the car before returning home." With great enthusiasm, Bao Zili sold and gifted the less desirable vegetables to eager customers, and soon the car was emptied. He drove home alongside his wife, filled with joy. Upon entering, he called out, "Mother, mother, where are you? Are you home? What is it? What happened? Why is there such a commotion?" Upon entering, Mother Xinguilan had not heard her son express such joy in a long time. It had been several years, perhaps since he stopped attending school. When he was in school, he would come home and shout like this during mealtime, but in recent years, while running a business, such exuberance had become rare, leaving her momentarily bewildered. "Mom, I'm going to be a father. My wife is expecting a child. I just had her pulse checked by Lu, the village doctor. Lu's diagnosis was unfailingly accurate, so tomorrow she would confirm it. The chickens we had at home are all gone, except for one hen that lays eggs and a rooster that crows. How about we slaughter that hen tomorrow and in a few days? You can buy a dozen chicks at the market to raise." Raising chickens couldn't keep up with the demand. They were eagerly awaiting a meal. "No problem. Tomorrow you can head to town and purchase a few chickens for dinner. I'm sure there will be vendors selling old hens at the market." Bao Zili was eager to offer all the delicacies in the house to Shin Xiujuan. However, she politely declined, saying, "It's not mealtime yet. How could I possibly eat?" Since their marriage, their meals had improved significantly, and others said that pregnant women shouldn't eat too lavishly nor too poorly. Insufficient nourishment could lead to malnutrition for the child, while excessive indulgence could cause difficulties during childbirth. After pondering, Bao Zili suggested, "You should rest at home. I'll grant you an extended leave. My sister and I can manage the business, and your two brothers and their wives in town are busy, so if needed, I can ask someone from my uncle's family to assist." Bao Zili communicated with his uncle, requesting 2 individuals to come and help with the stall, offering a daily wage of 15 yuan, which was a fair rate for a long-term commitment. The uncle chuckled, pleased that his nephew finally recognized him as family. Shun Xiujuan insisted on going to town, prompting Bao Zili to set 3 rules: no heavy lifting, no rushing, and only collecting money while seated. Thanks to Bao Zili's announcement, the entire family was aware of Shun Xiujuan's pregnancy, treating her with the utmost care, akin to protecting a rare panda. As this would be the first grandchild of the Bao family, and it was paramount for the child to be safely delivered. Upon hearing the news of their daughter's pregnancy, Bao Zili's in-laws summoned their 2 sons back home to tend to the fields, while they themselves went to town to cook for their daughter, leaving the daughters-in-law to continue selling breakfast. This proved challenging for the 2 sons, who were not particularly adept at cooking, resulting in a rotation of one meal being cooked and another being prepared. Bao Zili chuckled, "With my 2 sisters-in-law around, my wife won't go hungry. You can return home in a few days. My 2 brothers are still not proficient in cooking. We wouldn't want to burden your precious grandson." He noted that both families had children in school, and it was quite a spectacle having 2 grown men alternating between cooking and being unable to eat their own creations, let alone the children. After 2 or 3 days, he called his father-in-law to return, urging his 2 sons to come to town to assist, repeatedly instructing them not to let their sister do any heavy work. As long as the child was born safely, Shun Xiujuan's status within the Bao family would naturally rise. Upon hearing such admonitions, Bao Zili found himself questioning whether his in-laws had traversed time from another era. Had they perhaps indulged in too many palace drama series, fostering an urgent desire for their daughter to bear a son, thereby securing her position as the matriarch? After all, having a daughter is not undesirable. Ultimately, it is the same wife who brings forth both sons and daughters, all emerging from her womb. At present, it was time to deliver the grain, and Bao Zili was busy transporting the villagers' harvest to the granary via a tricycle. The fields on their ridge, basking in sunlight, had already yielded their wheat, while other plots, enriched by water and nutrients, still awaited harvest. This lack of synchronization inadvertently created a buffer zone for Bao Zili's business, allowing him to sell windmills almost daily. His family joyfully counted their earnings, reflecting that this was far more enjoyable than the past when they rushed to markets to sell trifles. The proprietors of nearby convenience stores remarked that a market day for small goods now drew between 100 to 300 patrons, with the upper end being a rarity, likely due to the busy agricultural season when people lack the time to shop. The post-harvest period proved an opportune time for selling fertilizers. Fields treated with fertilizer yielded 5 to 10 times more than those without, prompting the villagers to recognize the benefits of this substance, which was more effective and labor-saving than manure. Through Bao Zili's advocacy, urea gained popularity among the populace for corn fertilization. The method was simple. One merely needed to dig a small hole with a hoe, sprinkle in some urea, and cover it with soil. Additionally, the corn planter he promoted, which served a dual purpose of holding both fertilizer and seeds, came into play. This machine simplified the process, enabling users to create holes for fertilizer application without the need to manually cover the soil, making it even more sought after than the previous year. Currently, corn planters were priced around 25 yuan, while single-function devices were priced at 20 yuan. However, many considered the extra 5 yuan a worthwhile investment for the dual-purpose model, prompting Bao Zili to busy himself with procurement. Like a pump, one load could sustain sales for a month. However, after a period of inventory assessment, the comparison of incoming and outgoing stock revealed significant profits, each machine yielding a profit of 5 to 10 yuan, with 5 yuan being the more common margin, totaling approximately 2,000 yuan in earnings. Bao Zili contemplated aligning his store more closely with agricultural supplies. During one procurement trip, he overheard a proprietor mention a manufacturer struggling with surplus agricultural film, nearing bankruptcy and eager to sell at a low price. Seizing the opportunity, Bao Zili acquired 4 tricycle loads below market value. He stored this film in his warehouse, confident it would remain viable for several years. Believing he had procured it at a bargain, he subsequently purchased 2 to 3 more loads, amassing a total of 20 loads, leading his family to speculate whether he was hoarding gold, given the sheer volume of this product in their storage. However, as he traversed the village selling vegetables, he only managed to sell 2 to 3 rolls of the agricultural film. Those with some disposable income found the film appealingly priced and purchased it for their vegetable gardens. As Bao Zili ventured to the neighboring county to sell agricultural film, the locals eagerly purchased 2 or 3 rolls each. As they were accustomed to using this film for cultivating corn, elated, Bao Zili procured an additional batch of the agricultural film, which revitalized the struggling factory, preventing its imminent bankruptcy. Unbeknownst to many, as the second spring approached, these films he had acquired were being bought at premium prices. Bao Zili swiftly sold a portion directly, while distributing the remainder across various villages and towns, ultimately clearing his inventory and amassing nearly 10,000 yuan. In his own words, he remarked that this was money earned for his son's milk powder and diapers. Angered, Shun Xiujuan retorted, questioning her own worth, insisting that their child had no need for milk powder or purchase diapers. At that time, diapers were still fashioned from old clothing. However, Bao Zili was different. He procured absorbent cotton fabric specifically for his mother to sew diapers at home. Each day, he would drive his 3-wheeled vehicle to fetch supplies, while his 2 younger sisters would receive 50 yuan from him punctually, flaunting their earnings before their sister-in-law, boasting, "Look, I've taken your family's money again." Perhaps influenced by some unsettling thoughts, Shun Xiujuan confided in Bao Zili one evening, expressing her feelings of inadequacy, lamenting that during his time of prosperity, she felt utterly unhelpful. Bao Zili reassured her, calling her foolish, and emphasized that she was the family's greatest asset. He told her that as long as she safely delivered their child, the entire family would be grateful. He urged her not to worry about anything else, reminding her that her primary duty was to bring their child into the world. Once the baby reached a month old, they could venture out together to earn money. Moreover, he noted that she had been quite busy selling goods and collecting payments in town. Yet, she still felt overly delicate, pondering whether his younger sisters had upset him, insisting that he shouldn't harbor such thoughts. They were not laborers, and during their marriages, they would require a dowry. Now, they were earning for themselves, which ultimately benefited the family. What was once a gift was now transformed into labor for their advantage. Bao Zili proposed that when she reached 5 to 6 months of pregnancy, they could jointly procure supplies in the county, ensuring that the younger sister would not siphon off their family's earnings. Shun Xiujuan then remarked, "Cousin, our family's savings are nearing 20,000 now. What grand plans do you have for this year?" Surprised by the amount, he suggested that once they accumulated 50,000, they could venture to the county. "Let us visit the county during the spring festival, aiming to secure a storefront, thereby expanding our market presence. We can entrust the fertilizer sales to your 2 brothers while our uncle's children can sell agricultural tools and set up stalls. We need to establish ourselves in the county, as profits in town have been somewhat sluggish lately, with people spending their money in the county instead." Upon hearing Bao Zili's aspirations of striving in the county, Shun Xiujuan's eyes sparkled with excitement, her heart filled with dreams. Chapter 31. Bao Zili's injury. Shun Xiujuan sat in the shop selling sundries. Currently, the town's stronghold featured her 2 brothers selling fertilizers, while Bao Zili's 2 younger sisters joined Shun Xiujuan in selling various small goods and daily necessities. Bao Zili had a shelf constructed by a carpenter, which was placed in the room. On this shelf, various items such as laundry detergent and socks were arranged alongside pens and notebooks for students, while seldom used items were stored on a transparent glass cabinet. Since Bao Zili had accumulated an assortment of tools, including sickles, hoes, and corn machines, in this room, there was nothing of value that he did not appreciate. He resembled a diligent little bee, bringing all manner of goods into the home. Everyone gathered together to engage in casual conversation. When guests arrived, they would retrieve whatever was needed, and during quieter moments, 4 or 5 people would pass the time playing cards. Suddenly, Shun Xiujuan's elder brother rushed in, his face smeared with dirt. He addressed Shun Xiujuan, saying, "Sister, I need some money. How much do you need?" "Brother, what is wrong?" The others were puzzled. As this brother had gone to the city with Bao Zili to fetch fertilizer, why had he returned alone? "Your husband got into a scuffle while purchasing goods in the county and injured someone. It's nothing serious. We just need to arrange for a hospital stay." "Don't worry, you're pregnant." Shun Xiujuan's brother gestured towards Bao Zili's younger sister, Bao Meili, saying, "You take part of the money, and I'll take the other part. We'll head to the county together." His face was tense. Everyone present was accustomed to the ways of business and could sense that something was amiss, though they were unaware of the specifics. Why had one brother returned while the other accompanied Bao Zili to procure fertilizer? Bao Meili took the money and accompanied Shun Xiujuan's brother outside. "What happened to my brother?" she inquired. "Your brother is fine. He just has a minor injury to his hand." So the fight was exaggerated? After much questioning, Bao Meili finally understood that her brother, while transporting a load of fertilizer back, had inadvertently run over a nail on the roadside. This had punctured the right tire on the uphill stretch of the asphalt road, causing him to slow down and prepare to turn off the engine. Shun Xiujuan's brother had jumped from the vehicle, and Bao Zili's truck had collided with a dirt wall, only lightly grazing the steering wheel with his left hand. How could there be nails on a perfectly good road? This seems rather peculiar, she thought. Shun Xiujuan's two brothers, who had accompanied Bao Zili to gather supplies, had decided to explore the county after loading the fertilizer, leaving one brother seated in the truck. Had he known what would transpire, he might have chosen to remain in the vehicle. After the incident, Shun Xiujuan's brother had flagged down a bus, allowing the younger brother to disembark, and they called upon an acquaintance to inspect the fertilizer. The younger brother took Bao Zili to the hospital while the elder returned home to fetch money for the hospital fees. When Bao Meili arrived at the hospital, she found her brother sitting pale upon a bed in the county hospital. The doctor informed her that surgery would be scheduled in 2 hours and instructed the family to pay in advance. Bao Meili handed over 500 yuan, her heart racing with unease. Over the past year, she had grown accustomed to her elder brother shouldering the burdens, while she and her younger sister supported him from behind. As their lives flourished, Bao Zili, enduring immense pain, addressed his younger sister. "I may need to rest for a while. The household is now entrusted to you. Do you understand now why I had you, along with your younger sister and sister-in-law, learn to operate the tricycle? From now on, you shall drive it while the two older brothers assist with the procurement. Let one accompany you in the vehicle, while the other takes the bus back and forth. Do not tell your sister-in-law the truth. Simply say I am fine and let her not worry, for the child in her womb is of utmost importance. Illness strikes like a mountain falling, yet recedes like a thread unraveling." Once a picture of health and vitality, Bao Zili, who had never even suffered a minor cold, now lay on the bed like a lifeless piece of meat, devoid of vitality. He grasped his elder sister's hand, urging her, "You must take good care of your sister-in-law. I have always regarded you as a sister and you as a brother, for you are more composed and responsible than your younger sister. The family is in your capable hands. Please settle the hospital expenses and let Xiao Gu remain here with me. You and the elder brother should return home to load the fertilizer and drive back. Others have been waiting for quite some time. When you return, please treat the person overseeing the situation to a meal and buy them a pack of cigarettes as a token of gratitude." Having organized his affairs, Bao Meili, accompanied by Shun Xiujuan's elder brother, took the bus home. After disembarking midway, Bao Meili presented a pack of cigarettes to the overseer, saying, "Thank you for your hard work. Uncle, please accept this small token of appreciation." At this moment, only a portion of the fertilizer had fallen, the rest remaining in the vehicle, which had merely stalled after colliding with the earthen wall. After testing, Bao Meili found it still operable. She cautiously navigated the road ahead, discovering a nail embedded in the path. Clearing it with roadside weeds, she maneuvered the vehicle into position, instructing the two men to assist in loading the fertilizer. Once they completed their task, Bao Meili pressed 20 yuan into the uncle's hand, saying, "Take this home for your children to buy some snacks. Thank you for your help. When you have time, I would like to treat you to a meal." Reflecting on the precarious situation, she felt a shiver of fear. Had it been on the left side, a cliff awaited, and the consequences would have been unimaginable. The highway was no repair shop, so how could there be nails strewn about? A person of quick wit would have jumped from the vehicle in such a scenario. Perhaps her brother had injured himself while trying to preserve the fertilizer. How foolish he was not to consider his own safety or that of his family. Bao Meili halted the bus, paying the driver 3 yuan to take the uncle back, while she and Shun Xiujuan's elder brother returned on the tricycle. Bao Meili suppressed the pain within her heart. The vehicle moved at half the speed of her brother's, akin to a snail's crawl, until they finally returned to town. At that moment, Shun Xiujuan's brother called for his wife and sister-in-law to help unload the fertilizer from the tricycle. They lifted some, while he bore the bulk of the load alone. Panic gripped Shun Xiujuan. Even a fool could see something was amiss. The tricycle bore a patch of chipped paint, and her elder brother had not returned, nor had her husband. Instead, only her sister and elder brother drove back. "Brother, what has happened to my husband?" This marked the first instance in everyone's memory of Sun Xiujuan referring to Bao Zili as her husband, having previously called him brother. At this moment of awakening, it dawned upon her that although this household was her own, her husband was her sole pillar of support within it. There was no cause for alarm. Her husband had merely sustained a minor injury, nothing serious. "Is it urgent? I wish to see him," she expressed. "Very well, gather some towels and a basin. And do bring along a few pairs of old cloth shoes. It's advisable to take those rubber-soled shoes as well, for the hospital floors are quite slippery. Also, pack several sets of bowls and chopsticks. They may need to stay overnight. You should accompany your siblings after a couple of days. Let them return and send someone else in their place. It's not severe. He should only need a few days in the hospital before returning." As Sun Xiujuan gathered her belongings, others surrounded her, concerned for her well-being, especially as she was 4 months pregnant. She packed essential items, toothpaste, toothbrush, and a cup for drinking water. It struck everyone as somewhat amusing that, at such a time, someone would think of brushing their teeth, making it seem as rare as finding a few college graduates in town. This child was indeed particular about his habits. Sun Xiujuan included a foot towel and a facial towel, knowing her husband's penchant for cleanliness. She packed 2 basins, one for washing feet and the other for washing faces, along with 4 bowls and 6 pairs of chopsticks. Even some tea was added. She selected the jasmine tea he favored, the ordinary kind priced at 6 yuan per jean, which exuded a fragrance reminiscent of blooming locust flowers. Her husband enjoyed sleeping on a soft pillow, and she insisted on packing the one he used, which left the onlookers speechless. How could one possibly take a pillow to the hospital? He had a taste for spicy eggplant and oil-splashed green chili peppers, yet his brother interjected, stating that the hospital provided meals and that there were options available outside. Furthermore, after surgery, he would not be able to consume much, so a few raw tomatoes would suffice. Unbeknownst to her, nearly a year had passed since she and Bao Zili had begun their life together. Since he had become her husband, she had grown intimately familiar with his preferences, his affinity for soft pillows, jasmine tea, his habit of brushing his teeth, his love for spicy garlic eggplant, and his penchant for sitting quietly with a pen in hand, jotting down ideas for prosperity. Fortunately, fate had smiled upon her husband, and he was safe, having only suffered a minor injury. As they boarded the bus to the county town, which only departed when filled to capacity, Sun Xiujuan wept silently, reminding herself repeatedly to be strong. Her husband was fine, and she must remain resolute. Upon reaching the hospital, they found Bao Zili had emerged from surgery, his left hand encased in a cast. A young man assured her, "It's nothing serious, just a couple of fingers are broken, but they have been successfully set. He'll need to rest for about 10 days to 2 weeks. Luckily, he was wearing a helmet, so his head isn't scathed." Bao Zili was conscious, the effects of the anesthetic having worn off. He spoke, "You all should go eat. Tonight, find a nearby hotel for a room. Let my brother and sister-in-law rest during the first half of the night while you stay with me. Later, they can take their turn, and you can rest. You have now become a person of dual existence." The crowd follows suit, yet the hospital beds remain rather limited. At this juncture, the hospital lacks heating and air conditioning, offering only a ceiling fan. Despite the warmth, restful slumber is elusive. This ward accommodates 4 beds, with 2 patients, allowing each patient's family member to occupy an empty bed. Sun Xiujuan ventured out to procure a bowl of fried noodles for her husband, specifically requesting the chef to omit the chili. Bao Zili jested, remarking that he could now indulge in comfort. He directed his wife to hold the bowl while he used his right hand to eat his meal. At this time, the hospital beds were of the antiquated iron mesh variety, incapable of elevation or featuring a pull-out tray for dining. "Have you informed anyone at home?" he inquired, urging her to keep it from their elderly mother and younger sister. "The old ones are fragile. If they were to find out, it could lead to undue distress." Life in the town was rather monotonous, and the younger sister had returned home to accompany their mother. She claimed to feel like a princess at home, where her mother could tend to her laundry and meals, expressing her disinterest in enduring hardships in the town. Thus, everyone tacitly accepted her act of subterfuge. Sun Xiujuan reassured him, "No one will say anything, and it's quite distant, 15 miles away, so no one will inform our mother. Rest assured, once we are discharged, you can return home and spend a few days resting, truly enjoying your time with her. Chapter 32. Offering advice for prosperity from the hospital bed in the hospital. Bao Zili was indeed enjoying a superior treatment, finally understanding what it meant to be enveloped in familial care and love. Reflecting on his previous life as Jiang Suanniu, striving in the bustling city, he realized that despite the urban allure, he was confined to an office daily, the title of design director weighing heavily upon him, leaving him breathless. Through his arduous efforts, while his boss reveled in luxury cars and attractive companions, he found himself akin to an ant, scavenging for scraps in a wheat field. It was no surprise that a popular saying from that era circulated, "Work hard, and I will marry you a sister-in-law come New Year." It appears that the choice of lifestyle directly influences the rewards one reaps. This morning, under the companionship of his younger brother-in-law, Bao Zili attended to his bathroom needs, refreshed his face with a hot towel, and awaited Shen Xiujuan and his sister-in-law's return with breakfast. They were accustomed to 2 meals a day, yet the hospital provided 3. Failure to procure meals on time meant going hungry. Why was it so cumbersome to manage 3 meals versus 2? Both options sustain life. Yet it seemed that those from rural areas possessed stronger constitutions than their urban counterparts. Following his injection the previous day, the pain in his hand had diminished. Breakfast consisted of steamed buns, congee, and cold dishes. Although the hospital food was nutritious, it lacked the delectable flavors of home, and he could not discern why it always fell short of evoking the essence of home. The antiseptic aroma of the hospital was hard to swallow. Everything was starkly white. The walls, the linens, the bedding, even the patient wristbands bore white stripes. This starkness was overly monotonous, instilling a sense of both tranquility and unease. "Darling, why aren't you eating?" Shen Xiujuan inquired gently. "Is it unpalatable? What would you like me to fetch for you?" A hint of reluctance enveloped me as I lacked the appetite to eat. Having accomplished nothing that day, I resolved to consume a single bun. With a slight struggle, I managed to eat one, after which Bao Zili, the caretaker, suggested, "You and your sister-in-law should head back now. I can manage alone here. For the next few days, I can handle the medications and treatments by myself. When the time comes for discharge, one of you can return to assist with the paperwork and collect belongings." After a night of recovery, Bao Zili's fingers were successfully reattached, and the medication was administered. Lying on the hospital bed, the initial panic and anxiety began to fade, allowing everyone to gradually return to their normal lives. Just as the group finished their meal, a familiar voice echoed from outside the ward. Mom, it's here." It was my sister, calling out after confirming with the nurse. From a distance, my mother, Shen Guilon, caught sight of her son lying on the hospital bed and burst into tears. To her, this son represented her greatest support following her husband's passing. In the village, daughters are destined to marry out, while a son is a pillar of strength for the family. After her husband's demise, the household's fate rested in her son's hands. He was her hope for survival. Upon learning of her son's hospitalization, she awoke before dawn, cooking pancakes, and walked 6 miles with my sister to the bus stop, eager to see her son. Shen Guilon, resembling a sorrowful woman searching for a lost treasure, clutched her son, examining him closely, asking if he felt pain and how severe his injuries were. Noticing that most of him was well, except for one arm that was bandaged, she implored, "Please don't push yourself so hard. Is it worth it? If it's too much, you can return home to farm. I can support you." Every mother's heart is alike, often believing their children endure too much hardship, wishing to shield them from struggles. Yet, witnessing their injured offspring evokes a profound reluctance to see them suffer. Bao Zili responded with a smile. "Mom, please don't worry too much. Who doesn't he experience a headache or an unexpected incident throughout the year? Look at me. I'm fine now. I've just sustained minor injuries. If I were in the countryside, an elder would simply bind me up with a twig, and I'd be back to normal in a fortnight. I'll be discharged in a few days, so please don't fret." My younger sister, Bao Xiaoli, discreetly confided to our brother, "You don't know? But yesterday at the market, people returned and told Mom about your injury, asking if she was aware. That night, she took me to your father's grave and to those of our departed relatives, burning joss paper and offering prayers for your safety, vowing to bear all sorrows and misfortunes herself. Perhaps this is a common way for a rural mother to protect her children, wishing to exchange her life for theirs, hoping to transfer her blessings to mitigate their misfortunes. It's all right, you all should eat, and then head back. You've come a long way. Have your meal. And later, you can return with Xiujuan and my sister-in-law. Just one of you needs to stay here. See, I can walk and get out of bed. The doctor said if all goes well, I could be discharged in 3 to 4 days, or 6 to 7 days at most. My dear son, take good care of your recovery. The family is not lacking in funds at the moment. Should you need money, just let me know, and I will sell some grain to cover your medical expenses. Upon hearing the mention of grain, Bao Zili instinctively thought of how, in these times, grain has become a precious commodity. In rural areas, when faced with difficulties or financial constraints, people often resort to selling their grain. At times, individuals might sell their wheat to acquire cash, subsisting instead on corn or wild vegetables. Naturally, one must still consume wheat. It is merely the case that wild vegetables are mixed with wheat rather than consumed in isolation. Mother, let us refrain from touching our wheat this year. Let us observe who in the village is selling wheat, and we shall endeavor to purchase a modest quantity to store at home, perhaps 10 or 20 bags, akin to fertilizer sacks. After all, we have established a flour mill now, with my 2 cousins overseeing it in town. We can transport the wheat there to be milled into flour, which yields substantial profit. Bao Zili then turned to his uncle, saying, "You all should keep an eye out for wheat sales. We can buy some at a price higher by 10 cents compared to others. But let us not exceed 5 or 6,000 jin." What he did not disclose was based on his grandfather's foretelling of a drought that would strike between 1984 and 1985, leading to a severe food shortage, especially when the wheat harvest was insufficient. Given that fate had granted him the opportunity to traverse time, he felt compelled to take action to alleviate the impending disaster, ensuring his fellow villagers would not suffer. If we acquire grain, we shall draw the funds from our fertilizer sales. I will review the accounts upon my return. After approximately 2 hours, Bao Zili finally allowed his younger sister, Shun Xiujuan, to accompany their mother and sister-in-law back home, relishing the ensuing tranquility. Women, indeed, are often swayed by emotions, particularly when witnessing their children in distress or their elders unwell. Tears are their means of expressing such sentiments. Cousin, have you contemplated engaging in another line of business recently? What is it, brother-in-law? Do you wish for me to refrain from working with you? That is not my intention. I observe that many are idly sitting about, and I wish for you to gain an additional source of income. I believe you could manage another venture without hindering your fertilizer business. If you set up a stall outside, while you are busy with fertilizer, your wife could attend to the stall. The two pondered for a while, deliberating what sort of stall to establish. Perhaps selling vegetables? However, fewer people venture out to buy them at this time. What if we sold watermelons? It seems that watermelons sell well regardless of the season. Although there was an option to trade grain for watermelons in the village, most individuals, now possessing some wealth, preferred to purchase watermelons with cash, particularly since few in town would carry grain to the market. Bao Zili suggested, "Let us first gather the watermelons from the village and sell them in town. At this juncture, watermelons will likely be inexpensive. Once the village's supply is exhausted, we can procure watermelons wholesale from the county to sell in town, where the price will be slightly higher. If we delay until after the new year, when watermelons are newly harvested, the wholesale price in the county will be elevated, making them easier to sell." Thus, the two arranged for Bao Zili's brother-in-law to sell watermelons. He continued to oversee the fertilizer stall, earning a good income, while adding the watermelon stall to his responsibilities. During busy periods, his wife could manage the stall, allowing the two men to handle the fertilizer without hindering their earnings. On the 3rd day of hospitalization, the swelling and pain in Bao Zili's injured finger had completely subsided. After finishing his foredrip, he asked his cousin to accompany him for a stroll outside. Upon exiting the hospital, they found themselves at the wholesale market, a familiar haunt for Bao Zili, along with the nearby food market. He purchased a meat sandwich, a delicacy renowned in Shaanxi and quite delectable, particularly intriguing for those from rural areas who seldom encounter such fare. However, he found little enjoyment in cold noodles and had an even lesser fondness for the local wheat noodles. As they wandered through the wholesale market, Bao Zili guided his cousin, pointing out where to find the best bargains and which vendors had recently stocked up. Upon spotting Bao Zili, the vendors inquired about his well-being. Expressing concern for the young businessman, he explained that he had sustained a minor injury, and given their mutual understanding of debts, always settled in cash, there was an air of camaraderie. Bao Zili inquired about available storefronts for rent, as he contemplated leasing a space in the county seat. They suggested several options, one within the wholesale market, another beside the bus station, and a third on the street. He examined a shop in the wholesale market that was up for transfer, but it was tucked away in a corner with little foot traffic. The eatery near the bus station, while small, was also not ideally located, with dust and soot kicked up by passing vehicles. As for the other shops on the main street, they struggled for business, often overshadowed by nearby barbershops and internet cafes, which were plentiful at that time and similarly faced challenges. Ultimately, Bao Zili decided to rent the small eatery adjacent to the bus station with a monthly rent of 100 yuan. The landlord requested half a year's rent up front. After confirming the landlord's legitimacy, an essential step to avoid being duped by previous tenants or imposters, he paid a deposit. Some renters, unsure of the landlord's authenticity, often fall prey to such scams. He initially paid 100 yuan, promising to settle the remaining balance after his discharge. His cousin remarked, "I can't believe how easily you part with money. You've just spent over 600 yuan for half a year's rent." Bao Zili explained, "This isn't mere happenstance. Someone seems to think my success comes too easily and is attempting to sabotage me. I have yet to discern their identity. But my aim is to expand my ventures in the county. Whatever does not kill me only serves to fortify my resolve. We must not allow others' obstacles to deter our relentless pursuit of prosperity." Casting a glance back at the location, he noted that the second floor could be partitioned into a resting area, a promising prospect indeed. With the memories from his past life, Bao Zili recognized that this location would soon become a prime area. Chapter 33. Expanding the market with two cousins. Approximately 5 days into his hospitalization, his younger sister, Bao Meli, visited once more. Upon seeing her brother Bao Zili and his friend Shin Shoujuan leisurely enjoying oranges in the ward, she felt reassured that he was ready for discharge. She asked, "Do you have enough for the hospital bill? My sister-in-law sent me with 500 yuan. Do you need more? How much should I ask her to bring?" 6,000 yuan, he replied. "Please ask your sister-in-law to bring that bank book down or send it along. I will take care of it myself." "What kind of hospital are you staying in? How could a bone procedure cost 6,000 yuan? Brother, could it be that you have been deceived? Come, let us inquire with the attending physician. This county hospital is a public institution. How can they exploit people in such a manner? Just a few days ago, I praised your composure and reliability, yet upon hearing the amount, you sprang up like a grasshopper. Please explain why the hospitalization costs so much. Where has the money gone? Did you undergo a severe amputation surgery? Otherwise, I shall be unable to settle the accounts for my sister-in-law when I return. She might think I intend to abscond with the funds. When you return home, inform your sister-in-law that the 500 yuan you have is sufficient for the hospital expenses, and the additional 6,000 yuan pertains to the shop space I secured in the county town. Your younger brother is aware of the shop we are managing. There is no need to move things back when you are discharged. Simply place them in that shop, and we will have a place to stay in the county town thereafter." "What? You stayed in the hospital for less than 10 days to half a month and found a prosperous place in the county town? And there is a restaurant too? Brother, do you plan to open a restaurant?" "Silly girl, I am not a chef by trade. However, our cousin has learned to cook under our uncle and assists with various events. Here's the plan. When you return home, tell the two boys at your uncle's house to gather things and come down by bus. They will reside in the county town with you. Additionally, let your uncle and aunt know to see who is willing to come up and help you and your sister set up a stall on the street." "Brother, don't you think we should consider hiring outsiders? When did you learn about business management? For now, we must rely on family. Hiring others is premature. The time is not yet ripe." Bao Meli, carrying a significant task, returns home to share the good news with her sister-in-law. "Sister-in-law, congratulations. Congratulations to my brother for achieving success. He has acquired a restaurant in the county town and wants our two cousins to come down and prepare themselves to strive alongside him. For the time being, your brother cannot return until he recovers. Did he not mention how he arranged things?" Bao Meli suddenly feels a pang of realization. Indeed, she has always considered her brother as family, but has inadvertently forgotten about her sister-in-law. What shall she do? At this moment, without a phone, she cannot speak of her sister-in-law's situation and must rely on her own discretion. "My brother said you can either stay home with our mother, who will care for you while you rest, or travel with the two cousins to the county town to cook for him." "Very well, I shall go down. Though I am with child, I can certainly manage cooking." "Sister-in-law, my brother asked me to bring that bank book down to pay half a year's rent." "All right, sister. When you are in the town, do not engage in arguments. Once your brother's business flourishes in the county town, he will arrange for you to move there. After all, the county town is more spacious, and we will find a capable son-in-law for you there." "Nonsense. I will not entertain you further, sister-in-law." "Silly girl. You have reached the age to consider marriage. A girl as wonderful as you should choose a capable and handsome partner in the county town, someone fair and youthful. Unlike your brother, who has become suntanned. I am neither a fairy nor a creature from the classic journey to the west. Why would I seek out a delicate and tender Tang son? At this moment, Shen Xiujuan summoned her two cousins, Shen Chong and Shen Jun, to discuss the arrangements made by Bao Zili. Initially, Shen Chong and Shen Jun assisted Bao Meili and Bao Xiaoli in the town, primarily hauling heavy goods during sales, their roles being rather insignificant and somewhat dispensable. While they returned home to cultivate wheat, their cousin's stall continued to thrive effortlessly. Upon returning home, they voiced their grievances to their father, lamenting their lack of recognition. In response, their father queried, "Look at your age, 17 or 18. If you are not pursuing education and aren't working in the coal mines, what else is there? Working in a restaurant merely entails serving dishes and washing plates. And each option is exhausting. You toil for over 10 hours a day, from dawn until midnight. Your cousin's stall is leisurely. He merely allows you to move heavy items to earn money, which is a favor due to familial ties. Yet you still find fault with that work? If you cannot manage this task, perhaps you should consider purchasing a few sheep or cows and tending to them instead. A life without ambition awaits you. Should you continue to speak ill of your cousin, you would only harden his heart against you. Remember this, the money your cousin provides is for you to accept. Any withheld funds should be discreetly managed by your two cousins and sisters. Never covet the money. If I discover any dishonesty on your part, I shall break your legs. The hand that touches the money shall be the one I break." At that time, Shen Xiujuan's two brothers had accumulated some savings, each purchasing a Fiege and a Phoenix bicycle. Their triumphant return to the village felt akin to driving a luxury car, inciting envy among the villagers. Shen Chong and Shen Jun borrowed their cousins' bicycles, riding home to share the good news with their father. These two cousins hailed from two different maternal uncles. Shen Chong was from the elder uncle's family, while Shen Jun belonged to the younger uncle's household. The two boys conveyed their cousins' words to their father, leading both families to gather for discussion. The elder uncle sought the younger uncle's opinion. "What do you think about what our nephew suggested?" The elder continued, "This situation is quite understandable. It concerns who will tend to the fields at home and who will oversee the stall. How shall we decide this? Shall we draw lots? Or should it be determined directly?" The younger uncle replied, "Certainly, overseeing the stall for our nephew will yield greater profits, while farming at home may bring in less. However, this presents an opportunity. I propose that whoever manages the stall entrusts the farming to the other, perhaps leasing the land to someone else, providing them with enough grain for sustenance. We cannot allow anyone to suffer while farming at home. This is a test posed by our nephew. Should his business flourish, he may very well call upon us for assistance in the future. Moreover, even if we do not participate, our children are under our nephew's watchful eye. As long as they achieve success, our involvement becomes inconsequential." The younger uncle extinguished his pipe, declaring, "Now, it is our nephew who requires our support in overseeing the stall. Look at him. He is poised to expand his ambitions and grow his business. It appears that my nephew is poised to become the renowned second young millionaire of Shaanxi province, perhaps even a distinguished entrepreneur in the future. Henceforth, dear brother, I have resolved to adopt your sister-in-law's suggestion. We have both spent the greater part of our lives in this village and wish to avoid unnecessary upheaval. As long as the children venture forth to seek promising opportunities, let us endeavor to ensure they find suitable spouses. Moreover, this nephew is none other than the child of our dear elder sister, and he will not neglect our children. Please go on my behalf. I shall remain here to tend to the fields. I ask a favor of you. When you visit the town, kindly keep an eye on Shen Chong. If he misbehaves, discipline him as you would your own child. I apologize for the burden this places upon you. Shen Chong is heading to the county seat, not the town. Therefore, take all of my land for cultivation. It is not merely about the 10 or 8 mu, but I would appreciate 6 bags of wheat each year. This amount is neither excessive nor insufficient, just enough to sustain my family. Please assist me in settling my grain taxes. The fruit trees planted on the land shall yield their harvest to you for 1 year in exchange for your cultivation, and there will be no need for a rental fee. Additionally, please reserve the mu of land above my cave dwelling for vegetable cultivation. When I am away, you may tend to the vegetables as needed, and when I am home, we shall share the harvest." Upon returning home, my elder uncle conveyed his decision to his wife. She, not being unreasonable, remarked, "At last, the second has shown some conscience. The success of his business remains uncertain, he may yet return in a few years. However, we ought to inquire whether he intends for us to begin cultivating this year or next. Will the crops harvested this year belong to us or to him? My uncle visited my brother's home and inquired, by the way, when are you departing? I would like to see you off. Your sister-in-law wishes to know whether we start cultivating this year or next. Will the corn in the field be harvested by you this year or by us? Oh, my dear brother, he replied, we are kin, born of the same parents. This matter is trivial. You may harvest the corn this year, as it has yet to reach knee height. As for fertilizers and the like, you may procure as you see fit. Rest assured, even if I cannot remain in town for long, you shall indeed harvest this corn this year. Should I return and you feel hesitant to cultivate, I will compensate you for your investment. As for the wheat field, it remains unturned. Please proceed directly to plow it. You are familiar with the boundaries of my land. Today, I shall organize my belongings, lock the door, and hand you the key. You will watch over the house for me. There is little of value. Transport the grain to your home and gather the cooking utensils. Lock the door and take the key. Please keep an eye on the place. As for the cattle, sell the larger one and keep the smaller one in your care. Would you prefer to receive an annual feed allowance or convert the value of the cattle into cash? As for the chickens and dogs, please see to their care. There is nothing else of worth in the house. It is possible that Shojuan is in a hurry. She may head to the county seat in the next few days. Tomorrow, I shall take my 2 children to the market, and then Shojuan will take them to the county seat. The sooner they arrive, the sooner they can begin to make a name for themselves. The next morning, after breakfast, both families conducted a simple handover. 2 children pushed a bicycle laden with various bags and luggage, making their way from the village to the town. The distance was not great, only 10 miles, and they arrived in less than 3 hours. Typically, it would take about 2 hours to reach this destination. But their journey was extended by casual conversation and brief rests. After a discussion among the townsfolk, Shin Shojuan succinctly organized the matters at hand, particularly emphasizing the importance of bookkeeping. She outlined the daily revenues, specifying the prices of goods sold, and insisted on meticulous record-keeping. Income and expenditure needed to be distinctly categorized, with a summary on each page. Shin Shojuan arranged her daily and living necessities, and under the escort of a group, she boarded a bus with her 2 cousins, the storage compartment brimming with their belongings. At that moment, they commonly used woven bags and fertilizer sacks for their essentials. Shin Shojuan's elder brother joked, "Are you moving house? The county isn't far from the town. If you need anything, just come up. If you can't find it, I can bring it from home. And if that fails, you can buy it in the county. It looks like you're fleeing from an enemy raid with all those bags. Should you require anything, find a familiar face at the bus station, relay a message, or you can come up yourself. Shinjun, take good care of your sister. Help her with her belongings on the way. Once you disembark, place the luggage at the bus station entrance. One of you should watch over the bags while the other accompanies your sister to complete the discharge procedures. After finalizing the paperwork, transfer the items directly to the county shop." Shinchong and Shinjun escorted their sister like bodyguards, embarking toward the county. The 2 children, gleefully envisioning the future, thought to themselves how impressive their cousin's husband was. Never mind such an awkward term. Let us just call him cousin. How remarkable he is, transitioning from the countryside to the town and now to the county at such a young age. I wonder how he managed it. I should learn from him. There are teachers in school, but once we step into society, we must seek our mentors with our own eyes. It seems I must follow my cousin to learn the art of business and life planning. Chapter 34. Brother, I want to live in the county. After much bustle, the discharge procedures were completed. At this time, expenses were borne entirely out of pocket, as the era had yet to reach the level of rural cooperative medical systems seen in later years. Bao Zili contacted the landlord again, paid 6 months' rent, signed a contract, and, after finalizing the arrangements, he finally secured a foothold in the county. While everyone else struggled with the heavy loads, Bao Zili carried only light items with his right hand, and Shin Shojuan also managed her light belongings. The couple directed the others like seasoned leaders, overseeing the transfer of goods from the bus station to the old restaurant, fortunately located just 100 meters away. Bao Zili knew that the restaurant he was renting would eventually become the renowned World Trade Hotel, a popular upscale establishment in the county. Now, under his stewardship, he wondered if the trajectory of history might change. Come, let us open the door and let in some fresh air. First and foremost, I would like to clarify that both the upper and lower floors are rented by me. The hotel begins on the 3rd floor, which is not my domain. They utilize the elevators, while we have our own separate passage. Cousin, you are truly remarkable. This place is vast, reminiscent of the old agricultural cooperative houses in our village. Xinchang praised Bao Zili. Young cousin Xinjun, unwilling to let his brother steal the limelight, promptly remarked, "You are mistaken. This is far more luxurious than that old agricultural house, much more beautiful. That was merely a rudimentary earthen structure with walls made of yellow clay and a tiled roof. This establishment boasts several stories. You just counted. There are 6 floors, constructed entirely of cement, red bricks, and steel. Look at this opulent decor. The floors are adorned with plush carpets, akin to the mat in our home. However, these details are not the crux of the matter. The main focus is to organize the space by sections. We shall leave the grand hall untouched for now, but we need to renovate other areas. Regarding the small private room beside the hall, please assist us in tidying it up, as it will serve as the bedroom for my wife and me. I ask everyone to help clear it out, leaving just 2 chairs. The rest of the miscellaneous items should be moved out. This is the privilege of being the owner, and I trust there are no objections. As for the rooms upstairs, you may choose as you wish, but please do not occupy the 2 rooms adjacent to the stairwell, as I intend to use them for storage. The 3 rooms in question should remain untouched. You are free to select from the other rooms, but remember, 6 individuals cannot occupy a single bedroom. Otherwise, there will not be enough rooms available. Cousin, I observe that the rooms are all private, each equipped with a bathroom, so one can use the facilities without leaving the room. But what shall we do about the tables and chairs? First, let us move the tables and chairs into the designated storage room, arranging them neatly in the 3 empty rooms. We should take an hour to tidy up our respective rooms. Afterward, we will lock the doors and take a stroll. Cousin, dear husband. The others also noted Shun Xiujuan's alternating use of these titles, momentarily disregarding it. Shun Xiujuan continued, now that we have just descended, should we not take a moment to rest? Why are we rushing to go out so soon? There isn't even a bed in the room. Where will we sleep tonight? This place does not allow for a heated calm, and although it is summer, we still need to purchase a bed. Perhaps we should summon Lu the carpenter from the village to construct some beds. On second thought, I do not hold Lu's craftsmanship in high regard. It would be a hassle to have him come all this way. It might take him half a month to complete the task. Let us wander the streets and see where we might find a bed for sale. After an hour of organizing, especially with the 2 younger cousins energetically lifting tables and moving chairs, no one could match their vigor. Bao Zili then locked the door and, accompanied by his wife and the others, ventured out to the main street. Next to the bus station lies an older street. They crossed the wholesale market and proceeded down the only well-developed main street in the county, Gonglu Street. This street is replete with hotels and inns, while internet cafes and barber shops are often looked down upon as havens of filth. As they walked, they encountered a stall on the sidewalk that obstructed their path, advertising a special clearance sale of items from the hotel's renovation. As the crowd approached, they discovered a variety of beds, sofas, and stools, albeit in varying degrees of disrepair. Bao Zili's face blossomed with joy, akin to someone who has just received a pillow while drifting into slumber. However, he quickly signaled to the others to remain silent. He stepped forward and inquired, "Who are you? Who is the owner here, and how much are these stools?" A young middle-aged man, donned in a suit and tie, emerged and replied, "No worries. I am the manager here and can make decisions. How many pieces do you require?" Bao Zili explained, "Our village committee is looking to procure some items, but I need to assess how many stools you have." Many of the stools featured soft cushions, but they sought solid wood ones for a chain hotel. "They're quite affordable, at 30 yuan each," the manager stated. "What? 30 yuan? Is that not exorbitant? In our village, crafting a new stool costs only 15 yuan for materials alone. Even with labor, it totals 30 yuan. If you order in bulk, I can offer a discount. These will last for years," the manager insisted. "And they won't rust? Look at how wobbly this leg is. Each of the 4 legs is of uneven height." The crowd pondered, wondering why their cousin was inspecting stools when they were supposed to be purchasing beds. However, Shun Xiujuan discerned her husband's intentions. Having navigated the market for long, he was adept at haggling. In the face of the manager's growing impatience, Bao Zili declared, "Very well. I wish to inspect your other merchandise. Why are these beds in such poor condition?" The manager, unfazed, replied, "These beds are 150 yuan each, including a mattress." I'll take a look and decide after inspecting the items at the front." Bao Zili moved to the neighboring establishment, where he observed another group who had not found what they were looking for. A salesman promoted his wares, saying, "Our stools are priced at 25 yuan, and the beds are 100, mattresses included." In the end, Bao Zili made a purchase from the second shop, securing a better quality bed for 80 yuan, mattress included, with delivery. Upon witnessing the successful transaction, the previously suited manager scoffed, "You little rascal, stealing my business." When Bao Zili's cousins, Xinchang and Xinjun, along with their driver, transported the beds to the inn near the station, the driver exclaimed, "You scared me. I thought you were truly returning to the village. So it's here. No wonder you didn't buy stools. You seem to be a businessman too. Is that person with you your boss? What does he do? Why are there beds in the inn?" "That is my cousin," one of them responded. "We are unaware of his exact plans. He purchased these beds for us to rest." Bao Zili acquired some noodles and eggs, instructing Shun Xiujuan to cook the noodles and scramble the eggs on the coal stove. Upon exiting, Bao Zili noticed the innkeeper had removed the gas canisters, leaving only unused bowls, chopsticks, and some coal balls along with the stove. He passed a cigarette to the owner of the neighboring steamed bun shop, greeting him before bringing over a piece of coal from their stove, allowing them to commence cooking. Bao Zili then said to his younger cousin, "I envision a strategy. For our regular supplies in town, we now have Bao Zili driving to assist you. You and your elder brother are to learn how to operate a tricycle, and you must decide whether to enroll in a driving school or learn alongside us, striving to obtain your driving licenses. The three of them have successfully acquired their permits, and I shall cover the expenses for the licenses." At this point, the cost of the license has increased from the original 600 yuan to 850 yuan. "We will learn to drive under the guidance of Meili, and during your leisure time. You can provide assistance as well. It is imperative for you to become proficient quickly and ensure to keep accurate accounts with each procurement. The stall is currently bustling with customers and has ample space. I reviewed the accounts over the past few days and noted that the profits are not particularly satisfactory. Furthermore, you may consider wholesale purchasing of vegetables, as the profits from these will be included in our total income. Adding vegetables to our offerings will serve to benefit everyone, enhancing their earnings while safeguarding their base salaries from decline." Bao Zili has, in effect, delegated his previous responsibilities to his cousin, yet the cousin remains oblivious to this arrangement, instead perceiving Bao Zili's efforts to secure their wages as a commendable gesture. This is why, when the employer distributes tasks, employees are motivated to work diligently. As the saying goes in modern short videos, work hard, and your brother will arrange a bride for you during the new year. On the second day, as everyone settled in, Bao Zili spoke. "Instruct Shun Bao to take the bus back, and notify Bao Meili to drive down the tricycle, where she will conduct spray painting in the county, procure some vegetables, and load the chairs and tables that were organized in the warehouse yesterday onto the vehicle, allowing the young man to return. As you travel, the tables may sell between 30 to 50 yuan, while the chairs can be priced between 10 to 15 yuan. Sell off this batch of tables and chairs, and treat the vegetables as a gimmick to attract the crowd." Remarkably, Bao Meili and the young man managed to sell all the tables and chairs. These items were initially bundled together for transfer. The landlord had expressed disinterest and instructed Bao Zili to dispose of them as waste to free up space. Bao Zili thus earned a tidy sum, approximately 500 yuan. It remains uncertain how well they managed to sell the old furniture. Bao Zili, seated in the hall without a mobile phone or telephone, found the situation rather inconvenient. He instructed Xinchang to return and convey to Bao Meili to bring down the tricycle. Meanwhile, the young man had become adept at accompanying the vehicle, having diligently learned to drive on empty roads. With this newfound skill, Bao Zili procured some inexpensive vegetables at the morning market, finalizing the agreement for the furniture from 2 hotels, securing all their chairs, while they disposed of their bedside tables at a bargain price. As for the beds, Bao Zili declared he wanted none of them. Ultimately, the managers, half selling and half gifting, had all the items piled into Bao Zili's 3 warehouses on the second floor. The manager rejoiced, stating that the assigned task from the owner had finally been accomplished. Shun Xiujuan, puzzled, inquired, "Darling, what shall we do with all these beds? In the countryside, there are no people to sleep on them. They won't sell. Did you not see that I have stored them in the warehouse? This way, our shop will have inventory ready for immediate opening," Bao Zili replied. He managed to obtain the business license and health permits, and upon reviewing them thrice, Shun Xiujuan discovered there was a second-hand furniture store, a grocery store, and a breakfast shop. How had so many items been procured? Bao Zili remarked. Let us organize everything step by step. First, we shall set up the breakfast establishment, a self-service breakfast venue. He directed his 2 cousins to procure some bowls and chopsticks. And soon the sign for the self-service breakfast shop was erected. What exactly is a self-service breakfast shop? The crowd inquired in confusion. Bao Zili set the prices. For children under 1 meter tall, the charge was 2 yuan each, while those above 1 meter would be considered adults and charged 5 yuan. He elegantly inscribed a few words with a brush. 5 yuan per person, eat as much as you like. Beverages are charged separately. There were no firecrackers, nor were there flower baskets. Situated next to the bus station, the passers-by found it peculiar upon disembarking. Some, unable to resist their curiosity, entered to ask the proprietor, "Is it truly eat as much as you can?" "Indeed," he replied. The patrons observed an array of offerings: steamed buns, cold dishes, stir-fried vegetables, and lotus root stir-fried with a few slices of meat. Additionally, there was egg and seaweed soup, along with a pot of corn porridge. Bao Zili affixed a sheet of white paper to the wall, declaring the operating hours from 6 in the morning until 1 in the afternoon. Lo and behold, the first customer, having eaten and drunk to satisfaction, paid and exited, exclaiming, "Indeed, this is a foolish owner. I consumed the equivalent of 10 yuan but only paid 5. His face darkened with displeasure. He thinks he can profit off me. He is too naive. Subsequently, those disembarking from the long-distance bus deemed the proprietor of this modest establishment a fool, believing that one should seize the opportunity of a bargain. Come, let us all partake in the foolish owner's offerings. He has wealth and is unafraid to serve. Everyone rushed in to dine. Come, brothers, we have met on the road. Let this be our fate. I shall treat you all, they declared as they entered. Shen Xiujuan sat at a table by the entrance collecting payments, while Bao Zili busily served dishes into large bowls. Shen Jun was tasked with washing the dishes and utensils, while Shen Chong prepared the stir-fried and cold dishes. Bao Zili instructed Shen Jun to run over to the neighboring steamed bun shop, requesting another basket of buns. They merely placed the wholesale buns into a foam box. Those interested could take them on their own plates. As noon approached on the first day, Bao Zili announced, "Close the doors. We shall rest. We are too exhausted." He then wrote on the white paper, an extra charge of 5 yuan for unfinished meals. The crowd had not anticipated such fatigue on the first day, thinking they would merely sit idly, but to their surprise, patrons flocked in to take advantage, nearly driving the establishment to closure. After ensuring Shen Jun was well fed, Bao Zili instructed him, "Hurry back and ride your bicycle to the village to recruit a few girls. 15 or 16 years old will suffice, as long as they appear honest and diligent." "Cousin, how many should I recruit?" "About 6 girls, preferably without acne, and those who maintain cleanliness. Inform them that the monthly salary is 60 yuan, including meals and accommodation. This is the salary for the probationary period, which lasts 3 months. Afterward, it will increase to 100 yuan per month, but they must work at least 28 days for it to count. Is that reasonable?" "Cousin, you're currently offering them 15 yuan a day. How can we only pay others 60 for an entire month?" "That seems rather low," he protested. However, salaries in the county are often lower, with monthly wages of 50 yuan being quite common, requiring a full 30 days of work, with only 1 day of rest each month. Shen Jun did not disappoint. Shen Jun, accompanied by his parents, returned home to persuade the villagers. The young women engaged in agricultural work at home eagerly signed up, ultimately bringing along 8 girls, all of whom were accompanied by their parents. Concerned for their children's well-being, the parents wanted to ensure their offspring were in safe working conditions. Shen Jun, feeling somewhat embarrassed, confided to his cousin, "Cousin, 2 of the girls were in tears, pleading to join us, and it was unavoidable that we ended up with more than anticipated." His cousin reassured him, "No worries. If anyone wishes to leave, we can send them back home." The parents of the 8 girls approached Bao Zili, expressing their surprise. "Ah, it's you, the one who sells fertilizer in our town. What made you decide to open a restaurant?" They entrusted their children to him, to which he replied, "Rest assured, sir, you can leave your child here without concern. Should anything arise, you can come to the restaurant to find her. If she decides she no longer wishes to work, I will have Shen Jun ensure she returns home. As for wages, I will pay them half their salary each month. And when your family comes at the end of the month, you can settle the remaining half." Naturally, the parents were pleased with this arrangement. Their children would not only be away from home, but also able to save money, a result they deemed ideal. When Bao Meli arrived, she was accompanied by her mother, Shen Guilan, and her younger sister, Bao Xiaoli. Upon entering the house, Bao Zili exclaimed, "Brother, you're a boss in the county now? Why didn't you bring me down? I want to be a supervisor in the county, managing the waitstaff at your restaurant. With so many girls you've hired, how can they function without supervision? Goodness, I wouldn't dare to employ you. If you get impatient, you might frighten them away, and what would we do then?" He retorted, "Mother, look at how he neglects me, focusing only on his own enjoyment and disregarding his sister. Don't use me as a shield. Just say what you want." Her mother replied, "I want to live in the county," Bao Zili declared. "Why do you wish to live in the county?" Her mother inquired. "The county is so much larger than our village, and I could enjoy better food and clothing there." "Very well, you may stay in the county, but you are not permitted to interfere with the restaurant. For the next few days, you will help with cleaning and tidying up the tables and chairs. Once the tools such as sickles arrive, you can sell those items, just as you did in the town, returning to your original trade. However, you must keep meticulous records for me to review. Meals will be provided here, and you will share a dormitory with the other girls, totaling 9 individuals in 2 rooms. You will use the old single beds, and no special treatment is allowed. I wish to assist you in the county," Bao Zili added. "Oh dear, you should return today. Let your sister take you back, and while she's at it, she can sell vegetables on the way. The pigs and sheep at home need tending, and someone must oversee them. We also have a small grocery store and fertilizer business. These are sources of income, and we can't afford to lose anything." Bao Zili observed his elder sister, Bao Zili, his younger sister, Bao Zili, and the 2 cousins, as well as the newly recruited 8 girls. He felt the weight of responsibility upon his shoulders, akin to that of a leading sheepdog. For not only must he fill his own pockets, but also those of all these individuals. Chapter 35. To my surprise. The collector of protection fees is my uncle. After a brief training, Bao Zili commenced work with 8 waitstaff the following day. With their assistance, he no longer had to carry food and items by himself. Bao instructed the waitstaff to divide into 2 groups during meal times to prevent guests from waiting. Upon completion of their meals, they were to simply wash their own dishes and package them in plastic bags. At this juncture, several scattered tables of patrons remarked that this establishment was suited for ordinary folk, and they would likely return. Suddenly, 3 fashionably dressed individuals, their garments appearing long unwashed and gleaming like the hides of pigs raised in the countryside, strode in. "Who among you is the owner? Have him come forth." "I am the proprietor here." "What brings you, gentlemen?" replied Bao. "Have you not inquired who the protector of this territory is? Why did you not invite our leader to dine when you opened your doors? When shall we receive our customary tribute?" The trio loomed at the entrance like famished wolves. As the men smoked, Bao continued, "This is a modest business. We did not undertake any renovations or grand openings. We simply commenced operations. If there are any shortcomings, please convey them to our leader." "Ah, so you're an invalid? A wounded one at that. You seem quite knowledgeable. Hand over 300 yuan. Each of us will take 100 and prepare an additional 200 as a tribute for our leader." "Brother, we have just opened, and our earnings are minimal. Could we possibly reduce that amount? Where does your leader reside? I would like to pay him a visit." "Oh, who would have thought you could articulate a few cultured phrases? To visit our leader, you must understand his whereabouts is beyond your reach. Now leave, all of you. Get out." A middle-aged man, approximately 40 years of age, stood up from his table to intervene. The 3 individuals stammered, "LL leader, what do you mean?" With a wave of his hand, the middle-aged man ushered them out of the small establishment. "Now go, young man. Let us find a place to converse." Shen Xiujuan called for Shin Chong, asking him to assist with collecting payments, and followed the footsteps of the 2 men upstairs. After securing the warehouse door, she called out, "Ninth uncle." Despite having lived 2 lives, experiencing storms, and witnessing various scenes, Bao Zili found himself at a loss for how to address the person before him. Hearing his wife refer to him as ninth uncle, he initially echoed the term, only to reconsider and amend it to uncle. "Is it you who married into our Shin family? You are indeed fortunate, possessing the discernment to recognize Xiujuan's worth. She is a fine gem within our clan, often referred to as the talented daughter." "Uncle, please continue your conversation. I shall go brew you a pot of tea." Bao retrieved his favorite jasmine tea, poured it into a stainless steel teapot with hot water, and brought 3 bowls to serve the tea. "Do not be astonished. I am your ninth uncle, the one you have never met. Your grandfather, my father's generation, had 15 brothers. Xiujuan's grandfather is the 6th, while my father is the 5th. Though our grandfather's generation shares a closer bond, you must have noticed the Shun family bay on our ridge, where 60 cave dwellings were constructed. Those old caves once housed many members of our Shin family. Subsequently, due to historical circumstances, we all parted ways and sought suitable places to settle down. The location where your father-in-law resides is also home to your 6 other grandfathers. My family lives in Leohogu, which is close to the county town. The land is poor, being ancestral property, and rather arid, making it unsuitable for cultivation, which is why I have to seek my livelihood elsewhere. Uncle, I did not recognize you upon our meeting, and it was only your resemblance to Xiujuan's family that struck me. Today's incident was merely a misunderstanding. Please inform the staff at the store and tell the children not to spread rumors in the village. As you have seen, they are my subordinates. And I am the uncle you deem unworthy, trying to make my way in the county town. Should any matters arise that require resolution, especially if someone dares to bully you, leave it to me to handle. However, I must clarify that I do not possess absolute power in the county town. There are 3 factions here: the Huangniu gang led by Brother Huang, the Su family gang led by Brother Su, and the Shuaishi gang, of which I am a part. The Huangniu gang dominates the territory on West Street. The Shuaishi gang controls East Street, while the Su family claims South and North Streets. Each merchant pays a protection fee monthly, to varying extents. The area around the bus station, previously overlooked and impoverished, has now developed into a fiercely contested locale among the 3 factions, each asserting its claim as local landlords. After sipping a cup of tea, Bao Zili continued to pour water for his uncle. You, my boy, it was your aunt who attended your wedding. I heard from her that you and your partner share a strong bond, and I have since learned that Xiujuan married a good husband. Who would have thought we would meet today? Uncle, this path you are on cannot be sustained indefinitely. Have you considered attempting to rehabilitate your reputation and find a legitimate way out? Indeed, you are a promising young man. My judgment of you has proven correct. In my youth, such words were spoken to me, but they have become scarce in recent times. Here is 500 yuan. Take it for now. And when we reach your store, present it to me. Uncle, what is the purpose of this? Remember, greet your staff on my behalf, claiming we are mere acquaintances from the same hometown. Do not refer to me as uncle in public, nor should I call you nephew. In our line of work, certainty is fleeting, and it is best we refrain from entangling ourselves in relationships. Very well, since you have your own plans, we shall proceed accordingly. If you require assistance in the future, send someone trustworthy from your team to find me at the store. Unbeknownst to Bao Zili, his words would lay the groundwork for future developments. Upon descending the stairs, he informed the staff at the store, "This is our fellow townsman. It seems we have made his acquaintance. He helped us fend off those ruffians." At the entrance of the store, Bao Zili produced the 500 yuan and handed it to the man before him. "If we are to play a part, let us do so completely. Since you have helped me resolve this matter, consider this token of gratitude, a modest sum for your activities." Once this incident passed, Bao Zili set it aside and returned to his business. Approximately half a month later, a young man at the store glanced at Bao Zili and relayed a message. "There is someone surnamed Shun, your fellow townsman, requesting you to meet him beneath a large tree at Beitan tonight." Upon hearing this, Shin Xiujuan looked at her husband with concern. Bao Zili nodded in acknowledgement. After a mere symbolic sip of porridge and a couple of buns, the man departed from the shop. That evening, Shun Xiujuan mentioned accompanying Bao Zili, but he suggested she remain at the shop, assuring her that he would take Shin Jun's child along with him. Bao Zili proceeded to the North Beach with Shin Jun, instructing him to wait by the roadside while he ventured down alone. At that moment, the banks of the Jinghe River were perpetually swollen. Occasionally, lifeless bodies could be spotted floating in the water, often retrieved by local villagers using hooks and subsequently reported for burial. As Bao Zili contemplated this, a scorching sensation enveloped his back, and the flashlight he grasped flickered amidst the grass and shadows of the trees. The county town was dimly lit, with only a few faint lights illuminating the path. "Here, young man, you certainly possess a considerable audacity," he remarked. "Uncle, why have you summoned me to this secluded spot without cause?" "It is precisely to avoid causing you any trouble. Recently, your influence has surged. As you are aware of the conflicts between the eastern and western factions that have absorbed the territory of the Southern Street Sioux gang, there are many seeking retribution against us. Given your rising power, why remain so cautious?" "Because my territory has expanded, I am filled with trepidation. I sought you out for a conversation to seek your insights. Ordinarily, we should not be in this position. The Sioux gang has connections, both at the provincial and county levels. Yet this time, our 2 gangs faced minimal resistance while effortlessly seizing territory, and the protection fees have been quite lucrative. We reaped tangible benefits, yet the ease of it all raises suspicions. Come, uncle, have a cigarette. As you suggest, allow me to analyze this. Bao Zili, who had not smoked in quite some time, lit a Monkey King cigarette and quietly inquired, Uncle, having struggled to reach this point, which do you consider more valuable, wealth or life? The middle-aged man, observing the young man's serious demeanor, seemed to grasp the gravity of the question and asked, What do you mean? To withdraw and evade the storm. Consider why others choose to leave. It's akin to a cicada shedding its skin. Have you heard of the campaign against organized crime? It aims to dismantle powerful gangs and restore clarity to the populace. I understand. Before our rise, there were those who thrived in this realm. My former leader met a similar fate. At that moment, the murky waters of the Jinghe brushed against him, carrying a scent of earth. Is there anything I can assist you with? No. In a few days, your aunt will bring my son down and arrange for him to work in your shop. Please do not disclose his identity as my child. My home is quite distant from your wife's village, and the villagers are unfamiliar with him. Simply state that he is a local entrusted to your care by the townsfolk. Though there are rules in our line of work, and harm typically does not befall family, one cannot rule out the possibility of treachery. Additionally, as a gesture of gratitude, I have a small eatery run by my younger brother that I will transfer to you. You may take charge directly. It is a modest establishment selling rice noodles, situated near the school entrance. Having arranged his affairs, he hesitated no longer, swiftly vanishing into the cloak of night. It appeared that his uncle preferred nocturnal endeavors. Perhaps after a lifetime of such dealings, the prospect of reform was a distant hope, and he chose instead to retreat and evade the imminent storm. As Bao Zili returned to the shop, a knock echoed at the door. Upon opening it, he encountered a young lad who handed him a key. After a brief glance at the high school entrance, the boy departed. The shop, a modest 20 square meters, was complemented by a small kitchen at the back. Such establishments near school gates are indeed lucrative, affirming the formidable prowess of his uncle. Taking charge of the shop, Bao Zili promptly affixed a notice on the door, inscribed with bold characters. This establishment is under new management and is temporarily closed. The following day, he returned with Shunjun and a young girl to commence the cleanup. They relocated the tables from the noodle shop into the kitchen and began painting the walls. The floor was scrubbed with hydrochloric acid, and the kitchen received a fresh coat of paint as well. This meticulous endeavor spanned 3 full days, yet the little eatery remained unprepared for its debut. One afternoon, a middle-aged woman entered the shop, accompanied by a boy with dark skin, his fingers caked in soil and his hands bearing the calluses of hard labor. Bao Zili understood her plight and led them to the second floor. Once inside, the woman shut the door and confided, Zili, our family relies on this child. He is our only hope, and I entrust him to you. My eldest son is married with children and tends to the fields. Our only future now rests on this youngest son. His success is our salvation. I pray that the misdeeds of his father do not cast a shadow over him. Rest assured, Bao Zili replied, my uncle entrusted me with this responsibility before his passing, and I shall honor it. He escorted the woman to the door, calling after her, Auntie, you need not worry. Your son is in good hands with us. The shop is filled with young people who will not mistreat him. You can return home with peace of mind. Among us, you may call me Brother Bao or Boss. When we are alone, Brother Bao will suffice. Yes, Boss Bao, she acknowledged. Gathering the staff, Bao Zili assigned the new boy to the eatery beside the bus station. He publicly called the roll, instructing Xiao Jun and 3 young girls to transition to the new location, offering each an additional monthly wage of 10 yuan. He inquired if they were willing to go, to which they nodded in agreement. Amidst the envious murmurs of their peers, he declared, the 3 of you will stay here at night. This is our main base. We will head over together in the morning and return at night. If I happen to oversleep, you can accompany Xiao Jun, but safety is paramount. Do not wander alone. The county is not like our rural home. You are all young, and I cannot bear the thought of anything happening to you. Upon arriving at the new shop, Bao Zili posed a question to the group. Xiao Jun, among the 4 of you, who wishes to learn to cook noodles? The head chef will receive an additional 30 yuan this month, bringing your earnings to 70. When I called you over, I mentioned you would earn 10 yuan more here. Now, with the increase to 70 plus 30, that totals 100. After the 3-month probation period, the staff there will earn 100, while our head chef here will naturally earn 140. One girl stepped forward boldly. Very well, you will learn to cook noodles alongside me. The other 3, including Xiao Jun, are welcome to learn as well. Young men should possess ambition, They ought not to be outdone by even a girl. You may also learn alongside us here. Whoever masters the skills will earn the same wages. I trust you all aspire to earn more, so that in the future, you may have ample funds to purchase the clothes you adore and savor the foods you relish. Your parents will surely take pride in your achievements. A soldier who does not aspire to become a general is not a commendable soldier. One must strive for progress. The proprietor, Bao Zili, announced the grand opening of his establishment with a series of firecrackers and adorned the entrance with 2 floral arrangements, marking it as a notable event in the county town, akin to any typical opening ceremony. Furthermore, he affixed a red notice at the entrance, stating that customers could help themselves to the ingredients for their dishes, taking as much as they desired. As the day unfolded, Bao Zili initially had time to guide the crowd, yet by 6 p.m., he found himself solely occupied with preparing rice noodles. Despite a slight inconvenience with his left hand, which was still bandaged, he managed adeptly, using his right hand to cook. When the evening shift concluded, he summoned the girl learning to cook the rice noodles and advised her on the complexities of human nature in the county town, instructing her not to disclose her name. From henceforth, she would be known as Tsuehua. Tsuehua, prepare rice noodles for us. Each person shall have a bowl. Begin by making one for me to taste. Use the same ingredients as you would for the customers. Serve everyone equally. If anyone requires more, you shall cook again, ensuring all are satisfied. The flavor was commendable. The rice noodles were akin to preparing instant noodles. While you may not have encountered instant noodles at home, you will become accustomed to them in time. This is not a complex task and does not pertain to a secret recipe. Cooking rice noodles and frying dough twists are commonplace skills. Tsuehua, perform your duties diligently. You are now the highest paid employee in our 2 establishments. The girl, now affectionately dubbed Tsuehua, gazed at Bao Zili with admiration, a voice within her whispering that she too would seek a partner as astute and capable as he, someone who could earn a living and navigate the world with shrewdness. Chapter 36. The grand opening of the second store in the county town when one finds themselves idle. Ennui often ensues. To put it in the words of some urbanites, it is a profound loneliness and chill. In the village, during idle moments, some resort to petty theft, pilfering a few scallions from a neighbor's field or picking a handful of apricots from their trees. Bao Zili currently finds herself in such a state of restlessness. She is uncertain as to why she feels this agitation. At home, she busied herself daily, sweeping the yard, cooking, and tending to the pigs, sheep, and even the dog, finding joy in these tasks. Yet, never before has she felt so detached, watching her brother and sister-in-law, along with their entourage, bustling about after breakfast, feeling unable to engage with them. The promised grocery store that her brother Bao Zili had vowed to let her manage remains an elusive dream. Finally, Bao Zili awaited the evening, and upon seeing her brother return from the rice noodle shop, she approached him, inquiring, "Brother, when will you open that grocery store?" "I am here now, and if this continues, I will wither away. I wish to help, but my sister-in-law insists I rest. Alternatively, I could assist with cleaning. But even that has its limits. You have hired too many people. With 8 girls, I find myself at a loss. Should we consider letting a few go? It is unjust to dismiss others without cause when they have committed no wrongdoing. Here's what I propose. Tomorrow morning, after you finish your meal, take the bus back to the village and then walk to recruit workers. Find a couple of male laborers from our village. 2 would suffice, no more. Begin by stating that you are looking for one. Should more candidates arrive, you may select from them. Ensure that the selected individuals, along with their families, accompany you to bring them down. They must possess strength to carry heavy loads, particularly those around 18 years of age who have not pursued formal education. Ideally, seek those above 18 who are capable of enduring hardship, while excluding those who are deceitful or lack hygiene. The following day, after breakfast, Bao Zili inquired of her brother, "What about the wages? What will the job entail? You only thought to ask after a night's sleep?" "I presumed you had forgotten," he replied. "I did not inform you, hoping you would decide for yourself. Just tell them the job involves carrying fertilizer. Each bag weighs 100 g. Inform them that they must be able to lift it. If not, 2 individuals may carry it together. As for the salary, it will be similar to the others, with provisions for meals and accommodation at 60 yuan per month. After 3 months, the wages will increase, contingent upon their individual performance." Sitting on the bus, Bao Zili pondered, "Wait, this is not right," and decided to return, realizing that it was a 6-li dirt road back. The bus does not pass through their village, and walking 6 li was not an option. She took the bus directly to the town, borrowed her brother Shen Xiujuan's bicycle, and rode home. Walking would be an act of foolishness. Upon returning to the village, she did not go door to door. Instead, she called out to those who came to her home to purchase goods and to those playing cards in her yard, announcing, "My brother is hiring. He needs 2 boys to carry fertilizer. The monthly pay is 60 yuan, including meals and lodging. They must be taken to the county tomorrow." This was the first instance of recruiting workers in the village by Bao Zili. By evening, inquiries were already being made about the positions. People asked Bao Zili when they would leave and what items they needed to bring. She replied that they should bring a blanket and their eating utensils, along with a few changes of clothes, as washing powder is available in the shops below. Neighbor Jiao inquired about whether his 18-year-old third son and his 15-year-old fourth son could both be taken along. Bao Zili stated that only one could be hired, as one spot had already been reserved. Uncle Su also brought his son, urging Bao Zili to consider his child, who toils at home by digging, herding cattle, and fetching water, a true hard-working prospect. Whether he earns money or not is irrelevant, as long as there is food provided. The next day, after breakfast, Bao Zili began organizing the group, asking families to send their sons. Ultimately, she ended up with 4 candidates. Unable to back down, she assured everyone, "Though my brother said to recruit 1, I have taken 4. If any of you do not work diligently, do not complain that I disregarded our kinship and brought you back." The villagers accompanied their children to the bus station, and the 6-li journey felt interminable as they wished to leap directly to the bus station and swiftly enter the realm of earning. They spotted Bao Zili leading 4 boys, each burdened with luggage as they emerged from the passenger station. Aunt Shen Xiujuan looked on in disbelief. "Didn't your brother instruct you to hire 2? Why have you taken 4? Sister-in-law, please refrain from mocking me. We are all from the same village, and it would be unbecoming to lose face. Kindly escort them upstairs. Arrange the beds, tidy the room, and ensure the floor is swept. Once the bedding is prepared, we shall gather for a meal after dining. Allow them to familiarize themselves with the surroundings today, as they will commence work tomorrow based on your brother's arrangements." At noon, Bao Zili returned to the restaurant at the station, instructing his sister, Bao Zili, to collect payments at the rice noodle shop. In the evening, remember to securely lock the door and bring the 4 employees back. Bao Zili stood below, calling the 4 village children down. He informed them that, considering their shared village ties, they would be welcomed, but they must work diligently. Their needs for food, clothing, and shelter would not be compromised, so they need not worry. They are to perform well in their jobs, and from tomorrow, attendance will be recorded, meaning their wages will begin to count from then. Today, we shall focus on cleaning, thoroughly tidying the entire lobby on the first floor, wiping the dust from the windows, and mopping the floor. Observing the 4 boys as they completed the tasks satisfactorily, Bao Zili nodded in approval. He directed, "Now, you 4 go upstairs and bring down half of the beds, and move all the stools from the storeroom." The children obediently followed his instructions, bringing down all the old furniture. Once arranged neatly, they noticed a lingering emptiness in the space. Bao Zili continued, "You 4 have performed admirably today. Here, each of you will receive a reward of 5 yuan, an extra incentive for your efforts. Who among you can ride a bicycle?" All 4 nodded affirmatively. "There is a tricycle in the storeroom. Please bring it out. The key is with me. Unlock this padlock and start practicing with the tricycle in the large courtyard at the back. Today is your first day, and mastering the tricycle is essential. You all must learn it. If you do not, I shall calculate your wages and send you home." The tricycle is relatively easier to learn than a bicycle. Among the 4, Jiao's third son grasped it swiftly, mastering turns and stops in less than half an hour, running back to exclaim, "Brother Bao, I've learned it. Good. You 3 continue to practice. Here are the key and lock. After you finish, return the tricycle before dark. Then lock it up and hand me the keys as you leave." Bao Zili took Jiao's third son to the advertising company to retrieve the signboard he had previously ordered. This so-called signboard was merely a small welded iron frame, a triangular structure surrounded by canvas, proclaiming a second-hand furniture store that offered high prices for old furniture. Jiao's third son was accustomed to farm work and could easily carry a 100-pound bag of fertilizer, so the signboard posed no challenge for him. He returned to the shop with the signboard. Shen Xiujuan emerged and inquired of her cousin, "Husband, are you planning to open soon?" "Yes. Tomorrow we shall set off a string of firecrackers to mark our opening." The following morning, Bao Zili instructed Bao Zili to take Shinjun and the 3 girls to the rice noodle shop to begin trading. While he accompanied the 4 boys to set off firecrackers, and officially commence operations. After a day of learning yesterday, the four individuals have become quite familiar with the tricycle and can manage to ride it. However, one child still struggles with reversing and turning, unable to keep pace. Bao Zili encourages them to practice whenever they have the opportunity. After setting off firecrackers, he distributed cigarettes to the curious neighbors and customers, inviting them to browse in the store at their leisure. Bao Zili addressed the four children, explaining the importance of mastering the tricycle. It is essential for their future task of collecting old furniture. They will ride the tricycle to retrieve the furniture for him. If customers wish to purchase items, they must be able to transport them themselves, as any items that cannot be taken back will incur a delivery fee, and it is their responsibility to carry them to their homes. The delivery service is limited to within the county. Beyond that, customers must find their own solutions. Can you manage this task? Yes. Do you want to excel in this job? Yes. Shen Xiujuan stood nearby, observing, and felt that the scene was somewhat awkward, yet undeniably inspiring. It seemed as though her cousin possessed a certain charm in his words that ignited a fierce determination within the four children. Just a few hours after opening the store, someone approached Bao Zili. He instructed Shen Xiujuan to stay with the two boys inside the store and reminded her of the prices for the beds and stools, which he had communicated the night before. The prices were open to negotiation. Meanwhile, Bao Zili took the two boys to examine the situation. It turned out that a nearby restaurant was undergoing renovations and had noticed Bao Zili's advertisement for old furniture collection. They inquired if he was interested in their tables and stools. Upon inspection, Bao Zili found that there were still 30 usable stools, while the tables were somewhat bulky but still functional. The manager, pleased, stated that their boss was eager to clear space. He proposed arranging a vehicle for Bao Zili, offering assistance from the store staff to load the items. He urged Bao Zili to secure the cash from the customer so they could finalize the arrangement that day. Bao Zili counted the items, 120 stools and 10 tables, totaling 450 yuan. The manager quickly collected the money and rushed to the boss's office to share the good news. Boss, I managed to sell the tables and stools you wanted me to dispose of to a fool in the county who collects old furniture. Is that so? Take me to see him, the boss replied. This is the individual who acquired our stools and tables. This young man is bold and has vision. In the future, feel free to come to my restaurant. I will offer you discounts. Let us stay in touch. What is your phone number? I'll save it. I apologize, boss, but we don't have a phone in our store. No worries. Not having a phone is quite common nowadays. You can get one when your business grows. You're a perceptive young man. Seeing Bao Zili directing the collection of a truckload of items, Shen Xiujuan hurriedly guided the girls in the store to move the stools while the boys handled the tables. This collaboration proved advantageous, with sufficient manpower from both shops. They quickly unloaded the truck. Dear, this seems a bit excessive. With everything piling up, when will we manage to sort it all out? This is quite manageable. When Meili replenishes her stock, let her take back those damaged and poorly conditioned stools for processing, selling them in the village at cost price. Those in decent condition can be retained for sale in the county town. Although you are absent today, I managed to sell 20 stools to a newly established vendor in the food market. He found the new ones too expensive, so we sold him ours at 10 yuan each. It's essential that we sell to generate profit. We must keep our inventory moving and not let it accumulate in our shop. The business of used furniture is still uncertain, but the prospects are exceedingly promising. People will eat as much as they desire. This reminds me, when Meili returns, we should have her bring back 2 to 3 bags of the ground wheat from our mill. Please settle the payment according to what we sell to customers. Transactions between our shops should be in cash. We cannot simply extend credit among ourselves. What do you need the flour for? Our shop operates on a self-service basis. Therefore, tomorrow, have her bring the flour down to make hand-pulled noodles for our customers and staff. In the future, if possible, we could also add mixed dough. As for the buns, we purchase ready-made ones, which incur a cost. We should primarily serve noodles and, if possible, prepare some fermented dough for flatbreads and scallion pancakes for our employees, minimizing bun consumption, as I feel pain to buy them. It seems that these growing children need adequate nourishment to thrive. I counted that a girl can consume 4 buns in one meal, while a boy can eat 6. As for myself, I can devour 8. It's simply unsustainable. Shen Xiujuan secretly chuckled, as she too can manage 6 buns in one sitting. The county's buns appear softer and whiter, lacking the dense texture of those made at home, leaving some girls hesitant to indulge. Observing them eat, they appear shy to stuff buns into their mouths. Just then, another customer arrived, indicating the boss should come to our shop to inspect the used furniture. It feels as though this day is nonstop. It seems the market for used furniture and second-hand goods in the county is a blank slate. A virgin territory ripe for cultivation. The future market potential is immense. With this thought, Bao Zili's heart swelled with joy, his mind filled with visions of currency. Chapter 37. The opening of the third store in the county. Bao Zili busied himself with acquiring used furniture. He understood that setting prices too high would diminish future profits and lay the groundwork for competitive threats, so he assessed quality and priced accordingly, striving to minimize the costs of second-hand furniture. Many shops enjoy a unique monopoly and aggressive expansion during their initial growth phases. The first to venture into new markets often reaps the most rewards. In many small establishments, control over cash flow and inventory is crucial, which is also why they thrive. The cash register is managed by the wife, while procurement is handled by the brother-in-law. This has become the standard in our era. If one's relationship with their spouse deteriorates, they risk losing control of the business. Hiring outsiders complicates matters, as they will not share the same interests as family members. On this day, after completing his tasks, Bao Zili awaited the return of his younger sister, Bao Xiaoli, accompanied by the 4 shop assistants. "Come here, little sister." "Brother, why are you waiting for me alone in the hall tonight?" "Little sister, are you content with your current job?" "Brother, why do you ask such a thing? It sounds as though you're hinting at a possible dismissal." "I assure you, that is not my intention. I merely wonder if you have encountered any recent mistakes." "No, I simply believe that after a few months in this position, you have acquired a certain understanding of its intricacies. In truth, it would be better for you to return to your original profession. The work you are currently engaged in lacks challenge. It seems that merely by speaking, you command others to execute your orders. However, consider who among your subordinates is truly capable of carrying out your directives. Perhaps only that girl who learned to cook rice noodles, Huang Yali. She is quite an ambitious individual." "Very well, please summon Huang Yali. I would like to converse with both of you." Training and trust among staff are essential. We cannot rely solely on relatives, as some may possess only mediocre abilities. "Yali, have you mastered everything at the rice noodle shop? How did yesterday go? If you need to purchase ingredients, just let me know after work, and I will arrange for them to be prepared for you. Additionally, have you trained any new staff members who can cook rice noodles? Rest assured, I intend to appoint you as the shop manager, overseeing that establishment. Your salary during the probationary period as manager will increase by an additional 10 yuan each month. Once you demonstrate proficiency, I will grant you another 20 yuan, resulting in a total increment of 30 yuan compared to your previous earnings. Furthermore, the person you select must share your vision, and you must be able to manage her effectively. Her salary will also rise to match what you received while cooking rice noodles. Now, please bring over the girl you have chosen, and I will speak with her. The 3 of you should visit the shop tomorrow for a handover. When Bao Xiaoli comes over tomorrow, we will assign 2 new female employees to your team. We need to expand the business. Additionally, Bao Xiaoli will no longer oversee the rice noodle shop. I have assigned her other responsibilities, and she will not be involved in its management. The financial matters of that shop will be directly coordinated with me, but for bookkeeping, Shinjun will be in charge of collecting payments and maintaining cleanliness. The following day, Bao Zili appointed Huang Yali as the manager of the rice noodle shop located near the high school and assigned her 2 additional staff members to mentor. Naturally, Bao Zili seized the opportunity to address the 6 employees at the old shop, stating, "Huang Yali is now your manager. The management bonus will increase by 10 yuan each month, and after the probationary period, the 3 administrators will receive a monthly increase of 30 yuan. The new rice noodle employees she has selected will also see their salaries elevated to that of a master noodle cook, earning an extra 30 yuan, plus an additional 10 yuan in allowances for working at the new location. Thus, she will earn a total of 100 yuan per month. I share this information to inspire each of you to strive for excellence. Their opportunities will translate into your own in the future. Keep pushing forward. I believe each of you is a dedicated individual, filled with passion and taking responsibility for your lives. Consider how much a government official earns monthly, 30 or 50 yuan. Now reflect on your own earnings. Are they not superior? Take pride in your work. We earn our living through our hands and labor is a source of honor. Indeed, I hold deep admiration for my spouse." Bao Zili turned to Bao Xiaoli and said, "This is the new store that you will soon manage. It specializes in agricultural tools, particularly larger equipment such as tractors, although only a few samples will be displayed here. We cannot afford to stock such large machinery at the moment. It merely represents a direction for our efforts. For now, your task is to maintain the store and ensure that the quality exceeds that of the products available in the town. We will offer two types of merchandise: low-end products that match the quality and price of those in the town, or even undercut them slightly. By attracting customers with lower-priced items, we can encourage them to purchase higher-priced goods, allowing them to discern the quality for themselves. In the future, we will rely on premium products to penetrate the market. Additionally, items such as screws and wrenches must also be included here. Currently, we must overcome the challenge of limited clientele in this area, as there are few individuals engaged in agricultural work in the county, resulting in a scarcity of customers for agricultural tools. However, we must not only focus on our immediate circumstances, but also aspire to greater heights. The sky above us holds stars, the sun, and the moon, which naturally represent our hopes. Our store is the closest to the station, and we must leverage this advantageous location. Bao Zili surveyed the assortment of goods piled on the floor and realized that her brother was not merely speaking in platitudes. For Bao Zili had already acquired some old shelves and wooden display boards. The grocery section does not require elaborate decoration. Since we have yet to generate profit, we cannot afford extravagant renovations. Some costs must be elevated, which would inadvertently drive away customers, making farmers hesitant to enter. We have only erected a sign outside, proclaiming our offerings of agricultural machinery, hardware, plumbing supplies, and more. I am now a store manager as well. Bao Zili glanced around the premises, observing the inventory. As a manager without any staff, she felt like a lone commander. Nonetheless, being a manager, regardless of size, is still an accomplishment. Perhaps one day, she could open a similar store herself, becoming the proprietor, and the thought thrilled her. Bao Zili continued, "For your store, I do not expect significant profits at this stage. Rather, I want you to establish it within 1 or 2 years without incurring substantial losses. As for meals, you can dine here at the self-service store. Just like the employees, take what you want, and if it's insufficient, prepare more. No one should feel deprived. What I currently lack is manpower. I need trustworthy individuals, and I can rely on my family members, delegating responsibilities to my elder and younger sisters. The elder sister is stationed in the town, while the younger sister manages the grocery store in the county, also handling the cash register for the self-service store. I will assess the income of each store every 15 days and conduct a monthly audit." Why the manpower shortage? Because my wife, Shin Xiujuan, has returned home for bed rest. According to my family, she needs to recuperate at home. However, I believe that such separation is detrimental to our domestic life. Prolonged distance between spouses is not favorable. I have asked my elder sister, Mei Li, to bring my mother-in-law from the rural hometown. Upon her arrival, my mother-in-law immediately complained to Bao Zili, "Why don't you allow Xiujuan to return home? She is nearly 9 months pregnant and still working so hard. Will you earn enough money?" Bao Zili explained, "Mother, please do not be upset. I believe the store lacks personnel. Xiujuan is only to handle the cash. I do not want her to engage in any other tasks. Additionally, I wish for her to give birth in the hospital, as it is more convenient than at home." Acquiring a roll of toilet paper or a can of infant formula in a county town is a simple task. Yet when one finds themselves in a village, the local convenience store may be devoid of many essential goods. What? You must go to a hospital to give birth? This is the first time I've heard of such a thing. Have you become somewhat aloof after earning a bit of money? Why so careless with your finances? Have you considered my perspective? What if others label my daughter as delicate for needing to go to a hospital to bear a child? Who hasn't he given birth? Why is there a need for a hospital? Have you undergone an examination? Yes, the baby is in the correct position and all indicators are favorable. Let them say what they will, we shall live our own lives, while others are occupied with their endeavors. Shin Xiujuan is in the obstetrics department of the county hospital preparing for childbirth. She is expecting her first child, a son. Consequently, her mother, Shin Guilan, has summoned Bao Zili back home to tend to household matters. She descends to assist her daughter-in-law alongside her mother-in-law. After 10 days, upon discharge from the hospital, Shin Guilan returns home, allowing Bao Zili to resume her duties in helping her brother manage the store. Furthermore, Baozi has arranged for a van to transport Shin Xiujuan, the newborn, and her mother-in-law back to the village. The arrival of a new life heralds the expansion of a family, symbolizing prosperity and growth. However, one must also consider the costs associated with raising this child. At home, Shin Guilan embraces her new role as grandmother, while the mother-in-law temporarily assists in childcare. Initially, Bao Zili intends to hire a young girl as a nanny to care for the baby, but both elderly women scold him, insisting that a parent should care for their own child. Who could possibly entrust their child to someone else? Nowadays, girls are not innately suited to be nannies. They often treat children as mere toys, losing interest after a mere 3 minutes. Never mind, you should focus on earning money. It is best left to the two of us to care for the child. Even with just one child, we can manage. With 3 or 4, it would be no different. Shun Xiujuan dedicates herself to raising her child, and upon reaching the 1-month milestone, they plan a celebratory banquet that holds great significance. The date is fixed, although it may be adjusted by a day or 2. However, they have consulted an expert regarding the auspiciousness of the occasion, which is deemed neither particularly good nor bad. In contemporary society, people often speak of good fortune, expressing hopes for wealth and prosperity, and wishing for a future filled with opportunities. Should one possess knowledge, fortune tellers would eagerly proclaim phrases like a bright future and carefree days ahead. In the village, it is customary to host a banquet for the first child, regardless of gender, as it signifies the arrival of a new family member, bringing pride to the maternal side. After all, a woman's contribution is only acknowledged upon the birth of her first child. Without a child, the remarks can be quite harsh, labeling one as a non-productive hen. Even so, some opt to adopt a child to counter such criticism. The birth of a child represents a consolidation of identity and status, particularly as the maternal family will offer new clothes, tiger head shoes, pillows, small quilts, and sheets as gifts for the infant on the day of the banquet. Marriage, to a certain extent, serves as a union of two family social networks. If not managed well, it can lead to discord between the families. Conversely, harmonious relations can forge a bond of mutual support between families. Indeed, even in operas, tales of Emperor Wu of Han forming alliances through marriage are recounted. At this juncture, Bao Zili's economic standing within the village is relatively prosperous. At the celebration of a child's first month, everyone contributes financially. No longer is it merely 50 cents, but now it stands at 1 yuan. Relatives offer 2 to 5 yuan, while the paternal uncle's family uniformly contributes 5 yuan. At this moment, Bao Zili reflects that organizing a full moon celebration for a newborn is indeed a swift means of acquiring wealth. It is no wonder that newlywed couples eagerly host such gatherings for their first child. It is a legitimate and reasonable way for the community to rally together in support of the family. In later years, Bao Zili observes that each celebration for a newborn is accompanied by a financial collection, which can be rather off-putting. Even the most impoverished villagers manage to borrow money to celebrate their first child as full moon, revealing the underlying significance. It fosters social interaction among relatives. As long as the date is communicated, everyone spontaneously arrives, either on foot or by bicycle. "Look here, this is my son-in-law's apple tree," he announces. "Is this really an apple tree? It has grown to a person's height." The crowd marvels. Yet they fail to notice the thriving Sichuan pepper trees Bao Zili planted alongside the apple trees, forming a natural fence. Adjacent to the cave dwellings, a row of wooden posts secured with iron wire has been erected, effectively creating a barrier to deter cattle, chickens, dogs, and pigs from intruding. How did you lead people to these earthen caves? Bao Zili explains that his uncle guided them, though it seems quite convoluted. Bao Zili learns that the elderly man, who holds both the titles of father-in-law and uncle, has brought a group of relatives to the old village, to the earthen caves. It appears that the father-in-law is seeking to impress, prompting Bao Zili to hastily descend and announce that the feast is about to commence, urging everyone to take their seats. The full moon celebration is hosted in the heart of the village, where two families are already applying for land grants. After the festivities conclude, Bao Zili and a few relatives who can engage in conversation take a moment to rest and discuss matters at hand. Bao Zili compensates the cook for his efforts before sending him home. He meticulously organizes the leftover dishes, intending to prepare a soup with the uneaten food the following day, inviting villagers to partake in a meal as a gesture of gratitude, while also dismantling the makeshift guest shelter adorned with colorful paper streamers, marking the end of the event. Among those staying behind are his mother's brothers, his uncle's family, as well as his maternal uncle, alongside 2 of his father's uncles from the paternal side. As the family presence in the area has dwindled, leaving only a few in their ancestral home. As they depart, one questions, "Why have you retained so many relatives in your home?" claiming there are matters to discuss. "Thankfully, your house can accommodate us. Is there some other business at hand?" In the evening, Bao Zili instructs his mother to heat the dishes and invites the relatives to enjoy a meal and some drinks. He begins with, "Let us drink sparingly. First, I have some matters to address. I am currently overwhelmed with responsibilities in the county. I have not formally hired anyone. Rather, I aim to gather our relatives to inform you about those who are available for agricultural work at home. Whether clever or not, there are tasks to be done. The less capable can wash dishes, while the more adept may serve food. If you find this work acceptable, the initial monthly wage is 60 yuan, increasing to 100 yuan after 3 months. Assisting you is, in essence, a means of forging a path for the children, which is undoubtedly preferable to remaining idle at home. I welcome everyone's recommendations. I shall endeavor to secure employment for your children, as earning in the town is considerably more manageable than in the village." Upon hearing Bao Zili's declaration, the crowd began to ponder whether any of their own could step forth. With children venturing out, not only would sustenance be conserved, but they would also be earning. Each individual commenced tallying their own little accounts. Chapter 38. You are your mother's sole son, yet you wish to partition the family. The expressions of the relatives were a vivid tapestry of emotions. Bao Zili's words were akin to a deep-water bombshell, presenting an opportunity to all. This was tantamount to distributing wealth. It remained to be seen who would seize the chance. Word had it that the child's store was rather small, likely requiring only a few hands. Thus the question arose as to who could send their offspring away. Hold on a moment. This news is quite substantial. However, we each have 2 or 3 children, and some families boast 4, 5, or even 6. If we send 1 or 2 of our children to your store, we fear you may not be able to accommodate them. Rest assured, the numbers will only increase. Now, do tell us, what other matters occupy your mind? Surely, this cannot be the sole issue. You must have something else brewing within you. If it were merely this, you would have mentioned it during the banquet. The fact that you've brought food and drink suggests it's of great import. Ah, esteemed uncles and great-uncles, while you are gathered here, allow me to raise a matter. I wish to apply for an additional piece of farmland. However, the village regulations state that each household is entitled to only one. I seek a second plot, which implies I desire an additional household registration. You could have simply stated your intention to partition the family. Must you cloak it in elaborate terminology? To seek another household registration is, in essence, to pursue a division. Who do you intend to separate? It is my desire to separate myself from Xiujuan. What nonsense is this? You are your mother's only son, raised through great toil, and you dare utter such words? Are you attempting to bully a woman? Do not presume that we, your uncles, are powerless to intervene. Seeing her husband in a predicament, Shen Xiujuan quickly approached with the child in her arms and said, "Dear uncles, please enjoy your meal. My husband has indulged a bit too much in drink and is speaking nonsense. I shall discuss this matter with him further." In truth, rural affairs often devolve into performances. Why perform? To ascend to the moral high ground. There exists a proverb illustrating this phenomenon. One aspires to certain status while simultaneously seeking to establish a reputation. Ultimately, after a series of contests, most matters can indeed be resolved. Those who dine must heed the faces of those who serve. This is a truth universally acknowledged. However, expressing one's stance too readily is inadvisable. It is essential to assert one's position without allowing the involved parties to achieve their aims too easily, thus affirming one's own value. Whispering to him, "Why did you not consult me regarding this? Is it appropriate to declare a partition in such a manner? Have you discussed it with mother? Have you sought our consensus? Previously, you held family meetings. Why is it that you now conceal such significant matters? What will others think of me? They may believe I am the one inciting you to seek a division, which would make my life in the village untenable. Release me. Hold the child properly. I have not even had a drink yet you claim I am intoxicated? This decision is made. The family must divide. Or else I shall not acquire a second piece of farmland or be able to build a new home. Ultimately, is it not all for the sake of the children? The current system is manageable, and if it can save money, it is best to resolve this matter while the opportunity presents itself." Bao Zili gently patted Shen Xiujuan's back, offering a reassuring glance before stepping into the room. "As you may have observed, our neighbors next door have begun applying for land allocation. Others in the village have already received theirs. I wish to request an additional share. However, after inquiring, I learned that each household is currently entitled to only one allocation, which is why I am considering requesting an additional piece of land for myself. You are merely occupying a hill, yet you suddenly wish to divide the family? Are you contemplating claiming farmland? You may not know that in the past, our neighbor who owned a tractor managed to secure their land allocation for merely 30 yuan. While I am now faced with an application fee of 150 yuan, which has escalated to 360 yuan. This increase in price has occurred over just a few years. You have also seen that these lands are still being divided among families. Whether or not they will release land in the future remains uncertain. So I wish to plan for myself in advance. Not to mention, over the years, when it comes to burials. The practices involve first selecting a spot on one's own land before considering others' plots, and if all else fails, resorting to the mountains. Thus, in comparison to burials, we have gained clarity on the matter. Very well, you have made your plans, but should we ever hear of you being unfilial or mistreating your mother, we will not stand idly by. In this context, uncles and extended families often regard population as strength. Conflicts among relatives are common, and intimidating a family member is not unheard of. In rural areas, one's fists speak louder than the village chief's words. So, why not summon the village chief? Invite him over for a meal and some drinks. Without his involvement, this matter cannot be resolved. It is merely a matter of adding another pair of chopsticks to the table. Bao Zili took a piece of boiled pork to the old village chief's home. Under the gentle admonitions of the chief's wife to drink sparingly and take care of his health, he stepped outside. Bao Zili was indeed adept at handling such matters, and the parcel of pork wrapped in oil paper brought great joy to the village women, who had not received such a valuable gift in many years. Along with 2 boxes of cigarettes, this young man certainly knows how to manage affairs. Upon entering, the village chief immediately sensed the gravity of the situation. The meal was not merely a feast. After hearing about the matter, the relatives assured, "Do not worry, I will keep an eye on this." This young man has made quite a bit of money over the years and has concocted these peculiar schemes. Many in the village lack housing, yet he insists on applying for a second piece of farmland. This is also a source of contention for me, since he has established 2 household registrations. This presents no issue. The old village chief, experienced in such matters, promptly laid out the regulations, akin to a formidable obstacle, startling everyone present. It became clear that each household has its own rules, and the village has its own regulations as well. Thus, a path must be delineated to facilitate the process. All of you relatives must maintain regular contact and oversight. It is worth noting that this young man, despite his age, is prone to straying from the right path. Should he fail to honor his filial duties, I shall ensure he cannot return to the village, tarnishing his reputation. Does anyone truly believe that with a handful of ill-gotten gains, he would dare to step foot in the village again? In contemporary society, it seems quite ordinary for affluent men to engage with multiple women, who, after all, would dare to tarnish their reputation for filial piety. Wouldn't that be akin to smearing excrement upon one's own visage? Would one prefer to challenge the resilience of their own dignity against the sturdy walls of Xi'an? At this juncture, rural folk tend to be discerning and averse to taking sides. Otherwise, why would there be the tradition of drawing lots to determine the fate of a child at the full moon? Such practices serve as a form of prophecy, reflecting the adage that the observance of a child at 3 years old offers insight into their future. Everyone yearns to glimpse what lies ahead. Should one readily acquiesce to the demands of self-sufficiency? What if he later proves to be ungrateful, leaving his mother to languish alone in the countryside? In such a scenario, all present would earn the ire of the community. Conversely, should one dissent, how could they serve as witnesses while opposing the notion? It is often the case that the elderly are favored over the young. This young man, from the outset, has proposed securing employment for the child, who would jeopardize their own vested interests. This lad, though diminutive in stature, possesses a cunning mind, which perhaps explains his rise to prominence in recent years. He is shrewd, akin to the stock market experts of later generations who caution that investing carries inherent risks and must be approached with prudence. His words are as polished as they are empty. A viewpoint devoid of substance is no viewpoint at all. Much like those who preach reason yet find themselves entangled in confusion, failing to grasp the essence of reality. The son of old Bao is someone I have watched grow. Prior to turning 18, before dabbling in this business, he was indeed rather inept, akin to a lump of clay that could not adhere to the wall. However, in the past 2 years, he has reformed and now thrives, surpassing others in prosperity. Yet, one must not let their ego soar too high, lest their true nature be revealed. This evening, you presented me with a package of cooked meat. This matter is rather substantial. The village elder, addressing the assembly, declared, "No, Young man, my grandchildren adore steamed rice bowls. Bring me 2 when you return home tonight, or else I shall not be pleased. The so-called rice bowl refers to rice that has been soaked, placed in a bowl, adorned with red dates and a sprinkle of sugar, and then steamed for an hour until tender. With simple ingredients and a delightfully soft texture, it is a favorite among many elderly and young individuals with delicate constitutions. Generally, a brief boil followed by a short steaming session suffices to prepare it. For those who appreciate this dish, it is a delectable delicacy, while for those who do not, it bears no distinction from plain rice. Such trivialities, I thought. Dear village elder, as long as your grandchildren enjoy it, I can prepare more during the festival. It's quite simple, and I must admit I was startled, thinking you intended to arrange a job for your little grandson in the county, which is beyond my capabilities. Ah, young man, you have ensnared me in your scheme. You've awakened me to the reality of the situation. Let this lesson be remembered. Next time, it will not suffice to merely steam these 2 rice bowls. You must indeed secure a job for my grandson, or I shall not be satisfied. Bao Zili, distributing cigarettes and offering toasts, began to address everyone. Uncles, great-uncles, and village elder, rest assured, I would never engage in actions beneath the dignity of a human. After a prolonged silence, the uncle from Bao Zili's father's side finally spoke. Let us consider the opinion of Bao Zili's mother. We cannot allow this child to be swayed solely by his own whims. Both parties must come to an agreement before giving their consent. Bao Zili's maternal uncle spoke. Sister, come here. This child wishes to divide the family assets. Are you aware of this? Previously, it was unspoken, but now that he has voiced it, I sense he is resolute. It matters not. If he proves unreliable, I still have 2 daughters. Alas, what can be said? A multitude of relatives has gathered to advocate on your behalf. And yet, you easily relent. Behold, your life has been one of suffering, marrying a frail husband. Just as your son's fortunes begin to improve, how can you so readily allow the golden opportunity to slip away? Brother, esteemed relatives, and the village chief, I have come to a realization. This matter, whether good or ill, is secondary. Allow me to share my perspective, so you may comprehend the source of my confidence. For the past 2 years, our family has implemented a distribution plan where profits are allocated to individuals. To put it simply, earnings belong to the individual. Without delving into details, my personal savings have now reached 16,000, approaching 20,000. I have secured all of it, and it remains safeguarded with a password. My 2 daughters can attest to this. Each member of our family possesses their own savings account. The 2 younger brothers were taken aback, astonished to uncover such significant news. It is said that wealth should not be flaunted, and it appears this sister has yet to fully grasp this wisdom. Indeed, you possess such a sum? Your personal savings exceed that of our entire family. My goodness, very well then. In truth, you could comfortably spend the latter half of your life at home, enjoying meals and rest, without engaging in labor. This amount is sufficient for your needs. Who would have thought you possessed such financial acumen? Henceforth, ensure that you safeguard your finances and prevent this opportunist from depleting your resources. Raising children for support in old age is wise. But it seems your family has already entered an era of economic awareness. As the assembly noted that the concerned parties were in agreement, they resumed their meals and drinks, keen to avoid any further complications or the emergence of misguided ideas. However, Bao Zili's 2 uncles turned their gaze towards the village chief, addressing him. Uncle Chief, this young lad lacks experience. We implore you to keep a watchful eye on him. Should there be any tasks at home, feel free to inform us. We will undoubtedly be of assistance. While we may not be able to contribute significantly financially, we excel in agricultural labor, as we are numerous. Furthermore, please arrange for this young man to have a designated plot for his homestead, enabling him to construct his house at the earliest opportunity. I have observed that the village's land is currently abundant, and it seems everyone is in favor of his wishes. At this point, the village chief stood and declared, I may be relying on my seniority, but since you all appear to be in agreement, do not hold me accountable later. My role is merely to allocate the land. I am not involved in the division of family assets. I am here only to witness the proceedings. Ah, Chief, you are quite the cunning one, a fox that has lived for a millennium. Let us reconsider. The Bao family is indeed a single lineage through Bao Zili. However, he surely intends to have more children in the future. We should prepare for that. By separating the family now, we can prevent complications for their son later. Indeed, to separate a newborn child from the family would raise suspicions. One cannot treat a person as a mere trinket. Very well, let us settle upon this agreeable decision. We raise our glasses in a toast, engaging in a game of chance, questioning who among us will prevail in this spirited contest. This evening, I find the liquor quite delectable, far surpassing the coarse sorghum I typically procure from home. Come, let us indulge until we are intoxicated. Some of the gathered rise to relieve themselves at the edge of the courtyard, while others request Bao Zili to pour them a cup of tea to mitigate the effects of the alcohol. The following day, the old village head straightforwardly instructed Bao Zili to draft the application for approval to be submitted to the town. At this juncture, the town began to take notice, dispatching personnel to participate in the foundational work. However, the village head's authority was not entirely rescinded. He was permitted to accompany and provide guidance throughout the process. Why was the old village head so expedient in his actions? He, being a shrewd individual, advised Bao Zili to summon the local leaders, assuring him that a feast of home-cooked meals awaited them. Afterward, a token of appreciation in the form of a red envelope would secure the matter's resolution. In truth, the old village head harbored an unspoken intention. The influential relatives of Bao Zili resided in the village, and neighbors were also invited to dine at their home. With the local leaders present, any future grievances would not solely rest on his shoulders, absolving him of blame should any unfavorable news arise. Now, with the community's influential figures having departed, he pondered the repercussions should he become the sole target of criticism. At his advanced age, he wondered what benefits he might derive from this situation. The old village head harbored a desire for collective support, aware that this young man was about to be allocated new land. My heavens, they are even dividing household registrations now. They have prepared to separate household accounts. What is happening here? Has this child forsaken his mother? This youth, so astute, wishes to relieve his mother of her burdens, effectively severing ties. During a gathering of neighbors for a celebratory meal, someone jested with Shun Guilon. Old oxen and horses can no longer plow. Are we now to slaughter the donkey? It was heard that your son has distanced himself from you. Be wary, for this lad harbors mischief. Another chimed in humorously. Old Bao's wife, come now, Shun. Might you consider seeking another husband? Time is of the essence. Who knows, you may yet bear another child. It seems your eldest son is unreliable. The sentiment echoed modern-day expressions. When the main asset falters, it is prudent to cultivate a secondary option, lest one's endeavors be in vain. I appreciate everyone's concern. May you all enjoy your meal and drink. Though the fare may not be extravagant, I apologize for any shortcomings. Shin Guilon, seated at the table, took a drag from her cigarette. Such humility. If this does not qualify as fine food and drink, what then can we call our celebrations? Would that not be akin to feeding swine? You are the most prosperous family in the village, yet you remain so modest. Excessive humility borders on arrogance. We may need to borrow money from your household in the future, and now you have effectively shut that door. Seizing the moment while everyone was present, I would like to say a few words. It is known that I have opened a small restaurant in the county, which requires a steady supply of vegetables. While I could procure them from the county, I am mindful of my fellow villagers and wish to source produce from your homes. Currently, I am in need of a substantial quantity of leeks and scallions. Rest assured, I will have my sister, Bao Mei, return periodically with a tricycle to transport them to the county. If any of you wish to sell, please bring them directly to me. I kindly ask for your support. And for small quantities, I can forego the price. A little soil on the vegetables is negligible. This is merely a gesture of assistance from all of you. As Bao Zili uttered these words, the venue fell into a profound silence. What? Buying vegetables? And from the village, no less? Was this not a blatant opportunity for everyone to profit? The village was remote, with the town several kilometers away and the county town a further 20-odd kilometers. Who among them would ride a bicycle merely to sell a small amount? Now, someone was coming to purchase their produce. This was unprecedented. Previously, they had only seen vegetable vendors selling in the village, but this was the first instance of someone collecting vegetables. This was indeed a fortunate development, worthy of being announced far and wide. Bao Zili did not anticipate that this single statement would lead the village to cultivate and sell vegetables on a grand scale just a few years later. Moreover, it transformed into one of the wealthier villages in the township. The vegetable trade invigorated the villagers' spirits, eventually turning them into a renowned model of prosperity. Coupled with the later establishment of orchards, the village witnessed a decline in wheat and corn cultivation, relying instead on purchasing grains from neighboring villages. This prompted laughter from the entire township. Isn't your village, a village of millionaires, supposed to live off wealth rather than grains? Chapter 39. The joy of watching others profit. Time, like a fleeting shadow, passes swiftly. In Bao Zili's eyes, time resembles wheat during its ripening phase. Just days ago, it was a lush green expanse, but now, post-summer solstice, it beckons the scythe for harvest. It seems that, since the Qingming festival, the wheat has matured almost overnight. Time holds particular significance for Bao Zili. Now, standing in a shop beside the bus station, he reflects as it is now 1990. He feels the passage of time etched into his being. Born in 1967, he is now 23 years old. To be precise, from the original owner, Jiang Suanniu, to Bao Zili, and now to his present self, nearly 6 years have elapsed since he arrived in this era. During these 6 years, Bao Zili has become the father of 4 children. His first was a boy, born a year after his marriage. Subsequently, a girl followed a year later. The third pregnancy yielded twins, 1 boy and 1 girl. He has now assumed the role of a father to 4 children. In these 5 years, Bao Zili has been preoccupied with raising a family, with no further expansion of his business. He reflects on how expansive his current endeavors have become. In the town, the flour mill is now under the unified management of his sister, Bao Zili. The milling occurs daily, as customers have opted for their innovative milling machines, abandoning the old ones that required waiting. His 2 brothers-in-law, overseeing the fertilizer sales point, have been overwhelmed with business and have had to hire 2 additional workers, middle-aged men from the vicinity, who are paid handsomely to assist with unloading goods upon arrival. Bao Zili, as a woman of remarkable capability, continues to lead the town's business, heeding her brother Bao Zili's major decisions while managing minor affairs herself. Turning to the county town's business, the self-service store adjacent to the bus station can no longer accommodate the ever-increasing flow of customers, which has stymied its growth. Tables are set outside the store, with benches welcoming patrons. This scene has inadvertently created a herd mentality, compelling many passers-by to step inside. Times are changing, and prices are silently shifting as well. Bao Zili has raised his prices from the previous 5 yuan to the current 9 yuan. If it weren't for the local economic constraints, he would have eagerly increased it to 19 yuan. However, from the perspective of supermarket pricing in later years, Bao Zili believes that 9 yuan is the optimal price point. For instance, if a supermarket lists an item at 99 yuan, he would never price it at 10 yuan. 10 yuan would seem excessive, while 99 yuan gives the impression of affordability, leading customers to feel as though they are purchasing something for just a few yuan. Conversely, a price of 10 yuan suggests a higher expenditure, thereby influencing customer psychology, which is an essential factor in determining business success. It is imperative to make customers feel as though they are getting a bargain. This is a fundamental lesson for every prosperous entrepreneur. Consequently, Bao Zili boldly renamed his establishment to everyone's 9 yuan self-service restaurant, becoming a notable attraction in the county. Of course, a few imitators opened similar establishments in the county, but the market swiftly imparted its lessons. They could not sustain their operations and certainly did not earn their first pot of gold. Yet, they remained oblivious as they frequented Bao Zili's restaurant for insights. Despite their employees earning less than those at Bao's establishment, they could not fathom why their businesses faltered. Was it due to Bao Zili's advantageous location? Whether the success stemmed from the site or a lack of innovation, their enterprises never thrived as his did. Ultimately, the consensus formed among onlookers was that this fool was either laundering money or substituting inferior goods for superior ones. Otherwise, he would not have remained in business for so many years. In truth, Bao Zili perceives his success as merely capitalizing on demographic dividends. By hiring more staff, he creates the illusion of bustling activity, even when customers are scarce. The presence of an additional employee brings its own benefits. Standing in front of his store with his hands in his pockets, Bao Zili consistently projects an image of being understaffed. Most of these employees have been with him for nearly 5 years, having matured from their teenage years into young adults, now contemplating marriage. Although he is not a demanding employer, he provides gifts during festivals, yet these small gestures pale in comparison to the significance of lifelong commitments. In marriage, both boys and girls typically return to their homes to work the land, not venturing into wage labor. The prevailing mindset prioritizes life over work, with many beliefs remaining steadfast in their original form, representing the most ideal state of existence. It is essential to stay ahead of the curve and not be compelled by life as challenges to adapt. Perhaps I should hire a few more people. Bao Zili muses internally. He cannot let all his employees leave without having groomed successors. It is unwise for him to toil daily for profits. If he is the one serving meals, cleaning floors, and wiping tables, the earnings would be too exhausting. Any task that can be outsourced should never be undertaken personally. This has always been Bao Zili's business principle, to allocate a portion of the profits to others, thereby enabling them to become consumers. Although most of these employees hail from rural backgrounds, they inadvertently contribute to shaping his image as a successful individual. Whatever he states, the villagers tend to believe him. He merely strategizes, leaving the execution to others. Otherwise, what joy would there be in earning a living day in and day out? This is a truth that Bao Zili comprehended after Jiang Suanniu collapsed and perished from overwork in his previous life. Life is not merely a pursuit of death. It is a quest to realize one's aspirations. His ambition was to accumulate wealth, enabling those around him to prosper as well. In essence, it was about eliciting joy from others as they willingly spent their money. Father, what are you doing?" His eldest son called out from the entrance of the shop. Observing his 5-year-old child stumbling joyfully toward him, Bao Zili felt an overwhelming sense of happiness. In this era, villagers often preferred their children to address them as Da or Bo, but Bao Zili insisted on being called father. He simply could not accept the title Bo. This was a bus station, bustling with people coming and going. Perhaps in a few days, he would ask his sister to take the child back home. Having the child here amidst the constant flow of vehicles made it impossible for adults to remain vigilant. A moment's distraction could lead to anxiety, especially with reports of child theft and abduction lurking in the shadows. It seemed safer to wait until the child was ready for school before bringing him back. Over the years, Bao Zili and Shun Xiujuan, apart from raising their family, had been engrossed in business. His mother, Shun Guilan, and his mother-in-law, both elderly women, were busy at home, taking care of the children. Fortunately, his father-in-law's family depended on Bao Zili for their livelihood, preventing any unfounded gossip from surfacing. The family's flock of sheep had been sold to his father-in-law, who had arranged for them to be transported through the mountains, where they were now raised. Essentially, he had sold off all the sheep. There was no one available to assist. It was overwhelming. The family had originally raised 4 pigs, but this number had dwindled to 2, as 4 pigs were too much to manage. Why couldn't he simply hire a nanny? The mere suggestion infuriated the 2 elderly women, who retorted, "Are you aspiring to be a landlord? Hiring a nanny? Should we also recruit a few attendants for you?" Currently, the household's income was comparable to that of the town, constituting about 13% of their total revenue. This was largely due to the 6 acres of Qin Guan fruit orchard, which had gradually become the family's pillar of industry. What filled Bao Zili with pride was that he now had dedicated personnel for transportation. There was a tractor in his village. Initially, he had considered continuing to enlist his elder sister or 2 uncles for transportation. However, with increasing traffic over the years, the risk of accidents for those lacking skill was high. Thus, he opted to subcontract this aspect to someone from the village, signing a contract that stipulates they would be responsible for transportation and safety, while he would cover the transportation fees, transferring the risk of accidents to them. Earning a substantial profit meant that others should benefit as well. Very well, he decided to hire a few more young women. As his current employees had been with him long enough to earn some reputation, and the shop had garnered trust within the village. Given that the shop was located in the county town, family members could frequently visit. This time, Bao Zili personally returned to recruit workers, a departure from his previous practice of entrusting this task to his cousin or cousin Xinjun. This time, he wished to experience the role of a boss firsthand. In Bao Zili's own words, he aimed to select a few individuals who were perceptive and capable. In this era, the demographic dividend is truly remarkable. There are job seekers everywhere, abundant and readily available. To illustrate, it is akin to the rarity of a 3-legged frog, while 2-legged individuals abound in multitude. There is no need for my sister to take the child down. I informed my wife and called for a van to return home. I have long collaborated with a particular van from the town, as they prefer the task of transporting me to and from their locality, being a loyal client. I procured various goods in bulk for the family convenience store, loading them onto the van while cradling my son, hurrying home. As I approached the village entrance, a throng of children gathered around. I took out a handful of candies and tossed them to the eager youngsters. Upon my son's return, after exchanging greetings with my mother-in-law and my own mother, I carried our little treasure back home. Did your father strike you in the county? What of your mother? Did she reprimand you? Indeed, my father kicked me, and my mother spanked me. My mother jestingly remarked. Shall I help you punish your father? Yes, Grandma. Please help me deal with him. Observing my foolish son, I increasingly felt he resembled the foolish child of a landlord. I pondered the legacy of our family estate and its future inheritance with a tinge of concern. Will the child grow in stature, and will his intellect develop as well? Do not indulge him. At home, he is the eldest, often bullying his younger siblings to tears. In the county, no one coddles him. The yard of my son's home resembles a miniature marketplace now, featuring a convenience store, a fertilizer shop, and 3 tables for poker, where no one wins, a mere gathering spot. Villagers enjoy the lively atmosphere, finding it a delightful diversion. The courtyard I built 3 years ago now houses fertilizer without the need for tarpaulin covers. When someone wishes to purchase fertilizer, my mother simply opens the courtyard door, allowing customers to choose freely. My mother and mother-in-law handle the monetary transactions. At this juncture, the availability of fertilizer in the village is limited, while business thrives in the town. Those who have the leisure to shop in larger places seldom visit smaller locales. Typically, patrons from neighboring villages prefer the convenience of proximity, as larger towns are often distanced, though they offer the allure of leisurely browsing and the satisfaction of consumerism. Everyone, quiet down. I have an announcement. Our county's restaurants are hiring female employees. 6 positions available. Applicants must be unmarried, idle at home, adept at cooking, tidy, and capable of producing quality work. Ah, such good fortune. I must rush home to share the news. In an instant, the gathering dispersed, and everyone hurried home to relay the joyous tidings to their families and friends, relying on word of mouth as telephones were not yet in use. The last time my son celebrated his first month, we enlisted fewer than 10 individuals through relatives and family connections. Some were apprehensive about sending their children to the county, while others felt that one person from each household sufficed. Consequently, I placed boys at the furniture store to assist with moving goods, while the girls were assigned to the rice noodle shop. The all-you-can-eat establishment was rather taxing, thus directly recruited individuals were necessary. I managed to find 6 people to help me reopen a dumpling restaurant, a new venture aimed at expanding our business, as the coal mines in the county town have begun to yield substantial profits. Individuals from all corners flocked to this black gold mine in pursuit of their dreams of wealth. The populace harbors considerable confidence in the county town, believing that its economy will continue to flourish. Many have renovated their homes and embarked on ventures such as small shops or goose houses, heralding a prosperous economic climate in the county. With a favorable business environment established, one could say, in the vernacular of my hometown, that even opening a restroom in the county would bring success for 3 days. Those daring enough to establish a business here have found profit within the first 3 years, unless one resorts to deceitful practices by reducing portion sizes. For instance, a typical serving of dumplings once contained 60 pieces per kilogram, unlike the present where the quantity has diminished to 40 or 50. As the crowd dispersed momentarily, they soon returned, eager to patronize the bun shop. In the haste of departure, one individual pondered whether to take their child along. Another sought assistance in evaluating their child's readiness for the county, promising an invitation to savor lamb soup in the city. In the eyes of the local community, lamb soup is a delicacy, while the average person typically indulges in stir-fried noodles costing 3 yuan. However, the lamb soup has now escalated to 7 yuan, marking it as a luxury. A single bowl is often sufficient to satiate one's appetite. Meanwhile, at the bun shop, for 9 yuan, a variety of options awaits. Everyone heeded my suggestion, deciding collectively to observe the capabilities of each girl. As mealtime approached, they led me on a tour of their homes, allowing me to see how adept their daughters were in the kitchen. Accompanied by the townsfolk, we visited numerous households, and overall, the conditions were quite satisfactory. Clean floors, dry counters, and meticulously prepared vegetables. After a thorough inspection, I interviewed 15 young women, ultimately selecting 10, but reluctantly expanded my choice to 12 women and 3 men due to social obligations, bringing the total to 15. I was cautious about hiring too many young men, as they tend to lack prospects in the restaurant business and are challenging to manage. At this time, most young men from the village sought employment in coal mines or local brick factories, where they earned more than serving in the county town. Regrettably, I could only employ this limited number of individuals. As it stands, my establishment now employs nearly 60 people, and the thought of daily meals alone causes me considerable anxiety. With everyone consuming 3 buns each, I would need close to 200 buns daily to address the dining needs. I arranged for several nearby relatives and flour mills to begin purchasing wheat at a price slightly above market value. Previously, the community had not perceived a shortage of food. However, since I initiated the procurement of corn, buckwheat, and wheat, households have found themselves with more financial means and have developed a greater appreciation for agriculture. Recognizing the value of food. Perhaps, in a way, I have accelerated the demand for these commodities. The corn collected is milled into cornmeal for making corn pudding. The wheat is processed into flour for noodles and pancakes, and the buckwheat is transformed into buckwheat noodles. It seems that the residents of the county town have begun to reminisce about the past hardships, finding novelty in coarse grains after growing weary of the refined white bread and fine noodles. In a manner akin to an ordinary steamed bun shop, the sales of steamed buns, dumplings, and flour rolls remain satisfactory. However, those establishments that adopt a distinctive approach, such as offering cornmeal steamed buns, buckwheat steamed buns, and mung bean steamed buns, experience even greater success, with the traditional wo-wo dumplings being particularly favored by the public. As people's lives improve, they begin to embrace coarse grains, seeking the flavors of their childhood. When one discovers the right path to prosperity, they also uncover lucrative opportunities. This is something Bao Zili has mastered with remarkable skill. Chapter 40. Opening a dumpling house for great profits. On that morning, Bao Zili instructed all his staff to stand in formation for a briefing. The subject at hand was the impending opening of a new dumpling restaurant. They were tasked with selecting employees and skilled workers for this venture. The dumpling restaurant would offer a monthly salary that surpassed the self-service restaurant by 10 yuan. He asked who among them would like to join this new endeavor, and those eager to participate stepped forward. Bao Zili then directed Shen Xiujuan to take note of the names of these employees. Subsequently, he instructed Yali and Shun Jun to take the staff from the rice noodle shop to commence operations, while his uncle's family member, Shen Xiaojian, was assigned to continue procuring supplies. Who among you can make dumplings? Raise your hand, Bao Zili called out. He allowed the remaining employees, who had not stepped forward, to return to their respective duties, while continuing to evaluate those who had expressed interest. Now, who among you can dance? Step forward and demonstrate. Show me your moves. Wait, why must we dance to make dumplings? What kind of farce is this? Is the boss perhaps intoxicated from last night? Do not mistake my words for jest. The dumplings we craft are not made in the kitchen, but in full view of others. We prepare them for the eyes and appetites of our patrons. You must maintain composure and precision under scrutiny. Only then can you perform your duties effectively. Dear, please note the names of those who can dance, who enjoy being in the limelight, and who wear smiles. These individuals will be given special attention. Oh, earning a living is truly no easy feat. The young women murmured to themselves. Nevertheless, having passed the initial scrutiny, they resolved to dance as if it were a festive celebration. Recalling that everyone has had their moments of embarrassment. Rest assured, this is merely a test. You won't be required to dance in the future. We are a dumpling shop, not a dance academy. However, you must learn to exude warmth and friendliness, and not wear sour expressions as if someone had devoured your family's steamed buns. Upon hearing this, the group exhaled in relief. This boss may be unconventional, but he knows how to make money. Given the generous wages he offers, following his lead seems wise. Now, I want to see how well you can make dumplings. Prepare enough dough for all of us to enjoy today. This morning, we shall have chive and egg dumplings. This is the final stage of your interview, the decisive moment that will determine your eligibility for the new establishment. Everyone must give their utmost effort and sincerity, for it is not merely about a high salary. It is about the opportunity to stand out, to earn more than others, and to bring additional smiles to your families. Now, it all rests on your diligence. The sensation of wielding influence over others' earnings is exhilarating, which explains why people in later generations strive so ardently to become entrepreneurs. The group busied themselves with kneading dough and preparing dumpling filling. During this process, Bao Zili observes the girls he has selected, discerning who possesses leadership qualities and who is willing to contribute. If the dumpling shop opens and he is preoccupied, he will need to appoint a manager capable of overseeing operations. Each of you will craft your signature dumpling styles, such as the ingot shape, the standard flat dumpling, and the intricately patterned ones, limiting those to just 5. The remainder should be the simplest type. Prepare 20 dumplings in front of you while standing behind me, so I can assess your work. Bao Zili raises a dumpling as a standard for comparison. Through careful selection and comprehensive evaluation, he identifies 8 outstanding dumpling makers, the very individuals performing at the entrance of the shop. They are not only pleasant in appearance, but also maintain good personal hygiene and attire. And their dumplings are visually appealing. Additionally, he selects 6 individuals adept at rolling dumpling wrappers to foster enthusiasm and avoid dampening their spirits. He assigns them to serve dumplings and assist with chopping vegetables, culminating in a total of 20 individuals chosen for the new dumpling shop. Shen Xiujuan finds the considerable number of staff at the new dumpling shop somewhat overwhelming. She wonders how large the shop must be to recoup its costs. Have they not noticed the neighboring noodle shops and dumpling establishments? Others operate as husband and wife teams, managing with just 2 people. Yet her husband seems to orchestrate a circus with 20 staff members, enough to fill the kitchen. What is the purpose of the live performances? Coming from rural backgrounds, why does he seem to possess so much more knowledge than she does? Despite her continuous learning and efforts, she struggles to keep pace with him. At times, she questions whether he is an extraterrestrial, akin to the Qigong masters and psychics of today. Does he possess such extraordinary talents? Yet, Shen Xiujuan remains skeptical of these masters, believing them to be cunning deceivers, appealing only to those willing to be fooled. Why does it seem her husband understands a little about everything? Currently, their establishment employs 60 female staff members, which presents a challenge in terms of space. The neighboring Bao Zili shop has temporarily borrowed 6 employees to alleviate the crowding, as the sheer number of people can be overwhelming. A second-hand furniture store has sent over 4 staff members to assist with cleaning once the space is tidy. They can rest, but they should refrain from coming over, particularly during peak hours. Only in the evenings or while preparing for bed should they return. There are times when having too many people can be a blissful burden. Fortunately, all available rooms upstairs have been utilized. Thankfully, her family owns a second-hand furniture store, allowing them to provide beds at no cost. There is no choice but to have beds in close proximity. Otherwise, it would be impossible to accommodate everyone. The 3 warehouses have been maximally repurposed as staff dormitories. Queues form for the restroom, for washing faces, and for meals. Everything seems to require patience. However, Bao Zili has devised a plan. He instructs them to eat during quieter customer periods, ensuring they sit at tables like guests. This is why the self-service shop often feels bustling with activity. What are they to eat? Whatever the shop sells, cost is of no concern. This also allows Bao Zili to observe which dishes are favored, enabling him to prepare more of those in the future. However, dinner is consumed during the closing hours. With a particular stipulation, one must partake in the abundant remnants left in the bowls. In truth, while there is no obligation for everyone to adhere to this practice, the absence of alternative sustenance compels it. Nevertheless, the presence of many individuals brings its own advantages, as the self-service establishment seldom has leftovers. Shen Xiujuan gazes at the throngs of people daily, lamenting that this is not merely running a business. It is akin to nurturing the children of the village. Her husband advocates for opening a dumpling shop, arguing that sustaining 60 people in a self-service establishment is an egregious waste of human resources. Much like sowing 2 bowls of rapeseed seeds in a field meant for a mere half bowl, resulting in unmanageable overgrowth. The location chosen by Bao Zili for the shop is rather peculiar, situated in the heart of the county town, adjacent to the county government and facing the county high school, positioned at a crossroads. Previously, this building housed a lottery outlet, and subsequent ventures into retail and grocery failed to thrive. The landlord, disheartened, has seen the property sit empty for 6 months, fortunate indeed to have encountered Bao Zili, an unsuspecting investor. Otherwise, it might remain unclaimed for an indeterminate period. In truth, Bao Zili adheres to the method later adopted by Land's House pulled noodles and Shaw County snacks in selecting a storefront, prioritizing high foot traffic, ample parking spaces, and elongated shop fronts. It remains unclear what Bao Zili communicated to the landlord, but within a few days, the lease was secured. The journey from the bus station to the dumpling shop takes approximately 10 minutes on foot, and traversing the main street during the day poses no safety concerns. The dumpling shop reflects Bao Zili's established style, with freshly painted white walls and the removal of unnecessary clutter, which was discarded with the assistance of a local elder who collects refuse. Furthermore, he crafted a price list using a brush, pricing a pound of dumplings at 10 yuan for 60 pieces and half a pound at 5 yuan. At this time, stir-fried noodles are all the rage in the county, typically priced between 5 and 6 yuan, with large bowls at 6 yuan and small ones at 5. A tin table has been placed against the wall, serving as a makeshift cutting board. 8 young women don identical red tops and black trousers, custom made by Bao Zili. The delighted owner of the clothing store boasted of gifting 2 outfits. Consequently, both Bao Zili and Shun Xiujuan received matching attire. Consider, there are 60 employees across all of Bao Zili's establishments in the county, not counting their own family members. This order was unprecedented for a small-town clothing store. And the owner spent weeks boasting to peers about her fortune, claiming exhaustion and sore hands from the workload. With her enthusiastic promotion, neighbors expressed envy. Moreover, some have even sent gifts of cigarettes and matching buttons for the uniforms. Remarkably, this tactic proved effective, leading Bao Zili to place an order for 80 aprons with that individual. Yet, he designed the aprons according to contemporary styles. The girls' aprons feature exquisite pleated embellishments, while both genders sport neck-hanging designs, unique in the county, where the norm is merely waist-length aprons. Isn't this a bit extravagant? With nothing to spare, they are providing complimentary clothing and aprons. Additionally, her husband insists that if they cease operations, all uniforms must be returned. This cannot be. If employees leave the shop, their work attire should remain for the next person. What a lavish expenditure. My dear husband, does the money truly dissipate so rapidly? In the past month, how has the self-service store fared? It has reaped profits without incurring losses. A smile crept across Bao Zili's lips. This wife embodies the charm of a little woman. Following a series of firecrackers, Bao Zili instructed 8 female employees to stand atop the iron cabinet at the store's entrance, busily preparing dumplings. Notably, these 6 employees were particularly attractive, adorned in custom work attire, red shirts, black trousers, and coordinated aprons. Their hair was neatly styled and secured with matching blue ribbons, resembling bank employees, albeit with the addition of aprons. Such beauty was unexpected. A crowd gathered before the store, observing the spectacle. Bao Zili called out, "Today, the first customer dines for free, the second at half price, and the third at the regular price. I keep my promises. 1, 2, 3, come on in." The crowd busily filled dumplings with a mixture of chives and eggs, as well as pork and scallions, for these were the only 2 fillings offered by the dumpling shop. What a remarkable establishment! Witnessing the dumpling preparation and the fresh filling instilled confidence in the patrons. Previously, frozen dumplings left one questioning their origins and ingredients. Even if one were to witness the preparation, the exact ingredients remained a mystery, merely an exercise in self-deception for the sake of comfort. Upon hearing the owner's announcement, customers surged forward, eager to partake, as one individual, blessed with strength, secured the coveted first customer status for a free meal. The crowd settled in like spectators, watching the 8 girls diligently prepare and cook the dumplings, creating a unique dining experience. It was a novel sensation, feeling esteemed while dining. Napkins lay on the tables, and complimentary seaweed and egg drop soup was served. After savoring the first dumpling, the initial customer exclaimed, "Boss, your dumplings are exquisite. I would like another portion." The second serving, however, would not be complimentary. "No free meal? That's perfectly fine. One order for them, and I shall indulge in 2, they mused, undeterred. "I'll take another half kilogram of dumplings." Fishing is merely about savoring freshness, and the same applies to these dumplings. The fillings are indeed fresh, prepared by hand, as evidenced by the 2 employees diligently chopping. What does it mean to feel secure? What embodies clarity and cleanliness? Bao Zili has lived 2 lives, one in commerce, a realm he knows intimately. Speaking is akin to art. The same message conveyed differently yields distinct effects. Bringing joy to others is a commendable endeavor. This is akin to how Wang Shifeng from the Jia family delights grandmother Jia, who wouldn't want a warm-hearted companion by their side, rather than a cantankerous presence that could induce a stroke from frustration. Ensuring that customers are pleased and at ease while dining is the cornerstone of Bao Zili's business philosophy. Chapter 41. When will this dumpling shop close? Bao Zili has decreed that those making dumplings need not concern themselves with cleanliness, unless overwhelmed. The task of maintaining hygiene falls to a few individuals in the kitchen responsible for vegetable preparation. What? Different roles for different tasks? It becomes clear why those crafting dumplings were smiles of joy. Those fools, earning the same wages as us, yet they are so blissfully happy. Oh, the boss is indeed astute. One day, when I tire of vegetable picking, I too shall step forward to make dumplings. A dumpling shop astonishingly employs 20 staff members. While other establishments manage with just 2 or 3, this owner exhibits remarkable generosity. Nearby businesses are poised to witness the spectacle. questioning whether this venture is doomed to collapse before it even begins. The anticipation for its downfall is palpable. It has been far too long since there has been any amusement to observe. The burden of salaries for 20 employees could prove fatal for this enterprise. What a foolish endeavor. Such absurdity in opening a business amounts to throwing money into the abyss. Daily, whispers circulate among the neighboring shopkeepers, who watch with amusement. If curses held any power, the Shen family dumpling house would have met its demise countless times over. On the first day, Shen's dumpling shop gained popularity, using 3 bags of flour. By the second day, it commenced regular operations, consuming 2 bags of flour. On the third day, despite a decrease in patrons compared to the initial days, the foot traffic remained greater than that of surrounding shops, leading to the use of 2.5 bags of flour. Furthermore, Shen established a takeout option for both raw and cooked dumplings, with a discount of 1 yuan for raw dumplings, priced at 9 yuan per pound for 60 pieces. Many patrons found it more economical to take home raw dumplings to cook themselves, particularly since they had witnessed their preparation. Consequently, demand surged to 4 bags of flour. Thus began the phenomenon of takeout raw dumplings, which became a staple for 13 customers. In an era devoid of delivery services, Shen's dumpling shop flourished unexpectedly. Observing the diligent young woman tirelessly wrapping dumplings, the staff responsible for vegetable preparation found themselves amused. After all, their tasks merely involved serving bowls and tidying up, while those nimble workers toiled away. As a fortnight passed, the neighboring shopkeepers adjusted to the presence of this new establishment. They lamented, "Why hasn't that Shen family dumpling house closed yet?" Fortunately, they only sold dumplings and nothing else. 2 months later, the dumpling shop continued to thrive, while a nearby noodle shop succumbed to the pressures of business. Was there some malevolent force at work against them? Was it fate that had conspired against their success? The owner of the noodle shop, now without customers, reluctantly shut his doors, lamenting that he engaged in business to earn profits, not incur losses. Through connections, someone approached Bao Zili to inquire whether he wished to expand his shop. The adjacent establishment was available, and the transfer fee was negotiable. Expansion was of little consequence to him. His current space sufficed. Bao Zili began to decline the offer, unwilling to appear vulnerable. He had heard enough gossip. It was time to strike back. The noodle shop owner maintained his smiling facade, saying, "Young brother, that shop has a low rent. Please consider it. If this doesn't work out, I'll have a hard time explaining it back home. Rent it out, as others have suggested, and let us help each other. In business, even when displeased, one does not display it openly. After all, people aren't like matches that ignite at the slightest touch." Reluctantly, Bao Zili agreed and had the premises cleaned. He arranged 3 beds in the neighboring restaurant, informing his staff that during the quiet noon hours, they would each receive 2 hours of rest, rotating shifts while ensuring every role was covered. What? He acquired a restaurant merely for an employee break room? This seemed utterly absurd. It appeared as though he was merely flaunting his wealth. If I had such a child, I would have long since given them a resounding slap. 3 months later, the owner of the restaurant to the right of Bao Zili could no longer endure it. The owner of the noodle shop on the left was tormented daily and has now decided to transfer the business. "Forget it, I'll approach Bao Zili directly. Brother, your business is thriving, leaving no room for others. Here's the deal. I'll transfer my shop, which still has 6 months on the lease, to you. I'm not worried about you earning a bit more. I just want to minimize my losses. You take over. I'll look for another place. And I want to throw any obstacles in your way or keep an eye on your profits to avoid feeling envious. Rest assured, I only sell dumplings, nothing else. If customers want noodles, I'll direct them to your place. You can be at ease. Never mind. I tend to be narrow-minded, unable to bear seeing others prosper, especially when my neighbor is raking in profits daily, which is quite infuriating. It seems the feng shui here is no longer conducive to my prosperity. Very well. With a brother as generous as you, I shall take over the shop. If one day you wish to return, I will gladly transfer the shop back to you. I've found a place next to the bus station. I hear that restaurant is yours, the one with the self-service. I plan to open a noodle shop nearby, hoping to benefit from your establishment's reputation. All right, when the time comes, we'll meet and chat." Bao Zili took over the shop as well, instructing the staff to tidy it up and set up a bed. A curtain was drawn to create a private lounge for the boss. The area behind the curtain was designated as a storage space for flour, with hundreds of bags stacked neatly. The flour supply for the self-service restaurant was transported by a tricycle from the local flour factory, which Bao merely arranged. Now, there is a dedicated delivery truck that brings goods daily to Bao Zili, transporting everything from vegetables to flour, resembling a direct line of supply. Both the delivery personnel and Bao Zili were pleased, as he no longer needed to spare someone to handle these errands. Of course, he was not the only one receiving flour. The fertilizer delivery truck also brought flour as well. In essence, Bao Zili has ceased selling raw agricultural products, focusing instead on processed goods, which, of course, is profitable. Who has ever seen flour more expensive than bread? It feels like a development chain has formed. You profit, I profit, and we all thrive harmoniously. The dumpling business has stabilized, and the demand for buns continues. We primarily focus on breakfast. Is this boss losing their mind? Bao Zili wrote on the wall, steamed dumplings, our shop's specialty, breakfast steamed dumplings starting from 10 pieces. Delicious and reasonably priced, 10 for 2 yuan. What? Isn't at 30 pieces, or half a kilogram, for 5 yuan? Indeed, now it's 10 for 2 yuan, a special breakfast promotion. If you find that pricey, you can still order 30 for 5 yuan. What kind of boss is this? Less clever than a monkey. Our boss claims this is tailored for breakfast. Convenient for the working customers. What? Dumplings are steamed, available anytime. And the peculiar-looking boss has also introduced a small basket containing 10 pieces, rivaling the snacks of Sha County. Lo and behold, this Shin family dumpling shop is thriving once again. Bao Zili beams with delight as 8 dumpling makers bustle about daily, taking a moment to rest. Bao Zili stands apart from others. Observing these children laboring for 2 to 3 hours, he allows them a moment of respite. After all, excessive burdens that remain unsold yield nothing but futile efforts. Not only has he garnered the goodwill of his employees, but he also ensures the customers can dine with peace of mind. Their wages exceed those of the self-service establishments by 10 yuan a month, instilling a sense of value in their work. Furthermore, Bao Zili announced that this month's business has flourished, thus each employee shall receive a bonus of 10 yuan. What? A bonus as well? Indeed, our boss treats us well. Henceforth, we shall commit ourselves to our beloved establishment. However, it is crucial to distinguish between bonuses and salaries. Bonuses are a rarity, while salaries, once increased, remain constant regardless of performance. In this day and age, who does not desire a salary surpassing that of others? It is a form of recognition. A mere 50 cents can bring joy to the elderly at home, and one can hardly imagine the delight of 4 fried dough twists for a mere yuan. Suddenly, an additional 20 yuan feels exhilarating. This establishment is indeed exceptional. The spirit of the staff is markedly different, making patrons feel as though they are at home. Despite the owner being present, one can still take a moment to rest. There is even a lunch break. This is hardly work. It feels more akin to attending school, with just 45 minutes left until class is dismissed. Glancing back at his employees, one can sense their thoughts of seeking employment elsewhere. Working hard, yet what is there to observe? If one possesses skill, they ought to seek employment at the dumpling shop. They wouldn't accept someone so disheveled, always covered in grime. Do they live with the kitchen god? They can't even be bothered to wash their clothes. When asked to purchase work uniforms, which cost a mere 30 yuan for an entire outfit, they deem it expensive, claiming it to be a month's salary. Is 30 yuan for 2 outfits truly exorbitant? Should I be expected to subsidize them? Absurd. The boss's wife scolded the 2 waitresses in the shop. How is it that the young ladies in other establishments appear so enchanting? What do we have here? Were it not for their low wages and obedient demeanor, they would have been dismissed long ago. Upon inquiring, it was revealed that the landlord's foolish son pays these girls 60 yuan a month, increasing to 100 after 3 months, along with a position allowance of 10 yuan. This shabby eatery is hardly a secure job, yet they flaunt such pretentiousness. Looking back at his own 2 waitresses earning a mere 30 yuan, they still earn less than 1 from the dumpling shop. Contemplating this, meals taste better and water feels sweeter. He went to buy 5 yuan worth of steamed buns, to be enjoyed with vinegar and spicy oil for breakfast. The plump boss's wife instructed, "These 2 gluttons can certainly eat us into poverty." Each one could devour 5 buns. It is said that the landlord's foolish son treats his employees to dumplings daily. What nonsense! Is he truly that generous? Are you a fool? He then took another 5 yuan to buy noodles, so they could all have noodles for lunch. Clearly, he is a simpleton, unaware of the benefits of saving a trip. My benevolence allows me to accommodate you. Had it been anyone else, you 2 fools would have been cast aside long ago. The boss's wife, absent-mindedly picking her nose, remained oblivious to a customer who had switched to another establishment for a meal. The employee, who had been called a fool, internally cursed the rotund woman, realizing that escaping in the afternoon was an impossibility. The surrounding neighbors were taken aback. How mischievous this little boss is. Initially, they hoped for a decline in his business so that everyone could earn a living. Unexpectedly, he ventured into the realm of steamed dumplings. Although it did not jeopardize our livelihoods, one must ponder how to navigate this business landscape moving forward. Nevertheless, some have chosen to adapt, forming a partnership with Bao Zili. Should anyone desire fried noodles, they may simply call upon my establishment. Gradually, it dawned upon us that rather than viewing him as an adversary, it would be more prudent to cultivate a friendship. After all, we all step out into the world to earn a living, not to engage in a relentless battle for survival. If you lack certain ingredients, do not hesitate to call upon me for rice or fried noodles. And when customers arrive at my dumpling shop, I shall beckon you to deliver. This method proves advantageous. On the front lines, Bao Zili and his neighboring businesses formed a sales alliance, collectively profiting. Observing the cheerful demeanor of the surrounding proprietors, Bao Zili mused that matters must be approached step by step, and words must be articulated one at a time. First, actions must be taken, followed by discourse. Otherwise, if words are spoken prematurely, secrets may be divulged, leading only to fleeting victories in verbal sparring. The lounge he inhabited now found its purpose. He pondered whether, upon the public's realization of his shop's operations, they would continue to express such joy. Chapter 42. Returning home with employees to tend to the apple orchard, Bao Zili awoke, surveying the vicinity near the bus station, and noted that all positions had commenced normal operations. The self-service store and second-hand furniture shop were under the watchful eye of Jiang Suanniu, while the grocery store was managed by Bao Zili. The rice noodle shop was overseen by Shun Jun and the manager, Yali. The dumpling shop was entrusted to a manager of his own choosing. Finally, he could indulge in a leisurely slumber. In his previous life, as Jiang Suanniu, he was governed daily by that wretched alarm clock. Mornings dictated work hours, while evenings offered no respite, compelling him to toil relentlessly, exhausting his body for a mere pittance of overtime pay. Reflecting on this, he found great appreciation for his current lifestyle. The sensation of controlling one's own destiny is truly liberating. The first task upon rising was to brush his teeth. Surprisingly, even the employees had come to accept this practice. However, did you know that Bao insisted on brushing his teeth after meals as well? He believed one should not allow remnants of food to linger in the crevices of their teeth. Fine, one might say he was being particular. Yet, after several trials, it indeed proved beneficial. At the very least, their teeth appeared cleaner and their breath fresher. After a brief stroll, he selected a bowl of chive pockets and corn porridge. He relished these warm chive pockets, particularly the soft variety, which, when dipped in a bit of sauce, was simply delectable. Once he finished, an employee passing by kindly collected the bowls and chopsticks. Life had become rather indulgent, even to the point where someone assisted with the dishes. Perhaps he ought to refrain from being too ostentatious. Waving his hand to halt the bustling employees, he addressed those in the self-service restaurant. Tomorrow, half of you may take a day off, especially those from my village. Return to help me tend to the apple orchard. This day will be compensated at 5 yuan per person. We shall have breakfast at the shop, from morning until 3 in the afternoon. Each of you will receive 5 yuan. As for today, during the lunch break, you may go home to purchase any necessities. Should funds prove insufficient, feel free to request in advance on your wages. Moreover, gifts for family can be prepared as well. Tomorrow, everyone should take a break. One cannot be perpetually engrossed in earning money. What? A holiday? Is it true? It has been ages since we last rested. Those who have been making money have become somewhat numb to it. Upon hearing the news of a holiday, those yearning for respite instantly felt their spirits lift. It is only the prospect of anticipated events that brings joy and excitement to people. A female employee approached and inquired, "Boss, I am not from your village. May I take a day off tomorrow? I wish to help weed in your apple orchard and perhaps visit a few friends." "Very well," I replied. "You may register with your sister-in-law, Shun Xiujuan, to schedule your shifts. We cannot afford to halt operations at the shop. We only require 15 to 20 individuals. Participation is voluntary. Those who prefer not to attend are under no obligation." Upon hearing of the holiday, Shun Xiujuan was taken aback. Just last night, she had mentioned to her husband that the apple orchard was overrun with weeds. She never expected a solution would arise so swiftly, truly a stroke of brilliance. Initially, she had considered hiring someone from the village to tend to the weeds, but that would be slow and would require providing meals. The villagers, feeling that they could not earn substantial money, often disdain smaller jobs, believing it beneath their dignity to work for others. The people of Shaanxi, even in such times, still cling to their pride. Shun Xiujuan added, everyone is volunteering. We are not coercing anyone, but I must advise against too many participants, lest we run out of food at home. I wouldn't want to frighten myself. Do not take what your sister-in-law says too seriously. In the morning, we will have breakfast at the shop, and in the afternoon, everyone can lend a hand in preparing the meal. We shall return by vehicle in the morning, and after a hearty lunch, between 4 and 6 in the afternoon, I will grant you a break. For those residing in the same village, feel free to meander about your homes. At 7, I will arrange transportation to bring everyone back. Those who share a close bond may visit their colleagues' homes, but do refrain from engaging in any actions that may cause displeasure. In rural areas, resources are generally scarce, and it is paramount that everyone maintains a cordial demeanor. Do not treat others' homes carelessly, as it may hurt their feelings. Even if they do not express it openly, they may speak ill of you behind your back. Unexpectedly, Bao Zili's initiative led to several female employees from his store marrying men from their own village. They realized that although the terrain was not ideal, the presence of fruit trees fostered an atmosphere conducive to prosperity. The apple trees they planted are destined to become wealth-generating assets over the next 50 years, forming a thriving enterprise, with visitors from afar coming to purchase apples each year. Jiao, I wish to visit your home, a colleague expressed to her friend. Great. I share that sentiment, came the reply. Typically, there are 2 days off each month, but everyone is reluctant to take leave, eager to work and earn overtime pay. The prospect of engaging in enjoyable work while earning money is certainly more appealing, akin to a group activity. Wait a moment. Let us select 10 individuals to accompany me to the wholesale market. Regardless of gender, we primarily need those with strength, capable of carrying items. You may also take the opportunity to purchase something for yourselves. Sounds good. This is a wonderful opportunity. Everyone turned their hopeful gazes towards Shun Xiujuan. However, the boss stipulated that only the strong and capable would be chosen. In truth, the self-service store is merely 1,000 meters from the wholesale market, and anyone can manage to carry items back, provided they do not exceed 100 pounds. As Bao Zili exited the market, he carried with him 30 white plastic baskets, accompanied by several bags of snacks, notebooks for elementary students, salt, alkali, matches, lighters, and cloth handkerchiefs. His presence evoked a wave of envy among the marketgoers, who mused about the advantages of befriending such a prosperous individual. Some approached to share a cigarette, while those more familiar with him tossed over a bag of snacks. Knowing he did not smoke, it was wise to cater to his preferences to secure business opportunities. Early the next morning, Bao Zili coordinated with 3 minivans from the town, which parked at the entrance of the self-service store to collect passengers. The drivers expressed their relief at encountering a lucrative venture, finally liberated from the tedious wait on the street for passengers, which often yielded insufficient occupancy. At this time, private vehicles dominated the transport scene, as the infrequent bus schedules rendered them nearly indistinguishable from personal cars. Upon arriving home, Bao Zili rallied the villagers to fetch hose from his house. The store's employees also gathered tools there, and together they set off for the apple orchard. The trees bore Huang Yuanshui apples, and everyone was encouraged to partake, with a strict admonition against waste. Each individual was allowed to pick a few apples as they pleased. The goal was to complete the tilling of this 4-acre plot, with an additional 2 acres in the old cave dwelling awaiting attention. The orchard was interspersed with corn, featuring 3 rows of plastic film that shielded the corn, thus minimizing the need for weeding, aside from the rows beneath the fruit trees. As the group moved like a human tiller, 2 individuals worked in tandem, and with 20 people, they swiftly advanced through the tasks. Naturally, the 4 acres did not contain 20 rows of trees. Rather, several groups collaborated to tend to a single row. Bao Zili himself wielded a hoe, demonstrating his adeptness and experience in farming. The staff marveled at his tireless work ethic, questioning why such a wealthy individual exerted himself so vigorously. Initially, they had assumed he was merely affluent, but it became evident that he was equally capable of performing the tasks they undertook. Once the area was cleared of weeds, Bao Zili instructed everyone to pick apples before moving on to the next plot. This shrewd businessman stipulated that each plastic bag could only hold 20 apples, and the picking was to be done selectively, alternating between apples. At that moment, the apples were a rare commodity, and as they filled their bags, the workers felt they had struck gold. Those 20 apples weighed at least 7 pounds, with a market price of 15 yuan per pound, yielding a profit of nearly 10 yuan. Their satisfaction was palpable. At the end of the day, Bao Zili distributed 5 yuan to each person as a daily labor fee and invited them back to his house for a drink before tackling the remaining 2 acres of apple trees. With the promise of apples and the small monetary incentive, morale soared, and the group successfully completed the 2 acres with remarkable efficiency. It was a trivial task, especially considering they were laboring for a boss who was equally committed, visibly working alongside them with his hoe in hand. After their meal, everyone returned home, each to their respective families. Those whose homes were distant found refuge at Bao Zili's residence, resting before their journey back. The crowd jovially remarked to Bao Zili's mother, "Shen Guilan, you still let your son see his child while your apple orchard is overgrown with weeds. Truly, your son is quite the entrepreneur, bringing his employees home to tend to the fields. How fortunate it is to possess wealth, while others toil for meager wages. Your son generously offers 5 yuan for but a few hours of work. This surely renders it difficult for anyone to hire help in the future." Amidst the laughter, there lay an undercurrent of reproach. Yet, such comments were unnecessary. In a village where everyone is familiar with each other's backgrounds, particularly among the few who own apple trees, most families tend to their own modest plots without ever hiring assistants. This jealousy and resentment were evident, and remarks about inflated wages were merely jest, a light-hearted banter meant to amuse. The young women who ventured out to work were astute, never wishing to impose on others. 2 girls indeed shared a close bond and visited a household in Bao Zili. 6 others lingered at Bao Zili's home, and after quenching their thirst, they offered to help clean and tidy up. However, upon hearing their offer, Bao Zili's mother felt these girls were quite capable and instructed them to stop after completing their tasks. There was no need for them to overexert themselves. She merely required their assistance in preparing dinner later that afternoon. At that moment, Shen Guilan truly began to appreciate the benefits of her son being a boss, experiencing a profound sense of satisfaction, a feeling of superiority. One girl inquired of Bao Zili's mother, "Annie, how did you manage to give birth to such an exceptional son? His capabilities are remarkable, especially in a county where few restaurants boast as many as 60 servers. Was there anything unusual at his birth? Perhaps something akin to the scenes depicted in dramas, with cranes soaring around the house, or a radiant glow illuminating the sky?" Shen Guilan pondered briefly and replied, "Not at all. I have never even seen a crane. However, his transformation began after his father passed away. Following an incident where he coughed up blood and fainted, he awakened with a newfound maturity. He started by selling home decor, then shifted to trading sheep, selling rabbits, and eventually opened a small shop selling fertilizers, culminating in his current venture, a restaurant in the county. Is it truly so miraculous that a mere cough of blood could lead to such a transformation? What was he like before?" Someone asked. Before. Our Bao Zili would wander off, idling about and engaging in mischief, even teasing newlywed wives in the village," she reminisced. As Bao Zili coughed, signaling to his mother, Shen Guilan suddenly realized her son had matured into an adult and had married. Now, with a grandchild in her arms, she felt a sense of propriety and recognized that some matters were best left unspoken. Intrigued, she inquired of Bao Zili, "Son, after you coughed up that blood, what caused such a dramatic change in you? It's as if you were reborn. You even gave up smoking." Bao Zili responded, "With no one to earn for the family, and without a guiding hand, how could I not pull myself together? One must devise their own means to earn a living. Do not mistake my words as mere self-praise." Bao Zili absent-mindedly ruffled his hair, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Yet, deep down, he felt a twinge of anxiety, fearing that his mother, Shen Guilan, might discover he was not her biological child. Many matters eluded clear explanation. After all, he had merely awakened in this era. This was not the original mother-son relationship. A mere gasp of blood and a fainting spell had transformed him into a different person. If clarity was unattainable, so be it. He chose not to dwell on it, opting instead for a peaceful existence. He wished for the original family to live in happiness and health, fostering familial harmony and steering clear of societal resentment and revenge. "Aunt, how did you choose such a remarkable daughter-in-law for your son?" Observing them, one could see they were akin to the cowherd and the weaver girl, their collaboration seamless. In business, they were both astute, one managing the storefront while the other handled accounts, overseeing logistics. "In our establishment, the owner set the overall direction. While the proprietress meticulously balanced the daily accounts, monitored employee attendance, and tackled all those tedious tasks, yet she never complained of fatigue. In truth, this was initially a casual remark. As you all know, Bao Zili claimed that his wife was from his uncle's family. This uncle bore no blood relation to us, which facilitated the union. However, what you might not realize is that this daughter-in-law was chosen by him, a decision made solely by him. What? Chosen and decided by himself? How did that come about? He had his wife solve some post-class problems from his younger sister's 3rd or 4th grade math textbook and, upon discovering she answered correctly, declared the matter settled. It makes sense now. Such a unique approach. No wonder it resembles the contemporary dumpling shop's methods, where girls who can dance are first selected, followed by those adept at dumpling making, through layers of selection. The newcomers in the shop are all exceptionally talented, aesthetically pleasing, articulate, and unflinching before patrons, coveted by neighboring establishments seeking to lure them away with high salaries. Enough of this. Your brother Bao is indeed full of clever ideas. But let us not linger on that. What shall we have for dinner? If it's not available in the shop, we shall prepare it at home. We have jiaozi, mantu, noodles. Perhaps we could enjoy some liangpi in the afternoon? Very well, let us get to work. First, we must wash the flour. As we prepare, we will continuously rinse the flour, extracting the gluten with the washing water. I will head to the fields to gather a few gourds and eggplants, and stir-fry some chives. We'll slaughter a chicken from the yard for soup. Your brother Bao adores chicken broth. Additionally, we shall stir-fry some greens, an egg, and some chili peppers, making a sumptuous feast. You all have toiled throughout the day, and these girls should not be burdened with such labor. Others from our village return home to their families. What brings you all this far? We simply wish to see the owner's household. We've heard tales of your well-constructed home, flourishing fruit trees, and the livestock you raise. We seek to glean wisdom for prosperity, knowledge we might apply in our own futures. Such a thoughtful young lady. With this mindset, your future will surely be bright. All right, if you like it, you can marry into our village. We have several households that have planted apple trees. With your astuteness, life will surely flourish. Very well, if marriage is on the table, let us hope your aunt selects a partner for you, one as capable of generating wealth as Bao Ge. However, your expectations may be rather lofty. To be honest, I doubt I could find someone who meets that standard. Not to boast, but few in the entire township can match my son's earning potential, and our village is even less likely to produce such a candidate. Both Bao Zili's mother and mother-in-law wore smiles. After all, it was this young lad who had been industrious these past few years. Not only his own family, but also his in-laws and several uncles have benefited, living far better than the average villager. Setting aside other considerations, just in terms of income, farmers engage in seasonal planting and harvesting, sowing corn in early spring, harvesting wheat in summer, and then planting beans. At most, they can cultivate 3 crops in 2 years. The profits from crop sales are quite limited. Nowadays, one can just about afford to marry, but thereafter, they must raise pigs, cattle, and sheep to make ends meet. Interactions with the dusty earth at home pale in comparison to the simplicity of running a business or working for others in the county, where income can be more consistent. This disparity in wealth accumulation is why, over time and with age, differences become pronounced. Farmers manage to save a portion, while workers accumulate slightly more than farmers. State employees save even more, and entrepreneurs amass the greatest fortune. This is due to others having a bit more at the same point in time. As time progresses, the initial capital accumulated by others grows exponentially, much like a rolling snowball. Those who started with a larger snowball gain even more. It is akin to walking while others ride bicycles, drive cars, or even operate trains and airplanes. How can one hope to compete? One can only strive to enhance the family's income and each individual's capacity to earn daily and annually, thus accumulating greater wealth to live the life one desires. This process demands the efforts and sacrifices of a generation, or even several generations of a family. Chapter 43. Boss, what is your secret to making money? 6 female employees prepared meals and chatted at Bao Zili's home, resembling a family gathering. It had been a long time since the house felt this lively. Bao Zili was not naturally inclined towards such bustle. However, after experiencing a life of labor away from home, where family members were often apart, he had come to appreciate the warmth of such an atmosphere. Only through personal experience and loss does one come to understand the value of ordinary life. Bao Zili sat at the kitchen door, sipping beer under the sun, savoring the hard-earned comfort and beauty of the moment. One of the female employees asked him, "Boss, I heard that your entrepreneurial journey was fraught with challenges. Your family was deeply in debt, nearly 6,000 yuan. At that time, 6,000 yuan felt like a mountain, suffocating any hope of survival. My family has about 300 yuan of debt, and we worry every year during the holidays. I would like to know how you managed to turn your fortunes around. This girl from the shop clearly belonged to the astute and intelligent category. Her visit to Bao Zili's home was evidently well prepared. She sought to observe how those around her attained success, as she too aspired to carve out her own career. Few individuals possess a strong sense of ambition, and even fewer are young women with such aspirations. Bao Zili reflects on this and wonders which fortunate young man will win the heart of this admirable girl. He muses that it would be splendid if he had a younger brother, as he would surely endeavor to bring them together. Do you wish to hear the truth or a fabrication? Bao Zili inquires playfully. The young women, not lacking in wit, respond, of course, the truth. What merit is there in falsehood? Sometimes, the truth may be unpalatable, while at other times, a lie may seem more pleasing. However, there are moments when the distinction between truth and falsehood is negligible. Why is Brother Bao speaking so ambiguously today? At that moment, he calculated that his family's debts amounted to 600 yuan, which included money owed by his father and the debts he had inherited. The family's resources were dwindling, with barely enough grain to sustain them, prompting him to consider the necessity of dealing with the sycamore tree in front of their home. Fortunately, this tree had been planted by his grandfather, and he was relieved that his father had not sold it off. It was not until later that he contemplated selling the tree, as it was only after the apple trees that he decided to part with the copper trees in the field. Sometimes, when burdened by debt, one should not rush. Instead, it is prudent to assess what assets remain that can be liquidated, essentially identifying items of value that can be sold. Bao Zili reminisces about his family's circumstances. Indeed, many individuals possess little in the way of liquid assets. When a household reaches such a dire state, it is often the case that all disposable items have been exhausted. The people in his village are similarly situated. The only remaining resource is their labor, which they offer in the form of making adobe bricks. Crafting these bricks is labor-intensive, with each brick yielding only 3 cents, and substantial effort is required to earn a decent wage. These bricks are the most rudimentary form of self-made clay bricks from the local soil. Bao Zili continues to reflect. In truth, if you are merely selling your labor, as they say, you might as well work at a brick factory. Although accidents are frequent there, it is indeed a viable source of income. The nearby coal mines also present opportunities. While working underground poses risks, if one exercises caution, the odds of returning safely are favorable. He contemplates offering practical advice. What can you all do at home? He inquires. Is everyone raising pigs? Typically, families keep 1 pig, often acquired when there is a surplus of grain post-harvest, allowing them to slaughter it for meat or sell it for cash before the Lunar New Year. In contrast, his family had purchased 2 pigs and eventually managed to raise 4. The 4 pigs created a synergy among them, 2 larger and 2 smaller. They would sell the larger ones to buy smaller ones, and then acquire even younger pigs. He had initially aspired to raise 6 pigs, ensuring a rotation of sizes. But as time passed and responsibilities increased, coupled with leveling the terraced fields, he found himself lacking time. While leveling the fields, he realized that making the land uniform would not yield immediate benefits. Subsequently, he acquired a bicycle by chance, which allowed him to wholesale goods in the county and sell them in various villages. At that time, there were few small merchants, and he managed to earn a tidy sum. With the money I earned, I began to wholesale more goods, and my family joined me in setting up a stall at the market. Subsequently, I purchased a 3-wheeled agricultural vehicle for transportation. At this juncture, my inventory had grown significantly, making it impractical to spend excessive time in the small village. I ventured to every town that hosted a market, seizing every opportunity to earn my first bucket of gold. My philosophy at that time was to frequent bustling consumer hubs, as this would expedite our profit margins. In essence, it was crucial to be present in areas with high foot traffic, which explains why many prefer to establish shops near bus and train stations. Later, I observed that cultivating staple crops yielded only about 200 to 300 pounds per acre, primarily due to insufficient organic fertilizer and a lack of manure from livestock, coupled with the considerable labor involved. Recognizing this, I decided to wholesale chemical fertilizers, which became a consistent economic support for my endeavors, as this sector proved profitable. In the rural context, we thrive on our natural surroundings. Understanding the needs of farmers enables us to better assist them, thereby enhancing their productivity and income. This approach represents not only a path to prosperity, but also a means of service to our community. The girl nodded, saying, "Ah, Brother Bao. No wonder you can make money. Your thinking is so dynamic." She then inquired about my venture into watermelon trading, questioning why it wasn't my primary business. I explained that watermelons were commonly grown in every village, making them a non-scarce commodity. Furthermore, during the trade, many were often offered low-quality grains that were rejected by grain stations, leading me to conclude that the profit margins were limited, especially compared to what could be earned from a restaurant. After a minor accident that required hospitalization, I fortuitously came across a large restaurant for lease adjacent to the bus station. I seized the opportunity to take over, believing the space would thrive due to the high foot traffic, making it ideal for a dining establishment, particularly one that catered to a more modest clientele. Upon hearing this, the girl's eyes sparkled with admiration. "Brother Bao, how did you come up with the idea for the second-hand furniture market?" they asked. I recounted that my initial desire for a bed led me to realize that new ones were prohibitively expensive, while used ones were difficult to find. While exploring the streets, I discovered that many restaurants and hotels were discarding furniture during renovations, which I promptly acquired. I categorized the lower quality items for sale in rural areas, reserving the better quality pieces for my shop or local sales. In my view, what others deemed waste was merely misplaced treasure. By relocating these items from one region to another, we could yield profits. Generally, the grains and vegetables produced in rural areas are in demand by city dwellers, while the discarded furniture from urbanites is sought after by rural residents looking for bargains. The gap between these two demographics simply lay in the lack of connection and transportation for the trade. As for the buffet restaurant, I calculated the costs involved for one diner. A person with a hearty appetite typically consumes 2 to 3 bowls of rice, amounting to a cost of around 6 yuan. I initially priced my buffet at 5 yuan, later realizing that it would cater well to those with smaller appetites as well. As it turned out, the venture was indeed profitable. To earn the money of those with modest appetites, one must first instill in them the belief that they are acquiring a bargain. For instance, with just 5 yuan, they could indulge in delightful delicacies and a variety of dishes. In those days, a bowl of oil-splashed noodles cost merely 15 yuan. In business, it is essential to make customers feel they are gaining value, prompting them to enter your establishment almost instinctively, thereby ensuring your success. After a moment of contemplation, the girl inquired, "Brother Bao, how can you ensure success at each step?" It is said that 3 parts are determined by fate, while 7 parts depend on hard work. Many ventures can only reveal their potential for success once we take that initial step. Endless contemplation alone will not lead to wealth. Mere imagination without effort amounts to nothing more than dreaming. Life should not be lived as if in a dream. If your existence mirrors that of a dream, you risk becoming someone who merely sleeps, eats, and dreams each day. Over time, such a lifestyle may lead one to irrational thoughts and madness, believing that the world cannot accommodate their ideals and feeling overly constrained by its limitations. When you reflect on those individuals, consider what drives their madness and despair. They live under the same sky, within the same environment. Why can others succeed while they cannot? It is often because they dwell excessively on their difficulties and underestimate their chances of success, leading them astray. But can those of us without capital still embark on entrepreneurial ventures? Or can those lacking in various resources still pursue entrepreneurship? What does it mean to lack funds? What constitutes immaturity in terms of conditions? In our village, there is a woman who forages for medicinal herbs on the mountains and sells them in town. With her earnings, she has purchased chicks to raise at home and even sells rabbits at the market. She walks 15 miles to do this, without a bicycle. Yet she manages to live a vibrant life. This exemplifies the entrepreneurial mindset of a smallholder. If one desires to grow larger, deeper contemplation is necessary. I have a relative who lives only 2 kilometers from town, and she prepares fried pastries for sale, successfully sending her 2 children to high school. What do you think her costs are? Sometimes, it is not that we lack the conditions for entrepreneurship or that we are held back by non-existent external constraints. For instance, there may be some petty thugs in the village demanding protection money. While some indeed exist, overcoming such challenges through communication is often achievable. After all, few are willing to exert themselves in society. Many are motivated by money and self-interest. Everyone is not naive. They venture out to earn a living and are unlikely to resort to violence at a moment's notice. They do not behave like the characters portrayed in films. wielding weapons against one another. Your words have illuminated our understanding. Brother Bao, why do you sell your apples and corn in the store instead of selling them outside? Oh, since you mentioned that, I shall enlist some help. Once my sister Baomilai returns with the vehicle, we will head to the orchard to pick apples. Each of us will gather a few baskets. We will bring these baskets back to the store and sell them at the entrance. We might select some that are not visually perfect to offer for free at the self-service buffet. Sometimes, due to our personal costs or transportation conditions, the retail price, essentially the farm gate price, can be 34% lower than the market price, which can feel quite disadvantageous. Often, this is because we have not engaged in transportation or established sales points. Thus, I have taken to selling corn and apples at the marketplace, reaping considerable profits. Why do we not engage in self-production and sales? Why not utilize our own agricultural produce to generate greater income? This philosophy embodies the notion that a gentleman earns wealth through proper means. Remember, often the sale of raw ingredients yields less than that of finished products, and the sale of finished goods pales in comparison to direct retailing. Do not allow others to wholesale on your behalf. While wholesale may be expedient, the profits are meager. Well, diligence is also a pathway to wealth. Success is not merely a product of preparation. It hinges on the courage to venture forth. Even in the absence of favorable conditions, one must create opportunities for oneself. For instance, if your home is far from town, consider renting a place nearby. The sparsity of people in the town is inconsequential. One can conduct business in the county seat instead of remaining tethered to a single location. Business thrives in vibrant environments. Enough of this lengthy discourse. It feels akin to a pyramid scheme. What is a pyramid scheme, you ask? It is an illegal endeavor aimed at financial deception. Many perceive circumstances merely at face value, failing to grasp the deeper meanings embedded within. Much like a tale of prosperity, often one cannot comprehend its essence fully. Entrepreneurship follows a similar principle. There is no necessity to seek clarity from others. Sometimes, the environment and experiences cannot be replicated. In reality, no two situations are entirely alike. Even when identical individuals undertake similar tasks, differing times and opportunities yield varying results. I sense I have expounded too much, perhaps leading to confusion. It is best to explore on your own, whether in grand enterprises or modest ventures. As long as you profit, it suffices. Bao Zili stretched, and, unbeknownst to him, these young women, distracted by his stories, had neglected their culinary duties. Are we not to have a meal? No matter, for we can return to the county seat's shop tonight, without haste. The 6 girls, observing that their boss had ceased his storytelling, finally rose to enter the kitchen. It was their inaugural chance to showcase their culinary skills at the boss's home, and they were determined not to falter. Thankfully, the cold noodles they were preparing were a staple dish that every woman in Shaanxi could master. Thus, they avoided the embarrassment of seeking assistance. They could not allow the villagers to gossip about their boss hiring a troupe of inept girls. Indeed, they also needed to prepare various dishes, stir-fried and cold dishes, as well as the chicken soup that their boss favored. The chicken still awaited slaughter. Time was of the essence. Come, who knows how to kill a chicken? Boil water. Catch the chicken, let us all get busy. Bao Zili remained oblivious to the seeds of entrepreneurship he had sown in the hearts of these young women, unaware of when they might sprout. Perhaps they would never germinate, or perhaps, like the elm seeds scattered by the wind, they would grow in unexpected ways. At the very least, he hoped to liberate them from the fate of toiling endlessly around the stove in the yellow earth. Every little assistance counts. Ultimately, success depends on one's fortune. Chapter 44. Do not sell the Coca-Cola bottles recently. Bao Zili has taken a liking to providing benefits to the adults and children in the village. For instance, he has been distributing fabric bags he used for carrying flour, as well as the empty Coca-Cola and Sprite bottles from his shop. Bao Zili, with a gentle admonition, urged his employees not to dispose of the empty cola bottles, as they might prove useful, and each time he collected them, he would transport these empty bags and bottles back to the village in his vehicle. This time, Shenjun accompanied him. It was deemed inconvenient for girls to return to the village, fearing the whispers of others. However, the presence of boys alleviated such concerns. Upon returning home, they picked apples, and with Shenjun as a shield, he invited 2 female employees to join in the apple picking and corn husking, along with harvesting vegetables from their own fields. These tasks, albeit laborious, were not Bao Zili's forte, as he was not well versed in physical labor. To spare himself from exertion and merely observe, he enticed the children by promising them wages, suggesting they accompany him home for a leisurely outing. Bao Zili's corn was cultivated using plastic film, allowing it to mature swiftly. Once harvested, it was packed into bags and transported to the county seat by tricycle, where it could remain fresh in its husk for a week, making it quite economical for sale. The apples were meticulously arranged in baskets, with the larger ones displayed at the storefront for sale, attracting eager customers, while the smaller, blemished apples were reserved for consumption within the shop. At this time, apples were a scarce delicacy. Even those with diminished appetites would find themselves drawn to them. This foolish owner permitted patrons to indulge in such fine apples. Some could devour as many as 5 in one sitting, though they could not take them away. Purchases were made at the entrance, where patrons soon found themselves satiated. The Huangyuanshui apples, with their tangy flavor, could leave one's teeth sensitive after an indulgent feast. It was then that customers realized the owner was not as foolish as he seemed. His strategy of allowing free consumption stemmed from the fact that these apples were not as precious as they appeared. In reality, they were grown on his own land, with little value, akin to the wheat and corn flourishing in the fields. At this juncture, the Huangyuanshui apples had ripened to a golden hue, adorned with tiny white speckles, resembling the allure of bananas. The corn was tender, just sprouting kernels, both beloved by the patrons, naturally drawing in crowds. It seemed as though the treasures were being offered at no cost, as customers flocked to the store. Some inquired, puzzled, about the quality of the food. Mediocre, came the reply. Yet you still go? We go for the corn and apples, of course. There are apples too? Then I must go. I've only seen them in my life, but have never tasted them. I want to sneak a few home for my family. Upon entering, they discovered they could eat freely but could not take anything away. All right, can I at least buy some? They wondered, noticing the baskets at the entrance were empty. Boss, replenish the stock. There's nothing left to choose from. The scene shifts back to Bao Zili's journey home. Shen Jun observed him, perceiving him as a benevolent merchant, calling out at the village entrance, "Who wants flour bags?" These fabric bags could be repurposed at home for shoe soles, window screens, or even fashioned into undergarments for children. Many from the post-80s generation had donned similar attire in their youth. The village women, whether busy or idle, gathered around, eager to inquire about the latest news, well aware that Bao Zili's family would always bring gifts upon their return. Their eyes gleamed with anticipation, fearing they might miss out, and upon hearing his call, they summoned their children to run over. Bao Zili stood in the carriage, distributing bags. Each person received 2 bags, and the children were given 2 bottles of cola, one large and one small. At that moment, Shinjun finally grasped Bao Zili's thoughtful intentions. Although the cola bottles could be sold for a mere 5 cents each, they brought immense joy to the children when used as water containers. This simple act added a touch of sweetness to their journey to school, alleviating some of their burdens. During the summer months, many children lacked water bottles and resorted to carrying heavy glass containers filled with water. By attaching a string to the cola bottles and filling them with cooled boiled water, perhaps with a hint of salt for flavor, they became delightful beverages for the school day. "Cousin, is this why you refrained from selling the cola bottles?" he inquired. "Indeed," Bao Zili replied. "Having endured similar hardships during my school years and later while working in the fields, I wish to offer them some convenience, as they currently lack such provisions. By the time they can afford to purchase these bottles, they will no longer need them. I aspire to bring a glimmer of hope to their lives, igniting their ambition. I want them to realize that beyond the fields, there exists a world filled with beauty, encouraging them to venture beyond the barren lands and explore the wonders of our homeland and the vibrant world around them, experiencing the richness of life. It is disheartening to witness the older generation remain bound to the soil, leading lives of mere survival, marrying and raising children in such a sorrowful state. Cousin, you stand to lose some money by doing this. It is but a trifling sum. Those cloth bags can be reused, albeit they must be washed. Yet, such fabric bags are gradually being replaced by woven ones. What shall we do next, cousin? Let us visit each household, informing them we are back to collect vegetables. We shall ask them to bring any onions, leeks, greens, or eggs from their chickens. We will weigh the produce on site and pay them immediately. As long as I can help these villagers increase their income and improve their lives, I am more than willing. Do you realize that your actions will incite the ire of those who collect eggs? They will feel you have disrupted their livelihood. Indeed, their greed knows no bounds. Why must they continuously exploit the common folk? They keep the prices of eggs and chicken meat, as well as grains, artificially low. I only intend to collect goods from this area and yours. I will not trespass into others' territories. They can find alternate routes. I refuse to allow the lives of my fellow villagers to descend into poverty. While earning money is one aspect, I genuinely hope for my community to enjoy better lives. Their prosperity brings me joy as well. This is why my determination grows stronger with each effort. I wish to take the wealth from outside, fill my pockets, and then distribute it to my neighbors. It is the mission of every person who has left the barren land to uplift their community and ensure a better life for them. As early autumn approached, the rains were plentiful and the vegetation flourished. A layer of moss had formed a green stain on the concrete ground of Bao Zili's courtyard, while the drainage in front had been cemented without any issues. Conversely, the drainage across the road was overgrown with wild grasses. Last year, I planted 2 grapevines beside my yard in the county town, and this year they have borne fruit, producing delightful clusters of grapes. During the early spring, I invited a neighbor who has a fondness for grapes to come and prune the vines. He took cuttings and planted them in his own garden. Now, several families have their own grapevines. Although the seedlings are a bit small, they still offer a glimmer of hope. One day, the cheerful grandson of my neighbor Jiao returned, joyfully cradling 2 empty soda bottles. He exclaimed to his grandfather, "Grandpa, look, Brother Bao gave me 2 empty bottles. I'll wash one and give it to you, all right? You can fill one with water when you take the cattle and sheep up the mountain each day. I'll also carry a bottle of cool boiled water on my way to school." Very well. See how Brother Bao is back collecting vegetables? Hurry and call your mother to help you pick them before others arrive. And tell your mother to round off the change when weighing. Let us not bother counting those few cents. Everyone is so kind to you, and you still have some flour in your hands, don't you? Sweep up the flour to feed the chickens, and wash the bottles. Pour the wash water into the stone trough for the cattle. But don't use detergent for the first wash, just water. For the second wash, you can use detergent and pour the rinse water on the locust tree in front of our house. Just like Jiao's little grandson, there are many children joyfully holding their soda bottles. It feels as though they have received praise from a teacher. The bottles in their hands seem so precious that even if they were to accidentally drop them, they would not shatter. They are truly cherished water containers for their journey to school, unlike the heavy beer or liquor bottles they once carried, which would break if dropped. Feeling as cumbersome as carrying a brick, Brother Bao truly possesses remarkable skills. Aren't their empty bottles scattered all over the streets of the county town? As I grow older, I wish to collect bottles from the county town and use many of them as water containers. During this time, many children in the village began to cultivate the desire to study diligently, dreaming of one day going to the big city to collect empty bottles. Eventually, they were accepted into universities, and upon returning to the village, they all called out Uncle Bao when they saw him and bought items from his small shop. As a form of gratitude, even though there are finer cigarettes available outside, they still choose to buy the ordinary ones from Bao Zili's store. Perhaps this is the essence of investing in me today and receiving returns in the future. Bao Zili collected chives, scallions, garlic, zucchini, and eggplant, with prices generally lower than those at the market, yet higher than what he sold them for. At that moment, a neighbor approached Bao Zili and inquired, "Young man, I noticed those flour bags and empty bottles. My children have taken several home. May I ask if you have a couple of empty cardboard boxes? If not, could you bring some back next time? I'd like to use them to store clothes." Bao Zili promptly replied, "I have some right now. I'll fetch you 2. He typically strives to accommodate such requests, for otherwise, many might feel displeased due to pride, transforming a good deed into a bad one. Bao Zili handed her the open cardboard boxes and asked if she needed tape to seal them. The neighbor replied, "No need. I'll just use 4 pieces of paper, stacking them and folding them to fit inside." I recall the cardboard box given by Bao Zili, which an elderly lady utilized for 6 years without wear. She often remarked on the admirable character of the child who provided it, considering the box akin to a small cabinet. Those who struggled to sell vegetables also found the box useful and sought them from Bao Zili. He generously distributed several of his boxes to the community, filling his heart with a profound sense of happiness. Subsequently, he began to bring cardboard boxes from the county town back home. Though he did not employ many methods for distribution, a couple of boxes for each household sufficed, as these boxes held considerable value. As for the Coca-Cola bottles, their abundance rendered them unnecessary, while cloth bags were perpetually in demand. Both the traditional white cloth bags and the later woven varieties were in short supply. This scarcity of materials in rural areas perhaps explains why items deemed worthless in urban settings were viewed as treasures in the countryside. Woven bags served multiple purposes. They could hold clothes, fertilizers, or grains. Some parents even used them to carry steamed buns for their children. Resourceful women sewed these bags into backpacks for their kids. Indeed, woven bags conjure fond memories for many children raised in rural areas, particularly for those born in the 1980s, 1990s, and 2000s. There was a neighbor's child whose mother fashioned a coat from a woven bag provided by Bao Zili, resembling a Korean-style trench coat. Although it lacked breathability, it concealed imperfections. Initially, it seemed durable for children, but after a single use, it was found to be less sturdy and irritating to the skin, leading to a decision to abandon that approach in favor of using flour bags for clothing. Upon returning to the village, Bao Zili reflected on the living conditions of individuals from the 1990s and devised a plan. He posted a notice at his doorstep: exchange 5 water or paint buckets for a meal. For details, please inquire within. He displayed the types of paint and shampoo buckets he intended to collect as samples at his entrance. His wife, Shin Xiujuan, questioned this decision. Why do this? Can these buckets be sold? By doing so, we are sacrificing actual meals. Bao Zili reassured her with a confident glance. When his sister, Bao Mei, arrived, he entrusted her with the task of selling these buckets in the countryside. Each shampoo bucket sold for 2 yuan, while the paint buckets fetched 3 yuan. Alternatively, villagers could exchange their homegrown vegetables for equivalent value. After a few days, Bao Mei returned with feedback. Brother, those paint and shampoo buckets are being used for carrying water and are quite popular. 2 buckets and a yoke are essential tools for fetching water from the river. These buckets are in high demand. In town, a well-maintained tin bucket costs 50 yuan, but everyone finds these inexpensive, clean, and non-toxic buckets to be quite satisfactory. The plastic buckets with lids are particularly favored. People buy them to carry water for their gardens, fruit trees, or tobacco plants without any spillage. Regardless of the bumps along the way, it turns out this is a profitable venture. And the vegetables exchanged through the buckets are more appreciated than those purchased through previous means. In the past, people regarded certain items as trivial, worth merely a few coins and not worth the effort. However, now, when they realize such items can be exchanged for something genuinely useful, there is a widespread acceptance of this equitable trade. It's akin to how, in later generations, individuals exchange old mobile phones for scissors for kitchen knives, and kitchen knives for stainless steel bowls. This practice embodies the human inclination to trade items of little value from one's household for something of practical utility. My dear brother, how do you possess such ingenious methods? You truly have an innate talent for commerce. Alas, although these small endeavors are commendable, when it comes to larger business ventures, your experience is still lacking. You must learn from others. To me, you are formidable, gradually accumulating our family's wealth. As long as you trust me, I assure you a significant gift upon your marriage. For now, let us pause on your dividends. Brother, my aspiration is to save money with you and our sister to purchase a house in the county. We cannot squander this money on trifles. Living in the county will be the norm, while rural life holds little promise. Are you perhaps planning too far ahead? Do not dismiss the notion. You possess far more wisdom than our younger sister, which is why I confide in you. Consider our village. Once, we lived near the river, thinking access to water was convenient. Yet how much grain does that land produce annually? As we all know, the upland yields far more. Though the river offers proximity to water, it does not guarantee a prosperous life. Now, everyone is transitioning to tiled houses. Don't you think our business in town is more lucrative? And the county offers even greater prospects. We must not be solely fixated on immediate gains. I have been in business for nearly 6 years now, and during this time, I have shared a substantial amount with you. I have assessed your current wealth, and it appears you possess around 50 to 60,000, if not more. You are more forward-thinking than our sister, without a house in the county. It remains uncertain whether you will be able to purchase one in the future. If you trust my intentions, accept my goodwill. Otherwise, I shall no longer concern myself with your future well-being. Bao Zili spoke with a solemnity that left no room for jest. Bao Mei, aware of her brother's serious demeanor, understood that his words carried weight. All right, thank you, brother. I will heed your advice. Additionally, I will ensure our sister understands this perspective. Furthermore, Mei, when selling vegetables and snacks in the village, inform others that we are collecting brooms tied securely and at a higher elevation. For quality brooms, we will pay 2 yuan each. For lesser quality, 1 yuan 50. We will strive to gather these and sell them in the county general store. As I have observed a promising demand recently, this will create income for our fellow villagers who endure a difficult life. Very well, brother. Is there any other counsel you wish to impart? Additionally, regarding the collection of locust flowers, this season has passed. We shall wait until spring to gather them. Presently, we can collect wild vegetables from the fields. These should be delivered promptly to my buffet restaurant, as they must be fresh. Prolonged storage diminishes their flavor. During this time, it is advisable to keep them in plastic bags, which I can provide free of charge. Moreover, they must deliver the goods to town themselves for collection on the same day. If they wish to earn money, they should move swiftly. We cannot go to collect from them. Presently, many businesses operate in such a manner that if you approach others, they may perceive it as though you are beseeching them. By remaining stationary and acquiring from a fixed point, they may instead trust you, believing that you are aiding them in their prosperity. Looking at her brother, who at merely 26 years of age possesses such wisdom, she feels he must have long-term aspirations. In contrast, she reflects on her own circumstances as a 23-year-old woman without a clear path ahead and worries for herself. Chapter 45. The restaurant favored by the vegetable seller Aunt Sun's son labored in the coal mine, but a year ago, a tragic accident claimed his life when a falling coal block struck him. Now, she single-handedly raises her grandchildren. Her daughter-in-law remarried, a decision Aunt Sun herself encouraged. Understanding the challenges that her daughter-in-law faced as a fellow woman, life stretches ahead, and she could not allow the young woman to be tethered to a broken home at such a tender age. Having experienced the hardships herself, she did not wish for her daughter-in-law to endure the same suffering. Thus, she resolved to bear the burdens of life as the grandmother. For her son was a fleeting presence. The responsibilities unfulfilled by her son fell solely upon her shoulders. She could not allow another young woman to suffer, sacrificing her future to uphold the family legacy. Her only request was for her daughter-in-law to return occasionally to see the children. Given the circumstances, the customary bride price would typically range between 1,000 to 3,000 yuan, but Aunt Sun insisted it was of no consequence. She sent 888 yuan entirely for her daughter-in-law and even purchased 2 outfits, providing an additional 188 yuan as a reserve, advising her to live well in her new household. She accepted her as a goddaughter, fostering a bond between the families for future interactions. From now on, she gained a daughter, and her daughter-in-law gained a mother. Aunt Sun, having been resilient throughout her life, had endured significantly when her husband passed away, leaving her with a 19-year-old son. She persevered alone to provide for them, ultimately marrying her son off, and unexpectedly, she now finds herself a grandmother. Approaching her 60s, she feels akin to the legendary matriarch of the Yang family, preparing to take up arms once more. Her aspirations now revolve around ensuring a prosperous future for her grandchildren, which led her to the coal mine, only for tragedy to strike once more. The coal mine compensated her with 150,000 yuan, which she deposited into the bank, untouched, with the intent of leaving it for her grandchildren's education and future families. Aunt Sun resides 3 miles from the county town. Proximity to the town is both a blessing and a curse. The downside is that the land here does not yield crops. It is merely a patch of marshland amidst the mountains. The ground you till today may not bear fruit in autumn, depending upon the whims of nature. Daily, Aunt Sun washes dishes and disposes of waste at the restaurant. This way of life began before her son entered the coal mine, as she sought to alleviate his burdens. 3 years later, the restaurant's owner fell into gambling debts and vanished, prompting the owner's wife to transfer ownership of the establishment. Thus, the restaurant closed down, as other establishments were hesitant to employ him, doubting that a man nearing 60 could manage the responsibilities. With no other options, she cultivated a patch of barren land by the river, land that was overlooked and not counted as proper property. If the waters rose, that parcel would be submerged. It resembled a video from later times, depicting a man planting wheat by the Yellow River. I had 10 acres, 9 acres, 8 acres, 7 acres, gone. The land was washed away by the Yellow River. Fortunately, due to the coal mining activities, this year did not witness a significant flood, sparing her land from inundation. She, along with her 2 grandsons, made an effort to grow some vegetables. Vegetables were advantageous as they had a short growing cycle. If the weather turned unfavorable, they could be harvested at any moment. Additionally, they could consume what they grew and sell the surplus in the county town. On this particular day, she found herself without the appetite to eat the steamed buns she had brought, nor had she sold any vegetables. Hearing from others that there was a restaurant near the bus station where one could exchange paint buckets for meals, she approached the place. hoping to persuade the owner to buy her vegetables at a lower price. The old lady could read, albeit not extensively, and upon seeing it was a self-service restaurant, she did not fully grasp the concept, but noticed the bustling clientele. This must be the establishment people spoke of, where one could trade paint buckets for food. A server inquired, "Auntie, what would you like to eat?" At her age, being addressed as auntie by the sweet-talking server made her feel a decade younger. Such a compliment, offered without cost, filled her heart with joy. "Young lady, is your boss around? Do you accept greens? I have a bit of coriander." The cashier, Jiang Suanniu, glanced over and approached, saying, "Auntie, we do accept vegetables, though the prices are not very high. Are you willing to sell your greens?" "How much?" 15 cents per pound. "Is your basket entirely filled with coriander?" "Yes, it's all coriander." "That price is even better than what I get at the market. I sold some this morning for 10 and 15 cents. "Thank you so much. I'll give it all to you." "Annie, my use for coriander is limited. However, if you have other vegetables like scallions, greens, radishes, cabbage, or peppers, you may bring them too, as those are more commonly used." "Thank you, young lady. You are truly kind," replied Grandma's son, her voice filled with gratitude. Grandma's son borrowed some money and returned home. The next day, perfectly coinciding with Sunday, she and her grandson rose early to gather the vegetables, neatly arranging them before heading to the self-service restaurant where Bao Zili worked. Grandma's son carried a yoke, while her younger grandson held a basket filled with common vegetables, green peppers, spinach, and eggplants. Jiang Suanniu greeted them at the entrance. "Auntie, is this your grandson? He is truly fortunate. He looks like he has the makings of a scholar." "Yes, this is the child left to me by my unambitious son. For him, I would toil through my old age." "Son, quickly thank this young lady. Her restaurant has purchased our vegetables, giving us hope for a better life." Bao Zili stepped outside and glanced around, recognizing the protagonist of the story his wife, Jiang Suanniu, had recounted to him the previous night. "Aunt, son, come over. Let us engage in conversation." "What is this?" inquired Sundama. "This is my husband. He is the true proprietor of this establishment. The owner is a benevolent soul. I truly thank you. You must be the reincarnation of a bodhisattva." Having lived nearly 60 years, Sundama was no stranger to flattery, effortlessly showering praise that cost her nothing. "Sundama, I am somewhat acquainted with your family situation. How about this? Let us chat over tea. In truth, your vegetable yield is limited to the summer and autumn seasons. In winter, without a greenhouse, even with plastic sheeting, your harvest will be minimal. Have you ever considered the prospect of earning a sustainable income? Our shop requires a substantial quantity of eggs. You could ride your bicycle or carry a load to gather eggs from each village and then bring them here to sell. The locals have difficulty traveling, and eggs are generally cheap, 8 eggs for a yuan. If you were to collect them, I could offer you a deal of 7 eggs for a yuan. Would you be able to manage this task?" "All right, I trust you. However, I do not have many vegetables left in the field before my door, so I will take a look. Make sure to collect them. Rest assured, Sundama, I will take as many as you can provide. However, please ensure the eggs are cushioned with straw. I can only accept uncracked eggs." Watching Sundama and her grandson walk into the morning glow, a satisfied smile graced Bao Zili's face. Why must one purchase eggs exclusively from the wholesale magnates? The money spent on them is but a mere drop in the ocean for those big bosses and petty vendors. It merely fills their pockets, allowing them to squander it on indulgences. If he could assist those elderly individuals struggling to make ends meet, providing them with a glimmer of hope, that would imbue his efforts in earning a living and running a restaurant with greater significance. To extend help to others and to infuse society with a touch of warmth is, indeed, the very purpose of existence, not to traverse this world in vain. Another soul shared this burden. Old Li, a resident of the town where Bao Zili lived, resided 6 miles away. In the autumn, with ample rainfall, he had sown his white radishes early, planting the divine variety just after the Dragon Boat Festival. While early planting typically results in a quicker harvest, this year, having enriched his barren land with ample organic fertilizer, he found himself with an abundance of radishes, only to discover that few sought to purchase them in town. Frustrated, Old Li lamented that the prices were almost as if they were giving them away, pondering why such a fine crop was unwanted. Must one exclusively cultivate wheat or corn? This splendid white radish could sustain a family for 3 days. Why, then, was there no demand? If all else failed, he would dry them into radish chips. But how could one consume such a vast quantity? Eating the same vegetable daily would soon become tiresome. His elderly wife reproached him. calling him foolish for cultivating such a vast expanse of land without diversifying his crops. He had naively planted only one type of vegetable, which now could not be sold. Upon receiving advice that the fertilizer vendor in town was purchasing vegetables, he approached with a tentative spirit, harnessing his cart to explore this place, which he discovered to be the former supply and marketing cooperative. Upon entering the expansive courtyard, I inquired, and the girl replied, "Sir, we will collect these radishes." Immediately, the produce was weighed, and the money was counted out to him. "But what about this?" she asked. "Sir, regarding these radishes, they should be delivered every 3 to 5 days, not all at once. We cannot consume so many at once." At this moment, the old man found it hard to believe. "Young lady, do you truly require this many radishes? How many people are in your household? How can you finish such a quantity in 3 to 5 days? I do not wish for you to waste your money on my behalf. Rest assured, sir, this is not for us. My brother operates a restaurant in the county, and I will deliver these vegetables to him. Please take care of the radish leaves. We will pay for those as well. Young lady, as long as you take the radishes, the leaves are yours, free of charge." How splendid. Finally, the radishes I have cultivated can be exchanged for money. Were it not for you, these radishes might have been discarded on the street. Alas, in these times, it is a pity that no one desires such fine radishes. Next year, I shall refrain from planting radishes altogether and instead cultivate cabbage or other vegetables. Sir, planting cabbage next year sounds good. In my opinion, you might consider growing some eggplants or other vegetables. We will purchase them all. Leafy greens grow quickly, but spinach is abundant and not particularly valuable. You should plant less of it. Only diligent individuals should engage in farming. The lazy should plant sparingly. Eagerly, old man Lee returned home and recounted his earnings to his wife. She regarded him with suspicion, saying, "You haven't given me your own money, have you? Let me see." Upon checking, she discovered it was indeed the money from the sale. 3 days later, old man Lee loaded the radishes onto a cart and delivered them to the fertilizer point in town run by Bao Zili. His wife followed him and, upon seeing Bao Zili, grasped her hand fervently, exclaiming, "Young lady, you are truly a benefactor to our family. You have aided us immensely. My husband and I feel as though we are merely consuming without contributing. To be frank, our daughter-in-law gives us the cold shoulder daily. Since the division of our household, all the land we received has been sown with wheat, while we have cultivated vegetables on the barren land in front of our home. Now that we have money, we can enjoy a good winter. I plan to buy some fabric to sew a cotton coat for my husband. He hasn't had a new coat in years. This winter, he will finally be warm. Madam, if you have any other vegetables in your fields, please bring them to me. I will even pay a penny more than the market price for your excess corn and wheat." Old Manly pondered, realizing they indeed had potatoes growing in their uncultivated land. Selling the potatoes for money would allow them to purchase food they enjoyed. These potatoes do not withstand frost. Once frozen, they turn to mush. I shall bring them over tomorrow. Without hesitation, the next morning, after breakfast, he set off with the potatoes to exchange for money. Bao Zili, receiving the potatoes, remarked to Old Manly, "Sir, have you sold all the vegetables from your fields? Will you be idle this winter? You could purchase vegetables from your neighbors at a low price and sell them." No, I have never engaged in business in my life. I do not want others to perceive me as an unscrupulous merchant." Afterward, he felt it inappropriate and offered an apologetic smile. "It is of no concern. Perhaps you should inform them to take their produce to the town for sale. Otherwise, you may collect it yourself for sale." However, the elder mentioned to the neighbors in the village that there are individuals in the town who purchase vegetables, yet they remain skeptical, suggesting that you can take the smaller radishes and cabbages. In truth, it is merely that others are unwilling to exert the effort. The remaining radishes and cabbages in the fields are simply smaller in size. Elderly asserted that if you genuinely do not wish for any payment, he would take everything away. He brought these vegetables to the town and spoke to Bao Zili, saying, "My dear, these vegetables are what others have left behind. Just offer a fair sum." Upon reflection, it is indeed the case that in restaurants, the size of the vegetables is inconsequential as long as the quality is good. They are acceptable, albeit requiring some labor to harvest. Individuals like Granny Sun and Elderly are quite rare. The most affected are the neighbors in Bao Zili's village. Some neighbors cultivate vegetables within their apple orchards, making efforts to avoid pesticide application during the growing process. Over the course of a year, the profits from spinach, radishes, water radishes, and cabbages surpass those from cultivating wheat. It is at this juncture that everyone realizes that not only can one prosper from growing wheat and corn, But that vegetable cultivation also presents an excellent opportunity. Compared to corn and wheat, vegetable farming offers a more lucrative avenue for generating wealth, as multiple harvests can be achieved within a single year. Those who are astute have planted leek roots in the vacant spaces between apple trees. For those without leek roots, they directly sow leek seeds or scallion seeds, planning to transplant them in the following year. Such vegetables are touted to yield returns for several years from a single planting. In the eyes of the neighbors, these are not merely leeks or scallions. They represent strings of currency. It is also thanks to the child from the Bao family that these vegetables, once given away to neighbors, can now fetch a good price. In the past, the village utilized plastic greenhouses for seedling cultivation, but there were few individuals engaged in this practice. Now, nearly every household cultivates seedlings, for without them, there would be insufficient supply for planting. If vegetables can be sold for profit, the value of seedlings has also risen, leading to a competitive demand. If one lacks vegetable seedlings, purchasing them from others incurs a significant expense. Some individuals have also begun to consider the potential of vegetables, the produce that Bao Zili cannot consume. He transports in baskets to the county for wholesale, ensuring at least a modest profit. Vegetables have truly established an industrial chain in Bao Zili's village. Chapter 46. Hand-pulled noodles approach you. It is a new day once again. The sun rises slowly amidst the cacophony of the bus station's horns in the county. Bao Zili stands on the steps, addressing the employees of the buffet restaurant. Do you know how many people we initially had in our buffet? 10 individuals. Now, look at how many we have in the restaurant, nearly 40. What do you think the additional employees are for? They are not here merely to pass the time. They are intended as reserve staff. Today is the day for you to step forward. We will select a group of employees, those who enjoy hand-pulled noodles and can prepare them. Please take a step forward. The morning sun casts its glow upon each face, akin to the comforting warmth of the forge's fire. Recently, there were murmurs that the owner had hired too many people, causing overcrowding in the restaurant. Yet here we are, with the opening of the dumpling shop. Some have been selected to move on, and now we are in the process of selecting staff for the noodle shop. Let us proceed. Who among us cannot master the art of hand-pulled noodles? Perhaps this endeavor may even lead to a lucrative salary. One cannot languish in this training base for a lifetime. Those employees who conceive of such a step find their spirits invigorated. This boss is a visionary. One must keep pace with him to avoid being left behind. Boldly step forward. This is an act of confidence, a stride towards a higher income. Ultimately, the choice lies with oneself. Whether one is hired depends on the boss. Success relies 70% on hard work and 30% on initiative. A modest group of 15 individuals bravely takes a step forward. Volunteers exude more vitality than those designated. This is precisely why, during the opening of each new store, Bao Zili opts for a volunteer sign-up approach. Very well, 15 individuals will suffice. Today, you shall accompany me to the dumpling shop as we establish a branch. This branch will be dedicated to hand-pulled noodles. You shall be the founding members of this establishment. Each of you a proud initial employee. Perform well, and rewards shall follow. As Bao Zili led the 15 individuals to the dumpling shop, the two groups were as exuberant as students from rival classes, greeting one another with handshakes. How wonderful you are here too. Indeed. I will be working here from now on. We shall see each other often. We can chat every day, finally having our own independent workspace. No longer cramped in that buffet. The two groups engaged in such conversations, sharing a camaraderie born from their common origin. The scene resembled a reunion among fellow villagers in a foreign land, their bonds growing closer with each exchange. Please, hold your conversations for later. We have much time ahead. For now, assist me in moving the beds outside. A few robust young women helped Bao Zili relocate the beds to the employees' lounge outside, amidst a pile of flour. Since Bao Zili had instructed that the flour be moved here and not stored elsewhere, it was eventually used up. The girls were then tasked with cleaning and painting the room. That very day, male employees were to transport all the semi-new tables and chairs into place. The next morning, after a series of firecrackers, the red cloth covering the shop sign was unveiled, revealing the name Shun Family Hand-Pulled Noodles. A crowd quickly gathered, drawn by the allure of the newly opened establishment, eager to discover its offerings. The employees were somewhat puzzled. If the boss's surname was Bao, why was it named Shun Family Hand-Pulled Noodles? A glance at the adjacent dumpling house revealed the same naming, Shun Family Dumplings. Isn't it curious? This is a gift for your sister-in-law, they were told. In truth, such matters were trivial. The legal representative was Jiang Suanniu, yet the true decision-maker remained Bao Zili. The name itself held little significance. What mattered was the authority to manage effectively. In fact, the self-service restaurant and grocery store near the station bore no names. These two establishments adopted the Shun surname as a strategic move. Bao's uncle had a certain reputation in society, which, despite his passing, still held sway over potential troublemakers who might target the store. Furthermore, it was prudent not to concentrate all wealth under one's name, as that carried inherent risks. What distinguishes this store from others is its layout. In the main hall, an operational area is partitioned off. 2 iron tables each support a broad wooden countertop, approximately 2 meters long and 12 meters wide. Is this placing the operation right before the public? What does it signify? Are the guests to be tasked with rolling their own noodles? Certainly not. This refers to the 2 large workbenches made by the self-sufficient Bao Zili. Essentially, they are wooden boards crafted by a local carpenter, transported by his sister via a tricycle, and complemented with 2 suitable tables from his second-hand furniture store. According to local customs, it is preferable for the workbench to be made of pear wood, as it is durable and free of cracks. However, Bao Zili opted for hardwood. Lacking pear wood, his intention was to utilize the resources available at home without being overly fastidious in order to avoid excessive financial strain. Now, you 15. Please settle down for a moment. This morning, each of you will have the opportunity to make hand-pulled noodles. I will select 2 individuals first. On our first day of operation, you 2 will roll the noodles in the morning, while the other pairs will alternate in the afternoon and evening. The 6 of you will rotate in this manner daily, ensuring you do not exhaust yourselves. The rest will handle serving meals, washing vegetables, and doing dishes, choosing their own tasks, all receiving the same wage. However, those 6 involved in noodle making will earn an additional 10 yuan each month. At this, the selected individuals beamed with delight. It was only reasonable that hard work should be reflected in wages. Everyone came to earn, not merely to pursue ideals or pass the time. Where else could one find such leisure but in his establishment? The crowd began to discuss their preferred roles. Ultimately, the undesirable task of washing dishes would be assigned last. It was unreasonable to refuse all tasks, leaving the proprietor to manage everything personally. Such an approach would render the business excessively burdensome. Unlike small shops in the county where family members handle various roles, the work could become exhausting, and the initial thrill of profit might dissipate if earnings were meager. Grievances would arise from complaints about one another's inadequacies, which could sour family relations. It would be far cleaner and more efficient to hire staff, thereby avoiding the trivial disputes that could lead to familial discord. This scenario exemplifies the cost-saving measures that ultimately jeopardize family harmony, occasionally even leading to divorce. At this juncture, Bao Zili turned to his wife, Jiang Suanniu, and said, "You should oversee this shop while I manage the other. If you need a break, you can rest at the female employees' quarters over there. That bed, which was just moved yesterday, will serve you well. We can temporarily use a curtain to shield the outside sleeping area. As for the self-service restaurant by the station, let my sister manage it for now. She can assign 2 capable female employees from her grocery store to assist with cash register duties and sales, providing them with some training." Bao Zili contemplated the staffing of these establishments, noting that while there were many ordinary employees, few could truly manage the overall operations. Although the previous dumpling shop had a manager, it remained uncertain whether they could withstand financial temptations or shoulder significant responsibilities. In this regard, neither relatives nor hired individuals could be fully trusted. Absolute trust could lead to negligence and enable wrongdoing. The crowd then entered the shop for a tour. Particularly concerning the proprietors of the nearby noodle establishments, the competitive landscape had already been fiercely contested, and now, the emergence of yet another contender has added to the tension. Who would find joy in such a predicament? It is a common sentiment that individuals are often discontented when others thrive beyond their own fortunes. Freshly washed spinach was meticulously chopped and placed into a basin. After a brief boiling in hot water, it was poured into the flour. The 3 attendants, under the gaze of the onlookers, began kneading the dough with precision. The entire process was orchestrated like a well-oiled assembly line. This establishment prided itself on its hand-pulled noodles, offering both spinach and plain varieties. As the crowd observed, 8 sizable bowls, resembling basins, were arrayed on the table. Indeed, these were porcelain bowls. Otherwise, one might easily mistake them for wash basins. What was the purpose of this display? It was then that Bao Zili commanded his staff to bring forth the condiments. The servers diligently added beef and pork minced meat, potato and tofu toppings, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, stir-fried leeks, segments of dried chili peppers, cilantro, and green onions into the 8 bowls, respectively. Additionally, several small bowls were filled with sesame oil, sauce, vinegar, salt, and other seasonings. This was indeed a clever tactic. The patrons quickly grasped the significance of the setup. They were to season their own dishes. This would inevitably stir a latent desire within them. Just wait and see. Young man, your venture may soon falter, they mused, speculating on the viability of a rival dumpling shop that appeared bustling with customers, yet whose financial state remained a mystery. They cautioned against projecting an image of prosperity when the reality might be quite the opposite. With our earnings being only half of yours, yet our rent remains the same. We manage without additional staff. Our profits or losses are solely our own. Unlike that foolish lad, who employs 15 people at a monthly wage of 500 yuan each. Come, dear neighbors, allow me to serve you some noodles. I invite your critiques and guidance. I hope to earn your favor in the future, Bao Zili proclaimed. The crowd responded graciously, and after a brief exchange of pleasantries, they approached the condiment station to begin adding their seasonings. Some patrons, however, were a bit excessive with the meat. Upon tasting their creations, they discovered a hint of bitterness. It became evident why Bao Zili was confident in allowing patrons to season their own dishes. He had ensured that the salt content in the meat was ample. Should one oversalt their dish, it would render the addition of pure salt redundant. Regrettably, the diners realized their greed had led them astray. Had they sampled the mixture first, they might have avoided such a fate. They were left with no choice but to compensate with extra vinegar, experiencing the bitter taste of regret in silence. Once the neighbors dispersed and the tables were cleared, the establishment officially commenced its operations. The 8 large bowls arranged on the condiment station symbolized a welcoming of prosperity from all directions. This was a novel sight in the county, and diners remarked that the noodles were worth every penny spent, feeling as though they had gained something in return. However, what they did not anticipate was that while ordinary noodles cost between 3 to 5 yuan, Bao Zili's establishment charged 6 yuan. Once the noodles were served, it was up to the customers to seek out their own condiments. The amount of seasoning they added was of no concern to the owner, who had expressly instructed his staff to remain silent on the matter. This was the effect he sought to achieve, enticing customers with the notion of getting a good deal. We do not fear losses. We only fear an empty establishment, he believed. Even when observing others who overindulged, patrons were not permitted to voice their opinions. As long as they could consume their portions without waste, no criticism was allowed. This dynamic reflected the collective inner greed and opportunistic mindset of individuals. Some customers piled their noodles high with meat, yet unbeknownst to them, the meat contained a significant amount of salt, a clever invention of Bao Zili, intended to help patrons conserve their meat portions. In truth, the meat also contained diced potatoes, ensuring it was not solely meat. On the first day of opening, the foot traffic was quite satisfactory. However, by the second day, patrons of the dumpling restaurant soon realized that they could not indulge in dumplings every day, leading to a sudden influx of customers eager to sample the hand-pulled noodles. The second day became exceedingly busy. As the evening drew to a close, Bao Zili addressed each employee, stating, "Today has been the busiest since our grand opening. Instead of treating everyone to a lavish meal, which would be impractical, I shall present a token red envelope to each of you. Though the sum is modest, I hope you will not take offense. It's 2 yuan each." At that time, 2 yuan was represented by a paper note, an irreplaceable artifact from a bygone era, characterized by its green hue and adorned with the likenesses of 2 laborers, one donning a headscarf and the other large earrings. As time progressed, this 2 yuan note became obsolete, leaving only denominations of 1, 5, 10, 50, and 100 yuan. Many young individuals were oblivious to the existence of the 2 yuan note, much like those born in the 1980s were unaware of the 3 yuan note. Bao Zili held a particular fondness for the 2 yuan note, having collected a few to admire during his leisure. It served as a reminder of his endeavors in this era. Each glimpse of the 2 yuan note evoked a sense of belonging and struggle within him. The neighboring businesses grew envious. Just days prior, they had praised the strategic alliances formed with the dumpling shop. Yet now, with the introduction of hand-pulled noodles, they questioned whether such competition would lead to their demise. The owner of a noodle shop across the street approached, feigning congratulations, but with an underlying tone of reproach. "Isn't this a bit inconsiderate? How could you open a noodle shop without any notice? Are you trying to put us out of business? Bao Zili responded, You don't understand. The rent is quite steep, and this cannot merely be my place of respite. While you serve torn noodles and fried noodles, I assure you my hand-pulled noodles are not a direct competition. They are simply humble home-cooked fare. Rest assured, I don't serve stir-fried dishes or cold salads, while your establishment offers a variety of those summer favorites. If customers desire those items, I can arrange for them to be delivered from your shop. Is that agreeable? He continued, While patrons dine at my establishment, they will also contribute to your earnings. One should not be overly greedy in this world. The other shopkeeper replied, As long as you remember your brother during profitable times, our friendship remains intact. I may have misjudged you. Watching the man depart, Bao Zili thought to himself, How fortunate that large-scale crackdowns on crime are not currently in effect. Otherwise, your audacity would not be tolerated. He envisioned the day when he would reopen the vacant space, where he would have the upper hand. Shun Xiujuan glanced toward another room and inquired, Darling, what do you intend to do with that space? Surely, it shouldn't remain merely a lounge and storage area. That would be a waste. Bao Zili reassured her, That will not be the case. If it were, it would not reflect my character. When the time is right, you will understand. For now, we must tread cautiously. While we have enough staff, we must not incite resistance from those around us. We need to gently acclimate them. Like frogs in warm water. Our primary focus should be on assessing the customer flow here before worrying about profits. She replied, Very well. Then I shall begin organizing the warehouse and lounge, and we can discuss further when we return home tonight. Shun Xiujuan predominantly adheres to the opinions of Bao Zili. One person is responsible for generating ideas, while the other executes them. These partners have never clashed over this matter. Otherwise, it would resemble a certain ding-dang network in later times, where a husband and wife vie for discourse power, putting on a grand spectacle for all to see. Therefore, let me reiterate, the revenue from all our stores must be deposited in the bank the following day, accompanied by the employees. Keeping a substantial amount of money in the store poses a risk to both our safety and that of our staff. Understood? You have reminded me of this before. Why the reiteration today? Is it not due to the increase in our stores and the considerable profits? We are wary of attracting the attention of those with ulterior motives. As the saying goes, it is not the thief we fear, but rather the one who is always scheming. There are thieves who operate daily, but there is no perpetual safeguard against them. I am apprehensive about potential mishaps in this regard. Have you discerned something? Chapter 47. The house has running water. Bao Zili gazed at the woman who had steadfastly supported him in his entrepreneurial endeavors, feeling a twinge of compassion. Their life was not devoid of hardships. The daily struggles against the elements burdened her more than the average rural woman. A wave of tenderness surged from his heart, and he gently caressed her hair as one might a child's, saying, Your vigilance is commendable. However, as of now, I have not detected any alarming signs. You are aware that the local business owners are often resentful of others' prosperity. In the past, our uncle and his associates sought refuge elsewhere. And now this small county town is rife with chaos. It is indeed a case of when the tiger is away, the monkeys dance. With no one to protect us, we must exercise caution at every turn. Shun Xiujuan expressed her concerns. Darling, why can't those people settle down and find honest work? They seem intent on preying upon others, which is hardly a sustainable approach. You are correct. Those who engage in petty theft will gradually be eliminated by society. The proliferation of surveillance cameras suggests that environments conducive to criminality may soon become obsolete. Furthermore, organized crime cannot thrive as the state rigorously combats it, ensuring they do not grow into formidable entities. Yet, these restless individuals continue to afflict us small business owners, acting as parasites, as refuse. Alas, societal progress is a gradual process. It will not evolve into an ideal society overnight. Enough of this discourse. Tomorrow I must return home to install plumbing. Will you accompany me? You have not seen the 4 children in nearly 6 months. I shall not be of much assistance at home. Please take some items for our mother and the children. You should return, observe how the installation proceeds, as you are typically more resourceful than I. I will remain here in the county to oversee the store. One might ponder why, after nearly 5 years of residing in this house, the installation of plumbing is only now being considered. This reflects a certain regional peculiarity. For instance, a decade ago, when the establishment was newly completed, a unit came to excavate and install the drainage system, covering it and paving the road. Subsequently, another unit arrived to lay cables, digging pits, and preparing the ground. Yet another unit came to install different utilities. After such repeated disturbances, a pristine new road was transformed into a patchwork of repairs. Why did no unit attend to these matters before the road was laid? The answer lies in the minimal subsidies provided. In the countryside where Bao Zili resides, the tradition involves purchasing a horse before acquiring a saddle, meticulously piecing everything together step by step. As the population in his community has increased, the residents have found access to water increasingly inconvenient. After discussions with the local water company, they consented to lay down water pipes, charging each household 360 yuan for materials and installation. This arrangement not only provides a profit for the company, but also facilitates easier access to water for the community. Upon reflection, it made sense, and they agreed. There was no alternative. 360 yuan it was, and the installation proceeded. Bao Zili begrudgingly accepted this singular expense, adhering to the common sentiment among the residents. Better to endure financial strain than to subject themselves to hardship. They aimed to free up time for other pursuits, as daily trips to fetch water from the creek consumed both time and energy. Should the man responsible for fetching water leave the home, the household would face dire challenges in securing water. Sometimes, community infrastructure requires local effort. It cannot rely solely on the government. Even in the years following 2020, Bao Zili's village remained isolated, lacking proper roads, with residents resorting to motorcycles and small vehicles to address their transportation needs. When he returned home, Bao Zili had prepared some rubber tape, several water valves, and elbow fittings. To his benefit, these items proved useful, as his prices were more favorable compared to those of the water company. Upon hearing of his return and seeing the supplies he brought, nearby residents eagerly placed orders, drawn to his competitive pricing. This incited dissatisfaction among the water company employees, who even denied him access to rubber tape. With a smile, Bao Zili brushed it off, thankful for what he had brought along. Without it, he would have faced issues with leaking water. The local community can be quite endearing, seeking both affordability and quality. Yet the very nature of price and quality presents an inherent contradiction. This time, 13 villagers embarked on constructing new homes. Among those building, 23 expressed interest in installing water pipes, while the remainder questioned the necessity of spending 360 yuan, suggesting that 80 yuan would suffice. However, this lower figure only covered labor costs, with additional fees for other services. The remaining 23 still lived in earthen caves, lacking the conditions for installation, and deemed the effort and expense too great, ultimately deciding against it. Together, the community united to bury the water pipes. Naturally, Bao Zili joined the endeavor, rolling up his sleeves and wielding a shovel, contributing labor alongside his neighbors. He offered cigarettes to foster camaraderie, encouraging others to be understanding, as he had not contributed significantly to the collective effort. The neighbors held a fondness for this young man, appreciating his generosity and connection to the community. There was no room for discontent, especially among those who entrusted their children to Bao Zili's care. If one's children were working in another's shop, how could one not be concerned? It was imperative to lower one's stance. Otherwise, one might find themselves humorously elevated to a position of unwarranted respect, as if they were a deity. The desire to be regarded as important was misplaced. Rather, one should return home and assume the role of a guardian at the doorstep. As the pipes reached Bao Zili's section, the community members vied to assist with the work. What challenges did Bao Zili's project face? While his home was constructed, others were also erecting their dwellings. However, unlike Bao Zili's home, which featured a courtyard and drainage system made of cement and stone, none of the other houses shared such enhancements. Fortunately, it was merely necessary to break up the concrete around the drainage in front of the house, which was not a significant task. After traversing the vegetable garden, a three-way outlet was to be established at its edge. Additionally, in accordance with Bao Zili's intentions, a tunnel was to be excavated, allowing the water pipe to emerge from the kitchen floor, which was adorned with red bricks, making the task relatively effortless. Everyone jested. "Boss Bao, we'll just dig. If the house collapses, you can't hold us accountable. Rest assured, just focus on the digging. Lunch is on me today, with fine food and good wine to treat everyone." The mere mention of wine was enticing. It was not a festive occasion. Yet the presence of alcohol and meat constituted a delightful feast. Bao Zili was exceptionally well-liked among the locals, and many families residing in the cave dwellings came to lend a hand. Upon closer inspection, it became apparent that these families had sent their children to work at Bao Zili's restaurant. In homes where the men were absent, the women willingly assisted Shen Guilin, Bao's mother, in preparing meals. This served dual purposes, fulfilling social obligations and enjoying the benefit of dining on site. Where there was meat and fresh vegetables, who would refuse such a bounty? Taking advantage of good fortune was a principle well adhered to by the village women. Although the tasks were somewhat numerous and complex, the abundance of helping hands made the work enjoyable. The old adage that many hands make light work rang true, as Bao Zili continuously offered cigarettes in exchange for cheerful apologies from his helpers. In no time, the installation was completed. This was also due to Bao Zili's absence, as he had not commenced the digging in advance. Some families had already taken the initiative to dig their tunnels, awaiting the pipe installation. Witnessing Bao Zili's method, others felt inspired to improve their own cooking arrangements with water tanks and stoves. A couple of households emulated this setup, and by winter, they discovered that such pipes required no special protection against freezing. Those without houses also contemplated adopting this method. Of course, some opted to install pipes in their courtyards, which required insulation with straw and cotton during winter to prevent cracking. This approach merely involved purchasing a few meters of flexible pipe, routing it to the kitchen, and letting the water flow into the tank, thus avoiding unnecessary complications. Each method had its own merits. It ultimately depended on personal choice. As for those who spoke enviously, they were simply yet to seek Bao Zili's assistance. However, the villagers were astute observers. They noticed children from other families working there, benefiting from free meals and lodging while earning a relatively high wage for the county. With their own children in mind, they recognized that should schooling cease, they too might require favors from Bao Zili in the future, making it prudent to refrain from envy. Laughter and camaraderie prevailed as people gathered to observe the lively scene, reminiscent of rural celebrations. Almost 20 families had completed this task, while others merely passed by for a moment, hoping to share a cigarette and become familiar faces, should they need to engage with Bao Zili later. The project was minor, yet the crowd was substantial, surrounding Bao Zili's home in a festive atmosphere. The air thick with camaraderie. Bao Zili's mother emerged with fine tea leaves, boiling water for tea, and offering disposable cups to the villagers. Who wouldn't wish for their children to achieve something remarkable, especially in front of their peers, bringing honor to their family? In this day and age, a child with accomplishments bore more significance than merely holding a county title. As everyone holds their cups and takes a whiff, they exclaim, "Ah, this is jasmine tea." The fragrance of this tea is truly favored by us, the people of the village. It is indeed the first time in my life that I've encountered such a transparent cup, though it is rather diminutive in size. Nowadays, these cups are crafted so thinly. The skill of the maker is remarkable. This type of plastic cup is disposable, meant to be used once and then discarded. While I have not come across a disposable water cup, many have seen the kind of bucket noodles sold by Bao Zili. Some buy them home, only to realize that discarding the bucket would be wasteful. They clean it up and find it quite useful for storing things. It's no wonder that so many products today are disposable. The younger generation is truly fortunate. They need not wash their bowls and chopsticks, simply tossing them away after a meal. Furthermore, I have heard of disposable clothing, worn once and then discarded. This generation is indeed blessed. Upon seeing the disposable water cup again, I am astounded. Oh my, what great fortune this generation possesses. Brother, why the sigh? Bao Zili asks upon witnessing her brother's demeanor. It seems that even a modest public works project has become a source of profit for the local water company, with villagers paying for the construction costs. All the water channels were dug by the villagers themselves, while the company merely directs the installation of pipes. The expenses cannot exceed 200 yuan, yet over 100 yuan has found its way into private pockets, with no receipts issued, merely claimed as labor costs. It is not difficult to understand, apart from the village chief. You are the only one here. Our two families are the most significant contributors, as you are able to assist others. The rest are merely brothers or neighbors lending a hand. The village chief benefits from this, while you are the provider for their children. This is the nature of people. Without connections or the influence of status, life would be devoid of meaning. You, at such a young age, ponder so deeply. May I inquire about your marriage prospects? I mean, if you find the right person, let others talk. I do not wish for you to feel constrained in your marriage. I hope you experience love freely. The idea of arranged matches lacks charm. Do not fear unhappiness after marriage. Whether through arranged meetings or romantic pursuits, there will always be a proportion of discontent. Much like business, where 80 of ventures fail, In our current era, the divorce rate stands at 20. Among the small leaders of coal mines, who has not married, divorced, and remarried? Let us discuss this in a few days. I have yet to decide. Your expression suggests someone has been chosen. Very well, I await your news. Bao has arranged for the cement to be mixed to repair the damaged areas of the drainage system and the yard. Additionally, in the area adjacent to the kitchen, Bao has instructed Bao Zili to bring back some materials and has installed a 3-barrel system. An extra connection has been left for future use. Bao envisions creating a home bathhouse. Yet currently, the necessary materials are either unavailable or prohibitively expensive. Some materials are incomplete. The technology for electric water heating is not safe. Perhaps it is best to postpone that idea. For now, let us focus on building the house over the next period, and we can install the other essentials in a few years. According to the original plan, this would take at least 20 years to accomplish. Time. Many things are indeed exchanged for time, for the span of a generation. One cannot rush it. To Bao Zili's astonishment, only about 20 households in the village had installed faucets and connected to the municipal water supply, yet the others who had tasted the water found it rather ordinary. A simple-minded shepherd, incited by adults, severed the water pipe, leading to a collective reprimand and subsequent repairs. This epitomizes the envy of others' good fortune. Observing the convenience with which others accessed water, those who previously resided in cave dwellings or under substandard conditions felt a twinge of regret. They resorted to hauling water in buckets from the homes of those with water pipes, offering money in exchange. However, the villagers appeared somewhat averse to this arrangement, displaying discontent toward the newcomers. Some would say, "You offer money, but I have no time to go into town to pay the water bill," kindly declining the offer. Only Bao Zili's family welcomed all, allowing his mother and mother-in-law to dispense water liberally, with the understanding that Bao Zili would simply pay a bit more for the water. After all, it was a business transaction, one that would yield profit rather than loss, so why not embrace it? The water vendor at the village entrance was displeased by this dynamic. Why had people ceased to go to that vendor? Because at the entrance, one had to request the vendor to come up from the cave dwelling before water would be dispensed, which was a hassle. Bao Zili's home, however, provided immediate access to water, making it far more convenient. Eventually, the water supply at the village entrance was depleted and subsequently closed, with no one willing to take over the operation. This might well be the outcome of the community's collective decision. Who would bother to request water from you for just a bucket, subjecting themselves to your whims? There are undoubtedly better options available. The contractor of the water supply, upon encountering Bao Zili's family, made sarcastic remarks, suggesting that the Bao family was diversifying their business to the extent of monopolizing the water supply, questioning whether they could keep track of their profits. Money, after all, is something one cannot take with them upon death. Why accumulate so much? Have they become so consumed by wealth that they leave no opportunities for others? Upon hearing such gossip, Bao Zili reflected that it seems there is merit to the notion that those who have become wealthy and successful often do not return to their hometowns. After all, the number of nouveau riches returning home, akin to Suanniu, is rather limited. The notion of discreetly returning home is no longer relevant. At times, the complexities of urban life can be profound, yet upon returning to the countryside, one discovers even deeper entanglements. In the past, when everyone fetched water from the mountain valley, the inconvenience was hardly perceived. When water ran dry, one would merely trek down to fetch more. It was a routine for the strong and capable, to carry a load in the morning, another at noon, and yet another in the evening. Now, witnessing others at home with a simple turn of a faucet, the disparity in lifestyle becomes starkly apparent, creating a palpable distance. Life no longer feels as sweet as it once did. Previously, one could see others paying 6 yuan for water from the collective, which later became available in their own village for just 1 yuan for 6 loads. The price reduction making the previous cost seem exorbitant. Now, observing others turning on faucets in their own yards, the sudden disparity in daily life is baffling. Is it true that one cannot share both hardship and prosperity? The trek down the mountain to fetch water now feels particularly burdensome, as fewer people make the journey. Ultimately, many have resigned themselves to simply purchasing water from the residents nearby. Some individuals have taken the initiative to sell water, inspired by the entrepreneurial spirit of others who have established similar ventures. Consequently, they too have begun to sell water, believing that failing to capitalize on financial opportunities would be foolish. At this juncture, those with the means to construct houses are submitting their applications. If they cannot manage to build 4 rooms, they settle for 3. If that proves unfeasible, they construct 2. Typically, 3 to 4 rooms are built, along with an additional kitchen. At this time, only red bricks, cement, and sand are purchased, while the roofs are crafted from dried locust trees sourced from their own woodlands, featuring a distinctive gable design. What Bao Zili did not anticipate was that a seemingly mundane project involving the installation of water pipes would ignite the desire among many villagers to build their own homes, prompting them to take action. Over the past couple of years, the environment surrounding Bao Zili's vegetable trading and apple cultivation has left many villagers with a bit of extra cash. Bao Zili's apples are sold at a buffet restaurant, while others sell theirs to middlemen. Although the prices are lower, the returns are significantly higher, 3 to 5 times that of wheat cultivation. Currently, the Qingguan apples are in season, requiring no protective bags or reflective film on the soil, thus demanding minimal investment while yielding substantial profits. The market prices fluctuate between 5 to 12 yuan. With newfound wealth, the villagers are eager to construct homes. As land transactions are prohibited, they can only apply for building permits. Initially, only one family owned a tractor and Bao Zili was constructing his house. Gradually, more families joined in, and now there are nearly 30 households seeking to build. However, with the rising number of inhabitants, the foundation is becoming elevated, and the water supply system remains inadequate. The community yearns for a proper road, either concrete or asphalt, to be constructed. Unfortunately, the conditions are not yet ripe. The 6-kilometer road leading to the village is still unpaved, and the villagers dare not dream of a brighter future. Only Bao Zili keeps his focus on the dusty road, seeking solutions. In Chapter 48, after connecting the water pipes, Bao Zili hosts a feast with food and drinks for the attendees. Following a lively gathering, he feels a wave of fatigue wash over him and retreats to his bedroom for rest. The bed, chosen from a second-hand store in the county, is of commendable quality, and he dreams of purchasing a new one for his home in the future. As he lies on the bed, a sense of weariness envelopes him, and he drifts into a slumber, recalling the design plans he created for his demanding boss. In his exhaustion, he awakens, pondering the well-being of his parents in that bygone era. It is said that thoughts during the day manifest in dreams at night. Perhaps it is time to visit his children. Accompanied by his eldest son, Taidan, Bao Zili strolls toward the village. Their community is divided into the upper and lower villages, separated by a distance of 500 meters. During festive occasions, the upper village invites their own residents, while the lower village does the same, except in cases of overwhelming obligations or numerous relatives, in which case the entire village may be invited. As Bao Zili and his son approach the entrance of the Jiang family cave dwelling, he realizes that he is in an era governed by Jiang Suanniu's grandfather, a time when he held considerable authority. Jiang Yuquan is of a similar age to Bao Zili, while Jiang Suanniu's whereabouts remain unknown. Well, let us consider this an opportunity to visit his grandfather ahead of time. At that moment, a child leaps at the entrance and inquires, "Uncle, uncle, who are you looking for? What is your name?" "My uncle bestowed upon me the name Jiang Fatsai." "What? You are indeed Jiang Fatsai?" My mind momentarily petrified at that instant. Is this not the name of Jiang Suanniu's father? How could such a young child bear this name? It is incomprehensible, even for someone as worldly as I, to accept that an 8 or 9-year-old child is to be regarded as one's father. This is utterly absurd. Alas, I must not utter that Jiang Fatsai might still be the name of my father from a previous life when I was known as Jiang Suanniu. To call out my father's name would be an act of great filial impiety. Well, it is now clear that I have traversed into the era of Jiang Jinyo's grandfather. This implies that Bao Zili and Jiang Suanniu's grandfather, Jiang Yuquan, are contemporaries. The relationships are rather convoluted. I am now in a position to call Jiang Suanniu's grandfather my brother. The unborn version of myself would address the present version of my grandfather, which is quite chaotic. "Is your uncle at home? I have come to chat with him." In our village, it is customary to address one's father as Da or uncle, and Jiang Suanniu just so happens to call his father Da, indicating that his father has several brothers, with him being the eldest. As the child dashed down from the 45-degree earthen cave, he shouted, "Uncle, uncle, there is a gentleman outside looking for you. How eagerly he comes. Be careful not to trip. Which gentleman seeks me? I do not recognize him. I have never seen him before." As Jiang Yuquan stepped out of the cave, he fortuitously encountered Bao Zili descending. From afar, he called, "Brother, is that you?" Had this been after Bao Zili turned 18, I would have had little regard for him. For at that time, he was a ne'er-do-well, lacking in prospects. Yet, over the years, he has fared better than I. The circumstances have shifted, and I can no longer afford to ignore him. How should I engage in conversation? According to my previous life, this would be a dialogue between my grandfather and myself. However, in this life, it is evidently a brotherly exchange. I would prefer to remain silent, as it would seem inappropriate. Others might find it impolite. But speaking feels equally challenging. My heart and mind struggle to accept addressing my own grandfather as a brother. Let me adapt to the circumstances. Jiang, are you at home? What have you been busy with lately? Nothing much, just tending to 3 cows and letting a flock of sheep graze. The rest of the chores are handled by my family. Indeed, I have not been here in years. Everyone says you are a skilled farmer, and upon seeing you, it is evident that the reputation is well-deserved, Bao Zili complimented. Do not jest about me. Who in the village does not know of your prosperity in recent years? What brings you to my humble abode today? If there is anything you need assistance with, please do not hesitate to ask. I shall surely lend a hand. Alas, since you are aware of my circumstances, I cannot neglect my family matters. Let us sit and converse. Fatsai, summon your mother to bring some water. This was the first time Bao Zili laid eyes upon his youthful grandmother. She gracefully entered, her petite feet clad in size 36 shoes. Her frame more delicate than that of an ordinary woman. Carrying an electric kettle, she placed a handful of jasmine tea leaves into a jar, waiting for the water to warm slightly. Otherwise, the glass jar might shatter in the winter. This autumn, the warm water would steep the tea leaves before adding more. Please, enjoy the tea. Now that you are here, consider it your own home, and do not feel restrained. In truth, I have no particular matter at hand. I merely wish to request a favor from you. Should you be unable to assist, I shall understand, but if you can spare the time, I would entrust this task to you with complete confidence, as I harbor reservations about assigning it to anyone else. What is this task, you may ask? Rest assured, I am willing to extend my help wherever possible. You are aware that my family currently possesses 2 orchards, particularly the one near the old cave, which is in its fruitful season. Over the past couple of years, there has been considerable spoilage, with some individuals resorting to pilfering under the cover of night with burlap sacks. Thus, I seek someone to oversee the orchard. There is a cave dug in the terraced fields, complete with a heated calm, but it lacks an occupant to guard it. With less than 2 months remaining until the apple harvest, I propose a monthly remuneration of 120 yuan. Originally, Jiang Suanniu considered declining the offer, but upon hearing the sum of 120 yuan, he relented, glancing back at his wife and children. He nodded in agreement and said, "Very well, you can rely on me. I shall keep watch. I will reside there at night and return during the day to tend to my chores, allowing my child to keep an eye on things. Should you wish to partake of the fruits, feel free to pick from the trees, but do so sparingly, alternating between a few apples from different branches. The amount I mentioned pertains solely to the night watch. However, since you indicated that the child will be monitoring during the day, how about I increase the payment by 30 yuan to a total of 150 yuan for the month? That is quite generous," Jiang Suanniu remarked, feeling somewhat embarrassed by the offer. He understood well the prevailing wages of the 1990s, where many would eagerly accept 60 yuan for similar work. Hence, the arrangement was settled. Commencing tomorrow evening. Today, you should scout the area to assess the surroundings and descend tomorrow. Should inclement weather arise, there are clay bricks available, and the walls could use some reinforcement. As for firewood for the Kong, I have corn stalks and dry wheat straw at my disposal. Regarding meals, that could be troublesome. Perhaps you could bring your own food, and I will add another 30 yuan to your compensation. That feels excessive, came the reply. 150 yuan is more than sufficient. With only 2 months of work, I do not wish to inconvenience you. Let us agree on 180 yuan, strictly for accommodation, excluding meals. Additionally, if you find yourself with idle time during the day and there are weeds in the fields, feel free to tend to them. If you perform well this year, I will gladly consider you for the orchard's oversight again next year. Jiang Suanniu's wife, overhearing this exchange, paused her task of wiping the table, contemplating that this month's earnings would equal half a year's income for their household. Taidan, fetch some candy from your pocket for your brother," she called out to her son. This scene was particularly amusing. Although there was no generational difference, their son and Jiang Suanniu's child were contemporaries. However, due to the peculiarities of time, it now appeared as though her son was feeding his father candy, akin to a grandson offering treats to a grandfather. which struck her as quite delightful. "Come, brother, have some candy. I have more to share for you to pocket," Jiang Suanniu observed with joy, remarking, "Children raised in affluent households tend to be quite generous, far superior to our own modest upbringing, where a treat is rarely shared." It was not merely generosity. It seemed the child had grown weary of sweets, having indulged excessively. "If you have no plans, I shall ask your sister-in-law to prepare a dish for us to enjoy with some wine. Alas, it is nighttime, and the roads are treacherous, especially with the child in tow. In this manner, should you find yourself with free time, do visit. If the weather turns inclement and the chill sets in, do return to stay. Losing a few apples is of little consequence. Your health and safety must take precedence. Particularly, exercise caution around the low earth embankment, as it stands under 4 meters and may be susceptible to erosion from rainfall, especially in autumn when precipitation is abundant. Furthermore, if the rain is heavy, do refrain from venturing out. Rest assured, my remuneration will be calculated on a monthly basis. Should you find yourself preoccupied with household tasks, you needn't feel obliged to come. Attend to your own home affairs first. Do not worry, dear brother. Your regard for me assures I cannot simply accept payment without fulfilling my duties. I assure you, I will tend to the orchard meticulously. In the future, for meals, I shall have your sister-in-law deliver provisions to me, ensuring it will not hinder your affairs. Very well. I entrust this old orchard to your care. Here is 180. Take this as your initial month's salary for now. How can I accept this? It feels inappropriate to take wages before commencing work. Jiang Suanniu may decline. We are from the same village. I hardly fear your absence. Attend to any needs for the children or your family first, perhaps even procure new winter coats early on. Bao Zili expressed his sentiments. Reflecting on his past decades spent in this earthen dwelling, he turned to Jiang Suanniu and said, "If you don't mind, I would like to take a look around the courtyard." "Feel free," Jiang replied. "What is there to mind? Your words suggest a distance that does not exist between us." Bao Zili entered one cave and exited another. The main cave had 3 openings, accompanied by 2 auxiliary caves and a kitchen cave. Some of these caves are not as expansive as those of later generations, yet they are now in use, showing signs of habitation. As the construction of houses flourished, the enthusiasm for excavating caves diminished. Henceforth, few were dug unless for the purpose of raising cattle or sheep. Bao Zili reached into a crevice of one cave, retrieving a piece of hemp money, still bearing the rust of age. Indeed, nothing has changed. This piece of hemp currency was unearthed during his childhood play. Unintentionally, all memories surged back. "Brother, I see your fortune is openly displayed. These coins are strewn about," he noted. "Is it so? I have resided here for half my life without noticing. Yet, you possess a certain luck. Here, take this to entertain the children." Jiang Suanniu scrutinized the coin for a considerable time, identifying it as a certain type of tongbao, of negligible worth, one that even the scrap collectors would refuse. "Very well. I shall accept this kindness of yours. Now, call me uncle. Take this coin to buy some sweets," Bao Zili said, producing a 2 yuan note. "This is too generous." "I cannot accept it," Jiang protested. "What is there to refuse? There are no other shops in the village. This money will inevitably find its way to my little shop." Bao Zili jested. Jiang Suanniu observed this younger brother, sensing his familiarity with each cave. In his memories, this child had never visited his home. Yet there lingered an inexplicable sense of recognition. What could this mean? He could not articulate it. Perhaps it is simply that the child has a fondness for earthen dwellings. After all, he has since engaged in commerce and constructed a brick house. It is said that the doors to his cave have been locked for some time, left to languish, with grass now towering high in the courtyard. Forgive my sudden fondness for these old caves. You all carry on with your tasks. I shall take my leave now. Do you know the whereabouts of my old orchard? I am aware that your family's orchard is quite remarkable, being the earliest orchard in the village. Tomorrow, when I descend, I shall extend my greetings to you and your family, and together we shall familiarize ourselves with the boundaries." Bao Zili, accompanied by his son, strolled through the village before returning home. He addressed his mother, saying, "Mother, starting tomorrow, please focus primarily on the new orchard, the 4 acres. Although the old orchard measures 1.5 acres, with nearly 2 acres in total, I have sought assistance to evaluate it. Despite being 1.5 acres, if we excavate the soil along the edges and within the terraced fields, extending slightly into the barren mountains beyond the village, it is quite fashionable to adopt such land expansion techniques. In reality, it measures a full 2 acres. Whom did you consult for this assessment? Would they be willing? I invited Jiang Suanniu from the upper village to reside at the orchard for observation. We need not worry about meals, as he will stay for 180 yuan per month. He will reside in that cave dwelling, and should firewood from our old cave dwelling prove insufficient, he shall find a solution. There are people in our lower village too. Why summon them from such a distance? The journey entails quite a lengthy trek. I merely believe that Jiang is a reliable worker. He would not carry apples back home after traveling such a distance. I have made it clear that while they may eat apples, they must not carry them home in large quantities. If we were to ask our nearby neighbors, they might take bags full of apples home. Very well. Your foresight is commendable. We shall proceed as you suggest. In truth, Bao Zili harbored unspoken intentions. He wished to assist Jiang Suanniu's family through his own means. Typically, those who are hired to oversee orchards are paid 60 yuan per month, but he is offering 3 times that amount. He hopes that through his intervention, he can improve his grandfather's circumstances in this life, alleviating the poverty that plagued him. Bao Zili nestled with his son in bed. The little boy clung to his father upon his return, perhaps feeling the absence of his parents who often toiled away from home. Gazing at his son and coaxing him to sleep, his thoughts drifted to his grandfather Jiang Suanniu, a man of resilience from his past life. It was astonishing to find himself transported back in time by 40 years to witness his strength and confidence. Standing at 1.8 meters, he was a rarity in rural areas, where many were bent over by the burdens of life. Without delving into specifics, the first sight of his grandmother evoked a sense of familiarity. Generally, women in rural areas tend to outlive men, as men bear the brunt of labor and worry in agricultural societies, leading to greater stress. Some experts suggest that women's longevity may be attributed to their hair care rituals and scalp massages. Bao Zili smiled quietly, refraining from comment. For the rural perspective holds that those who labor the most tend to depart this life sooner. In his previous life, he had never encountered this petite grandmother, having heard that she had passed away at a relatively young age, while his grandfather stood resilient like a sturdy pine, guiding the family towards prosperity and a better life. Much like a ship without a rudder navigating towards a safe harbor. Such an elder, if given the opportunity, would undoubtedly seize it to improve the lives of the entire family. The rural populace is generally impoverished, not due to laziness, but rather because, under identical circumstances, even the brightest minds are constrained by their environment and lack the opportunities to alter their destinies. Thus, a lifetime of waiting resembles the seeds of grass and cacti in a desert. When the rains of opportunity and time arrive, they will strive and flourish, yielding remarkable fruits. Bao Zili returned to the county seat the following day, driving a tricycle laden with apples and vegetables. His role in the county is currently not significant, as most of the time, Shen Xiujuan personally manages the store. He is akin to a captain, responsible for the direction and course of the venture, without the need to steer the ship himself. The tricycle was filled predominantly with apples and vegetables. It is preferable for their own apples to be sold in their shop. Although the prices may not match those of retail outlets, they are slightly higher than what local vendors offer wholesale. At this moment, the Huang Yuanshui apples were nearing their harvesting deadline. Only family members picked the fruit, selecting the larger ones while leaving the smaller, less desirable ones to remain on the trees. In an average household, most of the fruit would have been harvested. However, Bao Zili's approach was gradual sales, permitting a few scattered white apples to hang from the branches. These apples turn a golden hue only when fully ripe. Once the Huang Yuanshui apples were sold, he could begin to pick a few of the Qingguan apples with good color to test the market at local restaurants. In early autumn, although the apples still possess a hint of bitterness, the principle of complimentary food at restaurants ensures that some patrons still enjoy them. Upon returning to the shop, Bao Zili felt despondent. He ordered a serving of cold pig's head meat and 2 bottles of beer, sitting alone in his room to drink. Shen Xiujuan, after nearly 7 years of marriage, witnessed Bao Zili drinking for the first time. Previously, she had only seen him indulge in a glass or 2 of white liquor, seldom beer, and her husband was not one to drink excessively. Could it be that he encountered some troubling matter upon returning home? As she entered, she intended to engage him in conversation to alleviate his worries, but he gestured for her to close the door. "Close the door and talk to me," he said. At that moment, Shen Xiujuan perceived that Bao Zili was clear-headed, yet spoke with an undeniable intensity. "We have been married for over 6 years. There are some things I must disclose to you. You might find it hard to believe, but it is indeed true. I believe you, dear husband. I will accept whatever you say. I am not your cousin." "Your cousin," Bao Zili is dead. Perhaps he is not dead, but I cannot ascertain where he is gone. The person you see now is not him. It is I. What do you mean? I do not comprehend. What I am about to share with you must remain confidential, not even to our mothers or sisters. I inhabit the body of Bao Zili, but my thoughts and essence are not those of the original. I am someone named Jiang Suanniu. Jiang Suanniu is the grandson of Jiang Yuquan from our village, the very young man I visited today, who is of similar age to me, just 2 years my senior. I have engaged this individual to show us the orchard, compensating him 180 yuan per month. But do you know? His child is still under 10 this year, of the same age as ours. Just imagine, his grandson has not even been born yet. It is as if someone destined to arrive 20 years later has inexplicably come into the world over 2 decades early. How can this possibly be? Enough of that. When you step out, please close the door behind you. I wish to rest for a while. The rest can wait until the opportune moment arises. What has become of my husband? It seems his arrangements might indeed hold some truth. Otherwise, why would he mention inviting Jiang Yuquan to visit the orchard? This matter requires careful deliberation. Shun Xiujuan's mind felt utterly blank. Yet, his words seemed almost as if possessed, or as though he were borrowing a spirit from beyond. Could it be that he might leave this world at any moment? This is what I ought to be most concerned about right now. It appears I must pay more attention to his health in the future. No wonder he seems to know a bit about everything over these years, understanding things he shouldn't. A person who once stood on equal academic ground with me has finally uncovered the root of the issue. As Shun Xiujuan gazed at Bao Zili, an unsettling sense washed over her that one day this man might vanish from her side. She only wished to embrace this illusion fiercely, fearing that one day she would awaken to find he was no longer the man he is now. Chapter 49. Becoming good brothers with father. The following morning, shortly after 4, Bao Zili awoke, visited the restroom, and returned to bed, feeling an overwhelming sense of fatigue, a manifestation of lost spirit. Despite being in good health, he felt utterly drained of energy. Shun Xiujuan inquired, "Was what you told me yesterday true?" "Indeed, it was," he replied. "Back when I was still Jiang Suanniu, I often bullied Bao Zili, throwing stones at him and hitting him with sticks, along with a group of other children. He was utterly alone during that time. Tears streamed down his face, murky and sorrowful. The adults in the village merely laughed, oblivious to the troubling scene unfolding before them. Reflecting on those days, Bao Zili realized that the village had transformed into a hell where all that was abnormal became the norm. After I attended university and began working elsewhere, things shifted. When Bao Zili turned 60, the neighborhood children bullied him just as I had done years ago, while the village adults turned a blind eye, viewing it as mere amusement. What did they fear? Punishment from the heavens? Absurd. One moonless, stormy night, driven by memories, Bao Zili poured rat poison into the water tanks of several neighboring households with children. Those families consumed the tainted water, resulting in their utter demise, with no hope of salvation. Additionally, he lured a child from across the street to his home with sweets, only to cruelly murder him with a kitchen knife. It was only after the incident that everyone realized this elderly man had been offering them chances all along. Yet, rather than seeking redemption, they allowed the humiliation to become a way of life. The old man's fate was grim. Bao Zili spoke with an unsettling calmness, as if recounting a detached narrative. That year, I was working away from home, and my job was far from satisfactory. Upon hearing such news, I was unable to shake the turmoil within me. After a mishap during overtime, I found myself transported to this time, just as Bao Zili's father passed away. This is why, in her recollections, the mother mentioned that after her son coughed up blood and fell into a faint, he was revived by pinching his nose and pressing on his acupoints, emerging as if he were an entirely different person. Shun Xiujuan murmured, "So that's how it is, but it is truly astonishing. Who could argue with that? The stalls in the county town have already been set up. You should keep an eye on them. I have been feeling rather weary lately and lack the motivation to earn money. I wish to return to the countryside for a few days of tranquility, to settle some old debts. Today, I plan to purchase some snacks, vegetables, and meat, as I wish to return home. Our children have been left behind for too long. I want to spend time with them and our mother, and also check on Jiang Suanniu's grandfather. From now on, we shall have 2 homes. It is sufficient to know this secret. There is no need to divulge it to others." What Bao Zili did not articulate was his uncertainty about whether he would still inhabit this body once Jiang Suanniu's grandson is born. Perhaps, at that moment, his life would reach its conclusion. Those with insight need not elaborate excessively. Shun Xiujuan, overseeing the stalls in the county, is no simpleton. She understands this truth. Yet, many matters remain perplexing, and the outcome is uncertain. What are your plans upon returning? I wish to distribute a portion of our family's wealth, allowing our fellow villagers to prosper, especially those who are lonely and without support, the elderly who have no one to care for them. I want them to feel love for this village, to warm their hearts, so that similar tragedies do not recur. Life should not feel like a descent into hell after merely visiting this world. We must first extend warmth to them, to stir their cold hearts. Indeed, one must not be overly greedy in life. This husband has been by my side for over 6 years. I cannot continue to bind him, making his life solely about earning and eating. He should engage in the endeavors he ought to pursue. This is also why, after choosing Shun Xiujuan, Bao Zili found life increasingly intertwined with her. She continually encourages her man, comforts him, and aids his growth. She is a woman of development, not one of mere enjoyment. Unlike Wang Shijuan, who is merely a woman who revels in pleasure, akin to Pan Jinlian, whose life rose and fell dramatically, ultimately leading to a dismal fate. It has been a long time since I heard news of her. Bah, why bother thinking about her? All right, my dear, it is settled. We shall return. And I support you wholeheartedly. I can maintain the business in the county town as it is, and when you are in a better mood, you can come down to further expand it. Only by untying this knot in your heart can you truly live happily. Rest assured, I can shoulder half the burden. I am no longer a fragile woman. You have built this foundation, and I shall certainly safeguard it. Bao Zili made arrangements for the matters in the county town and finally advised Shun Xiujuan. Do your best to let the boys go out to deliver and collect furniture. Leave the pricing to the son of Jiao uncle. We must cultivate him to become the manager of the second-hand furniture store. Once the younger sister gets married, he will take over. He must not become an ordinary person. Bao Zili returned to their rural home in the truck that Bao Meili used to deliver flour. Mother Xin Guilan noticed her son returning from the county town merely 3 days later, yet she did not pay it much heed. She inquired, half-jokingly, whether he was unable to part with the 4 children. Observing her son-in-law's somber demeanor, her mother discreetly urged Xin Guilan with her eyes to refrain from speaking further, suggesting he should retreat to his room for some rest. How curious it was that the in-laws seemed more concerned about their own child than she was. After a restful slumber, Bao Zili gently nudged his son, Tai Dan, and took him to the old apple orchard, where some stories were fated to unfold upon this yellow earth. Upon seeing Jiang Yuquan preparing to fortify the entrance with mud bricks, Bao Zili proposed they dismantle a door and frame from the old cave dwelling. The two worked together to remove the door, installing it at their current location, thus securing it against the elements and preventing any small creatures from intruding. Brother, you have returned. Are you worried about me? He jested. Not at all. I've grown somewhat weary of my stay in the county town and wish to return for a spell, to rest and engage in conversation with you. Very well, but as you don't smoke, I find it difficult to entertain you. Allow me to prepare a pot of dry tobacco. We can indulge and converse simultaneously. Jiang Yuquan produced a smoking pipe from his cloth pouch, packed it firmly, and struck a match to ignite it. Have you ever considered how many elderly individuals in our village are left without support? Those with only daughters or those whose daughters have married, leaving them with no sons or kin. There are 3 elderly souls in the upper village. It appears we have 4 or 5 here as well, right? Indeed. The current situation is much improved compared to the past, yet many remain rather impoverished. Bao Zili gazed into the distance at the barren mountains, where cattle and sheep graze daily, the grass barely reaching their knees. I have no pressing matters at hand. I wish to provide financial aid to them. Have you seen my old cave dwelling? The grass in the courtyard has grown to shoulder height. I plan to level it to cultivate crops. I shall not assign this task to you, but I wish to seek out the poorest families in the village or those without children to assist with the work. Payment will be rendered daily. What other considerations should I keep in mind? It is unwise to select solely from these individuals. A blend of ordinary folk is necessary. Otherwise, discerning eyes may perceive your intentions as ulterior, and while your heart may be in the right place, good intentions can sometimes lead to adverse outcomes. Ah, dear brother, your extensive experience in rural life has made you more astute in social dealings. Were it not for you, I might have earned the reputation of a false philanthropist by now. The 2 men sat on the ground, enjoying the cool breeze and engaging in light conversation. Ah, brother, are you alone? My little one ran off after eating an apple and will return shortly to bring me my meal. Look, even the children cannot resist their chatter, behold, your child is bringing you your meal. Bao Zili observed a large bowl covered by a smaller one, secured with a handkerchief and encased in a bag. The child clutched it in one hand while the other held a bottle of soda filled with hot water. At that moment, Jiang Suanniu and Bao Zili had successfully installed the door, fortified the mud bricks, and crafted walls with a mixture of straw and clay. However, the cave dwelling remained somewhat dim with the door installed, as the front wall lacked a large window. Jiang Suanniu created a small hole in the wall to accommodate an oil lamp, ensuring that when lit, it would dispel the darkness. You may dine first. As for me, I have already eaten, and I shall engage in play with your child. Come here, call me uncle, and I shall reward you with candy. For each utterance of uncle, a piece of candy shall be bestowed. Bao Zili, with a mischievous intent, teased the father of Jiang Suanniu from a past life. Uncle, uncle, uncle. Jiang Fa called out thrice. Bao Zili tossed 3 candies his way. Jiang Fa held 1 candy in his mouth, stowed another in his pocket, and tucked one into his father, Jiang Yochuan's pocket. Only then did the child mumble indistinctly, uncle, uncle, uncle. Another 3 candies were thrown over. Cease your calling. Come over and seize the remaining candies from my hand. Jiang Fa, believing it to be true, scampered closer. Bao Zili embraced him and playfully tapped him on the behind, silently reflecting, who asked you to spank me in the past life? Today, I return the favor. It is akin to a little story where a teacher inquired of the students what they aspired to be when they grew up. I wish to be a teacher. One replied, why? So I can spank your children. As he laughed while playfully striking, the child, fingers splayed, gazed at the candy in his hand, neither crying nor throwing a tantrum. Father, why is it that you play with the older brother and not with me? Do you no longer like me? All right, you two may frolic in the orchard, but watch your step for worms, particularly the long ones, which your father has informed you are snakes. If bitten, we are surrounded by venomous serpents, and those are difficult to treat. Dear brother, do not indulge him. Limit his candy intake. We only allow him sweets during the new year, and look how he has grown closer to you than to me. If a trafficker were to entice him with candy, I fear he would be easily lured away. I simply have a fondness for your child. He is spirited and charming. Unlike my own, delicate and without the rugged charm of a rural child, lacking in appeal. I envy your ability to raise such a fair and tender child. He resembles those depicted in New Year paintings, exuding charm, just as the walls of your new home gleam with whiteness. Unlike my muddy little one, who rolls in the dirt, returning home with clothes soiled within moments. I shall take your child to my home and bring you a food container. One that can be sealed to prevent spills, so you need not use a bowl afterward. Can he find his way home alone? Shall I escort him as well? Fear not. He has roamed through the village and has visited your small shop many times. He will not lose his way. Bao Zili, accompanied by Jiang Fa and Tai Dan, picked several apples for the children to enjoy as they made their way home. Upon returning, Bao Zili examined his own child's new clothes. Discovering several larger sizes, he found 2 oversized garments, an aluminum food container, and 2 empty soda bottles. The child, carrying and hugging the items, hurried homeward. Upon arrival, he called out, Mother, Mother, that uncle gave me all these things, my uncle knows. The lad from the Bao family is truly a good person. In the future, do not solicit food from others. You may only accept what is offered. Never take what is not yours, and absolutely do not steal. Taking without consent is theft. Do you understand? If caught, your hand may be broken. Mother, I understand. I shall diligently pursue my studies henceforth, striving to secure a life in the county town, much like Uncle Bao, who possesses considerable wealth, so that I may bestow upon you an abundance of splendid garments to wear and treat my uncle to fine liquor. Mother, may I visit Uncle Bao's home to play with his son? Please return home early tonight. Do not venture out when darkness falls. The distance between our village and the neighboring one is quite considerable, and the path in between is rather dim. If you return late, do be cautious, lest I threaten to break your dog's leg. Jiang Suanniu emitted a sound of acknowledgement as he clutched his preschool textbook and hurried toward Bao Zili's residence. Strangely, Bao's child, being quite young and yet to begin school, could not read. Jiang Suanniu proudly displayed his book before Bao Zili's child. Father, father, what are those sheets of paper he is holding? Why does he point to them and babble that they are words? What use is it to recognize them? You shall learn those characters when you grow older. Next year, you will join school. You will be 7 then, and attend preschool in the county. Bao Zili discerned a clever spark in Jiang Suanniu, finding the child particularly amusing. It was akin to a teacher asking students what they aspire to be when they grow up, and a student responding that they wish to teach. And then what? If you strike me now, I shall seek vengeance upon your offspring once I grow up, experiencing the thrill of retribution. Observing Jiang Suanniu's father as a mere child himself, Bao Zili felt a subtle excitement arise within him. Never mind, I shall not strike him, nor pinch him, nor torment him. I shall treat him as I would my own child. Brother, do you have any newspapers at home? I wish to take some back to line our walls. Bao Zili turned around to find Jiang Yukai standing behind him. When did the uncle become a brother? I must insist he call me uncle. Our preschool teacher has informed us that only those significantly older than oneself are to be addressed as uncle. You are only a few years my senior, and your youthful smile resembles that of the older brothers in the neighborhood. Brother, do you have any newspapers? Please give me some. I shall take them home for my mother to line our cave dwelling. At this time, it was customary to apply a coat of white clay to the walls of the cave dwelling before the spring festival. If fortunes were favorable, one could use newspapers to line the area above the stove. This child dares to call me brother. Could it be that I possess such striking handsomeness? I think not. Bao Zili quickly dashed to the mirror to inspect himself. How peculiar. Despite years of bustling about in the county, why has my complexion lightened? In a previous era, the trend favored youthful, delicate appearances, yet I have grown quite ordinary. Now, the fashion favors a tanned, laborer's complexion. Yet I have transformed into a youthful beauty, truly a case of being out of sync with the times. Very well, I have plenty at home. Wait a moment while I fetch you a bundle. How much do you need? Whatever you have, I shall take. All right then. Come here and give your dear brother a kiss, and I shall retrieve it for you. Jiang Suanniu, exuberant and spitting with excitement, rushed over to plant kisses all over Bao Zili's head. What a predicament. Having dug this pit, I must now fill it in, whether I like it or not. Chapter 50. Delivering money to the villagers. Since I must fill the cave dwelling, many matters must be gradually brought to the forefront and initiated in advance. I cannot afford to delay these tasks. Bao Zili addressed the group of individuals gathered in his courtyard playing cards, saying, if anyone is interested in purchasing the double-panel wooden doors from my cave dwelling, they are available for just 10 yuan per set. If you wish to buy them, we can agree on a price now and proceed to dig them up immediately. Additionally, you may take as many of the clay bricks as you need. Those who purchase doors will receive the bricks free of charge. He then turned to the family that raised cattle, requesting, could you please fetch a cart and cut the grass in the yard? Soon, we will all go to excavate the doors. After sharing a cigarette, the man cheerfully set off. The village's wealthiest individual treated himself to a cigarette, remarking, where else could one find such an opportunity? Others regard me as a person, so I must not interfere with their affairs. The villagers were drawn to the doors of the old cave dwelling, which had provided shelter from the rain for years. Despite being uninhabited for the past 4 or 5 years, the wooden doors remained intact, and now they were being offered at a special price, allowing for an open and honest excavation. The community showed respect for Bao Zili, especially the children of those employed at his restaurant, who eagerly expressed their intent to purchase. Bao Zili carefully assessed the situation, ensuring the doors went to those who truly needed them, unwilling to let someone who merely sought to exploit the situation benefit at the expense of others. One individual proposed to Bao Zili that they proceed with the dismantling, handing over 10 yuan, resulting in the sale of 4 doors for a total of 40 yuan. The group was particularly supportive, as they valued giving face to others. As Bao Zili accompanied them, he observed the tall grass in the yard being cut down and bundled by the cattle farmer. Neighbors worked to dismantle the wooden doors and frames, evoking the image of a landowner engaging in extensive renovations. One household paid 20 yuan and selected 2 sets of doors, while another arrived later and felt they had been shortchanged by only finding the remaining 2 sets. Bao Zili generously offered the kitchen door, which had no other takers, to the man, who then happily began his work. The atmosphere among the group mirrored that of a spirited game of cards, reminiscent of dividing land. They felt as though they were seizing an opportunity. In their minds, they had scolded Bao Zili countless times for being wasteful. A new door would typically cost over 100 yuan, requiring one to source the materials themselves. Yet here they were, acquiring them for just 10 yuan. Who could deny that he was not wasteful? If they were to look ahead 10 or 20 years, they might realize that such doors would no longer be sought after in rural areas, except by antique collectors willing to pay 40 to 100 yuan. Would they not be taken aback by how swiftly circumstances could change? Of course, if the doors were to be preserved well, others would be interested. Along with the doors, They also collected other old items, such as clay pots and artifacts unearthed from the ground. Watching the old cave dwelling, a place he had inhabited for some time, being dismantled stirred a sense of reluctance in Bao Zili. After all, it was a space where his ancestors had built and toiled, a legacy crafted over 2 generations. It was indeed a pity. This exemplifies the progression of time and the transformations people seek. With the advent of superior brick and tile houses, there are few who desire such earthen cave dwellings any longer. Bao Zili instructed Jiang Suanniu, who tended to the orchard, to gather the decayed wood and carry it away for firewood or other uses. Jiang Suanniu, eager to assist Bao Zili, was filled with excitement. The tasks in the orchard are remarkably effortless, presenting a splendid opportunity for self-expression. Concurrently, he collected a few discarded items that others had deemed worthless, stuffing them into the small cave. He understood that this courtyard cave would soon be filled in, and everything here would be submerged, existing only in memories. If one desires these items, they must be salvaged. If not, let them be buried beneath the loss. Bao Zili inquired among those present, as well as the onlookers nearby, whether anyone would come to work tomorrow, bringing their own tools to fill the courtyard cave with loss. Work would commence in the morning after breakfast and conclude before nightfall, with wages paid on the same day, 15 yuan for a day's labor, with no meals provided. At that moment, some expressed their intention to come, and Bao Zili selected 6 families of respectable standing, along with a few impoverished households. He instructed them to bring their carts and carry their own shovels. Regardless of meals, he promised them 15 yuan for the day's work, stating that the pace of work was relaxed. Completion would occur whenever they finished. Meanwhile, Bao Zili arranged for neighbors with tractors to transport bricks to the new orchard, where 2 small brick houses were to be constructed for the purpose of overseeing the orchard. Returning to the Lust Cave, Bao Zili explained that the doors and windows were to be dismantled the following day to fill the cave. Those who had purchased the door panels called upon neighbors and friends to assist, transporting the earth blocks back to their homes. These blocks were free, and the more one collected, the greater the profit. In fact, these blocks would prove useful when they resided in the new homes with heated Kong beds. In total, Bao Zili chose 12 individuals to begin filling the Lust Cave the next day. Everyone felt honored to be selected, believing their efforts had caught Bao attention. However, some of the less industrious individuals questioned how a few lazy men could be chosen, suspecting that Bao, rarely seen in the village, had been deceived by their impoverished appearances and selected them out of sympathy. Typically, poverty alleviation involves direct financial aid. Yet, such measures often yield little effect and may even exacerbate the situation. Having lived 2 lifetimes, Bao Zili believed that direct monetary assistance was not a viable solution. However, he did not share the lofty ideals of a bodhisattva, vowing to remain until hell is empty. Such notions are overly idealistic. As long as there are people, there will be comparisons and disparities in wealth. Is it a jest to claim there are no poor? To assert there are no rich? That is a realm of despair, not of humanity. Among the poor, some are truly deserving of assistance, while others are genuine idlers who want to even eat when food is offered to them. They are unworthy of sympathy or aid. Should he distribute money directly, it is likely that it would be seized by many. However, by allowing people to earn their wages through labor, a portion may still choose not to participate. Earning through labor is more effective than giving money. Otherwise, it fosters a generation of idlers. By encouraging individuals to earn their own livelihood through labor, those with ambition will be able to obtain bread and milk. On a dewy autumn morning, agricultural work typically begins after breakfast, around 9 o'clock. Bao Zili tucked a measuring tape into his pocket and took a hoe in hand. Leading his son, Tai Dan, to the old cave, where people were already gathered, awaiting him. He instructed Tai Dan and Jiang to play in the orchard while he began directing the others on how to proceed. They commenced by digging into the lower edge of the cave's earthen wall, shoveling the soil into the courtyard. Regarding the earthen cliff towering above the cave dwellings, it is imperative to excavate a 1-meter-wide section with utmost caution to ensure everyone's safety. Even if the work progresses at a slower pace, safety must remain the priority. Those who exhibit confusion, lack coordination, or are otherwise unfit for the task should refrain from ascending the higher slopes, allowing the more agile and perceptive individuals to take the lead. It is a harsh reality that sometimes only those with sharp wits are chosen for such endeavors. On the cliffside of the cave dwellings, wild sour jujube and the infamous stinking sumac trees thrive. The growth of these wild jujube trees is notably sluggish. While the stinking sumac, often dubbed the king of trees, possesses an astonishing reproductive capability. As it continues to flourish, its root system expands exponentially, loosening the soil above the cave dwellings with each gust of wind. It is astonishing to think that these robust trees originated from mere seeds that fell into the crevices of the earth. Indeed, their resilience is formidable in the villagers' fields. A mere 6 months without tilling can give rise to these invasive trees. The process of their mutation remains a mystery. In contrast, the cultivation of the sumac tree does not yield such prolific results. The villagers diligently excavate a 1-meter-wide trench, progressing downwards. Initially, the soil is relatively easy to work with due to moisture content. However, as they dig deeper, around 1 meter below the surface, the soil becomes dry and requires considerable effort to penetrate until they reach the damp earth beneath. This underground layer is rich in moisture, continually supplying water vapor to the surface. The most evident sign of this is the humidity, akin to the sensation of living in a basement where everything feels damp. One year, while digging a water reservoir, a villager named Bao Zili noticed that the soil 6 meters down was moist. As they continued to dig downwards, one villager's head struck something hard. Could it be a treasure? The excitement was palpable. Bao Zili, however, suddenly felt a sense of foreboding and shouted, "Be cautious. Watch your footing. We are still 5 or 6 meters above the ground." He implored the heavens, praying for their safety, for any mishap could lead to dire consequences. The workers above acted swiftly, unearthing an object and rushing down to present it to Bao Zili, exclaiming, "Look, I found this." Upon inspecting it, Bao Zili instructed, "Place it aside. This is an artifact meant for burial. Quickly, wash your hands with clean, moist yellow earth. Let us keep our distance from this. Inhaling too much of this air can be harmful." Using a shovel, Bao Zili lifted the item high and smashed it on the ground. There are 2 reasons for this action. First, they had unearthed many such ancient relics in this area. Second, he wanted everyone to see what lay within, for the spread of rumors could adversely affect their families. Bao Zili was well aware of the contents, having heard tales from his grandfather, Jiang Suanniu, during his previous life as Jiang Suanniu. As the rusty coins spilled out, the villagers' interest waned. What they had hoped to be a valuable find turned out to be nothing more than these worthless relics. Each household in the region possessed several such coins. Children often used them to craft feathered shuttlecocks. Indeed, many schoolgirls would sew them onto their shuttlecocks, chasing after roosters to pluck their feathers. The search for coins became a common endeavor. This reflects a lack of cultural awareness among the people, as well as the abundance of such items, leading to a general inability to discern their value. In subsequent years, many of these coins were deceitfully acquired at low prices by unscrupulous vendors. In Shaanxi, beneath every stretch of yellow earth, one can find the remains of the departed. The area is rich in relics. As the hour for lunch approached, Bao Zili instructed everyone to return home for their meals, stating that they would reconvene in an hour and a half. In truth, if they managed to return within 2 hours, it would be considered quite commendable, for rural folk often struggle with procrastination. Many households lack watches, relying instead on an innate sense of time. Bao Zili asked Tai Dan and Jiang Fatsai to hasten home, fetch a cloth bag, and gather the half-jar of copper coins, which they then carelessly tossed into a corner of the storage room upon their return. He cautioned his family against disturbing the coins, deeming them unclean and instructing them to leave them undisturbed. Reflecting on a certain event that would unfold many years hence, a solemn expression crossed Bao Zili's face. It seemed that what was destined to occur had indeed arrived, and what was meant to exist continued to do so. As for himself, he pondered whether he should delve into this matter further. His mere presence had precipitated its advancement. In a previous life, this jar of coins was discovered during the collective filling of cave dwellings in the village. Now, it was his own initiative to fill the cave dwellings that had unearthed it. It was far safer to earn a living through diligent work. Frivolous thoughts were best set aside. Bao Zili took the time to wash his hands, then divided the coins into several bags, stashing them in an inconspicuous corner. He initiated the work in earnest, enlisting neighbors to assist in the primitive task of filling the cave dwellings. With many hands at work, progress was expedited. Money was not a concern. What mattered was the availability of labor, and they could not afford to prolong the task unduly. Protracted efforts would diminish the joy of accomplishing something. As the earth was filled to a height of 1 meter from the surface, Bao Zili declared that further filling was unnecessary. The crowd was puzzled, questioning whether he deemed the labor costs excessive. They reassured him that they would gladly fill in the remaining space for free, as it was merely half a day's work. If you don't fill it, how will you cultivate the land? They queried. Seeing their confusion, Bao Zili clarified. In terraced fields, the side against the wall is slightly lower, allowing rainwater to accumulate. This promotes optimal soil moisture for crops. Over time, the soil will naturally erode from the slopes above, gradually filling in this area year after year. Upon reflection, the crowd realized the wisdom in his words. It was no wonder he could assume the role of a leader. His meticulous thought process was extraordinary. They were genuinely impressed by his astute intellect, which was beyond the capacity of ordinary individuals. Originally, Bao Zili had planned to transplant a batch of high-quality peach trees before winter set in. The autumn temperatures, akin to those of spring, were conducive to planting, with ample rainfall ensuring the survival of many saplings. However, upon searching, he found that such seedlings were unavailable in his hometown. While wild peach trees and those suitable for crafting bracelets were plentiful, quality peach saplings were lacking. Consequently, he resolved to purchase peach tree seedlings from the county in the following spring. The newly leveled plot of land could accommodate around 40 peach trees, as the trees' expansive canopies allowed for greater spacing between them. Peaches had become a popular fruit in the market, particularly those with firm flesh that could withstand transportation. Surprisingly, even ungrafted fuzzless peaches found buyers, as they were among the last to ripen, featuring red flesh and seeds suitable for planting or medicinal use, thus becoming a coveted treat for many households. Currently, the understanding of pruning is quite limited among the populace. Although the flowers bloom abundantly, the fruit that remains is scarce, and even fewer manage to mature. Most of them fall to the ground in the process of swelling and spoil, becoming sustenance for the black moths. There was a time when a particular variety of peach tree thrived in their hometown. Once ripe, its flesh became as tender as that of a persimmon, juicy and delectable. However, despite its delightful taste, it was not suitable for transportation, necessitating limited cultivation rather than extensive farming. Much like the soft-skinned tomatoes, they garnered consumer favor but were scorned by merchants and farmers alike, ultimately being phased out. After the cave dwellings were filled with soil, Bao Zili directed the villagers to thoroughly turn the soil. Each person settled their wages, smiles illuminating their faces. Bao Zili felt a sense of internal tranquility, having taken another step towards aiding his fellow villagers on their path to prosperity. He pondered what other means there were to distribute funds to the villagers. With the bricks now sufficient, he reasoned that whether construction began this year or the next, it was better to choose an auspicious date, and, after consulting a feng shui master, selected the nearest date to commence building. Adjacent to the new apple orchard, which spans 4 acres, there remains over 3 acres of vacant land, initially intended for wheat cultivation. However, he reconsidered and decided to plant corn next year instead. Currently, harvesters are still scarce, and the community has accepted the use of handheld sickles for wheat, making corn a more convenient choice. As for the grain tax, he opted for direct payment. Bao Zili hired a skilled mason, accompanied by 2 assistants, to construct 2 small brick houses at the edge of the field. These modest structures would be half the size of a typical dwelling, one designated for living and the other as a kitchen. While he maintained certain standards, most villagers made do with a single room, cooking in their living space. In the future, should he require someone to oversee the orchard, he planned to hire at least 1 man and 1 woman, as this 4-acre orchard is relatively large. And with the additional 3 acres to be planted with Qingguan apples in the coming spring, the total would be 8 acres, too much for a single person to manage. A skilled worker accompanied by 2 assistants, all from his village, was supplemented by Bao Zili's decision to hire 4 laborers. Typically, the larger contractor would select the smaller workers, relying on familiar and long-standing partnerships. However, Bao Zili was not in a rush and preferred to choose the smaller workers himself, believing that the benefits should remain within the community. Among the hired were 2 from the more impoverished families in the village and 2 who worked efficiently. When parents of the village children who worked at his restaurant offered to assist for free, Bao Zili smiled and declined, assuring them that he had sufficient help for now. But they would be called upon when apple tree planting commenced in spring. Everyone exchanged smiles and departed, unaware that Bao Zili's endeavors, whether in refurbishing the caves or constructing modest houses, were all meant to circulate money within the community, indirectly aiding the less fortunate. Money is indeed a nuanced endeavor. Much like the art of sales and multi-level marketing in later generations, transferring funds from one's pocket to another is a skill. Equally, the act of gifting one's own money to others is also an art. Both spending and earning money are intricate crafts, each requiring significant expertise. It is no simple task. What further methods might there be to deliver funds into the hands of the villagers? What Bao Zili does not realize is that while he is devising ways to send money to his fellow villagers, others have begun to covet his funds. Chapter 51. The eldest sister returns home to weep over poverty, gazing at the two modest houses constructed in the apple orchard. Adorned with two sets of doors salvaged from the cave dwelling, Bao Zili felt a deep sense of satisfaction. At last, he had a place to reside amidst the orchard. This abode could serve him for approximately 30 years, as its foundation is crafted from bricks. Unlike some individuals who haphazardly excavate a foundation and erect a small structure that becomes unusable in around 15 years, his efforts were more prudent. After all, these doors were originally taken from the cave by his uncle, initially intended for the pigsty and sheepfold. Subsequently, he had installed reinforced gates, leaving these behind for home use. Finally, they had found their purpose. Alas, he truly considered himself a prodigal son. If he were to construct another house in the future, he would undoubtedly lack doors. And it would be impossible to acquire doors for a mere 10 yuan. Such a pity for the 4 doors his family once possessed. As Bao Zili contemplated how to find a couple to tend to his orchard, he understood the importance of selecting trustworthy individuals, particularly those skilled in labor. Otherwise, the fruit trees he cultivated would yield no better results than those planted for others. Upon returning home, he was startled to hear someone weeping. What could be the cause of such sorrow? It had been years since he had heard such sounds within his household. The presence of crying is ominous. Could there have been a major accident, or even a death? Why would such lamentation occur in his home? Hastening inside, he recognized himself as the head of the household. As long as he did not unleash his wrath, there should be no tears within the family. Moreover, the tone of the weeping did not resemble that of a child, but rather that of an adult. Had something happened to someone in the family? It seemed implausible. There were only his mother-in-law and mother at home, 2 women who would not provoke anyone. Surely, no one in the village would dare to disrespect him, especially since both women were homebound, devoted to caring for 4 children. Nothing untoward had occurred in the past 5 or 6 years. They were not the sort to cause trouble. Upon entering, he discovered it was his eldest sister. She was seated on a tree stump in the kitchen, her hands wiping away tears, her long hair in disarray, likely unbraided since rising that morning. What could have transpired? It had been years since she had last visited. Why had she suddenly come today? What was the matter? Why did her return home manifest in such sorrow? Bao Zili felt a pang of frustration. She had not visited in years, and now she returned home in tears, while others bring joy upon their return. In times of hardship, he had borrowed considerable sums from this only sister, and he owed her a debt of gratitude. Yet, he could not comprehend her current distress. He would assist her to the best of his ability, but seeing her in such a state stirred feelings of disappointment within him. How could a woman from the Bao family be so despondent? His sister, Bao Xiuli, had always been a resilient individual. She would not weep unless absolutely necessary. In the past, she had helped care for their younger siblings, and after her marriage, she led a flourishing life with her in-laws. Everyone spoke well of her. Yet now, circumstances had evidently changed. He resolved to inquire about what had transpired. As he scrutinized his sister, a sudden shock coursed through him. Unbeknownst to me, life at my maternal home has been flourishing, and I believe that 90% of this success can be attributed to my younger brother. Observing his commanding presence, with his keen gaze scrutinizing me, I reflect on my own trivial concerns, having entered the room only to wail and lament. It dawns on me that I had failed to clarify that my brother was still at home, mistakenly thinking he was in the county town. I rise to greet him, saying, "Brother, you have returned." He responds, "Sister, what troubles you? Has your husband mistreated you?" My brother, Bao Zili, cannot comprehend my distress. It is hard to believe that I, his sister, am merely a weakling. Among our 4 siblings, I have always been the most tenacious. Though I may be somewhat taciturn, I am not one to provoke unless provoked. My guiding principle in life has been to live by the adage, if one does not offend me, I shall not offend them, but if they do, I shall repay them doubly. Throughout my years with my husband, we have seldom engaged in quarrels. While disagreements have occurred, particularly in the past when my family's burdens caused me significant distress at my in-laws, it is my husband's ineffectiveness that has contributed to our struggles. He has worked as a laborer on construction sites, but others have criticized him for his laziness. He has been known to take excessively long breaks, and upon completing a task, he is often sent home, deemed unworthy of employment. He has often expressed his grievances about my brother's lack of assistance. It then occurs to me that my brother's family has managed to save money due to his association with skilled builders over the past few years, working on various constructions in the village and town. Before that, he risked his life at a brick factory to save a little money, which he lent to our family. Though he harbors some resentment for not having considered his own family's needs, I propose I have a job for you. Take a couple of days off and then come back. Bring him along, and both of you can help me tend to the orchard. The pay will be generous. You need not worry. The foreman we hired for the old orchard, Jiang Suanniu, earns 180 yuan a month. For you, I can offer 210 yuan each, making it 420 yuan for both of you. You won't need to cook over there, as I have 2 houses, one for cooking and one for living. We are family, so let us dine together. Before I could settle down, my brother-in-law arrived, dragging along his 2 children. To be precise, there was another child left at home, still too young to be brought along. This child, not yet 4 years old, walks slowly and should rightly remain at home. Perhaps due to their impoverished circumstances, my brother-in-law, who once spoke with confidence in front of me, now seems diminished as he witnesses how well my family is faring. Upon entering, he lacks his usual bravado and merely states, "Brother, it is all my fault. I had a small argument with your sister this morning, and she returned home in a huff without eating. I brought our children back because they missed their mother." I respond, "Well, as a married couple, it is understandable. Which family does not have such moments? I suggest, after you and the children have dinner, you can pack your things and come over tomorrow. I just informed my sister that you will be tending to the new orchard. You alone can manage the 4 acres, and I will pay you 210 yuan for the month, which doubles to 420 yuan for both of you. Prepare several sets of clothes for your return home, and bring along 1 or 2 bedding sets. The Kong has just been set up, and we will be heating it over the next few days. It is not yet suitable for habitation. You may stay at home for now, and once the Kong is ready, you can reside in the orchard and return home for meals. This is a considerable task, and I am uneasy in trusting it to others. In our village, they tend to partake in both eating and other matters. You are free to enjoy the apples. Just ensure to hoe the grass in the orchard and clear the ground where the corn stalks have been harvested. For next year, I plan to plant some alfalfa and potatoes in this field, so please clear out half of it for me. When planting alfalfa, I hope it will be arranged in rows. Use a hoe to make small furrows, planting 3 rows per furrow, with 3 rows between each fruit tree. In the future, I aim to cultivate 2 acres of alfalfa and the remaining 2 acres for potatoes, as these 2 crops are in high demand in the county. Entrusting them to someone else would yield too significant a profit. Once the apples are harvested and the weather turns cold, you can return home to live well. By the way, don't you have a bicycle? You could ride it to stock up on goods and open a small shop at your home. I will cover the initial investment. I won't take any profit, just return the capital once you start making a profit, as you have helped me and our family so much in the past. After spring next year, both of you can move here to assist with the fruit trees, which will involve spraying, weeding, and pruning. From spring to autumn, roughly from May to October, there will be about 6 months of work, and each of you could earn over 1,000 yuan, which surpasses the income from construction work. Nowadays, construction is labor-intensive and fraught with danger, especially when working at heights. We don't need to risk a few extra coins. Among family, particularly in business and farm work, it is essential to allocate initial profits fairly, otherwise, disputes may arise later on. If disagreements escalate, it could lead to a complete breakdown of relations. Hearing her brother speak so appreciatively, Sister Bao did not say much, but instead called her 2 children to wash their faces and comb their hair at her family home, then prepared some food. Breakfast was nearly ready, and their mother reluctantly added a few vegetables, having chopped some chives and prepared chive boxes with eggs. Autumn chive boxes are of mediocre taste, yet she knew her son enjoyed them, and the 2 children also liked them. Bao Zili observed his sister's children devouring their food and recalled the struggles the 4 siblings faced under her care. His heart softened. He took out some paper, pens, and a few notebooks from the small shop and gifted them to his niece and nephew, saying it was a present from their uncle. He encouraged them to study hard while their parents assisted us for the time being. They could come and play on weekends after school. Additionally, he gave each of them 2 packets of instant noodles and a handful of candies. Watching his younger sister Baoxia's eyes darting around, he thought to himself how little profit the small shop made. He he truly felt it was a wasteful endeavor. This single act had rendered a day's worth of business futile. As Bao Zili looked at his sister, brother-in-law, and their children, he reflected on the families in the village, particularly those with daughters married off, all living on the brink of poverty. He pondered what could be done to improve their circumstances and help them live more prosperously. Is it introducing work or establishing a factory? Currently, the women in the village either wash dishes, sweep the streets, or serve as caretakers, engaging in low-paying jobs that do not allow them to tend to their fields at home. With meager earnings, they find themselves tethered. If one were to attempt to open a factory, what kind of factory could be established at home? A brick kiln appears to be a viable option, yet I am not well acquainted with it. Furthermore, there are murmurs among the villagers that brick factories are unsafe, often resulting in accidents due to a lack of technical guidance. How can we ensure that everyone prospers? Reflecting on the current year, 1991, we must align with the societal trends and follow the nation's footsteps toward gradual wealth. As it stands, my sister and brother-in-law oversee the orchard, which necessitates some improvement in living conditions. Bao Zili, upon Bao Meili's return, purchased 12 sheets of asbestos tiles in the county town and enlisted a few individuals to erect wooden posts. These asbestos tiles were used to construct a shelter, one end resting against the eaves of the house, while the other extended outward. This shelter serves as storage for firewood used for heating and cooking, proving quite useful. For now, we can only heat the stove. In the future, if others take over, they will also need to utilize it for cooking. Bao Zili advised his sister and brother-in-law not to excessively excavate soil from the terraced fields. There is a growing trend in the village to dig up the soil from the terraces while encroaching on public roads, all in an effort to expand their own land at the expense of others. Often, this results in poor quality soil, as the earth removed is not fertile, leading to uneven land that cannot retain moisture properly. This is why, despite their apparent diligence in land disputes, life remains arduous and unfulfilling, yielding little reward. The land acquired through such means tends to have low productivity. Thus, I shall assign you tasks. Typically, one person is sufficient for the orchard. Eldest sister, you will be responsible for preparing 2 meals a day for your family. After cooking, wait for your brother-in-law to return for his meal. Once he has finished, you may then eat and clean the dishes. As for accommodation, Bao Zili need not mention it. They will be provided with the newly built houses in the orchard, which are secure from the elements and far superior to their previous work environments. Bao Zili had no objections. However, she also needed to eat. Preparing meals for 2 individuals versus an entire family is a matter of scale. In her natal home, should she work in someone else's orchard, the pay would not be as high, and it is unlikely that she would be afforded the same meals as the host family. At this moment, a sense of warmth enveloped her, reflecting on the years spent assisting her brother, now witnessing the fruits of her labor. Her efforts were not in vain. Life unfolds like the slow ticking of a clock. There has long been a saying in the village: cats bring wealth, dogs bring prosperity. Baozi sought out 2 small dogs in the village to raise, placing one in the orchard. The previous dog they owned was old and had long since been sold. No matter how alert a person may be, they cannot match the vigilance of a dog. Having a dog in the orchard provides peace of mind for those tending to it. Moreover, with a dog present, snakes and other small creatures are generally deterred from entering the orchard. This is one reason why many prefer to walk in the wild accompanied by dogs. They offer safety, loyalty, and companionship. Bao Zili captured a dog with a pure black coat for the old orchard and a dog with a mottled white coat for the new orchard. With the removal of these 2 puppies, the family sighed in relief. These were the 2 remaining choices selected by everyone, and it was rare for Bao Zili to take a liking to them. The black dog had a peculiar appearance, as its coat seemed to form the illusion of 4 eyes, while the white dog had only its paws marked in black. The elders of the family expressed their disdain for dogs with 4 eyes and those with white fur, deeming them inauspicious. When Bao Zili caught the dogs, others had clearly stated that there would be no charge and explained the reasons for the remaining choices. However, Bao Zili paid little heed to superstition. He believed that auspiciousness had little correlation with appearance. He handed over 6 packets of instant noodles and 2 bags of candy and joyfully carried away the 2 puppies. The owners were still basking in their happiness. Average folks would have merely exchanged pleasantries and allowed the dogs to be taken away for free. Yet this young man was remarkably courteous. Establishing goodwill would facilitate many matters in the future, at the very least. It would enable his children to seek employment at his restaurant down the line. Observing his sister, Bao Zili, along with her 2 children, the individual he invited, Jiang Suanniu, and the 60 employees from the county, alongside about 10 relatives from the town. Bao Zili felt the weight of responsibility on his shoulders. He was tasked with leading them towards increased prosperity, a formidable undertaking indeed. It was time to explore new avenues for generating income.